Our story begins with a girl just trying to chill, but her peace is shattered by the most infuriating message. A text from her own uncle screaming at her to get lost. He calls her a cold-hearted bastard who didn't even cry when her parents died. The cruelty is just staggering. Her cousin, Gu Yin, tries to play the peacemaker, but the uncle isn't having it. He orders our girl, Gu Mang, to take her waste of money, brother, and leave, because everything now belongs to Gu Yin. But our heroine isn't one to just roll over. She stands up, her eyes like ice, and states a simple fact. Mom and Dad's will left the inheritance to me, so I can only accept it. Gu Yin puts on a sweet face, offering her a place to stay, but Gu Mang shuts her down with a cold, no need. The uncle sneers, telling his precious daughter not to associate with lowly bastards. But Gu Mang is completely over their little soap opera. This show of family love is badly acted out, she says with a smirk. It's meaningless. The fake sister is absolutely stunned. She can't believe Gu Mang would dare call her out. She snaps back, accusing Gu Mang of only caring about the money, not their dead parents. With one last glare, Gu Mang has had enough. She turns her back on them and walks out, leaving her cousin to stew in her own rage. So where does a newly orphaned and disowned girl go? Straight to the city's most lavish entertainment center with her adorable younger brother, Goosey. But of course, trouble finds them immediately. A random girl starts mocking them for being out of place. Our girl isn't having any of it. My family's brats, do you have any opinions? She asks, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The girl scoffs, insulting her street vendor clothes and accusing her of being a gold digger. Gu Mang's response, she whips out a black card and hands it to her brother. I'm in a good mood, spend all you want. And this little nugget is an absolute agent of chaos. He loves his sister's power move. He jumps onto the bar and makes a grand announcement. I'll cover the expenses for everyone here today, and since I'm here, chase her out. The rude girl is speechless as security drags her away. The siblings celebrate their victory. Just then, a gorgeous woman in red appears. This is Lin Shuang, Gu Mang's powerful helper. She playfully scoops up the little brother before turning her flirty gaze on Gu Mang. Stop looking at me so provocatively, she purrs. I'm worried I'll fall in love with you. While they're goofing around, a new player enters the scene. A ridiculously handsome man complains about the lax security. His presence is so intense, it practically sucks the air out of the room. A waiter approaches, but not for the handsome stranger. He has an auction invitation for Lin Shuang, but she just smirks and passes it to the real VIP, our girl Gu Mang. She strolls into the exclusive auction area like she owns the place, leaving the staff completely bewildered. The main event is a rare sleeping jade. The bidding gets heated, and just as it seems to settle, a man with eyes like fire bids a shocking 10 million. This is Lu Changu. The auctioneer starts the final countdown. When Gu Mang casually doubles the bid, 20 million, the whole room goes silent. All eyes are on the girl in the yellow jacket, who just challenged the most powerful man in the city. Lu Changu stares her down, a flicker of interest in his icy eyes. The crowd starts whispering, calling her a snake trying to get his attention. The woman next to her frantically tries to warn her off. That's Lu Changu, the leader of the Lu family. Gu Mang just raises an eyebrow, the name sounds vaguely familiar. She dismisses the warning with a single savage word, so. Lu Changu is clearly intrigued by this fearless girl. Gu Mang is confident the jade will be hers, but she underestimated her opponent. Lu Changu raises his paddle, 30 million. She counters 40 million. He hits back 50 million. She starts to sweat, checking her mental bank balance. Maybe she should have taken that other job. He raises the bid again, 60 million. Then he leans forward, a dangerous smirk on his face. Does this young lady have a price in mind? I can take that price and double it. Did he just try to buy her? Our girl is absolutely stunned into silence. She's out. As she gets up to leave, it hits her. The Lu family, that was the $100 million order she turned down earlier. She walks out fuming. Her friends find her, teasing her about trying to steal from the infamous brother Cheng. They can't believe she challenged him and lost. Gu Mang is so not in the mood. It turns out she had a plan to make 10 times the money off him, but now she's just annoyed. As they're leaving, a group of creeps block their paths. They start making disgusting offers, thinking she's an easy target. Gu Mang's patience has run out. Move, she commands. One of them tries to touch her, and she unleashes holy hell, kicking him so hard he goes flying. She looks down at the pathetic man. You've got pretty big guts. She puts her foot on his chest, and he starts blubbering apologies. With a final chilling glare, she tells him, learn how to be a man. She and her brother walk away, leaving the trash on the curb. Little do they know, Lu Changu saw the whole thing from his window. His friends are gossiping about the assertive girl, and he cracks a smile. She could only match the most assertive man in the capital, he murmurs. His friends tease him about it, but one icy command from him shuts them up for good. Later, we find our girl and her brother at a humble night market. She's buying him new clothes because she's sending him away to study. The little guy's face falls, you're sending me away. She ruffles his hair, her voice firm but gentle. You're too weak, you need to grow faster. And in the most chaotic coincidence, a luxury car pulls up. It's Lu Changu slumming it with his rich friends. He spots her again. This millionaire is watching our girl haggle over a $20 shirt, and she even gets a discount. His friends are absolutely losing their minds. Isn't that the beauty from the auction? She already has a kid. But Lu Changu tells them to back off. That night, it's time for a heartbreaking goodbye. A car arrives to take Goosey to a special academy. The officer in charge, Lu Changjin, assumes he's there for Mang. Not me, she says, pointing to her brother. Goosey puffs out his chest, ready to prove himself. But his bravery falters, and he begs her not to send him away. I can take care of myself, and when I'm grown up, I can protect you. My heart is breaking. She tells him it's too dangerous for him here, but promises to pick him up once he's the strongest person in the academy. He tearfully agrees. Sister, wait for me, I'll be back in half a year. She gives him a soft smile, I'll wait. She turns to the officer, no one understands Goosey's potential better than me. Because we share the same blood. The moment he leaves, her phone buzzes with an encrypted call. At the same time, Lu Changjin gets a frantic call. He tells Mang they have to go, his mother is critically ill. He's arranged a private plane, which turns out to be a helicopter. He explains that he needs her help. And our girl, cool as a cucumber, reveals another one of her secrets. Relax, she says. Even if they only have one breath remaining, I can save them. That's right, she's a genius doctor. They land and a car pulls up to meet them. And the driver is none other than Lu Changu, here to pick up his sixth uncle. The world is just too small. He finally learns her name is Mang. We meet again, he says, his eyes locking with hers. He looks at her, then at his uncle, completely bewildered. You said you were bringing a doctor, is it this young lady? Mang just gives him a death glare. Lu, you talk a lot. The sheer audacity, the uncle and his driver can only sweat in terror. This girl is on a whole other level of chaotic and savage in the car. Chengzhou's uncle asks how his grandma is doing. Chengzhou's expression is grim. Even with a military doctor, her condition isn't good. His uncle is shocked, having heard she was getting better just a few days ago, but Chengzhou has no answers, his mind drifting to the mysterious Mang. The car ride is silent and tense, with Chengzhou stealing glances at our girl, wondering why she's giving him the iciest of cold shoulders. Meanwhile, Mang is completely unbothered, scrolling on her phone and wondering why this handsome but intense guy keeps staring at her, while the driver secretly ships them, thinking she's a perfect match for the boss. As they pull up, the uncle tells Chengzhou to bring her inside. They arrive at the absolutely massive Lu family residence. Chengzhou suggests they all go in together, especially since his uncle hasn't been back in 20 years. The group heads towards the main building. Inside, the situation is dire. A doctor explains that the matriarch has a blood clot in her brain and needs immediate surgery. But the operation only has a 10% success rate, and another doctor, Lu Ziwei, the second master's daughter and a supposed genius, is ready to take the risk. Her colleagues praise her as the youngest expert neurologist, boosting her ego. Just as she confidently agrees to the surgery, a cool voice cuts through the tension, declaring that the patient will probably die on the operating table. And of course, it's our girl Mang making a dramatic entrance and looking like a gothic goddess. Lu Ziwei is absolutely scandalized. Who are you to tell me what to do? She screeches, appalled that this commoner dares to critique her. Mang completely ignores her, calmly observing the patient while Ziwei shrieks for her to get out. Our girl simply holds up 2 fingers and says 2 days. Chengzhou's interest is immediately piqued. She'll recover in 2 days. Mang lays out her ridiculously confident plan. 1 hour to restore consciousness, 2 days for a full recovery. She looks utterly certain of herself. Lu Ziwei loses her mind. What did you say? She yells, unable to process the sheer audacity. Mang's reply is simple, savage, and one word, acupuncture. Chengzhou actually seems to be considering it, admitting they've never tried Chinese medicine before. This sends Ziwei into a panic, begging him not to listen to this scam, while the other doctors dismiss acupuncture as outdated. They whisper amongst themselves that this girl is just a nobody trying to use the Lu family for fame. But Chengzhou's uncle steps in, his voice firm. He tells Chengzhou that in the entire world, no one's medical skills surpass Mang's. That's all the convincing Chengzhou needs. He orders his subordinate to prepare a room for Miss Gu immediately. Ziwei is horrified that he would trust an outsider over his own family. But Chengzhou hits her with a stone-cold shutdown. If you don't have the capabilities, don't blame others. A girl, completely unbothered by the drama, simply ties her hair back, ready to work her magic. I'm ready, she announces, holding her kit. As she begins, Chengzhou encourages his grandmother to trust her. Mang starts the ancient and delicate procedure. But the peace doesn't last. Lu Ziwei starts shrieking again, questioning why she's drawing blood from the grandma's hands and feet. She accuses our girl of using seduction tactics to trick her brother and the whole family. She even dares to lay a hand on Mang to stop her. Big mistake, our girl whips around, grabbing Ziwei's wrist with lightning speed. I didn't kick you out so you could see how I cure my patients, she says, her voice dangerously low, not for you to interrupt. The sheer power radiating from her is terrifying. Ziwei yelps in pain, crying that her hand has gone completely numb. Looks like our girl hit a pressure point. Just then, another woman, Lu Raoshui, storms in, comforting a sobbing Ziwei and demanding to know why Chengzhou is treating his family this way. Our girl is getting visibly annoyed by all the noise. Chengzhou, ever the protector, tells her to just continue her work. I'll get rid of these distractions. Mang throws him a look that just screams, about time, don't you think? The two women are stunned that he's siding with this outsider. Raoshui then turns her venom on the uncle, sneering at the disowned brother who was kicked out 20 years ago. She accuses him of being a vulture, only returning because he smelled an inheritance. Mang finally snaps, enough, I don't have the energy to hear you guys fight. That's Chengzhou's cue. His voice drops 10 degrees as he threatens to teach them their place and calls for his guards. The two screeching women are immediately seized and dragged away. Just as they're about to be tossed out, Chengzhou calls out, wait a minute. But it's not to save them, he simply reminds them not to disrupt Miss Gu's treatment. Ouch. He then picks up one of the needles himself, his gaze fixed on our heroine. While Mang works with intense focus, Chengzhou stands guard, a silent, imposing protector. The troublemakers are finally hauled out of the room. The uncle lets out a sigh of relief. Mang remains completely absorbed in her task. 30 minutes later, she's finished. She calmly informs the uncle that the patient will regain consciousness soon. He's ecstatic, but our cool heroine tells him to save his thanks for when his mother is actually awake. Chengzhou offers his own thanks, which she dismisses with a wave. I'm tired, she says, I need to rest. A queen knows her priorities. Chengzhou instructs his man to show her to her room. He watches her leave, a thoughtful expression on his face as he examines the needle in his hand. But when Mang gets to her room, she finds an unwelcome party waiting for her. What a big scene, she says with a smirk. It's Lu Ziwei, her arm now in a sling, flanked by guards. She's still spewing nonsense, calling Mang a bluff. Our girl's comeback is absolutely savage. Are you a hen? Doesn't straining your throat hurt? Do you need 2 more needles? Ziwei, rendered speechless by the insult, shrieks for her men to teach Mang a lesson and throw her out. The guards advance, batons at the ready. But a furious voice thunders through the hall, stopping everyone in their tracks. It's Chengzhou, and he looks ready to unalive someone. In that exact moment, a gasp is heard from the other room. The grandma, she's awake. Chengzhou smirks, turning to Mang. MS, Gu has excellent medical knowledge. Our girl just smirks back, that is already known. He can't help but find her confidence utterly adorable. The scene flashes back to Ziwei storming in, horrified by the treatment. She yells, what are you doing, seeing the blood? Chengzhou immediately steps in her way, blocking her. She rants that bloodletting for a stroke is madness, and accuses him of risking his own grandmother's life. I won't allow a deceitful woman to run wild here, she declares. She reaches for our girl again, trying to stop the procedure. But Mang is faster, grabbing her and reminding her that she's here to watch, not interfere. I said I would cure her, Mang says, her voice like ice. Don't interrupt me again. Defeated, Ziwei can only clutch her numbed hand in silence. A maid convinces her to wait, but Ziwei internally vows that if the old lady doesn't wake up in an hour, Mang won't leave the city alive. The clock ticks down. After her treatment, Mang is led out of the room. She knows exactly what's waiting for her. Ziwei and her posse are there, and when the maid confirms the grandma is still unconscious, Ziwei's face lights up with triumph. I knew it, she sneers. If you were that great, you'd be in the medical rankings. The Lu family's 4th son steps forward, ordering Mang to be arrested for malpractice. But her loyal uncle stands in their way, demanding evidence. The evidence is that grandma still hasn't woken up. Ziwei retorts, urging them to get on with the surgery. They order the guards to seize the swindler, but the uncle roars, I'd like to see who dares. The 4th son loses his temper, reminding the uncle he was expelled and has no rights here. He calls Mang arrogant and overconfident. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. As the guards move to handcuff her uncle, our girl begins a silent countdown, 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, the bedroom door swings open. A man stands there pale as a ghost. Grandma woke up. The entire room freezes in disbelief. Impossible, Ziwei screams. But then a strong, clear voice comes from the room. Who dares to touch my guest? Our girl just smirks, the picture of victory. She coolly jots down a few notes on a pad and hands a prescription to a stunned Chengzhou. Take it for a week. He glances at the paper, mesmerized by her unique handwriting while she's already turning to leave. Just as she's saying goodbye to her uncle, a voice calls her name. She turns, a questioning look on her face. It's Chengzhou, and with a smile that could melt glaciers, he asks, when is the who happens to be good with needles? He quickly makes his exit before he can be interrogated further. But Lu Changzhu's piercing gaze follows him, his mind already racing. Meanwhile, Mang gets a call from an old acquaintance who's whining about her never accepting his video calls. Hey, don't hang up, he pleads. Meet Yunling, a top hacker from the Shadow Alliance, and he's having a full-blown meltdown over their mysterious boss. He can't even tell if the boss is male or female because they always disguise their voice. It's been 8 long years. This boss, known only as White Fox, founded the Alliance and became the undisputed king of the hacker world. Countless people have tried to unmask the legendary White Fox, but all have failed spectacularly. Fed up, our girl cuts him off. He quickly changes the subject, letting her know she's been paid for her last job. Then he dangles a new mission, find someone for $1 billion. For who, she asks, her interest piqued. He describes a genius doctor who recently surfaced in the Middle East. The client, none other than Lu Changu. The job is posted on 3 major sites. He asks if she's taking it. No, she says flatly, flagging down a cab. The driver asks for her destination. To the northern suburbs, the sanatorium. She arrives at a beautiful, serene location and is immediately greeted by a cute little robot. After a quick identity scan, the robot points her in the right direction. She finds her friend, Jinyang, peacefully watering flowers in a garden. Jinyang's face lights up in pure joy. Mang, you came to see me. She excitedly serves Mang a fruit dessert she grew and made herself, piling on the sugar just how she likes it. Our girl can't help but notice how much more lively and happy her friend seems. Jinyang is recovering well, but something is clearly on her mind. Say it, Mang prompts gently. Jinyang finally confesses she wants to leave the sanatorium and start working to make money with Mang. She knows the fees are expensive and argues that Mang isn't of age either. When asked how she'd make money, she blurts out, I can fight. Jinyang immediately panics, thinking Mang has been getting into fights for money and nervously tries to check her for injuries. Mang quickly clarifies she makes money with her computer skills, then adds with a smirk, don't worry, I don't fight, I only hit people. Jinyang visibly relaxes, remembering her friend's insane childhood strength. She knows Mang would never start trouble, but she's still worried. I don't want to be a burden on you anymore, Jinyang says, her voice trembling slightly. She's determined to stand on her own 2 feet. So Mang makes a deal. She'll find a school for Jinyang so she can take the college entrance exam and get a good job. Jinyang then makes a counteroffer, her eyes sparkling with hope. Mang, how about we go to school together? Let's both take the college entrance exam. Our girl nearly chokes on her food, school her. Next thing we know, they're meeting with Uncle Lu. Jinyang is confused, asking why they're in City Ming. Mang, ever direct, tells him to get them 2 spots in a school. The man is absolutely flabbergasted. You want to go to school? Jinyang sees his reaction and her heart aches for her friend. This is how everyone treats her. Uncle Lu quickly backpedals, saying it's just a little unbelievable. He's terrified she'll literally blow up the school, but he knows better than to say no to this big shot. Still, he has to lay down some ground rules. Try not to cause any trouble, he begs. I'll be a good student, she replies coolly, but he's already sweating. He's practically praying, just as long as you don't hit anyone, you can do whatever you want. He suggests a convenient school, but Mang has other plans. They'll board and she wants her motorbike delivered. As he agrees, a group of mean girls walk by, deciding where to eat. One of them spots Uncle Lu and points out the really pretty girl with him. The pink-haired girl, Louie, scoffs. She's probably just one of the poor students from my dad's charity project. Her friend sneers, calling Mang a gangster. Louie might tell her friend to shut it, but she can't hide the disdain in her own eyes as she glares at our girl. Unbothered, Mang and Jinyang hop into their cabs. Where are we going now? Jinyang asks. Mang tells her they're going to their new home, checking to make sure she's feeling okay after her surgery. Jinyang beams, feeling better than ever. Just then, a text message flashes on Mang's phone. Lu Changu is mobilizing his forces to find the miracle doctor. A wicked little smile plays on her lips. Let's see who comes out on top. The taxi pulls up to an unbelievably luxurious neighborhood called Zai Palace. Jinyang's jaw drops. Don't tell me we're staying here. She panics, knowing this place is only for the absolute elite. Mang casually lies that a friend rented it to them for cheap, though her mind flashes back to her hacker friend practically throwing properties at her. Before they can even take a step, a security guard barks at them, calling them lowlifes and telling them to scram. Dressed like a beggar and you dare come here, he sneers. Our girl doesn't say a word. She just fixes him with an icy stare and flashes a sleek black card. The guard's face goes pale. He starts bowing and apologizing profusely, realizing she holds one of only 2 black gold access cards. He is so doomed. As she walks past, Mang drops a savage lines, you need to eat more. Only then will your brain work properly. The terrified guard just bows his head in submission. Later that night, it's time for business. Mang tells Jinyang she's heading out for a bit. She transforms into her stealth gear. Her contact has located the files on the divine doctor. It's risky, but Lu Changu is too cunning. She has to destroy the evidence. With the grace of a panther, she leaps from the balcony into the darkness. Send me the layout, she commands, and then she's gone. She breaches the facility, taking down a guard with a single powerful kick. She finds the photo, the only piece of evidence linking her to the divine doctor persona. A smirk plays on her lips. Information. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, wiping the entire database clean. But she's not done yet. Since we're here, she thinks, how can we not say hello? Suddenly, alarm bells start screaming throughout the entire building. Back at the mansion, Lu Chengzhou's assistant reports in a panic. The photo has been stolen and all related data has been wiped. Lu Changzhu's expression turns dangerously cold. You guys are really making me proud, he says, his voice dripping with venom. He knows instantly who's behind this. The only person who could hack his system is White Fox, which means the Divine Doctor must be connected to the Shadow Alliance. He snaps, ordering his men to raise the bounty on the Divine Doctor to an astronomical sum. Her contact immediately informs her of the new insane offer. Are you taking it this time? He asks to look for yourself. No, she replies, ending the conversation. At Lu Chengzhu's office, his assistant confirms the rejection. He sighs, then forget it, continue to monitor Gu Mang's movements. Something isn't adding up and he's determined to figure it out. The next day at City Ming Middle School, the principal is having a full-blown anxiety attack. He's staring at two of the most problematic student files he's ever seen. One never graduated kindergarten and the other has straight zeros. Gu Mang, lounging on the couch, cuts him off. No need for a test. I'll go to the worst class and Jinyang goes to the best. When Uncle Lu questions her, she just shrugs. She studies better than I do. The principal, relieved to have a path forward, immediately agrees to call the teachers. Uncle Lu almost has a heart attack. Class 1 is the best in the grade, but Class 20 is the absolute worst. To make matters worse, his own children, Lu Yang and Lu Yi, are in those very classes. He can't get out of there fast enough, muttering about his own business. The two homeroom teachers arrive at the principal's office. Meet Luo Songhyo of the elite Class 1 and Zai Yan of the infamous Class 20. Zai Yan reads Gu Mang's file in disbelief. This student must be extremely unlucky to perfectly avoid all the correct answers in every subject. But MS, Liu from Class 1 is the one who truly explodes. One with a record full of faults, zeros in all subjects, the other hasn't even graduated from kindergarten. She slams the files on the desk. Don't even think about it, I do not agree. The principal scolds the snobby teacher, MS Luo, telling her to watch her mouth. But MS, Luo is having none of it, refusing to take on the new students and sneering that people should know their place. Our girl's future teacher, MS Zai, clenches her fists, sick and tired of her class being the dumping ground for so-called problem students. The principal slams his pen down, making his final decision. Jinyang will go to the elite Class 1, and our girl Gu Mang will be sent to the chaotic Class 20. He even gives MS Luo the choice to switch the girls, but the kind MS Zai speaks up, promising to get Gu Mang into a decent university no matter what. Jinyang sadly approaches Gu Mang, saying she understands this is for her own good, even if she doesn't want to be separated. But Gu Mang, ever the cool cucumber, just tells her not to worry. Their classrooms are close and she'll always be there if she needs her. MS Luo gives Jinyang one final, nasty warning. If she drags down the class average, there will be hell to pay. She even declares that Jinyang won't have a seat for 2 weeks and will have to stand during lectures. The sheer audacity, and you can see the fire light up in Gu Mang's eyes. As Jinyang trembles, our heroine has had enough. Wait, she says, her voice cutting through the tension. With a chillingly calm expression, Gu Mang declares, I have changed my mind, and calls Jinyang to her side. She wraps a protective arm around her friend and announces to the stunned room that they will both be going to Class 20 together. MS Luo absolutely loses it, screeching about how ungrateful they are for rejecting her prestigious class. The principal tries to reason with them, reminding them that Class 1 is a ticket to a top university. But Gu Mang's mind is made up. With a firm yes, the decision is sealed and MS Luo storms out, vowing they will regret this. She slams the door in a furious tantrum. With the drama over, the principal entrusts the girls to the much kinder MS Zai, who leads them to their new home. MS Zai gives them their uniforms, assuring them that even if Class 20 isn't the best, she'll teach them with all her heart. She then turns to Gu Mang, a curious question on her lips. Our girl glances back, her expression unreadable. The teacher literally blushes, momentarily stunned by her beauty. She asks the million-dollar question, how on earth did Gu Mang manage to get zeros on all her exams? Gu Mang's answer is absolutely legendary. Simple, while others take their exams, I sleep through them. Amused, MS Zai gives them the afternoon off to get settled. Jinyang gives a grateful thank you. As the girls head out to do some shopping, a sleek black car suddenly pulls up beside them. And leaning out the window is none other than our male lead, Lu Chengzhou, calling out to Miss Gu. Gu Mang sizes him up, admitting he's attractive while he is completely captivated, thinking she's a true beauty. He asks where they're headed and offers them a ride to the mall. Poor Jinyang is a stuttering, blushing mess, clearly terrified of men, but Gu Mang gives her a little push. She encourages her friend to get used to interacting with guys, and they hop into the car. In the backseat, Lu Chengzhou tries to make small talk about how she saved his grandmother, but our girl is laser-focused on her video game. Just as she achieves victory, he asks how much he owes her for the consultation. He smoothly whips out his phone, suggesting they add each other on WeChat so he can transfer the money. Suddenly, the driver slams on the brakes, sending poor Jinyang flying into the seat in front of her. Lu Chengzhou glares at his terrified driver, coldly telling him to get someone else if he can't handle the technique. His hand brushes against Gu Mang's as she pulls out her phone. A quick scan of the QR code and it's official. A second later, a notification pops up. A transfer of 200,000 yuan. Our girl doesn't even flinch, just offers a casual thanks, Mr. Lu. That's more than enough to cover Jinyang's school fees for high school and college. Meanwhile, back at school, the gossip is flying. A new transfer student is coming. A student called Little Fatty is raving about how he saw the new girls, and one of them was unbelievably pretty. He swears she's even more of a knockout than Gu Mang, but his friend is skeptical. Just then, Ms. Zai walks the girls toward the classroom. The class is buzzing with anticipation, but some are doubtful. If she's so pretty, I'll chop off my head. One kid yells before Ms. Zai silences them. First, Jinyang enters. The class murmurs, she's all right, but not that stunning. But then, Gu Mang walks in, jacket slung over her shoulder like a queen. The entire classroom goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. The girls introduce themselves, and when Gu Mang says her name, the school's resident bad boy and tyrant Lu Yang bolts upright. Holy crap, Gu Mang. The teacher assigns their seats, and in a twist of fate, Gu Mang is placed right next to Lu Yang in the back row. The school forum is about to explode. The students are whispering frantically. Gu Mang isn't just a pretty face, she's a school tyrant. This means a fight for the throne is coming. But one look at Lu Yang's face says it all. His eyes are completely glued to her. He might just give up his throne willingly. Our girl takes her seat, exuding an aura of pure, unbothered confidence. When the teacher starts class, Lu Yang immediately tries to make a move, offering to share his chemistry paper with her. Gu Mang is confused as she doesn't have one. He fumbles for an excuse, claiming he forgot to do it yesterday. Bro is blushing. His friend immediately calls him out, and Lu Yang furiously tells him to shut it. Gu Mang just smirks, effortlessly spinning her pen. She's got him wrapped around her little finger already. The bell rings and the students pour out of the classroom. They're all running in one direction, eager to see the source of all the commotion. In another class, we see our villainess, Gu Yin. Her friends are gossiping about the beautiful new transfer student in class 20. They try to suck up to Gu Yin, saying she'll reclaim her school flower title once she aces the next exam. But Gu Yin is fuming, wondering how on earth Gu Mang managed to get into this prestigious school. Nearby, another popular girl, Lu Yi, overhears the catness. Just then, her friend runs up with some juicy gossip. A new school beauty has been voted for on the forum, leaving both Lu Yi and Gu Yin in the dust. She shows her the phone and Lu Yi's eyes go wide, it's Gu Mang. She's not just at their school, she's sitting next to Lu Yang. Panicked, Lu Yi runs out to make a phone call, terrified of what her mother will do. And of course, her mother is already storming the principal's office, furious that he enrolled Gu Mang. The principal tries to calm her down, saying Gu Mang isn't as bad as she thinks. But this mom is on a warpath, listing Gu Mang's supposed rap sheet of fighting and detention. The principal coolly suggests that if she's so worried, she can just have Lu Yang change seats. Little does she know, her son has already refused. In fact, Lu Yang cheekily shows his mom Gu Mang's all zeros report card, calling it impressive. His mother warns him to stay away from her, but he's not having it. He tells her he's not changing seats and to stay out of his business. He has his own plans for Gu Mang. Then, like a pro, he smooths things over by offering to take his fuming mom out for snacks. Later that night, Gu Mang meets up with her hacker friend Lin Shuang for dessert and drinks. Lin Shuang needs a favor, but Gu Mang dryly reminds her she has university exams to worry about. Lin Shuang can't believe her ears. The world's #1 hacker is worried about exams. She gets down to business, asking for help hacking Heaven's surveillance system for a 10% cut. Our girl doesn't miss a beat. 20%, she counters, holding up 2 fingers. With a grit of her teeth, Lin Shuang agrees it's a deal. Gu Mang finds an empty restroom to work her magic. She activates her virtual screen, looking like a total cyberpunk goddess. Connecting to Heaven's internal system, connection successful. She effortlessly takes over their entire surveillance network, causing chaos in the security room as every monitor goes black. Job done, she texts her friend and prepares to make a clean getaway. But she's surrounded. Security guards are closing in, yelling for the one with the black hat to stop. She's cornered. To make matters worse, she realizes she left her phone in the stall. Just as they're about to grab her, a voice cuts through the chaos. It's Lu Changu. The guards ask if she's his friend. He simply says yes, and the guards immediately apologize and back off, talk about having connections. As they walk, he asks why she's here so late. To make money, she says bluntly. He's amused. Are you that short on cash? He teases. She knows he's playing dumb. He definitely ran a background check on her. He reminds her of the huge sum he just paid her. He offers a ride back to school, but she turns him down. Her friend is on the way. Right on cue, a car pulls up. She bids him goodbye and leaves. He watches her drive away with Lin Shuang, a thoughtful look on his face. When he gets back to his friends, he gets some shocking news. A deal was intercepted by the White Fox. In the dead of night, Gu Mang gets a ride from her friend. But her friend is nosy, wanting to know what's really going on between our girl and Lu Changu. She's convinced it must be a scandalous affair, but Gu Mang coolly brushes it off, saying it's just business. Her friend warns her that Lu Changu is a dangerous man who will eat her alive, but our girl just smirks. She's the best at outwitting others, after all. You can just feel the confidence radiating off her. Her friend announces she's off to Europe for a long holiday, leaving our girl to be a tormented grade 12 student. Savage. The next day at school, everyone is buzzing about a new transfer student. And would you look at that, it's our girl, Gu Mang, looking like she owns the place. She's already topping the campus beauty polls, but the haters are quick to point out she's in class 20, the class for delinquents. The students are in awe of her powerful presence as she heads toward the notoriously rowdy classroom. A sweet girl named Jinyang greets her with breakfast, asking if she's finished her homework. She confesses she forged the homework with her left hand, so the handwriting would be bad enough to pass as Gu Mang's. What a legend. Gu Mang just playfully flicks her forehead for being so dramatic. Jinyang scurries away as our girl strolls through the classroom like a queen. But when she reaches her desk, it's overflowing with love letters. Her new friend, Lu Yang, points out that a bunch of fanboys stuffed them there last night. Without a second thought, our girl dumps the entire pile straight into the trash. Queen behavior. Lu Yang, ever the gentleman, offers to take out the trash for her. The other students are in shock, wondering if their class tyrant is about to be replaced by this new campus beauty. Looks like our girl is going to be dealing with this every day. Suddenly, her old school flip phone starts buzzing. Word gets around that the campus beauty poll thread has mysteriously vanished. No one knows how it happened, but now even more people will be flocking to their classroom to see her in person. Meanwhile, in the elite class 1, the teacher, Ms. Luo, is absolutely fuming. She yells at her students for being distracted, reminding them a test is coming up. Then she starts running her mouth, calling Gu Mang all glitter and no substance, and spreading rumors that she scored 0 on all her exams and was expelled. The teacher declares that Class 1 must, under any circumstances, rank first in the monthly exam. Elsewhere, Lu Yang is trying to figure out what to buy for Gu Mang. He gets all flustered when his friend teases him, but the friend helpfully blurts out that Mang likes sweets. The rumors Ms. Luo started are already spreading like wildfire. Lu Yang overhears the gossip and his eyes turn deadly. He asks where that horrible teacher's office is. His friend tries to stop him, but Lu Yang is on a warpath. No one bullies his Mang. With a loud bang, he kicks the office door open. The teachers inside jump in surprise. He storms right up to Ms. Luo, accusing her of spreading rumors. She tries to pull the respect your elders card, but Lu Yang isn't having it. He roasts her for her own terrible behavior. Ms. Luo screeches at him, but he just gets more intense. What do Gu Mang's scores have to do with you? Do you even know the real story? He snarls. He calls her out for turning the entire grade against a new student. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He demands she apologize to Gu Mang immediately. She just tells him to get out before he suffers the consequences. Just as Lu Yang is about to explode, a calm voice calls his name. It's Gu Mang arriving with her own teacher, Ms. Sai. Ms. Luo, feeling bold, starts insulting them all, calling them disruptive embarrassments. To Lu Yang's shock, Ms. Zai calmly agrees with the old witch. This only fuels Ms. Luo's ego and she turns on Ms. Zai, threatening to have Gu Mang expelled again. She slams her hand on the desk and orders them out. Lu Yang is seeing red, ready to throw down. You old witch, he screams. But Gu Mang grabs his arm, stopping him. He's confused, but she holds him back. She pulls him toward the door, telling him to go outside first. He reluctantly agrees, promising Ms. Luo that this isn't over. Ms. Luo keeps ranting about how low-grade students are morally corrupt. Our girl just gives her a look that could freeze hell over. Then Ms. Zai speaks. She defends her students, stating that academics and character are two different things. Ms. Luo scoffs and proposes a bet. The challenge: if even one student from the delinquent Class 20 can score higher than the lowest-ranking student in her elite Class 1, she will personally apologize to Gu Mang and the entire class. Lu Yang knows it's an impossible trap meant to humiliate them. The wicked teacher taunts them, saying even their own teacher doesn't believe in them. Gu Mang stays silent for a moment, an unreadable expression on her face. Then she speaks, okay, this wager is mine now. An absolute mic drop moment as she accepts the challenge. Both teachers are left completely stunned. News of the bet spreads through the school and everyone thinks Class 20 has lost their minds. The principal is so worried he calls Mr. Lu. But Mr. Lu is completely unbothered, assuring the principal that Gu Mang will handle it herself. The principal nervously asks if her grades were falsified. Mr. Lu just smiles, cryptically telling him that with Gu Mang around, the school is about to return to its former glory. The principal is left speechless, wondering just who in the world Gu Mang really is. The students of Class 20 are in utter despair, but Lu Yang rallies the troops with a fiery speech, and suddenly everyone is pretending to love studying. They get a little too dramatic about it. Lu Yang looks on unimpressed, but then he sees our girl already focused and studying. She's reliable. Inspired, he decides he needs to get serious too. His friend asks why he's so invested in protecting Mang. Lu Yang just smirks, teasing that her record of getting solid 0 points is about to be broken. As a senior, of course, I'll look out for her, he declares. After another grueling study session, the day ends. The students of class 20 are actually trying. Some girls are still nervous, complaining that Mang got them into this mess. But others defend her, saying they need to fight back for their class and for their kind teacher, Ms. Zai. Jinyang admits to Mang that her score is still a little behind the goal. She wishes they had the legendary review materials from the elite Kingshui High School. But those are impossible to get, or are they? A sly smile plays on our girl's lips. It's not impossible. That night, Mang gets to work. She logs into a secure network and her hacker friends freak out. White Fox, we haven't seen you in a year. She tells them she's just studying for exams and they laugh, thinking it's the funniest joke they've ever heard. Annoyed, she ignores them and gets down to business, hacking the Kingshui High School data bank. Just as she finishes, her roommate tells her it's lights out. Before they sleep, Jinyang announces she's switching seats to be Mang's study partner until the test. The next day, Mang gives Jinyang a set of problems she's circled. At first, Jinyang's brain feels like it's melting, but then a light bulb goes off. She sees the elegant solution. She looks over to thank Mang, only to find our girl fast asleep on her desk. Finally, it's the day of the test. The class is horrified to see that their proctor is none other than the old witch, Ms. Luo. All plans to cheat are officially dead. She smirks at them, enjoying their misery. She warns them not to even think about cheating. Jinyang takes a deep breath, trusting in the work she did with Mang. As she looks at the test, her eyes go wide. The questions, they're just like the ones she practiced. The methods are the same. She can't believe it. Mang is a genius. She predicted the questions perfectly. With exams finally over, Mang's friend wants to dish about the test, but our girl immediately shushes her. While some poor schmuck complains about the hawk-eyed proctor ruining his cheating plans, Mang keeps her cool. She tells her friends to go on ahead, saying she needs to get a leave pass to buy something. But her smitten desk mate, Lu Yang, immediately volunteers to go with her. They head out to Starlight Plaza Station. What are you buying here? He asks, trailing after her like a lost puppy. Some snacks, she says with that effortlessly cool vibe he can't get enough of. The boy is literally seeing her with angel wings and flower petals. Inside a bakery, he's still trying to be useful, asking what else she needs. As Mang orders milk tea, the cashier coos about what a cute couple they make, completely oblivious to the two dangerously handsome men lurking in the background. Lu Yang turns beet red, frantically denying they're together. And of course, it's none other than Lu Changu, looking absolutely delectable. He saunters over and calls her a heartless girl for not even bothering to say hello. That smug little smirk tells us he's enjoying this way too much. His buddy holds back the confused Lu Yang, telling him to just stay put and watch the masterwork. Unfazed, Mang places her drink order. Then she adds one more cup to the order, paying for everything in one go. She turns to a surprised Lu Changu, I'll treat you. The cashier is swooning, thinking she's witnessing a live-action idol drama as she hands over the bag. Lu Changu takes his chance and invites her to dinner. But our girl shuts him down flat. She only has a short leave and needs to get back to school. He offers her a ride, but she refuses. She knows getting involved with him is a risk she can't afford. He just watches her go, a hint of a smile on his face. At the bus stop, the drama continues. Lu Changu gets right in Lu Yang's face, warning him to keep his distance from Mang. Lu Yang is completely bewildered. But we're desk mates, he stammers. The poor kid practically freezes under Lu Changju's intense glare. As the bus pulls away, Lu Changju tells him to look carefully. Then he dismisses him, saying it was a needless concern. The absolute savage. Lu Yang is left standing there, feeling like he just got put in his place by a god. Lu Changju takes a sip of the milk tea she bought him, thinking so sweet. Turns out he raced over the second he heard she was there, and his friends are starting to think he's losing his mind over this girl. Yeah, his buddies are definitely worried about his chaotic obsession. Meanwhile, back at school, students are gossiping about the exam results, laughing that there's no way anyone from the last place class 20 could ever top the grade. From her desk, a sleepy Mang mutters, the top student this grade is in our class, so keep it down. The whole room goes silent. Her classmates are shook, wondering if she's delirious or some kind of hidden genius. But in the teacher's office, all hell is breaking loose. Ms. Luo slams the results down, screaming that Meng Jinyang and Shen Huan cheated and must be expelled, even accusing their teacher, Ms. Zai, of helping them. Ms. Zai is furious, demanding she speak with evidence. Ms. Luo scoffs. The test was so hard that even the best students failed questions, yet Meng Jinyang got them all. Impossible. And Shen Huan jumped hundreds of ranks. It has to be cheating. The grade director sides with Ms. Luo, ordering Ms. Zai to expel them immediately. He claims their answers were too different from the standard ones. But Ms. Zai stands her ground, fiercely defending her students. Ms. Luo then throws down the gauntlet. Make them retake the test right now in front of everyone. If they fail, Ms. Zai is out too. Ms. Zai agrees but adds a savage condition of her own. If it turns out they didn't cheat, she declares, everyone present will have to apologize to those two. Ms. Zai finds Gu Meng wandering the halls. Our girl glances at the meeting room where her friends are being tested. Ms. Zai tells her not to worry, she believes in them. Gu Meng just smirks. She knows they've got this in the bag. And just like that, the results are in. Meng Jinyang aced it, perfect scores across the board. Shen Huan's scores are just as incredible, their friends are ecstatic. They think the fight is over, but our girl knows the best part is yet to come. It's not over yet, she says, a glint in her eye. Ms. Zai storms back into the office with her victorious students. The results are out. Does anyone have anything to say? The headmaster starts groveling immediately, but Ms. Zai's glare is fixed on Ms. Luo. Lu Yang can't resist a sick burn, questioning how someone like her can even be a teacher. Ms. Luo explodes, telling him to shut his mouth. Then Meng Jinyang's friend steps up, reminding the teacher of the bet and the ugly rumors she started about Gu Meng. A girl watches proudly, happy to see her friend stand up for herself. Cornered and humiliated, Ms. Luo is forced to spit out a pathetic "I'm sorry." Walking out, Ms. Zai jokes with her students, relieved but exhausted. The battle is won. Later at the cafeteria, the gang is celebrating their victory. But the party is crashed by a saccharine voice. Mang, long time no see, it's her snake of a sister, Gu Yin. When Lu Yang asks if they're sisters, Gu Meng gives a curt yes before immediately getting up to leave. The Ice Queen strikes again. Gu Yin follows her, feigning concerns. She starts dropping passive-aggressive comments about how great it is that Gu Meng can attend school after being missing for a day. Is nowhere to be found. She's gotten an urgent call. Madam is critically ill again. It's her uncle on the line, telling her he's asked someone to pick her up. And of course, that someone is Lu Changu. He's waiting by his car, looking like a midnight dream. She gets in, internally sighing. She really doesn't want to get involved with his complicated family. But as a doctor, her duty comes first. Noticing her foul mood, Lu Changu tries to cheer her up with a gift. It's a box of absurdly expensive chocolates. He explains his grandmother's condition has worsened. Are you saying they didn't use the prescription you left? He asks. She confirms it with a smirk, mocking the so-called experts they trusted instead. They speed towards the Lu residence. Inside, the family doctor, Lu Ziwei, is in a full-blown panic, trying to save face after her own incompetence made things worse. Just as she's trying to convince herself she can fix this, Gu Meng and Lu Changu arrive. Lu Ziwei freezes, but our girl walks right past her without a single glance. Seeing the grandmother, Gu Meng knows the situation is dire. Lu Ziwei immediately starts pointing fingers, blaming Gu Meng for the relapse. She's desperate to hide the fact that she was the one who tampered with the prescription. But Lu Changu isn't buying her act for a second. Take Lu Ziwei away, he orders coldly. She's dragged out, screaming his name as he commands his men to keep her under watch. Gu Meng calmly takes the patient's pulse. Lu Changu tells her they need to operate and that he's trying to get the top neurosurgeon, Yu Zhangjing. The divine doctor from the medical organization, she asks, unimpressed. You're looking for him. She tells him she can buy them some time, but he needs to get that expert here and fast. Without hesitation, Lu Changu is on the phone, demanding they bring the legendary doctor to the residence immediately. The men in black drag the frantic old man down the hall, who yells about being kidnapped in the middle of a critical experiment. He demands to know what's going on, complaining that his old bones can't take this kind of manhandling. They finally toss him into a room where he comes face to face with Lu Changu and our girl, Gu Meng. He immediately addresses her as Madam, but our girl shoots him a look that could freeze fire and snaps, shut up. She's clearly not in the mood for his antics and tells him he can leave now. But Lu Changu steps in, coolly instructing the old doctor to examine the patient. The doctor's eyes widen in shock as he looks at the old madam in the bed. She wasn't this serious last time I saw her, he exclaims. He reveals his traditional medicine should have worked, but someone messed up and used Western medicine, making her condition far worse. Now the only option is a craniotomy, a high-risk surgery for someone her age. He admits he only has a 60% chance of success. Lu Changu then drops the bomb, asking the renowned doctor, you to assist Gu Meng in the operation. The old man absolutely loses it. You're asking me, the #1 expert in neurology, to assist a young girl? How disrespectful, he roars. But Lu Changu knows exactly how to handle this chaotic man. He offers to invest 50 million into the doctor's research project, and just like that, the deal is sealed. The doctor's face changes in an instant, all smiles and eagerness. Prepare the operating room, he cheers. This man has zero shame and we love him for it. The second Lu Changu is out of the room, the old doctor does a victory dance, celebrating the 50 million he just scammed. He then starts complaining about his other student, Ziwei, the one who messed up the treatment, calling her a talentless hack with no integrity. But the reality of the situation sinks in. The surgery is incredibly risky, and one wrong move could mean offending the entire Lu family. He grumbles that he only came because Lu Changu practically dragged him here. A girl takes charge, giving him precise instructions on how to protect the madam's heart vessels during the procedure. As the surgery begins, Lu Changu waits anxiously outside. His father, Lu Jian, arrives, his face grim as he asks about his mother's condition. Of course, the sniveling fourth brother is there to tattle on his big brother. He whines that Chengzhou forcibly brought the doctor here. But his father isn't angry. In fact, he praises Chengzhou, saying he should have done it sooner. The fourth son sweats, realizing his father and brother are both absolute bandits. Chengzhou asks how long the surgery has been going on. 2 hours. His voice turns to ice as he says that if it weren't for Lu Ziwei, his grandmother wouldn't even be in this mess. His father agrees a lesson needs to be taught. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the operating room doors slide open. Our girl steps out looking exhausted but victorious. The old doctor warns the family not to trouble the madam any further. Mang reports that the blood clot has been mostly removed and she'll write a prescription. The family breathes a sigh of relief. Lu Chengzhou is already by her side, handing her a drink he knows is her favorite, caramel with extra sugar. He gently tells her to go rest in his room for a while. A tired heroine looks at him, considering the offer. She finally says yes, taking a sip of the sweet drink. He watches her with the softest look on his face as she walks down the hall. He tells his father to let her rest. Old Dr. Yu immediately gets jealous, demanding the same preferential treatment and some hot milk tea. But an assistant interrupts with another matter for him to attend to, Miss Zai Wai. The doctor's face darkens, right, his problem student. He's led to a room where he finds Zai Wai tied to a chair. She looks up at him panicked, teacher. She asks about her grandmother, but he coldly asks her to recite the first rule of being his disciple. As she recites the medical oath about saving lives and upholding ethics, he asks her a simple question. Have you done this? She lowers her head in shame, panicking. She tries to throw the blame on Mang, but her teacher cuts her off. Still not repentant, he says with disgust, disowning her on the spot. She cries and begs for another chance as he walks away without a second glance. Her world crumbles. Her entire career was built on being his disciple. Just then, a man delivers a chilling message from Mr. Lu. This is just a small lesson. He warns her to watch her mouth and actions from now on if she wants to keep her place in the Lu family. Back in the room, Lu Chengzhou once again offers her the bed. But our girl is stubborn. She insists on sleeping on the sofa, wanting to be there the moment the old lady wakes up. He sighs, knowing better than to argue with her. Instead, he brings her a new blanket. He gently drapes it over her shoulders as she sits on the sofa. And just like that, our poor heroine is fast asleep. He watches her, a small smile playing on his lips, thinking she looks like a pretty little cat. His assistant peeks in, deciding it's probably best not to disturb this tender moment. He quietly stands guard over her. His assistant pauses at the door, taking in the scene. He quietly reports that Zai Wai has been expelled. Lu Chengzhou coldly orders that she is never to come near his grandmother again. Then, in a much softer tone, he tells the assistant to have the kitchen prepare something sweet for when Mang wakes up. The assistant is floored. Is Mr. Lu serious this time? Could a Madame Lu finally be in their future? Just then, our girl starts to stir. She rubs her eyes, only to find Lu Chengzhou has fallen asleep at the foot of the bed, having watched over her all night. Awa, he's a keeper. She quietly slips out to the balcony and immediately pulls out her phone for a round of gaming. Priorities, people. Lu Chengzhou wakes up and just watches her, a fond smile on his face. He thinks back to when he was jealous of Lu Yang, rushing over thinking they were on a date. He realizes now she's just a big baby who sees Lu Yang as a brother, nothing more. She finishes her game and turns around. What working for you Luz doesn't even come with a meal? She teases. He plays along, calling her a growing child. She deadpans, it's true that I'm growing, but I'm not a child. He can't help but smile, let's go, I'll take you to dinner. But their plans are interrupted by news that the madam has woken up. Mang is all business again, performing acupuncture with breathtaking skill. Dr. Yu watches, completely humbled, regretting that he'll never reach her level of genius. She finishes up, stating the madam will be fully conscious by evening. She gives her final instructions, but Chengzhou has one more question. How much longer does his grandmother have? The room falls silent. Our girl delivers the prognosis straight. With good care, 3 to 5 years, otherwise it could be any time. She explains that medical skills aren't miracles and starts writing down a care plan. As she hands him the prescription, their fingers brush against each other. A tiny spark, a brief moment that makes her pause. Then it's back to business. With a smirk, she names her price, the sleeping jade. Without even a second of hesitation, he orders his assistant to fetch it. The precious jade is brought to her in a box. She casually tosses the priceless artifact in the air, thanks him, and announces she's heading back to City Ming. I have college entrance exams soon, she says, don't interrupt my studies. She even pawns off future questions onto the already stressed doctor, Yu. Lu Chengzhou just smirks, remembering that the studious girl in front of him was ranked last in her grade. He offers her a ride home, but she's already out the door. He watches her go, that soft, knowing smile back on his face. Our girl finally makes it back to class exhausted. She pulls out her trusty pillow ready for a nap. But just as she's about to pass out, her friend wakes her up with some bad news. Apparently, they can't skip the parent-teacher meeting this Saturday. Their teacher is making a big deal out of it and even wants an elder to go on stage with them. Mang sits up, a mischievous glint in her eye. I got it, leave it to me. Her friend asks if she's going to hire an actor. I've thought of an old friend, she says, pulling out her phone. I'm sure he'd be glad to help. She then sends a text that will surely cause chaos. Lawyer Jinyang, there's a parent-teacher meeting on Saturday. I need your help. We flash back to one day ago where our girl Mang is on a mission. She's meeting with someone in a sleek, modern office. And that someone is none other than Jiang Shenyuan, the capital's top lawyer, looking dapper as ever. He asks why she suddenly showed up and she gets straight to the point. It's about Jinyang. The man who hurt her best friend is out of jail, and Mang is here to make sure he goes right back in. She wants to appeal the case. The lawyer is the definition of calm, cool, and collected. He assures her that the laws have been updated this year and he'll handle everything properly. But our girl needs to know one more thing. Is that man living well? The lawyer smirks, recalling the absolute beatdown she gave the guy. He's now just skin and bones, his mental state completely shattered. He must have learned his lesson, the lawyer says. A vicious little smile graces Mang's lips. He's not living well, that's good then. The lawyer, changing the subject, asks what she's been up to. When she says she's studying for college entrance exams, the man literally chokes on his drink. He can't believe it, offering to just send her to the best law school in the country. But our girl has her own plans. She's going to school with Jinyang, and all she needs from him is to handle the appeal. With business concluded, she stands to leave, needing to catch a flight back to school. A girl's got priorities. Back in the present, Mang's on the phone with Jinyang, letting her know the lawyer has agreed to attend the parent-teacher conference for both of them. Jinyang is shocked. Mang tells her she won't be back tonight and to call if anyone gives her trouble. But the second Jinyang hangs up, trouble finds her. A girl named Yin approaches with a sickeningly sweet smile, saying she's surprised to see Jinyang back at school. Jinyang can sense the bad vibes and asks what's wrong. Yin just dismisses it as a little trouble. Her cronies immediately pop up, asking what the trouble is. Surrounded, Yin starts spilling poison, mentioning how she and Jinyang are from the same place, and how curious she is about the huge academic gap between her and her sister, Mang. Jinyang tries to defend her, saying Mang just doesn't like to study, but the mean girls just laugh in her face, mocking Mang for being at the bottom of the class. They patronizingly praise Jinyang for being at the top, telling her not to let her failure of a sister drag her down. Fed up, Jinyang tries to leave, thinking how clueless these people are about how amazing Mang truly is. As Jinyang turns to walk up the stairs, Yin follows her. The mask drops and a purely evil glint flashes in Yin's eyes. She accidentally bumps into Jinyang, sending her stumbling down the stairs, then offers a fake apology with a wink. Kneeling down, the monster whispers the most cruel and humiliating thing she can think of, targeting Jinyang's deepest trauma. Colostomy. Bag. In her shock, Jinyang drops the little sunflower she was holding. It falls and shatters right in front of her, mirroring her own breaking point. She gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. And Yin, she just lets out a quiet, satisfied hee-hee. Her friends play dumb, asking what she was talking about as Yin leads them away for snacks, leaving Jinyang utterly broken. They walk off chattering about bubble tea and fried chickens. The casual cruelty is staggering. Jinyang escapes to the bathroom, curling into a ball as horrible memories flood her mind. Flashbacks of being attacked, her cries for help echoing in the darkness. A desperate plea for someone, anyone to save her. She trembles, trying to force the trauma down, telling herself she has to endure. Just then, her phone dings. It's a text from Mang, who went to the store and left warm milk on her desk. Jinyang quickly replies that she's on her way. Wiping her tears, she stares at the screen. She makes a silent vow. Mang must not find out about this. She can't let her best friend get into trouble for her again. Absolutely not. Elsewhere, Lu Yang is in a convenience store, adorably trying to pick out the perfect sweet drink for Mang. A girl named Juan Kinking is clearly swooning over him. She gently suggests he's buying a bit much, but he's adamant. Just buy them all, he declares, adding that he'll get some for Jinyang and Shen Huan too. But look who's here. It's Guyin, Mang's venomous sister. She sees Kinking's crush on Lu Yang and a devious plan begins to form. This makes things much easier, she thinks. She sidles up to Kinking, planting seeds of doubt with backhanded compliments about how beautiful and popular her sister Mang is. She feigns envy over Mang's outstanding friends, like the top-scoring Meng Jinyang. Then she drops the bait, mentioning Jinyang's upcoming speech and hoping nothing goes wrong. Kinking's eyes widen, she understands the hint perfectly. Guyin is talking about Mang's dark past. As Guyin walks away, she smirks, so what if you attend the same school as me? Soon, you'll be kicked right out the door. Meanwhile, our girl is on the phone, arranging to meet the lawyer for dinner with Lu Changu to discuss the parent-teacher meeting. Just as she hangs up, a sleek car pulls over. and stepping out is none other than Lu Changu, looking like a god descended from the heavens. He casually invites them to dinner at the same restaurant, claiming his uncle wants to discuss his grandma's health. What a coincidence. Mang, ever so smooth, suggests they all go together. But their plans are interrupted by Lu Yang, who runs up wanting to join. Lu Changu shuts him down with a cold. The car is full, as we see the lawyer Jiang Shenyuan waving from the Lu Changu, looking slightly annoyed, just tells the girls to get in. At the restaurant, the whole crew is already there waiting for them. As they walk to the table, Lu Changu does something that shocks everyone. He pulls out a chair for Mang. He even remembered she likes sweets, making sure some were on the table. Our girl is momentarily stunned. The rest of the guys can't believe their eyes. Is the ice-cold Lu Changu actually trying to woo a girl? To break the awkward silence, someone congratulates Lu Yang on moving up a rank. But the poor guy just chokes on his food in embarrassment. Another friend mercilessly digs the knife in, asking who could possibly have worse grades than him. The bottom one. The table goes dead silent, but our girl doesn't even flinch. Bottom one, that's me, she says without a shred of shame. What about it? And with a confident smirk, she takes a bite of cake, owning it like the queen she is. The guy who asked is sweating bullets, while the lawyer just lets out an amused chuckle. No wonder you wanted me to cover the parent-teacher conference, he teases. One ranked first, the other last. Lu Changu's expression darkens. He cuts in, saying it's too much trouble for one person to handle 2 meetings, adding, I happen to be free tomorrow. The entire table gasps. Mang raises an eyebrow. You want to attend my parent-teacher meeting? He shoots the question right back. Do you want me to? The tension is electric. Our girl, never one to back down from a challenge, smirks. If my grades don't embarrass you, you can agree to it. He instantly agrees, then that's settled. She just says yes, and the deal is done, leaving their friends completely bewildered. When did these two become so familiar? After dinner, Lu Changu is at a pastry shop ordering a mountain of desserts for her. He teases her, asking how she eats so many sweets without gaining weight. I'm still growing, she retorts with a sly smile, a clear jab at his previous comments about her height. He mutters that she's such a grudge holder. He then asks if he'll be called in by the teacher at the meeting tomorrow. Mang thinks of her very strict teacher, Ms. Sai. She gives a simple yes while playing a game on her phone. He smirks to himself, thinking this is the perfect excuse to tutor her in the future. And while he's distracted, our girl sneakily slips a small tracking device into his coat pocket. What is she planning now? Their sweet moment is shattered when a man storms towards them. It's Mang's scumbag uncle, and he is furious. He starts screaming at her for being in a luxurious mall, calling her an embarrassment. Mang doesn't even bother to look up from her phone. Why can't I be here? She asks, her voice dripping with boredom. He lunges for her phone, but a strong hand intercepts him. It's Lu Changu. Mang finally looks up, her eyes filled with chilling indifference. Uncle, what do you want? She's had enough of this clown and turns to leave. But he grabs her shoulder, accusing her of messing around with men for money. Big mistake. Lu Changu moves like lightning, slapping the man's hand away and delivering a brutal kick that sends him sprawling to the floor. With eyes blazing, Lu Changu snarls, watch your mouth. Mang is completely unfazed. Whether I can afford it or not isn't your problem, she tells her pathetic uncle, who is now sputtering on the floor, accusing Lu Changu of being her lover. Lu Changu turns to Jinyang. Is this really your uncle? When she confirms, he remarks on the vast difference between them. The uncle looks like he's about to burst into tears. Lu Changu then casually tells him the 200,000 he gave him last time was too little, and he'll round it up to 2 million. A final, crushing power move. But Mang isn't interested. No need for that, it's a bother, she says, ready to leave. As she walks away, she delivers one last, savage verbal blow. People often emphasize what they lack, she says over her shoulder. Acting this way, it doesn't look good for you, don't do that anymore. The uncle tries to shout after her, but Lu Changu blocks his path. Don't let me hear you cursing at her again, he warns, his voice deadly serious. Otherwise, next time it won't be just a simple fall. He grabs the man's collar, making it crystal clear who's in charge here. The school's grade 12 motivation rally is underway when our girl Mang arrives, and she's not alone. The other students immediately start swooning over the ridiculously handsome man by her side. The gossip spreads like wildfire, with everyone freaking out over the gentlemanly hottie and the godly duo of stunning men who have shown up. Jinyang rushes over, telling Mang that she, the lawyer, and our girl are all sitting up front. Mang gives a cool nod, and she and Lu Changu head toward the front of the assembly. Waiting for them are none other than Lu Shangjin and Lu Yang's father, who warmly greet them. All around, other students are walking with their parents down a makeshift red carpet. Lu Changu looks around, unimpressed, questioning this whole fancy, over-the-top setup. Even his brother agrees it's completely unnecessary. He then points out that students and parents are supposed to be walking arm in arm. But Mang, in her typical fashion, completely ignores him and keeps walking. Lu Changu just smirks, thinking to himself that sometimes a man's gotta take the initiative. And with a smooth move, he reaches out and grabs her hand. Our girl is visibly startled. her heart skipping a beat as he entwines his fingers with hers. She can't help but notice how hot his hand feels as they walk together. Confused by his sudden boldness, she quietly asks him, "Aren't you angry?" He's silent for a beat, their steps in perfect sync. Then with a soft glance her way, he simply says, "Then good," and a hint of a smile plays on his lips. He holds her hand just a little tighter as they continue on their way. Lu Changu, trying to be helpful, offers someone a pen for the signing board. But he's completely flabbergasted by what he sees happening behind him. Uncle Lu has to physically restrain him, trying to keep the peace as everyone gets their signatures done. But not everyone is happy to see them. Jinyang and her uncle are watching from the sidelines, and he is seething. He can't believe Mang is so chummy with powerful people like Lu Yang and his father, Director Lu. He fumes that he's been trying to get a meeting with Director Lu for ages, while Jinyang explains they're just desk mates. Her uncle immediately tells her to use this connection to get close to Lu Yang. Jinyang agrees, but a nasty smirk crosses her face as she thinks about who must be the most upset seeing Mang and Lu Yang together. After the signing, everyone takes their seats. The announcer invites the principal to the stage for a speech. But as the principal heads backstage, he's surprised to see Juan kinking there. She makes up a flimsy excuse about forgetting her glasses and pretends to search for them. But it's all a devious plot. The moment he's gone, she slips into the recording studio, a USB stick in her hand, her face twisted with jealousy. "Mang, you forced my hand," she mutters, vowing revenge for stealing Lu Yang's attention. With a villainous grin, she plugs the drive into the system, whispering that Mang will be kicked out of school for this. Out in the crowd, the principal's speech ends to polite applause from our girl and Lu Changu. The next item on the agenda is a video presentation on the school's history. But as the video starts, the screen glitches and flickers. Instead of school history, a dark message appears, followed by something far more sinister: Mang's juvenile record. The screen flashes with an old mugshot of a 5-year-old Mang, detailing her correctional education for a violent assault. The crowd erupts in shock and horror. Parents are screaming, questioning how the school could allow such a dangerous student to enroll. They point and glare at Mang, demanding she be expelled immediately. The situation devolves into absolute chaos. "Expel Mang," they chant, threatening to pull their own children from the school as they swarm towards her. Lu Yang throws himself in front of Mang, trying to protect her from the angry mob. His father, Lu Changu, quickly steps in to control the crowd. He announces he's the head of the Education Bureau and promises a full investigation. But some sleazy parent tries to sneak a photo of the incident. Before he can even press the button, Lu Changu is there, blocking the phone with his body. He pulls out his own phone and makes a chillingly calm call. He orders all media networks to be shut down for an hour, and for any news about the school to be completely scrubbed from existence. Turning back to a stunned Mang, he says, "Don't worry, I will suppress this incident." She looks down at their joined hands and whispers a thank you. He brushes it off like it's nothing, telling her not to worry about such a minor issue. Just then, a frantic Jinyang and Jiang Shenyuan rush over. Jinyang is in tears, yelling that Mang can't let them slander her when she was just trying to save someone. But Mang cuts her off with a sharp warning: the past should not be brought up. Jiang Shenyuan, ever the pragmatist, suggests the easiest solution is for both girls to just transfer schools. But Lu Changju's voice cuts through the air, cold and firm. "I object." He gives Mang's hand a tight squeeze. "I will not let my people be wronged." But our girl, ever the martyr, gently pulls her hand away. She thanks him for his support, but announces that she and Jinyang have decided to transfer. Lu Yang is absolutely beside himself, unable to believe she's just giving up. Mang goes to comfort her crying friend, leaving a confused Lu Changu wondering what deep secret the three of them share. Jinyang sobs that Mang has carried enough for her. With newfound determination, she declares, "They want an explanation, I'll give it. This time, it's my turn to protect you." Mang tries to stop her, but Jinyang is resolute. "Those who should fear the truth are the criminals, not the ones who are harmed," she says, her voice trembling but firm. "Mang, this is what you taught me." She breaks free, saying, "I have to go. You have carried too much for me. This time I must learn to face it on my own." Jinyang marches onto the stage, grabs the microphone, and introduces herself to the hostile crowd. The parents scream at her to get down, demanding Mang's expulsion. Jinyang bravely defends her friend, but a woman shrieks that Mang is a bad student who belongs in a special school. Jinyang's voice shakes as she explains that Mang has always been unusually strong, and that if she hadn't hit someone on that day, I probably would have died when I was 5 years old. A hush falls over the entire assembly. She reveals the horrific truth: most of her internal organs are artificial, a result of a brutal attack she suffered as a child. With tears streaming down her face, she confesses, "I am that little girl." She recalls being on the brink of death, attacked by a mentally ill man, and it was a terrified 5-year-old Mang who fought back to save her life. The flashback shows a tiny, battered Mang comforting her friend amidst the horror. In the present, Lu Changju's hand clenches into a fist. Jinyang continues, recounting the years of bullying she endured, and how it was always Mang who protected her. Standing tall, she declares that she is a victim, not someone to be ashamed of. Mang is not a bad student, she is the savior of my life, a deity. Her speech finished, she walks off stage and into the waiting arms of Jinyang. He comforts her, promising to protect her privacy. Jinyang, wiping her tears, tells Mang she's okay now. Mang gently touches her face, but her eyes are blazing with cold, calculated fury. Jinyang, there's something fishy about today's incident, she says quietly. She approaches the principal, her voice dangerously calm. We will handle this according to school rules, right? Without waiting for an answer, she strides into the recording studio. The principal stammers that the computer has a virus. Mang doesn't even blink. She sits down and her fingers become a blur across the keyboard, lines of code filling the screen. The principal's jaw drops. You solved it this quickly. But she's not done. I'm looking for someone, she states, and in seconds a location tracker pops up, successful. She pulls out her phone to make a call. I've sent you something, she tells her contact. Find me the person who created this virus. A moment later, her phone dings with a response. A low-level hacker hired by a girl got scared and filmed the transaction. Mang opens the photo, the masked girl, the mole just above her lip. A chilling smile spreads across our girl's face. Kinking, you are so dead. The principal demands Kinking confirm if she's the person in the incriminating photo. She immediately denies it, but her panic is written all over her face. But our girl Mang isn't having it. She points out that the girl in the photo has the exact same mole by her eyebrow. Kinking desperately claims it's just a coincidence, but Mang's smug smirk says otherwise. Playing with her food, our girl dangles another piece of bait. I have another photo here, this one with a face, want to see? And just like that, Kinking walks right into the trap, shouting, You're lying, I didn't take my mask off that day. Mang leans back, the picture of satisfaction. Oh, really? Kinking freezes, realizing she just confessed to the entire room. And for the final blow, Mang reveals her phone. Doesn't matter, I've already recorded the evidence of your confession. Kinking completely breaks down, her world crumbling around her. Mang coolly turns to the principal, asking what the official punishment should be. The verdict is swift and merciless, expulsion. But the handsome lawyer thinks that's too lenient. Let's call the police for damaging a classmate's reputation and invading their privacy. Kinking starts begging for her life, terrified of getting the authorities involved. She apologizes profusely, but our girl isn't finished with her yet. She wants a name. Who told you about my past fights and expulsion? She presses further, pointing out that those events happened over a decade ago. There's no way Kinking could know without a source. Cornered, Kinking finally cracks, throwing Yin completely under the bus. She screams that Yin was jealous and manipulated her into doing everything. Mang just raises an eyebrow, completely unimpressed. Really? Kinking spills all the tea, recounting every single time Yin tried to stir up trouble. She even brings up the time Yin maliciously brought up Mang's expulsion at the supermarket. Mang then makes a chaotic offer. Kinking can save her own skin by publicly announcing Yin's involvement, which will get Yin expelled instead. The sheer hypocrisy is stunning as Kinking cries, You want to expel your own sister? How cruel. Our girl's patience is wearing thin, she gives her half an hour to decide. The choice is simple and savage, either you get expelled or Yin does. Kinking can only sob on the floor, trapped by her own scheming. While the drama unfolds, Mang is casually playing a game on her phone, with Lu Changu sipping tea beside her like the supportive king he is. Suddenly, the door bursts open. It's Mang's uncle, yelling at her about the trouble she's caused, but she just gives a deadpan, I don't know, without even looking up. Kinking's mother is on her knees, begging the uncle for a favor. He tries to strong-arm Mang into dropping the issue, but she's not budging. The principal, seeing a way out, agrees to the deal. Yin will be the one to transfer schools. Her uncle is absolutely livid. Have you no humanity? She's your own sister. He points an accusing finger but gets completely ignored. Lu Changu calmly pours our girl another cup of tea, unbothered. Mang takes a sip and turns to her uncle with a chilling smile. You watched me grow up, you should know my temperament. Once something is in my hands, you have to play by my rules, understand? He tries to threaten and then bribe her, promising to support her through college if she drops it. But our girl is on another level, she turns the tables on him. Since Kinking can't decide, why don't you? Who should we keep, her or Yin? He sputters that she's picking a fight with the powerful Juan family, but Mang just smirks. Seems you want to protect Yin, then you can be the one to explain this to them. Defeated, he storms out. Lu Changu asks if she needs him to handle the families, but she just unwraps a lollipop. No need, the Yuan family won't let Yin off. She pops it in her mouth, adding, Why should I personally beat the dog when watching dogs bite each other is more interesting? Absolute queen of chaos. Just as she predicted, the school posts an official notice. Kinking has been expelled. The students gossip about the news and Yin seethes in the background, furious that she's the one taking the blame. Her anger boils over when Kinking confronts her, Yin. A sharp slap echoes through the hall, This is what you owe me. Juan kinking storms off, leaving Gu Yin holding her stinging cheek. Her friends rush over, and Gu Yin immediately starts her masterclass in manipulation, crying and pretending she feels responsible. She claims she only confirmed Gu Mang's past because she was asked directly and couldn't lie. I never expected her to do that. She sobs, painting herself as the innocent victim. She runs off, leaving her friends to pity her. But the second she's alone, the tears vanish, replaced by a cold glare. Her little act is cut short when Yuan kinking stops her again. And bam, another slap. Gu Yin. This time, Gu Yin fights back, threatening to tell her parents. She gets cocky, sneering that since the Yuan family abandoned her, they won't protect her from a little fight. Yuan kinking screams, "Without you, I wouldn't have been expelled." Gu Yin leans in, her voice dripping with poison. "I only mentioned her past, everything else was you." She pats her on the shoulder, calling them even after the slap. As Yuan kinking walks away, she delivers a final, ominous warning. "Gu Mang isn't someone you can mess with. Gu Yin, I'll be waiting to see you get trampled just like me." The threat hits home. Gu Yin remembers her uncle saying Gu Mang wanted both of them gone. His warning rings in her ears. Her face twists in rage. "Gu Mang, you were unkind first. You want to hide Jinyang's past? I'll make sure everyone knows." She immediately leaks the story to the media. In an instant, Meng Jinyang's traumatic past is trending online, and our poor Jinyang sees it all on her phone in horror. The whole school is buzzing about it. When Gu Mang sees the news, her eyes burn with a terrifying fire. "Gu Yin, you're seeking death." She finds Gu Yin and her cronies outside. With a furious scream, she slams Gu Yin against the wall. "I let you go once," she hisses, her voice deadly calm. "Do you really think I'm easy to provoke? Dare to leak information to the media, you're looking for death." As Gu Yin struggles, teachers rush to the scene. Gu Mang gives her one last, soul-crushing glare. "Remember, there won't be a next time." She releases her, leaving a trembling Gu Yin on the ground. A teacher yells at her for being lawless, but our girl simply ignores them and walks away. She immediately calls Jiang Shenyuan. "Make it bigger," she orders. "I want to settle this once and for all." She wants the court session next week, and she wants to use new legal provisions to ensure mental illness can't be used as an excuse. Her voice drops to an icy whisper. "This time I want that person dead." Jiang Shenyuan agrees without hesitation. His colleague is shocked he's taking the case himself, but he just smiles. When his colleague calls him the most impressive lawyer in the country, he thinks of Gu Mang. "I'm merely a loser under her." A week later, justice is served. The judge delivers the final sentence for Jinyang's attacker, death. Jinyang is overjoyed, praising how cool lawyer Jiang was. A top reporter approaches, calling out to Gu Mang. She's there for an exclusive interview with Lu Changu, but it turns out she's also friends with Gu Mang. Our girl, always on a schedule, gives the reporter 30 minutes. She asks Lu Changu for a place to conduct the interview. He casually offers up his nearby apartment at Zai Palace. They drive over to the luxurious complex. In the car, Gu Mang gets a text from a friend who heard she sold her apartment at Zai Palace. Our girl brags about the tidy profit she made. Her friend then drops a bomb. "Do you know who bought it, who my new neighbor is?" A sudden realization dawns on Gu Mang as she glances at the man in the driver's seat. The final text comes in. "Lu Changu. Our girl sold her apartment to the male lead and had absolutely no idea." Lu Changu casually drops a bomb on our girl. Her teachers send him her exam results and wants him to make her study more. She, of course, gives them, and our ever-so-helpful ML is more than happy to oblige. He leads her to a room where she immediately passes out, looking like a sleeping angel. And while she's dreaming, he's busy plotting. He pulls out his phone and sends a savage text. "Teach the Lei family a lesson." He just can't stand seeing her look so tired. His reasoning: if he causes a little chaos for her enemies, she can sleep better. He even asks his subordinate to play Manny and watch over her while he's away, much to their dismay. But a boss's order is an order. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a man is absolutely losing it. He storms into his boss's office, furious that the promotion he'd been waiting 3 years for was snatched away by some junior. His boss, Director Zai, tells him to think hard about who he might have offended in the powerful Qin family. The director then delivers the chilling final blow, a message from the Qins: "Don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with." The man starts sweating, realizing he's been sabotaged by someone he can't even identify. And back in his chair, the ML gets the confirmation he was waiting for. His cousin has taken the position, and the Lei family will be quiet for a while. One problem down. Next on his agenda, a visit to the formidable head of the Lu family, his grandmother. She greets him with the iciest welcome, but he knows exactly how to handle her. The moment he threatens to leave, she orders him to sit his butt down. Grandma gets straight to the point, grilling him about the high school girl he's been chasing. She's heard rumors that Gu Mang is a tough character, and it turns out the source of this gossip is none other than Yu Shu, a girl with a massive crush on him who did some digging. Lu Chengzhou's face turns to stone. He immediately orders his aide to ban Yu Shu from the Lu family estate permanently, shocking his grandmother. He then drops a truth bomb, reminding his grandma that Gu Mang isn't just some girl. She's the one who saved her life. He calls her out for being ungrateful, leaving the powerful matriarch speechless. He isn't finished. With a voice full of ice and possession, he declares, "Everyone stop meddling in my affairs with Mang." He tells her a great-grandchild is years away and promptly leaves. The man is on a mission. As his grandma fumes, he stands outside, his thoughts already drifting back to our girl. He can't help but wonder what she's up to. Back at the school dorm, what she's up to is being effortlessly cool. Our girl executes a flawless dismount from her top bunk, leaving her roommate completely starstruck. The girl can't stop fangirling over her idol, Mang. The other roommates are gossiping about superstar Chengzhou's upcoming music video. And speak of the devil, our girl gets a text from Chengzhou himself, asking her to be the female lead, while her friend Lin Shuang is texting her about business ventures and family drama, and scheming about the chaos that will ensue when certain people learn Mang's true identity. Our girl has her priorities straight. She coolly replies to the superstar, demanding a higher salary. Chengzhou is so ecstatic she agreed that he immediately offers to split the profits 50-50. And just like that, a deal is struck. 1 week later, our girl is on a plane to the capital. She lands looking like a rock star in an outfit her team slaved over. A sleek car pulls up, and who else would it be but Lu Changu, there to personally pick her up. She slides into the passenger seat without a second thought. As they drive off, he's already fishing for information. He asks what brings her to the capital and smoothly suggests she stay at his place to check on his grandma. She turns him down flat but agrees to a follow-up after her work is done. He agrees to pick her up, his mind racing, trying to figure out what business could be so important. She arrives at the studio building and is greeted by the flamboyant superstar Chengzhou, who calls her Big Shot and Goose Spirit. Our girl, ever the professional, cuts right to the chase, wanting to get the filming over with. Chengzhou is just thrilled to have his legendary choreographer back, convinced the video will be a massive hit. They head to the set. The director of Bayan Jinshai is busy managing the crew. Chengzhou proudly introduces Mang as his former choreographer. The director's jaw practically hits the floor, Goose Spirit. The man is a total fanboy, gushing that it's the honor of a lifetime to work with her. They rush her off to makeup as the legend has a tight schedule. The crew is buzzing, trying to figure out who this Goose Spirit is. It turns out she's the genius who choreographed Chengzhou's explosive debut, launching him into stardom before she vanished from the industry. The entire entertainment world has been waiting for her return. The director lays out his vision, a dance of intertwined black and red. Then our girl makes her grand entrance. The entire room goes silent. Dressed in a stunning, custom red and black outfit, she is absolutely breathtaking, a vision of dark elegance. The details are simply to die for. As she gets her final touches, a text comes in from Lu Changu asking when she'll be done. She quickly replies before being called to the set. The cameras roll. The dance is a whirlwind of passion and power, sensual and captivating. The chemistry between her and Chengzhou is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She ends with a smoldering gaze that pierces right through the lens. Perfect, the director screams. The entire crew erupts in applause, calling the performance divine. And our girl, she just sips her drink, completely unbothered by the chaos she's caused. Just then, Lu Changu appears on set, looking like a king who's come to claim his queen. Chengzhou tries to invite Mang for a celebration dinner, but she coldly shuts him down. She walks straight past him and towards Lu Changu. The ML shoots Chengzhou a deliciously smug little smirk, a clear sign of victory. Chengzhou's assistant even mutters that Mang and the new guy are a better match, leaving the pop star utterly defeated. Lu Changu immediately drapes his jacket over her shoulders. He takes her hand, his touch sending shivers down her spine as he notes how cold she is. He cuts straight to the point, asking if she's short on money. She just shrugs it off, saying she's helping a friend. She pulls away to get changed, leaving him watching her with a knowing smile. Later, after she's changed and checked on his grandma, who is now her biggest fan, and wants her to stay for dinner, the mood is shattered by the arrival of Yushu, putting on a fake, tearful apology. Lu Changu's expression freezes over. He reminds everyone that Yushu is banned from the property. The dismissal is absolutely brutal. Our girl expertly dodges the awkward dinner by claiming she has a flight to catch. Of course, Lu Changu insists on driving her to the airport. Once there, he makes his move. He tells her it's too late to go back, so she'll just have to sleep in his master bedroom. And for the finishing blow, he informs her that he has her terrible report card and will be tutoring her every weekend from now on. Our girl is not having it. "Are you sure this isn't a personal agenda?" she asks, her eyes narrowed. She lists his offenses, holding hands, tutoring, and now offering his room, and steps right into his personal space. "Chengzhou," she purrs, "what are you trying to do?" The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as our boy corners our girl at the airport, asking like me. Before she can even answer, he pulls her into a hug and demands, "Do I not make it clear enough that I like you?" But our girl is an absolute ice queen, hitting him with the ultimate shutdown. "I'm only 17 years old." He just smiles, completely unfazed. "You'll grow up sooner or later, I'll wait. My man is playing the long game." Just then her flight is called for boarding. With a cool "I'm off," she grabs her suitcase. She gives him a sassy little wave, leaving him in the dust. He just watches her go, a lovesick smile on his face. See you next time. Later that night, she's barely settled into her apartment when her phone rings. It's Lu Changu, of course. She tells him she just got out of the shower, looking absolutely breathtaking in her nightgown. He tells her there's a new bathrobe waiting for her, and they say goodnight, with him thinking how surprisingly obedient she is. He hangs up, a soft smile on his face. He is so down bad for her. The next morning, her peace is interrupted by a call from an unknown number. It's a man named Qin Rui, who heard about her miracle cure for the Lu family's madam and has a desperate request. He needs her to diagnose his sister and promises the pay will be more than satisfactory. That's all our girl needs to hear. Pick me up at Zai Palace in 20 minutes. She arrives at the massive Qin family mansion, ready for her next case, and finds the supposedly sick patient glued to her phone, completely absorbed in a video game. As the family argues, our girl drops a savage truth bomb. She's not ill, she's just addicted to gaming and doesn't want to go to school. The brother, realizing they're getting nowhere, asks our girl to handle the situation alone. She enters the room, but the girl doesn't even look up from her screen. Our girl just sighs, completely unbothered by the attitude. She calmly sits down, pulls out her own phone, and schools the kid in her own game before challenging her to a one-on-one match. And just like that victory, our girl proves she's the master. If you want to know something, just ask, she says, having earned the girl's attention. She immediately starts her diagnosis, listing off symptoms like stress, insomnia, and irregular breathing before hitting her with the big one: is your period normal? The girl is completely stunned. How did you know? She breaks down, admitting she hasn't had her period in over half a year and the medicine she's taking is destroying her body. The heartbreaking truth comes out. Her controlling mother thinks she's just faking sick to get out of school and dictates every single part of her life. She was forced into ballet she hated, and forbidden from pursuing the dance style of her idol, Shengting, because her mom called it thug dancing. Sometimes I feel like it's not me who's sick but her, the poor girl cries. Our girl's eyes narrow, like Shengting. The girl's eyes light up. She gushes about Shengting's new music video and our girl casually pulls it up on her phone. As the video plays, the sister's jaw drops. The lead actress in the MV is our girl. The sister instantly switches allegiances. Help, I don't want to be a fan of Shengting anymore, I want to fan over you. She screams, begging for a copy of the video. Our girl smirks, sure, I'll treat you first. The girl eagerly presents her arm, revealing a wrist covered in scars. Our girl's expression softens as she promises to not only treat her but also get her signed albums. An hour later, the treatment is done. Our girl explains the prescription to the family. The mother is just happy her daughter can finally go back to school. But our girl isn't finished. Your daughter has tendencies for self-harm, did you know that? She lays down the cold, hard truth. I can treat her physical illness, but I can't save someone who wants to commit suicide. Savage. She turns and walks away, leaving the family to stew in their guilt. All our girl cares about is getting paid. Just make sure the payment is right. A week later, a new transfer student is introduced to class 20. It's Qin Yizhai, looking healthier and happier than ever. She surprises our girl with an armful of snacks, happy to finally be in the same class. The classroom is abuzz, wondering how the new girl knows their resident ice queen. A classmate explains that she's the pampered miss of the crazy rich Qin family. Not only that, she's a genius who outranks even Lu Yi, which is sure to make the rival class 1 furious. The students are all buzzing, shutting the doors and drawing the curtains to watch Shengting's new MV release. On screen, an interviewer is asking about the beautiful and mysterious lead actress. While the video plays, Qin Yizhai happily shares her snacks with our girl. Shengting begins to reveal her identity, explaining she was the legendary choreographer who created his first epic stage performance. He thanks God Gu for her appearance, announcing, "Welcome back, Gu Mang." The classroom absolutely loses its mind. Gu Mang, the lead, is actually Mang. As everyone freaks out, Qin Yizhai reminds our girl about the autograph she promised. Our girl coolly tells her friend to check a box by the trash cans. He comes back holding a massive box he thought was garbage. He opens it to find a mountain of Sheng's new album, all autographed for the entire class. The classroom descends into chaos as students from other classes swarm in, just trying to get a glimpse. Qin Yizhai marvels at our girl's foresight. Our girl just hands her a specially reserved copy, and the new girl practically explodes with love. She declares herself the president of the Gu Mang and Sheng Tian shipping fan club. Our girl just smirks, thinking that a certain someone probably wouldn't be too happy about that as Lu Changju's name flashes on her phone. She answers his call and he's already in overprotective boyfriend mode, telling her to take a nap during lunch. He then dangles the bait, "Do you still want to eat chocolate?" His friend is teasing him for acting jealous over the music video and our girl cheekily asks, "Are you jealous?" He smoothly fires back, "If I say yes, will you compensate me?" He then invites her to Zai Palace for the weekend for tutoring and promises to bring her chocolate. His friend can't believe it. "Aren't you jealous?" But Lu Chengzhou is the picture of confidence. "Why should I be? She's not interested in someone like him." My man knows what he's got. Our girl hangs up with a little smile, touched by his gesture. Just then, she gets a text from her friend, who's excited to come see her this weekend. On Saturday, they're enjoying a meal at a fancy restaurant. Her friend is whining dramatically about his brutal training regimen. Our girl consoles him with more food, but the moment is interrupted by Lu Changu, who wants to know where she sent Goosey. To the beast camp, she says, not batting an eye. He's at the military's most brutal training facility. Her friend is confused about why Lu Changu is crashing their meal. Lu Changu plays it cool, claiming he was just picking Mang up for tutoring. The friend is completely baffled, tutoring. Our girl just tells him to shut up and eat. Later in the garage, the temperature drops. Lu Changu notices our girl's cold hands and tells her to hurry inside. Then he just takes her hand. The friend's brain short-circuits. He's fuming. He dared to touch my Mang's hand. Is he trying to steal her from me? Our girl heads upstairs for a shower, casually asking for honey water. As she leaves, Lu Changu tells her there are clean clothes in his closet, then turns to the fuming friend. Sit down, we need to talk. The atmosphere is heavy. Lu Changu waits perfectly calm. The friend puffs up his chest, my Mang. He gives a whole speech about how he's the only one who takes care of her, and that the Lu family name means nothing to him. Lu Changu just raises an eyebrow, so. The friend lays down his demands. To be with Mang, he has to treat her better than anyone. Then, in a shocking twist, he agrees to hand over all his Mang duties to him. He huffs that he only let him hold her hand because Mang allowed it. Lu Changu changes the subject with a chilling smile. How do you find the training at Beast Camp? The friend tries to act tough, but Lu Changu offers him an upgrade. A place that's even tougher and more challenging than the Beast Camp. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Lu Changu dangles the opportunity like a prize. Red Scorpion Training Base, there you go. Gu Mang's ears perk up. She's heard of Red Scorpion, the Lu family's infamous and devilish unit. Goosey explains that anyone who's faced them either flees in awe or dies before they even know what hit them. He puffs out his chest, declaring it's where the military's strongest forces are forged, and he wants in. Without missing a beat, Lu Changu agrees to send him straight there. Our girl gives her blessing but warns her little brother not to push himself too hard. He's absolutely giddy, already dreaming of becoming strong enough to protect his sister from anyone, even Lu Changu. The scene shifts to Monday at school, where a teacher drops a bombshell announcement. This year's New Year's Eve party will be held jointly with their rival, the experimental middle school. The class erupts in chaos. A joint party with their sworn enemies is just inviting humiliation. Their rivals have all the top students and a better art department. It's a guaranteed loss. The teacher sighs, admitting she tried to fight it, but now they need a performance to save face. And who does the entire class immediately nominate to lead them? Our girl, of course, who promptly says no. But her classmates are not taking no for an answer, swarming her desk with puppy dog eyes. Defeated by the sheer power of their pleas, she finally caves. Got it. With that, the teacher officially hands over the fate of their school's reputation to Gu Mang. Later at the Arts and Sports Center, rehearsals are underway. Gu Mang, a strict but fair leader, tells her exhausted crew to stick to the schedule. But as the dancers catch their breath, a crucial issue is raised: the costumes. Their rivals have the legendary Zhu Zintang designing for them, a professional with a whole team. She's a certified genius who won a top design competition at just 15. The group's morale plummets. How can they compete against actual haute couture? They lament that they'd need an even more famous designer, maybe even someone from the legendary Lan Ting, but dismiss it as an impossible dream. That is, until our girl coolly chimes in, let's contact Lan Ting, I'll handle it. The entire room goes silent, wondering if their leader has finally lost her mind. Later, Gu Mang sketches furiously, but nothing seems good enough. She rips a page from her sketchbook and tosses it into the trash. A text message pops up, inviting Goosey to a design competition, but she's got no time for that. She just needs to finish these designs for the performance. Back in the dorm, Gu Mang is still hard at work, telling her roommate Junan to turn off the lights when she's done. But as Junan passes the trash, something catches her eye. She pulls out the crumpled paper. It's a stunning dress design, and she immediately sends a picture to her cousin. And who is her cousin? None other than the genius designer herself, Zhu Zintang, who is floored by the sketch's brilliance, admitting her own work can't compare. A dark, greedy idea begins to form in her mind. Has anyone else seen this? She texts. When the answer is no, a wicked smile spreads across her face. Since it's a discarded draft that no one knows about, if I make it first, then I am its true designer, aren't I? Finally, the day of the soiree arrives. Gu Mang shows up with her entourage, Lu Changu and Qin Fang looking completely unbothered. They are immediately greeted by some acquaintances, but a more important figure is watching them. The president of the Designer Association, Tao Jing, who recognizes our girl's work even when submitted anonymously. He greets her warmly, much to everyone's surprise. Lu Changu raises an eyebrow, intrigued that she knows the president. Just then, another VIP arrives, Zio Han, a top stylist to the stars. He's here for his little mango and whisks her away to get ready, leaving a stunned Lu Changu in his wake. Qin Fang is absolutely losing it. The president of the Designer Association and a top celebrity stylist, Gu Mang's connections are formidable. Lu Changu just smirks, impressed by his girl. Meanwhile, a jealous rival pianist fumes in the shadows, bitter that she's just an accompanist while Gu Mang hobnobs with big shots. She can't stand it. The show begins. Backstage, as they're about to go on, the pianist plans her sabotage. Without the piano, she thinks, let's see how Gu Mang shows off. But our girl is one step ahead. I advise you to behave, she says, her voice dripping with ice. Focus on playing your piano, don't do anything unnecessary. She leans in with a chilling threat. Otherwise, I don't mind making sure you'll never play again. Terrified and exposed, the girl quickly agrees to behave. The host introduces their performance. The lights dim and then bam. Gu Mang takes the stage and she is absolutely breathtaking. The performance is electric, a whirlwind of grace and power. The audience is captivated and her classmates lose their minds, screaming her name. Lu Changu watches with a smug, possessive smile, knowing none of these other guys stand a chance. After their spectacular dance, the group takes a break. Lu Changu hands our girl a drink, ever the doting boyfriend. But the night is far from over. The audience gasps as the next item is revealed. A collection of ethereal clothes designed by Zhu Zinteng. And there it is on a mannequin center stage. The very dress Gu Mang threw in the trash, while Zhu Zinteng soaks in the applause with a proud smirk. Lu Changu notices Gu Mang's sudden silence. What's wrong? Just then, President Tao approaches them. Gu Mang, he asks, I saw that design at the competition, did you design it? Our girl calmly replies, yes, I wasn't satisfied with it, so I threw it away. President Tao is stunned. How could she just throw away such a masterpiece? He asks what she's going to do. With a wicked glint in her eye, Gu Mang gets up. Of course, I'm making a scene. She's on the move. On stage, the host fawns over Zhu Zinteng, asking for her design concept. As the thief begins to spin her web of lies about traditional Chinese elements, Gu Mang stalks towards the stage, her gaze locked on her target. Zhu Zinteng falters, her voice trailing off as she sees the real designer approaching. Then Gu Mang drops the bomb. I never expected that my discarded design draft would receive such high praise from you. The press goes into a frenzy. The crowd is in an uproar. Zhu Zinteng panics, desperately denying the accusation. She challenges Gu Mang for proof, claiming she spent months on the design. You want evidence? Fine. Gu Mang reveals that the dress is a defective draft from the new, unreleased Legend of the 12 series by the Lanting brand. She just exposed the design's true origin. The rival school's leaders are furious, but Gu Mang knows it's all an act. Don't rush, she says calmly, the evidence is on its way. Zhu Zinteng tries one last pathetic defense, claiming Lanting's designer is a man. But a powerful voice cuts through the noise. Who said that our chief designer at Lanting is a man? Down the aisle walks Jinyang, the executive president of Lanting himself. Qin Fang practically has a heart attack. Holy *T, Gu Mang is really Lanting's designer. The crowd buzzes with confusion and excitement. Jinyang apologizes for being late, explaining he saw the drama trending online and came personally. He shows a text from Goddess Gu Mang asking for the drafts. He hands her a tablet. Is this evidence enough? She asks, her voice echoing through the silent hall. Jinyang takes the mic. Listen up, our chief designer's name is Gu Mang. In the industry, we call her Goddess. Zhu Zinteng looks like she's about to faint. It's over. The reporters are snapping pictures, knowing this scandal will make headlines. Zhu Zinteng is done for. One of Gu Mang's dancers even calls out the school leaders for their blatant bias. Cornered and humiliated, the experimental school's leadership is forced to issue a public apology. Lu Changu turns his ice-cold gaze on the thief, speechless now. Zhu Zinteng is forced to apologize, whimpering that she shouldn't have used the design. But our girl isn't letting her off that easy. She steps forward, her eyes flashing dangerously. Just an apology is not enough. Not only will the school issue a public apology, but the entire leadership is getting replaced. Meanwhile, our girl gets the good news. Zhu Zinteng is expelled and blacklisted from the design industry. On the other end of the line, Chengzhou is asked if he's satisfied with the results. Gu Mang coolly replies to her caller, it's acceptable, thank you for the hard work. Just then her man appears, offering her a drink like the perfect gentleman he is. He asks about her plans for the New Year's holiday, but our girl just wants to sleep, calling the crowds bothersome. A true introvert queen. But Chengzhou has a better idea, mentioning that his friend's new horse ranch is opening tomorrow. He smoothly takes her hand, suggesting they go check it out since it won't be too crowded. Our girl is a little surprised by how forward he's getting, but she's not about to say no to a date. The next day, they arrive at the beautiful, sprawling horse ranch. And who do we see but another girl, Yu Shu, congratulating the owner, Qin Fang. She asks if Chengzhou is coming, and Qin Fang starts sweating, knowing this is about to be a very awkward encounter. Yu Shu then gets on the phone, fake lamenting about how talented the disgraced Zhu Zinteng was. She has the audacity to say Gu Mang was too cold-hearted. Qin Fang is not having it and tells her to watch her mouth. He warns her that she could end up just like Xintang if she offends the wrong person, and right on cue, our power couple arrives, hands intertwined for all to see. Yushu's face drops as she stares at their joined hands. The jealousy is practically radiating off her. Chengzhou, completely ignoring the other woman, sweetly offers to pick a horse for Gu Mang and teach her to ride. Yushu seethes in the background, wondering how he could be so indulgent with this new girl. Gu Mang points to a stunning golden thoroughbred and Chengzhou praises her excellent taste. The stable hand warns them the horse is wild and untamed, but Chengzhou just says he'll ride with her. He's ready to risk it all. But our girl doesn't need a protector. She coolly says she'll try on her own, revealing she knows how to ride. Yushu sees an opportunity to humiliate her and challenges her to a race. Gu Mang hits her with a savage and completely unbothered, not interested. Yushu tries to goad her, claiming she's just an average rider and it's all for fun. But it's all a lie. Turns out this girl grew up in a military district and is an expert at riding and shooting. She's just trying to bully our heroine. To raise the stakes, Yushu brings up a limited edition sports car she won in a previous race. She gloats about the expensive Maserati she took from her own brother. She then proposes they use the $100 million car as the prize for their race. Without even blinking, Gu Mang says, okay. Our girl lays down the law, if I win, the car's mine, if I lose, I'll pay you. Yushu smirks, thinking Gu Mang is a fool for picking a wild, untrained horse. Chengzhou tries to talk her out of it, but Gu Mang simply tells him not to worry. She gives his hand a reassuring pinch, then calmly approaches the wild horse, instantly soothing it with just her presence. Yushu is stunned. Gu Mang mounts the horse with breathtaking ease and smirks. Aren't we supposed to race? Let's begin. She takes off, leaving a shocked Yushu in her dust. And the race is on. Chengzhou, ever the overprotective boyfriend, orders his friend to get a gun, ready to take the horse down if it endangers Gu Mang. Qin Fang is horrified at the thought of shooting a $10 million horse, but Chengzhou insists on at least getting a tranquilizer gun. A worker waves the flag and the race officially begins. The two women are neck and neck. Qin Fang can't believe his eyes. The horse that always tries to throw him off is as gentle as a lamb with Gu Mang. She's a natural. Chengzhou watches intently, his hand never leaving the tranquilizer gun. Gu Mang looks completely at ease, like she was born on horseback. She urges her horse on, pulling ahead. Seeing herself losing, Yushu panics. She refuses to be defeated. In a moment of pure chaotic evil, she pulls out a sharp pin and stabs her own horse in the flank. The horse screams in pain, rearing up and charging wildly toward Gu Mang. The commotion spooks Gu Mang's horse. Chengzhou raises his gun, but Qin Fang tells him to wait. In a stunning display of acrobatics, our girl leaps from her saddle. She lands perfectly on the back of Yushu's rampaging horse. She seizes the reins, calms the terrified animal, and with ice in her veins says, "Good, let's continue the race." The sheer power radiating from this woman is unbelievable. She easily wins while Yushu is finally thrown from her now calm horse. She hits the ground hard, pathetically crying for help. Qin Fang worries about the consequences, but Chengzhou only has eyes for Gu Mang. Just as the horse is about to trample Yushu, a shot rings out. But it wasn't Chengzhou. He didn't lift a finger to save her. He's already rushing to his girl, asking if she's hurt. He spots the scrapes on her hands from the reins and insists it's not okay, despite her protests. He orders her to the infirmary immediately. He wraps a protective arm around her, ready to leave this mess behind. Yushu can only watch from the ground as he leads Gu Mang away. She tries to play the victim, pathetically apologizing for the accident. But Gu Mang isn't buying it. She kneels beside the injured horse and asks coldly, "Accident?" She holds up the pin Yushu used to stab the animal. The evidence is undeniable. "If you can't handle losing, don't play the game," Gu Mang says, her voice dripping with contempt. "And if you want to die, don't drag the horse into it." Chengzhou then delivers the final blow. He gives Yushu a chilling look and warns her that the Lu family can easily cut ties with the Yu family. At the infirmary, Gu Mang's hand is fine, but Yushu has a fractured leg. Ah, sweet, sweet karma. Before they go, Gu Mang has one last piece of business. Wait, the car keys. A furious Yushu throws the keys at her. The prize is claimed. The men are utterly disgusted by Yushu's behavior. Chengzhou isn't letting this go. He orders his friend to cause some trouble for the Yu family as a warning. He then tells Gu Mang she's staying with him at Zai Palace until her hand heals. Our girl agrees on the condition that she can still go to class. Looks like these two are moving in together. The next day at school, her friends are enraged that someone dared to injure their Mang's precious hand. They wish they'd been there to give Yushu a piece of their mind. Her friends joke that with all of them doting on her, she's like an ancient emperor, which of course makes them the loyal court eunuchs. This friend group is absolutely chaotic. Suddenly, one of them gets a hot tip. The famous actor Shang Ting is filming at the school next door. They beg Gu Mang to go, but she's completely uninterested. That is, until her friend offers the ultimate bribe, a year of free desserts at Honey Shop. Our girl's eyes light up. Deal. She really can't say no to sweets. As soon as the bell rings, the entire student body floods out, rushing to get a glimpse of the star. Our group follows, with Mang casually enjoying a snack on the way. The crowd is massive and they can't push through, especially with her injured hand. Just as they're about to leave, some random jerk starts mocking Mang. He sneers that she must not be serving Shengting well enough if she has to fight the crowds to see him. This loser Yi Chen accuses her of having a crafted persona and using shady dealings to get her positions, threatening to post his juicy gossip on Weibo. He even offers to buy her a famous search. Her friends worry she's getting angry, but our girl is silent. She just finishes her snack, and with a flick of her wrist, sends the stick flying right into his face. "Sorry, my hand slipped," she says deadpan. He explodes in anger. Her friend quickly whispers that the guy is Yi Chen, the fiancé of Zhu Zinteng. He's the plagiarist. Mang's expression darkens. "Oh, keep talking." She turns his own words against him, making him look like the guilty party. His lackey tells him to check Weibo, smirking. The internet is already buzzing with nasty rumors, claiming Mang slept her way to the top. Yi Chen gloats, vowing to destroy her reputation just like she destroyed Zintang's. He taunts her, asking if she's calling her sugar daddy for help. As a matter of fact, she is. And speak of the devil, Shengting himself appears, calling out her nickname. He tells her he saw the trending topic and came right away. He addresses the crowd, telling them to ask their questions to the man himself. Mang watches, a storm brewing in her eyes. The real show is about to begin. The actor steps up, declaring he and Mang have been good friends for over 3 years, so there's nothing shady going on. But the two goons who started the rumors aren't having it, demanding an apology and a public retraction, or they'll sue for slander. The crowd starts taking pictures, and the actor's friends yell at the guys to apologize or they'll call the cops. Caving under pressure, the main jerk mumbles a weak apology. But as he's dragged away, he swears Mang won't get away with this so easily. With the drama over, the actor pivots, asking our girl to make a cameo in his new movie. He insists it's a small part for a breathtaking beauty, and that the director practically begged him to invite her. Mang cuts straight to the point. "You know my price." He quickly assures her the director has already agreed. And with that, our girl is officially an actress. We cut to the film set where Mang is in character, pleading for her life. The villain smirks, telling her that her only crime was knowing too much. "Only the dead can really keep secrets," he snarls, shoving her off the rooftop. She lets out a blood-curdling scream for help as she falls. The terror in her eyes is so real until the director yells cut. The crew erupts in applause, completely blown away by her raw talent, praising God Gu for being good at everything. Her friend asks why she's working so hard if she wasn't interested, and our girl gives a classic answer. She's not interested, but when she takes a job, she gives it her all. The actor watches her, thinking about how her cool exterior hides a dedication more fiery than anyone else's. And that, he realizes, is what makes it impossible to look away from her. He tells her they should be able to wrap up her scenes by tomorrow. But just as he's about to ask her to dinner, a familiar figure appears. It's Lu Changu, and Mang immediately ditches the actor to go to him, noting how cold it's gotten. The crew swoons, wondering if the handsome newcomer is Mang's boyfriend. The poor actor can only watch, realizing he was a step too late. Lu Changu tenderly wraps his scarf around our girl's neck, asking if she's acted before. He gently touches her chin and the air crackles with tension. Her heart thumps as they walk off together. He asks if she's planning to enter showbiz. She bluntly replies that she's just poor and needs the money. He then makes an offer, be his personal physician. She warns him she's expensive. He doesn't even flinch. He pulls out his phone, giving her a password and telling her there's enough for a year's work. She glances at the screen, shocked. 100 million. Without missing a beat, she takes the phone and says, "Pay me then." She adds with a smirk, "Only the best among equals," a little inside joke just for them. After all, that's her standard for the people in her life. Later that night, Mang is on the phone with Lu Changu, telling him she's heading back to her dorm. But she senses something is wrong and hangs up abruptly. The bullies from before have returned, and this time they've brought weapons. They sneer about breaking her legs so she can't dance, and ruining her hands so she can't draw. But our girl just scoffs, as if you could. They charge, blinded by rage. One swings a bat, but she dodges, kicking the chain link fence with a loud bang. Another one swings, and she catches the bat with her bare hands, shocking them all. One of the cowards pulls a knife, but Mang is already in motion. She takes them down one by one, looking like a terrifyingly beautiful angel of vengeance. The remaining boys tremble in fear, begging her not to come any closer. They can't believe how scary she is, but their pathetic whining is cut short by a security guard's flashlight. The guard recognizes one of the boys on the ground, illuminating the chaotic scene for all to see. Next thing you know, they're at the police station, and the bully's mother is screaming her head off, demanding may be thrown in jail for breaking her precious son's ribs. The officer tries to calm her down, then turns to Mang, accusing her of assault. Thankfully, her teacher, Ms. Zai, is there to defend her, demanding they check the security footage. But our girl calmly states she was just defending herself. The officer claims the camera was broken and the boy's injuries are all the evidence he needs. The The mother smirks, admitting she had the footage destroyed. Checkmate, or so she thinks. Looking for evidence, Mang asks coolly, who says I don't have any? She takes Zai's laptop and starts typing, her fingers flying across the keyboard. In seconds, she restores the deleted footage, and the boy's sinister plans echo through the room. The video plays, showing them cornering her, proving she was the victim. Is this evidence enough, she asks. The officer and the mother are absolutely stunned. And for the final blow, Lu Changu walks in holding an evidence bag. Inside is the knife the boy tried to use. He suggests a forensic analysis to match it to the wounds. The officer tries to argue it's just excessive self-defense. But Mang isn't done. She leans back, tossing the knife on the desk with a clang. Is that enough to charge them with attempted murder? She then casually recites the legal penalties, including life imprisonment or even death. The mother screeches in protest, but Lu Changu calmly states that a dagger is a fatal weapon and it's up to a judge to decide. He shuts her down completely. As if on cue, a lawyer arrives. He introduces himself as Jinyang, here to represent Mang in suing the 4 students for attempted murder. As she leaves, Mang turns to the horrified mother. You said your son is the top student in the city. The mother defiantly says yes. With a chilling smile, our girl replies, don't worry, that won't be the case for much longer. She even tells her teacher to go for a national award, promising to get one for her. An absolute queen. Outside, Lu Changu is a little pouty, asking why she called a lawyer from the capital instead of him. When will you trust me as much as you trust others? He asks, his voice soft and a little hurt. Mang looks away, flustered. It's not that I don't trust you, she admits. I'm just used to relying on myself. But she acknowledges that he did help her tonight. He gently pats her head, understanding her fierce independence. He ushers her into the car to get out of the cold. He tells her she should get in the habit of thanking him, and he's going to help her learn to rely on someone else for a change. Back in class, Mang is actually studying, much to her friend's shock. She just says she wants to do better on the upcoming exam. But she's interrupted when a teacher tells her Yi Chen's parents are here to see her. Our girl smirks, why shouldn't I go? It would be a waste not to take advantage of sheep that come right to your door. She walks into the meeting room where Yi Chen's parents are waiting, looking far more humble than before. The father gets straight to the point. They want to discuss withdrawing the lawsuit. He begs her, saying the charge is too severe and they are willing to discuss any conditions. Mang looks at them with disdain and asks what their sons are worth. The father offers 10 million. She slides the card back across the table and gets up to leave. They panic, asking her to name her price. She turns, her eyes like ice. Those who laid hands on me yesterday, I will count each and every one. Then she drops the bomb. I want 1/5 of the market value of each of your companies. Our girl gives the parents a chilling smile, telling them she's not a very patient person. Just as the lawyer mentions the substantial compensation, the father's phone buzzes. He picks it up, only to hear his wife screaming that a court subpoena has just arrived at their house. He completely panics, begging her to agree to any of Mang's conditions because their precious son cannot go to jail. Our girl then delivers the final blow, pulling out her phone with a recording and asking how much their company's stock will drop if she uploads it online. The father breaks instantly, crumbling under the pressure and agreeing to all of her terms. With the deal done, she stands up, coolly stating that her lawyer will handle the cash withdrawal in exchange for dropping the lawsuit. As she walks out, she leaves the bickering couple in her dust, and her concerned friend asks if she's all right. Mang just smiles, telling her friend it's settled and that it's time to focus on the joint exam for MS. Zai. Her friends chatter about the upcoming national exam, which is known for recruiting exceptionally gifted students. The stakes are sky high as MS. Zai's teaching position depends on their performance. The days fly by in a blur of studying. And just like that, the first joint examination for grade 12 begins. But while everyone else is sweating bullets, our girl is casually doodling a turtle on her test paper, much to the proctor's annoyance. When the grueling exam is finally over, students pour out, complaining about how impossibly difficult it was. They gossip about some legend who turned in her paper half an hour early every single time. A week later, the results are finally out. At lunch, Mang's bestie is over the moon, showing off her incredible score of 706 points. Our girl is so proud, rewarding her with a big chicken leg for her hard work. Just then, a couple of arrogant students walk past, bragging that one of them, Jinyang, scored an amazing 710. They mock the high and mighty classes, confident that the top score will be between them. The boy with her is especially smug, but Jinyang just calls out sister towards Mang's table. Of course, it's the snake Yin, who approaches with fake concern, reminding Mang to tell their uncle about her results. She then delivers a backhanded insult, saying their uncle knows she's not relying on academics and a third-tier university is good enough for her. Mang is completely unbothered until she finally looks up, her eyes flashing with annoyance. So noisy. Yin immediately starts playing the victim, but then takes a low blow, asking if Mang hates her because their parents left her the entire inheritance. Mang stands up, pats her on the shoulder, and shoves a piece of food right into her mouth. Eat more, talk less. A storm is brewing on the City Ming Middle School forum, with everyone gossiping about the top scores. Suddenly, the entire forum explodes. Gu Ming got full marks, 750. The news goes viral, with Gu Mang joint exam champion trending everywhere. Gu Yin and her friend see the news on his phone and they are absolutely shook. Full marks? That's impossible. Her friend immediately starts plotting, vowing to report Gu Mang for cheating and expose her previous 0-point grades online. Gu Yin feigns hesitation, but her friend is relentless. He sneers that cheating on this exam is a serious crime, and Gu Mang is done for, which brings a wicked smile to Gu Yin's face. Back in class 20, Gu Mang's friends are marveling at how calm she is amidst the chaos. They're ready to build a shrine and worship her as the god of learning, but their celebration is cut short when MS. Zai calls Gu Mang out of the classroom. Our girl calmly gets up to face the music. MS. Zai warns her that the joint exam inspection team is here to investigate, but she reassures Gu Mang that she believes in her, and our girl promises to handle it and secure her teacher that outstanding national teacher title. They walk into the conference room to find the inspectors already convinced she cheated, pointing at the surveillance footage of her turning in her paper early. The principal introduces the team who are here to question her. Gu Mang takes her seat, looking like a queen about to hold court. The inspector immediately grills her, demanding to know why she answered so quickly. Her response is legendary. The questions are too simple. He then brings up her past record, showing them her previous 0-point tests. Gu Mang leans back, the epitome of unbothered. How much I score depends on my mood. The inspector officially accuses her of cheating. She just smirks. Cheating. Then she schools him on basic law. Whoever claims must provide evidence. Where is it? The man sputters that her old tests are the evidence. He completely loses his composure, screaming that she's a cheater. MS. Zai gently suggests she just retake the test to prove her innocence. But Gu Mang flatly refuses. Impossible, I won't take it again. The inspector sneers, calling her a 0-point loser trying to act like a god. But just as he finishes his sentence, a powerful voice cuts through the tension from the doorway. The inspectors turn and their jaws hit the floor. It's not just Minister Lu, but the legendary former Minister of Education, Old Tan. Minister Lu greets Gu Mang like an old friend, asking why she's staring. The room is frozen in shock as these powerful figures enter. Old Tan walks directly to Gu Mang. She bows her head respectfully and says one word that shatters everyone's reality: teacher. She asks why he's here and he replies with a smile, if I don't come, who will prove your grade? He asks his assistant for a file and reveals a shocking truth. 10 years ago, there was one student who got full marks on the college entrance exam. He pulls out the archived transcript and test paper from that year. The name on the paper is Jiyu Mang. The legendary, untraceable genius was her, and she took the test when she was only 7 years old. The inspector, desperate, points out that her handwriting is different from her usual chicken scratch. Gu Mang delivers the final, soul-crushing blow. I can write 24 fonts, she says, explaining she reserves a special font just for full-mark papers. The inspector is left utterly speechless, completely and totally defeated. The Ministry of Education releases an official statement, confirming that Gu Mang is indeed the legendary top scorer from 10 years ago. The internet absolutely loses its mind. The entire school is in an uproar, with her classmates hailing her as a true legend. Her deskmate is bewildered, asking why a genius like her would bother getting 0 marks before. She explains with flawless, chaotic logic. With 3 wrong answers and only 1 right one, it was simply easier to choose a wrong one. Meanwhile, famous professors from top universities are descending upon the school for enrollment interviews. Gu Mang's friend asks which school she's planning to go to, but her friend Jinyang drops a bombshell: she's withdrawn from the interviews. Everyone is shocked, asking why she'd give up with her amazing score. Jinyang confesses her dream is to study under a specific, highly selective law supervisor, and her current score just isn't enough. She's determined to work harder for the main entrance exam. Gu Mang comforts her, reminding her there's still time. Her friend's spirits are lifted, ready to face the challenge. The next day, the campus is buzzing. Her friend asks if her phone has been blowing up with offers, but Gu Mang casually says she just turned it off. Suddenly, a professor from Jing Capital University approaches her. He clarifies he's not there to recruit her, knowing she has better options, but simply to show his respect. He offers her his card, impressed by her rumored skills in Chinese medicine. Just then, they see a bus from the elite ACE medical organization arrive on campus. Everyone is stunned. This prestigious group only recruits postgraduates, yet they're heading straight for Gu Mang. A man introduces himself as Professor Guoyi from the organization. Our girl simply looks at him unfazed. What's the matter? A professor from the prestigious medical organization recognizes our girl as the national champion, condescendingly telling her she's qualified to join them. Everyone around them starts whispering, realizing the big shots from the medical organization are here specifically for the legendary genius Gu Mang. The professor smugly tells her to go in first for her interview, but her friend is already sick of their arrogant attitude. What do they mean you are qualified to join? She fumes, pointing out how much nicer their own professors are. Mang just listens silently before heading into the lion's den. Inside, a bidding war breaks out. Universities are practically throwing themselves at her feet, offering full scholarships and unlimited resources. But our girl is not impressed. She calmly turns down their very tempting offers. She announces she wants to choose medicine, and the man from the medical organization smirks, knowing no one can possibly compete with them. But the professor from Capital University isn't giving up. Knowing what a rare talent she is in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he makes his pitch, boasting about their top-tier program and the renowned academician Yu Zhangjing. The arrogant doctor just scoffs, saying the academician barely even teaches there. He continues his little power trip, asking which medical school could possibly compare to their facilities and talent. Then he makes a fatal mistake, calling traditional Chinese medicine ridiculous and outdated. Oh, he did not just say that. Our girl's eyes flash with cold fury. She claps back, who says that traditional Chinese medicine is outdated? Before dropping the final bomb, she's rejecting his precious organization. The man is utterly floored. He slams his hands on the table, warning her not to regret her decision. Completely unbothered, Mang turns to the stunned Capital University professor and asks if his department is still recruiting. The professor can't believe his ears. He stammers, You want to come to Capital University? As if he's just won the lottery. He practically trips over himself to get the contract ready for her to sign. As she puts pen to paper, he has to ask why she turned down the most prestigious medical organization in the country. With a smirk that could kill, she hands back the signed papers and says, Nothing, I just don't like them. What an absolute queen. And just like that, her path is set. When she meets up with her friend, she's asked if the medical organization tried to recruit her. Yes, she says calmly, but I refused. She then reveals she's going to Capital University, leaving her friend absolutely shook. Just then, the salty professor from the medical organization walks out with the second-place finisher. He sneers at Mang, making a pathetic threat. He vows to train this new student to surpass her, but our girl just gives him a bored look and says, Oh, I'll wait and see. Later, her friend is buzzing about them going to the same university, but the moment is interrupted by a call from none other than Lu Changu. Her friend gives her a knowing wink and ducks out, leaving Mang to answer. On the phone, Lu Changu reminds her that her 18th birthday is coming up and asks what she wants to do to celebrate. She's her usual cool self, saying anything is fine, but he insists on planning something special for her. He even pulls the "it's the first time I'm celebrating someone's birthday" card, practically begging her to give him a chance. He suggests skiing, but she vetoes it, saying she'd rather just play games or watch a movie. Without missing a beat, he suggests a private celebration at Zai Palace, just the two of them, and she finally agrees. When Saturday rolls around, Mang gets ready to leave. Her roommate, seeing her dressed to go out, asks if she's heading to Mr. Lu's for the weekend. She then notices the red string bracelet on Mang's wrist is starting to fade. As an early birthday gift, she gives her a new one, wishing her another year of safety and peace. She adds with a sad little smile that with Mr. Lu around, she probably won't be needed for future birthdays. Mang teases her for being so dramatic, and her friend shoos her away, telling her to go have fun. A girl arrives at the breathtaking Zai Palace. The entire place is decked out like a winter dream. Inside, Lu Changu presents her with a massive box filled with movies, including some that haven't even been released. He tells her to take her pick, ever the attentive boyfriend. Our girl is speechless at the sheer scale of his effort. She admits she was just being casual and didn't actually want to watch movies. He tries to play it cool, saying he also just casually had his people find them. She's internally screaming, casually finding over 100 movies, some not even out yet. The man is down bad. He then presents her with her favorite strawberry cake, a small one for now and a big one for wishes later. He reminds her again that this is his first time celebrating someone's birthday. What, doesn't it feel like it? He asks, clearly fishing for a compliment. No, she says deadpan, he's quite proficient. He practically glows at her praise. She smiles, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I'll reward you. She plucks a perfect strawberry from the cake and gently brings it to his lips. The air crackles with unspoken feelings as their eyes meet. He slowly takes the strawberry, the moment stretching on, only to be shattered by the ringing of a phone. It's Lu Changjin, her grandfather. He's on the other end, demanding she come out for a birthday dinner he's booked, declaring her 18th birthday can't be shabby. She agrees, and one look at Lu Chengzhou's face tells you their private celebration is officially over. Meanwhile, all of her friends have gathered to throw her a surprise party. As she walks in, her friend greets her with a birthday gift, but he's shoved aside by a flash of white hair. It's Goosey, he's back, and he launches himself at her for a surprise reunion hug. Lu Chengzhou quietly reveals that he arranged for Goosey to be there. He says he thought she'd be happy to see him, and her gentle smile confirms he was right. Grandpa Lu chimes in that birthdays are always more fun with more people. He gives her a heartfelt blessing, welcoming her into adulthood. Her friend whispers to Lu Chengzhou, completely amazed, The person you like is incredible. Lu Chengzhou just looks at our girl with pure adoration. After all, she's Mang. His friend can only shake his head, men in love. A grand feast is served and the party begins. Everyone is laughing, toasting, and celebrating together. Amidst the joyful chaos, Mang and Lu Chengzhou share a quiet toast, looking every bit the power couple. On the ride home, Goosey is still buzzing from the party's excitement. He starts rambling about having this much fun again, but Lu Chengzhou quickly shushes him. He gestures to Mang, who has fallen asleep peacefully on his shoulder, leaving Goosey stunned by their intimate moment. The kid is at a loss for words, just staring at the two of them. Lu Chengzhou softly asks if she still wants to eat the big cake and make a wish. Our practical girl says yes to cake but no to candles, dismissing the ritual. He's completely fine with that, suggesting they just eat cake and watch a movie instead. But then a delivery person arrives with a package. It's from Dong. She signs for it and tells the guy to just deal with it for her, cold as ice. But the delivery guy stops her, insisting she read the attached letter first. Lu Chengzhou and Goosey watch curiously as she opens it. The note inside is a heartbreaking plea. Mang, I picked out the gift for a long time. Don't throw it away again, okay? Our girl can't help but think this guy following her around is seriously haunted. She casually tosses his gift in the trash and dismisses his delivery boy with a savage, thank you, goodbye. The poor kid is so startled he slams right into the door. Her little brother asks if that creep Huo was harassing her again. She just brushes it off, saying she threw his gifts away and he's not important. Moments later, Lu Chengzhou is already on his knees, putting slippers out for her. The domesticity is real. He adorably asks whether she prefers chocolate or flowers. She deadpans, of course it's chocolate, you can't eat flowers. A practical queen, her brother realizes something crucial. Mang never accepts gifts from anyone, except Lu Chengzhou. He wonders if this means she actually likes him. Meanwhile, the rejected stalker, Huo Zhai, gets the bad news. Miss Gu tore up his letter without a second glance. He sulks in his fancy car, wondering what he did wrong. He's fuming. She didn't want flowers, she tore up his letter, and she even ignored the precious medical info he found for her. What does this woman want? His lackeys are sweating, knowing that guessing Miss Gu's thoughts is a one-way ticket to the morgue. One of them mentions she's been getting cozy with Lu Chengzhou lately. The rival. They recall how Lu Chengzhou and his Red Scorpion group cost them a whopping 10 billion. The subordinate offers a plan, claiming he knows where Red Scorpion will be making a deal. Huo Zhai gives him the go-ahead, but with a chilling warning not to fail him again. Back at the house, a phone starts buzzing. It's our girl's burner phone, and she picks up immediately. A mission has come in. A high-profile client, the president of Country K, needs the legendary miracle doctor for his wife's mysterious illness. The price is astronomical, and the caller asks if she'll take the job. Our girl thinks about her dwindling research funds and her master's pleading face. The decision is easy. Let's accept, she says, a determined glint in her eye. They agree to leave for Country K tomorrow night, and her friend insists on coming along for protection. After all, our girl is the boss of the Shadow League. With the plan set, they hang up. The next day, she's at the principal's office trying to get a 1-month leave of absence. The teacher is skeptical, demanding to speak with her parents. Our girl knows this is going to be a problem, so she pulls out her trump card and makes a call. I need your help with something, she tells Lu Chengzhou, who is understandably confused. He's completely baffled. He asks where she's going, and she explains she's heading to Country K for a month to help her friend, Lin Shuang. When are you leaving? He asks, his voice tight with concern. When she says tonight, he immediately declares, I'll see you off. She softly agrees. The second he hangs up, he's already texting his men to follow and protect her, shooting down his friend's suggestion for a different bodyguard. He insists Lu's and can't leave his side right now. His friends agree, but Chengzhou can't shake a bad feeling. Who is this Lin Shuang? He asks. The background check comes back suspiciously clean. His friend offers to dig deeper, but Chengzhou shuts him down. Mang doesn't trust friends easily. I trust her. He's leaving now. He's going to take her to the airport himself. At the private terminal, the air is thick with tension. He tells her he's arranged for someone to pick her up when she lands. She just gives a quiet "oh," and he suddenly asks if she's ever practiced shooting. Yes, she replies, meeting his intense gaze. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a low murmur. Don't hurt yourself in a fight. He tells her to stay in touch and come back as soon as she can. Her friend gags from the sidelines. Ugh, the PDA is choking me. When did May ever tell anyone her whereabouts? Is this love? She calls out that it's time to go, waving a flirty goodbye to Mr. Lu. She saunters off with a confident wave. Chengzhou watches her leave, but his farewell is cut short by a frantic call. Chengzhou, something happened, come quickly. Aboard the private jet, our girl's phone explodes with messages from her hacker network. The Huo family is making a move on Red Scorpion, and Lu Chengzhou is their target. Without a second of hesitation, she whips out her laptop. Her fingers become a blur across the keyboard. Lin Shuang is stunned. You're watching their fight live. She screeches, looking at the feed our girl just hacked into. Holy crap, they have a sniper, she yells as Chengzhou's friend gets shot. Lin Shuang realizes Lu Chengzhou isn't someone who can be easily bullied, but our girl is already on her feet. The flight attendant tries to stop her, reminding her the plane is about to take off. But nothing can stop her now. "Sorry, I have an emergency," she yells as she leaps out of the moving jet. She lands on a waiting motorcycle and tears through the night, launching off a rooftop like a scene from an action movie. She lands perfectly, telling Lin Shuang over comms that she's arrived. She's found the sniper's nest in an abandoned factory and tells her friend she can handle it alone. She ties her hair back, her eyes blazing with cold fury. Pulling a custom gun from her bike, she strides forward. "I can handle it alone." On the factory roof, the sniper has Chengzhou locked in his sights. His boss's orders echo in his ear, "Waste his arm for me." The order changes, "Waste both his arms." The sniper grins, confident in his shot. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the silence from right behind him. "Who did you say you were going to waste?" Before he can even react, our girl has him in a chokehold. With a sickening crack, she snaps his wrist and slams him to the ground. She plants her foot on his chest, his own sniper rifle now useless. "Hasn't anyone ever taught you? It's not fun when the gun is pointed at someone you shouldn't mess with." He demands to know who she is. "You're not worthy," she says before knocking him out cold. She leaves him with one final, terrifying promise. "If you provoke me again, I'll be taking lives." She sends a quick text to Uncle Lu, giving him the location and basically setting him up to take all the credit. Then she holsters her weapon and walks away like the queen she is. As she descends, Uncle Lu spots her and his eyes command to escort him and Qin Fang back. He turns to our girl, but she shakes her head. "I'll wait for you," he tries to insist, his hand on her shoulder. "Be good, let Hiedu take you back." But our girl stands her ground, her eyes locking with his. "I said no." And just like that, the all-powerful Lu Changu is rendered completely speechless. Our girl is in a tense standoff with Lu Changu, telling him to go to hell. But their dramatic moment is cut short by a thug lunging at them with a weapon. Before anyone can blink, Lu Changu springs into action to protect her. He grabs the attacker's arm with a sickening crack, while our badass heroine helps disarm him in one smooth motion. The thug's buddy is absolutely terrified, telling his boss they need to get the heck out of there before Miss Gu decides to end them. The boss, not needing to be told twice, yells at his lackey to run for it. With the trash taken care of, Lu Chengzhou approaches our girl, but she's already trying to make a run for it, claiming her motorcycle is waiting. "I'll go first," she says, trying to dip out of the inevitable conversation. But he's not having it, grabbing her wrist and ordering his driver to take them to Zai Palace. Our girl is clearly not thrilled about this development, but she's been caught. They arrive at his ridiculously lavish mansion under the full moon. It's clear this man is loaded. The second they're inside, she tries to escape again. "I'm sleepy, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." She lets out a huge yawn, but his grip on her hand says, "You're not going anywhere." "No rush," he says, pulling her back, "go to bed later." With a deadly serious look, he finally says it, "We need to talk." She plops down on the couch, playing it cool. "What do you want to talk about?" While he's internally freaking out about the fact that she was carrying a gun. He knows it's illegal for ordinary people to have one, so he's connecting some very dangerous dots. He cuts to the chase. "First of all, where did you get the gun?" She just gives him a sly look and asks, "Well, can I not tell you?" The sheer audacity leaves him speechless. But to our complete shock, he actually backs down. "Okay, I won't ask." He does, however, try to lay down the law. "Don't rush forward like that again, wait for me." But our girl isn't a damsel in distress. "I'm afraid I can't do that." She tells him flat out, "You were in trouble, I couldn't just ignore it. Next time, I'll do the same." He looks pained. "What if you get hurt?" She casually sips her drink. "I'm not afraid." And then he drops a bomb, his voice soft and vulnerable. "I'm scared." He gently touches her hair, pleading with her not to take any more risks, revealing the attackers were professional killers. She fires back, "Do I look weak to you? So I won't get hurt, don't worry." He flips the script on her. "Then do I look weak to you?" He knows she was protecting him and she knows she's been caught. Trying to dodge the emotional landmine, she says it's late and time for sleep, but he grabs her hand, refusing to let the conversation end. "Noisy," she mutters, clearly done with all the talking. So she takes matters into her own hands, pushing him down onto the sofa and leaning over him with a predatory glint in her eyes. She lifts his chin, the air crackling with tension. "Time for bed, can we? I'm really tired," she whispers, completely flipping the power dynamic and leaving him blushing and flustered. She stands up to go shower, leaving him totally stunned. But just as she turns to leave, he grabs her hand again. "Not enough," he breathes, pulling her back down. He pulls her right into his lap, his hand gently caressing her face. And then he finally gives in, crushing his lips to hers in a passionate kiss. He pulls away looking dazed, and she's just as overwhelmed. Our girl thinks to herself, "Seems like I've played with fire." After her shower, she finds him waiting. "Come here, I'll help you dry your hair." She internally groans, thinking he's taking a mile after being given an inch. She sits on the bed, resigned to her fate. As he gently dries her hair, he asks if she's still going to Korea. She confirms she is. He offers to send her off, and she tells him she's leaving tomorrow night. She tries to tell him she can do it herself, but he's insistent, and she gives in with a soft okay. He tenderly touches her cheek, the atmosphere getting heavy again. He heads to the shower, thinking that tonight's events went way beyond his expectations. When he comes out, he sees she's fast asleep. He knows he can't trust himself to sleep in the same bed, so he decides to be a gentleman and leave. But the moment the door clicks shut, her eyes snap open. Our girl was faking it the whole time. The next day, she's on a video call with a mysterious silver-haired man, telling him she didn't want to answer. He's not amused. "If you didn't want to, you shouldn't have provoked my people," he says coldly. He's figured it out. "You were indeed here for Lu Changu." She lays down a chilling warning. If it were the old her, his men would be dead. His response is even more terrifying. "Why do I wish instead that you had finished them all off?" He realizes she's changed for Lu Changu, unwilling to show him her dark side. Our girl sets her terms, stop monitoring them like a creep, and she won't touch his organization. He scoffs, pointing out that his professional killers ran away the second she appeared. He taunts her, asking if she really thinks Lu Changu won't get suspicious. She answers with unwavering confidence, "No, he won't." "What makes you so confident?" he probes. "Because he trusts me," she states, ending the argument. And she's right. At that very moment, Lu Changu is on the phone with his friend, who's urging him to investigate Mang again. His friend asks if it's really plausible for a normal girl to take out a sniper all by herself. But Lu Chengzhou's faith is absolute. "No, I've said it before, I trust her." And that's that. The next evening, our girl is getting ready for her trip, tying up her combat boots. Lu Chengzhou, meanwhile, is lost in the memory of their kiss. He's still thinking about how he lost control last night. He walks over to her, pointing out the scarf. "Have you forgotten that it's summer in K country now?" He's clearly worried about the hickeys he left, but she just brushes it off, saying they can video call if he misses her. He asks if she's sure, a hint of a blush on his face. "Fine," he says, a smug smile spreading across his face. "I'm at ease with the marks remaining." She looks at her reflection, completely flustered by his shamelessness. She turns back to him, a mischievous plan forming. This chaotic queen is not one to be outdone. She leans in and sinks her teeth into his shoulder, an eye for an eye, a bite for a bite. He hisses, but a second later he's smiling. "MHM, this puts my mind at ease as well," he says, admiring her handiwork. She's stunned. "You're reassured just like that?" He leans in close, whispering, "Do you need me to bite you all over?" Flustered beyond belief, she pushes him away and makes a break for it, saying they'll be late for the airport while he just smiles, completely smitten. And with that, she's off to K country. Upon arrival, she's immediately on the phone, already handling business. Her friend is with her as she tells Lu Chengzhou on the phone that his people will have to wait because she's going shopping first. He's baffled. "Shopping? Is it that urgent?" She smoothly lies that her friend gets antsy if she doesn't spend money, while her friend side-eyes her, impressed at how easily she can lie to him. But her tone gets serious as she looks at a waiting car. Once the affair is handled, and couldn't care less. Whatever, it's all fine. She stands there exuding an aura of pure, unshakable confidence. A girl has been summoned to a lavish residence to work her magic. The president's daughter anxiously asks, "Divine doctor, how is my mother's health?" But our heroine cuts right to the chase, asking if the madam has had surgery before. The older woman confirms she had one 6 years ago. Our girl then flawlessly lists off every single one of her symptoms since that day, from erratic pain and chest tightness to vomiting and cold limbs. She asks if her assessment is correct. The mother is absolutely stunned. Yes, she can articulate my symptoms so precisely just by taking my pulse." The madam then asks what disease she has. The diagnosis, rushing piglet kai. Our girl explains it's a traditional Chinese medicine term for what Western medicine calls acute coronary syndrome. But of course, the stuffy old presidential palace physician isn't having it. He smugly declares all of the madam's heart exams came back normal, suggesting our girl is wrong. Another doctor sneers, calling it an emotional disorder and suggesting they call a psychologist instead. Our girl's eyes narrow. "Seems like you know quite a bit," she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Since you know so much, how could you have treated a perfectly fine person into this state?" The doctors are outraged, calling her remark irresponsible. The red-headed one puffs up his chest, boasting that they are all internationally renowned authorities. Ignoring their blustering, our girl turns back to the patient. "Madam, did you catch a cold after your gallbladder surgery?" The poor woman is floored once again. "How did you know?" Our girl reveals the truth. The entire problem stems from the improper treatment of that simple cold. The smug doctor demands to know the connection, scoffing at the idea of a mistreated cold. "This gets more absurd the more you talk," he cries. Oh, he's about to regret that. "Fine," our girl says, her voice turning to ice. "Since you're so capable, I suppose you won't need my help when the symptoms emerge later, right?" The doctors are confused. She calmly starts a countdown with her fingers, 3, 2. And right on cue, the madam collapses, crying out in pain. The family panics as she faints in her husband's arms. As the incompetent doctors scramble to rush the madam to the medical room, our girl just sits there, cool as a cucumber. She even has time to text Lu Chengzhou, casually telling him it'll be a little longer. Her friend asks if she should check on them, but our girl's response is pure chaotic energy. Why worry when the person who will be anxious later isn't me? Predictably, all the high-tech equipment in the medical room shows the madam is in perfect health. The chief physician's brilliant diagnosis, visceral hallucinations. The daughter has finally had enough and slaps the chart from his hand. My mother fainted from pain and you found nothing, she screams. And now you want to do it again? The doctor tries to argue, but she's made up her mind. I have given you 6 years, she says, her voice trembling with fury. I would rather take a chance. She runs out of the room, desperately calling for help. Our girl, who has been chilling this whole time, simply says soon. The daughter rushes over, begging her to examine her mother. But our girl is busy, playing a video game on her phone. She holds up a finger, 10 minutes. The daughter can only agree, completely stunned. 10 minutes later, a victory screen flashes on her phone, and only then does she stand. During treatment, I don't like to be interrupted, she states coolly. The daughter eagerly agrees, giving her complete control. The worried husband asks what the treatment will be. Acupuncture along with herbal medicine. Our girl pulls out her needles and gets to work. Half an hour later, it's done. The daughter nervously asks how her mother is. Our girl explains the simple plan, 2 more sessions and she'll be better in 5 days. Is it that simple? The daughter asks in disbelief. Our girl delivers a savage burn. Otherwise, do you want to be like them, making her take medicine for 6 years for the wrong illness? Is that treatment or is it poisoning? The red-haired doctor tries to get the last word in, but our girl is already walking away. True or false, you'll know in 5 days, she calls over her shoulder. She leaves the chaotic residence behind and gets into her car. Just as she leaves, another car pulls up and out steps Anne, the vice president's second daughter. She runs inside to hug her friend Mang. Anne introduces her own friend, Gu Yin, who is conveniently also a medical student looking for a mentor. Anne suggests Gu Yin stay at the residence for a while. Gu Yin can't believe her luck, thinking she's hit the jackpot. Just then, the butler arrives with the herbal medicine our girl prescribed. But before he can take it away, Anne stops him. She inspects the bag with disgust. Do you really think these roots and pieces of bark can cure illnesses? She sneers. Mang tries to defend the doctor, but Anne's eyes glint with a wicked plan. It's best if it works, she purrs, otherwise. Even the legendary divine doctor wouldn't expect to leave the presidential palace alive. Back in the car, our girl gets a spicy text from Lu Changu complimenting her sharp tongue. We see a flashback of him with a love bite on his neck. Her reply is even spicier. If you can't handle this, how are you going to withstand bites all over your body? He tells her he has a photographic memory and won't forget what she said, his smirk practically visible through the screen. Our girl flushes bright red, much to her friend's amusement. She quickly tries to play it cool, but the damage is done. A few days later, the president's wife is feeling much better and wants to personally greet the divine doctor on her return. But as she stands up, she suddenly coughs up blood and collapses again. At that exact moment, our girl walks through the door. She immediately senses that something is terribly wrong. Suddenly, Anne points an accusing finger. Someone sees these 2 imposters for me. Guards instantly surround our heroines. Our girl is completely unfazed. What do you mean? Anne is furious. You treated my mother until she vomited blood. How dare you ask what I mean? She launches into a tirade, calling traditional medicine a disgrace. Our girl just sneers and gets on her phone, telling Anne she was personally invited. But Anne orders the guards to throw them in the dungeon. Just as the guards move in, Anne stops them. She has a much more sinister idea: to call the press and expose our master healer as a fraud in front of the whole world. But their little drama is interrupted when the mother suddenly wakes up. The president promises to punish the quack doctor. What are you talking about? The mother says, sitting up. I feel like I couldn't possibly be any better now. Where's the divine doctor? The family is in shock. At that moment, an aide rushes in with a call from the Shadow Alliance. The president's face goes pale, the Shadow League. A chilling voice informs him that the White Fox personally found this doctor for him, and if she gets so much as a scratch, they better pray their country's defenses can withstand the White Fox's retaliation. The president looks at his younger daughter in horror. Your sister has caused trouble. Downstairs, Anne is still taunting our girl, trying to get her to take off her mask. Our girl has had enough. Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll grant your wish. She snatches the necklace from Anne's neck and the real fight is about to begin. With lightning-fast reflexes, our girl dodges the attack, unimpressed by her opponent's pathetic attempt. So slow, she scoffs. Without missing a beat, she launches a powerful kick, sending the spoiled brat flying across the opulent hole. But she's not done yet. She grabs the dazed girl, yanking her up with a chilling command. In a ruthless display of power, she twists the girl's arm and slams her back onto the floor. With a foot firmly planted on her back, our girl leans in, her voice dripping with ice. Now, do you still want to see my face? The girl can only groan in defeat. Just then, a man and woman burst into the room, the man begging the divine healer for mercy, but the girl on the floor, Anne, shrieks for her dad to shoot our girl dead. That was the wrong thing to say. With a sickening crack, our girl breaks Anne's wrist. The blonde woman, Noah, quickly apologizes, claiming it was all a big misunderstanding. Anne's father pleads for them to let her go, explaining she has a fracture and needs immediate medical attention. Our girl gives the guards a single, menacing glance, and they know better than to move. Noah continues to explain, saying their mother's sudden illness had them on edge. After the chaos, our girl helps her shaken companion to her feet. But the danger isn't over. Fueled by rage and humiliation, Anne pulls out a gun from her skirt. "Go to hell," she screams, taking aim. Her friend yells a warning, but our girl is already in motion. A loud bang echoes as she kicks the gun away and delivers a final, decisive kick that knocks Anne out cold. She scoffs in disgust while Anne's father screams at his useless guards to get her to a hospital. The man then has the absolute audacity to ask if she, the divine healer, has vented her anger and can now treat his wife. Our girl turns her back on them, her voice dripping with contempt. "Sorry, not in the mood anymore." He begs her to reconsider, even trying to guilt trip her about a doctor's duty. But our girl just keeps walking. "Too bad I'm not one," she fires back, leaving him stunned. Her companion adds a final, savage burn about the hypocrisy of their lecture, and the father, defeated, tells his guards to let them go. Later, a panicked Noah asks what they'll do now, but her father is already scheming, remembering another doctor who is close to the powerful Lu Changu. Noah, determined, declares she will go to the Lu family herself. Meanwhile, our girl is safely back at the Lu residence, video chatting with none other than Lu Changu himself. He notes her recent battle marks, asking if she's returning with them. He playfully laments that the marks will be gone by tomorrow. She jokes back, offering to give him a realistic tattoo for a price. He asks how much, and she casually throws out 1 million. A second later, a notification pops up, a 1 million yuan transfer from Lu Changu. This man does not play. His tone then shifts as he gets down to business. He informs her that the president's family from country K wants to hire her to treat the first lady, and that the daughter, Noah, will be visiting the Lu residence tomorrow. When he asks if she wants to go, she simply agrees. She knows that if they don't, this family will never stop pestering them. He promises to handle everything and make sure she isn't taken advantage of. The next day, Noah arrives at the Grand Lu estate. She's met by Lu Changu and his grandmother, who coolly inform her that Mang is in a Lu, so the decision is entirely hers. Noah desperately pleads for their help, promising to meet any and all demands. She explains her mother's condition is dire. Lu Changu cuts straight to the point, asking her price for the divine physician. He casually drops the number 300 million. Then with a devilish glint in his eye, he adds, 20 times, it's separate for the Lu family. Noah is aghast, realizing he's completely exploiting their desperation. But Lu Changu just smiles. "We set the price, you choose whether to accept." She's left speechless. And even his grandmother joins in, delivering an epic burn about how Country K has done the exact same thing to them in the past. Lu Changu just sips his tea, the picture of unbothered confidence. Defeated, Noah takes a deep breath and agrees to the insane price. But Lu Changu tells her they'll talk after the money is transferred. She immediately makes the call. As her car pulls away, the deal is done. A notification confirms the massive payment, and Grandma teases her grandson for being so smitten that he'd give it all to Mang. She playfully calls him out for digging a hole for himself, but he replies that he's saving up for Mang's dowry, a swoon-worthy line if I've ever heard one. Grandma then insists he bring her over for a proper meeting, leading to some adorable bickering. In the car, Noah starts connecting the dots, realizing the traits of the divine doctor and Mang are suspiciously similar. Looking at a photo of Mang next to her memory of the masked doctor, she wonders if it could be more than just a coincidence. Soon, our girl and Lu Changu arrive in Country K. He compliments her new, more formal look, and she asks how the negotiation went. He tells her the fee was 7 billion, and she can't help but call him ruthless. He just smirks, saying they were desperate enough to pay whatever he asked. He takes her hand, offering her 5 billion of the total fee. But he insists she take it all, and she simply agrees. From a window, a young woman sees a new doctor arriving. Her jaw drops when she recognizes Mang's boyfriend. And then Mang herself. The president and his family come out to greet them, their usual arrogance replaced with an uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Lu Changu dryly remarks that this must be the weight of 7 billion. As they exchange pleasantries, Noah observes Mang, concluding she's just an ordinary girl and couldn't possibly be the mysterious divine doctor. She dismisses her earlier suspicions as overthinking. They are led to the medical room, where Mang begins her assessment, while Lu Changu wonders why they stopped the previous doctor's effective treatment halfway through. Mang asks about medications but waves off seeing the old prescription. Instead, she writes out a new one, telling them to continue their current medicine for 7 more days if it's the same. But if it's different, they should switch to hers immediately, leaving the first lady confused. Noah and her mother look at the 2 prescriptions, and Noah is stunned to see they are almost identical. Mang then drops the bomb. The previous acupuncture treatment was so effective that the patient's main issue is already resolved. All she needs is 7 more doses of this medication to be fully cured. Noah is floored, realizing her mother doesn't even need acupuncture anymore. Our girl with a sly smile adds that if they really want to pay for something, she can perform acupuncture, but it will only take 3 doses instead of 7. A total power move. This is the last straw for the spoiled brat Anne. She snatches the papers, screaming that they spent 7 billion just to be told this nonsense. She accuses Mang of scamming them with a useless, identical prescription. But our girl remains perfectly calm, leaning back in her chair with a smirk. "Oh, are you questioning my diagnosis, miss?" The father has had enough of this chaotic tantrum, yelling quiet. But Annan is on a roll, screaming that our girl is a fraud and that mom would have been better off without her. Even her mother tries to shut her down, but Annan is still screeching about the 7 billion, calling it straight-up blackmail. And that's the last straw for Dad, who lands a crisp slap right across her face. The mother quickly swoops in, ordering the guards to drag the brat back to her room and lock the door. With the drama finally over, our girl calmly turns to the old madam. The madam gratefully informs her that the medication is working, so they can stop the painful acupuncture sessions. Mang gives a cool, collected "you're welcome." But inside, she's practically cackling, thinking about the 7 billion she just pocketed for free. What a great deal. Just then, Lu Changu appears, asking if she's about to leave. Before she can answer, some other woman interrupts, needing to speak with Mr. President. Our girl is forced to wait on the sidelines, a thoughtful look on her face. That other woman is Gu Yin, and she is absolutely fuming. She confronts Mang, demanding to know if she's the famous Dr. Noah from the capital. With a satisfying crack of her lollipop stick, our girl just smirks. What's the point of pretending? Gu Yin's resentment boils over, realizing Mang must have been secretly laughing at her this whole time. She launches into a tirade, questioning why Mang is so cold to her own sister while trying to guilt-trip her about their dead parents. Mang's patience has worn paper thin. "Gu Yin, why must you always provoke me?" Gu Yin sinks to a new low, bringing up their friend Jinyang's assault and twisting it to make Mang look like the villain. She screams that Mang made Jinyang dirty in everyone's eyes, all while pretending to be a good friend. "Why does everything revolve around you? That attention should have been mine." The final nail in the coffin, she calls Mang a hypocrite. That's it, Mang has officially snapped. She reaches into her bag as Gu Yin starts to panic and pulls out a gun. This just got real. She points it directly at Gu Yin's head. "I was in a good mood, but you don't seem to learn your lesson without shedding some blood." Mang just smiles, a terrifying, beautiful smile. "Have you forgotten? I've never been obedient." Bang, the gun goes off and Gu Yin collapses to the floor, screaming in terror. Mang looks down at the pathetic mess. "And you wanted to challenge me with that little courage of yours." Later that night, our girl is drying her hair when a familiar voice startles her. It's Lu Changu, teasing her about firing a gun in the presidential palace. He then reaches over and casually unties her robe. "Don't be insatiable," he whispers, his hand brushing against her skin. It's delicate and soft. He leans in close, his voice a low rumble. "Speaking of which, when will you give me the tattoo I already paid for?" The air crackles with tension. She tells him she didn't bring her tools and will do it in a month after she's handled some business. He plays with a strand of her hair, not buying it. She challenges him, "Don't you trust me?" And he just smiles, saying he understands. "Understand what?" he asks, and she silences him by putting a finger to his lips. And then she bites his shoulder hard. He doesn't even flinch. "How long do you want to bite?" he asks her answer, "A bite that can last for a month." He's ridiculously amused. "Biting so hard, do you want to eat me?" He leans closer, reminding her she once offered him her whole body. "Don't you want to share?" She scoffs, telling him he wouldn't be able to take it. "You're asking for it," he growls, but she shuts him down completely, claiming she's sleepy. He's not letting her get away that easily. He grabs her wrist. And in one smooth motion, he pulls her down onto the bed with him. She realizes she's gone too far, but he's already on top of her. "Then let's see who can't take it," he dares. He leans in and their lips meet in a fiery kiss. The world fades away as they're lost in the moment. Our girl's mind is spinning. He's driving her crazy and she can't take it anymore. Flipping the script, she pushes him down. "I want to sleep with you," she declares. A blush creeps up her face, but her eyes are determined. He's shocked but recovers quickly. "Are you forcing me?" he teases. She just rips his shirt open. "You asked for it." But just as things are getting good, he stops her, warning her that if they go through with this, she won't be able to get out of bed for her secret mission. She hesitates. "Wait." He gently takes her hand, promising her that it will happen sooner or later. "I'll remember this," he whispers. The next morning, he's back to his charming self, trying to coax a smile out of her. "Next time I'll lie down and let you do whatever you want, okay?" But she's still salty, completely ignoring him while playing a game on her phone. He tries to feed her a piece of chocolate, but she just tells him to piss off, leaving his poor assistants absolutely flabbergasted. Suddenly, the mood shifts to business. Lu Changu discusses a shipment and the movements of a group called Red Flame. He wants to know what they are up to. His men report that Red Flame is also heading to Nether Island. At the same time, our girl gets a text about new recruits waiting for their instructor. a legendary assassin named Silent. Lu Changzhu's aide worries that Silent, a notoriously vindictive killer they once offended, won't cooperate with them again. Lu Changzhu isn't concerned. When I'm done with my business, I'll go see him. Meanwhile, Mang gets a message about the training she's supposed to lead. Tusk, she thinks, so it was Lu Changzhu who dug this hole for me to jump into. We cut to Purgatory Island, the Scarlet Flame training base. The new recruits are buzzing with excitement, asking about the legendary instructor, Silent. Just as the hall master is describing him, a helicopter descends from the sky. A figure in a black mask and bucket hat steps out. It's Silent, the #1 assassin, and it's our girl Mang. The hall master greets her respectfully. She cuts right to the chase. Some things are better done in the dark. He agrees to let her rest first. Alone in her room, Mang gets a text. It's Lu Changzhu asking if she's eaten. After a short, cold exchange, he sends a long message, practically begging her to take care of herself. This man is worried sick and doesn't even know where she is. Her reply is a single ice-cold "oh." He asks if she has a problem with him. She texts back, "It's just that the enemy I've been looking for 3 years suddenly appeared and I kind of want to kill him." A flashback begins. 3 years ago, she had just completed an SS rank mission. It was a high-paying gig to train a group of experts. After Scarlet Flame tried to hire her as their instructor, but she refused. Big mistake, it was a trap. They captured her. They tied her to a chair, trying to force her to work for them. Even then, she was defiant, spitting "get lost" at her captors. Realizing rescue was impossible against their network, she had no choice. She signed a 5-year cooperation agreement, never expecting that the leader of Scarlet Flame was Lu Changzhu himself. She remembers her vow, her eyes glowing with murderous intent. "Once I find out who the leader of Scarlet Flame is, I will definitely kill him." Back in the present, she puts on her gloves, the first part of her training. Get beaten, she instantly knocks a recruit flat on his back, the rest of you all together. She cracks her knuckles, ready for the onslaught. They charge, but it's no use. She's a whirlwind of motion, taking them down one by one. A brutal kick sends another one flying. Within seconds, the entire group is sprawled on the deck, completely defeated. The hull master watches in awe, wondering if anyone will survive this hellish training. Our girl dusts off her hands. That feels good. She turns to the fallen recruits. Go pack your things. You have 5 minutes to get into the forest. The trainees are in the middle of a chaotic jungle escape exercise, and they are not happy about it. Their instructor, the legendary assassin Unsound, has just given them an impossible task. Shoot down drones with a ridiculously short-range rifle. As she chills by a tree, a message comes through her earpiece. There's a new trainee, personally arranged by the big boss himself. Her subordinate frets, worrying this new kid is some VIP's son who has no idea how deadly this training camp actually is. They head over to the reception area to meet the newcomer. And who do they see? A familiar-looking silver-haired boy. The instructor is shocked. Are you kidding me? He's just a child. The man who brought him, the purple-haired playboy from before, just shrugs. He tells them to send the kid, Goosey, packing if he can't handle it. He pats Goosey's head, but our boy is thinking, you can call my sister Mang when you actually marry her, buddy. The playboy senses some sass but brushes it off. As he leaves, he can't shake the feeling that this Unsound looks incredibly familiar. The camo-clad instructor tells Unsound to take young Master Gu to the training ground. To the moment they are alone, our girl activates a signal blocker. She drops the stoic facade and turns to her little brother. Goosey, why are you here? He explains that Lu Changzhu himself sent him here for more intense training. The realization dawns on him. This is Crimson Flame, and the boss is the very man who almost killed his sister. Mang, our girl, calmly reveals she knew all along. Goosey is furious, but she just explains she's making Lu Changzhu bleed money for this little training session. Goosey insists it's not enough, and Mang casually asks for suggestions. Oh, and he has suggestions. Break 14 of his ribs, beat him up for 10 days straight, inject him with truth serum. Mang, completely unfazed by his chaotic energy, just tells him to go for it and that she'll watch from the sidelines. Goosey immediately deflates. I can't beat him, our girl smirks. What a coincidence, I can't beat him either. Her brother is flabbergasted. She's the #1 assassin, Unsound. How could she not beat him? She just insists she can't. But then a light bulb goes off over Goosey's head. If we can't play it straight, how about we play dirty? The little devil gets to work, dialing a number and putting on the performance of a lifetime. Lu Changzhu, my sister's gone missing. On the other end of the line, Lu Changzhu freezes. Goosey lays it on thick, claiming she hasn't replied in over 12 hours and he's worried sick. Lu Changzhu checks his own phone. Her last reply was indeed 12 hours ago. He immediately promises to go find her. Seizing the opportunity, Goosey asks to borrow 10 billion yuan to post a bounty for her, and Lu Changzhu agrees without a second thought. The man is in full panic mode, ordering all his available men to drop everything and find Mang. A moment later, a transfer notification for 1 billion yuan hits Goosey's account. He grins evilly. Lu Chengzhou will search the entire world, but he'll never think to look for Gu Mang at his own secret base. Then what will he do with that money? He immediately posts 10 assassination bounties on Lu Chengzhou's head. Gu Mang is impressed, using his own money to hunt him down. You're pretty dark. Just then her phone rings. It's her bestie Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang is calling to warn them that Lu Chengzhou's people are tearing the world apart looking for Goosey. It only takes a second for her to connect the dots. Wait, Lu Chengzhou is that psychopath who almost killed you? Our girl confirms it and hangs up to start training. Lin Shuang, now understanding the game, decides to help out. If it's for Mang's revenge, she's more than happy to leak Lu Chengzhou's address. Meanwhile, Lu Chengzhou is desperately trying to find a lead on Gu Mang. His subordinate reports that she completely vanished from all surveillance cameras, meaning they were tampered with by a pro. As he's agonizing over who could have taken her, a massive explosion rocks their car. It's his own villa blown to smithereens. He orders the driver to get them to another base, his face a mask of cold fury. The car speeds away from the inferno. His subordinate is reeling. How did their location get exposed? It was a last-minute decision. There must be a mole, and only 2 people outside their organization knew this address, Gu Mang and Lin Shuang. A dark suspicion enters Lu Chengzhou's mind. His team confirms a bounty was placed on his head, and the surveillance footage of Gu Mang was erased by a top-tier hacker. With all other suspects cleared, the leak had to come from either Lin Shuang or Gu Mang. They pinned the leak on Lin Shuang, the known hacker, but that just raises a more terrifying question. Who is Gu Mang? Lu Chengzhou recalls seeing her operate a computer with terrifying proficiency. The pieces click into place. She's a hacker too. At the Shadow Alliance headquarters, our girl is on a video call. The man on the other screen is losing his mind. The legendary hacker White Fox, who's been MIA for 8 years, is a young woman. Gu Mang cuts him off, ordering all operatives to go dark because Lu Chengzhou is closing in on Lin Shuang. Why? Because Lin Shuang just blew up his base. The other members are thrilled, but their colleague is having an existential crisis. The woman his boss has been obsessively searching for is the same arch-nemesis he's been fighting for years. The Alliance offers to help take Lu Chengzhou down, but Gu Mang refuses. This is a grudge between him and me. I will get my own revenge. She immediately gets to work, erasing every trace of their activity. But it's too late. Lu Chengzhou's team reports that a hacker destroyed all the data just as they were about to find the culprit. Enraged, he decides to personally interrogate the assassins they captured. He strolls up to one of the tied-up men. The man pleads ignorance. Lu Chengzhou just smiles coldly. I also want to know if there's really such a thing as an unbreakable jaw. A sickening crack echoes through the room, followed by screams. The man talks, spilling everything about the 10 bounties. His subordinate then drops the final bomb. Goosey asked for 1 billion yuan to find his sister, but no such order was ever placed. The full picture materializes in Lu Chengzhou's mind. Goosey hired the assassins with his money. One sibling leaked his location, the other put a price on his head. He stares into the distance, a dangerous glint in his eyes, wondering what exactly this chaotic duo is planning. He calmly offers to give Lu Chengzhou's location, for a price, of course. Chengzhou calls his subordinate, telling him to call off the search for Gu Mang because he knows exactly who to talk to. He should have known, if Gu Mang had really disappeared, her brother Goosey would have turned Red Flame upside down looking for her. Speak of the devil, Goosey gets a call from Lu Chengzhou himself and wonders what he could possibly want. He puts on his best worried little brother act, asking if there's any news about his precious sister Mang. But Chengzhou is completely over the games, calling him out for taking his money to put a hit on him and for blowing up his base. Goosey's savage reason, just find you annoying. He smirks, realizing his cover is blown. Chengzhou is furious, demanding to know where his sister is. Go find her yourself, Goosey taunts, playing dumb. Under his breath, he mutters that getting revenge himself is so much more satisfying. Chengzhou warns him that he's in Red Flame's territory and he has ways of making Gu Mang appear. He's trying to piece it together. Goosey couldn't have known he was coming to Red Flame, so this grudge must be old. He asks if Red Flame ever captured a friend of theirs. Goosey absolutely explodes, screaming that their friend was set up, tortured for 5 whole days, and had 7 ribs broken. The horrifying truth dawns on Chengzhou. He knows exactly who they're talking about, the infamous prisoner Silence. He realizes Gu Mang and Goosey were setting him up for revenge. He offers to bring Gu Mang to meet Silence, but Goosey just laughs. No need for that, he says. My sister Mang is already at Red Flame. Chengzhou is floored, what? And then comes the final, soul-crushing blow. My sister Mang is Silence. The world stops. Chengzhou immediately orders his men to prepare the helicopter. He's going to Red Flame, and he's going now. He arrives at a desolate cabin, the Room of Silence, and tells his man to leave him. Stepping inside, his mind is flooded with memories of our girl. The truth hits him like a freight train. Silence is Gu Mang, his own orders. What did he do to her? His own voice echoes in his memory. Silence is tough, don't go easy on her. If she can't be of use, she's to be discarded. He remembers reports of her impossible endurance in the enforcement hall. Broken bones, drugs, torture, he can't fathom how she survived. The guilt is suffocating. She must really hate me, he thinks, his heart shattering. He hears footsteps approaching. A figure walks in and he knows instantly. "You are silent," he says, his voice trembling. She pulls off her wig, her long dark hair cascading down as she smirks. "Yeah, finally we meet the boss of Crimson Flame." He asks why she never said anything when she knew all along. She reminds him he didn't know her 3 years ago. He starts to apologize, to explain. But she shuts him down cold. "No need, I won't listen." She calmly gets up to grab a water bottle, telling him not to be nervous. He asks if she's really not angry, and her icy stare says it all. When he reaches out, she slaps his hand away. "Don't touch me," she warns. "We're not that familiar." He finally understands she's here to settle the score. He tries a different tactic, mentioning the single chocolate left on the desk and saying he bought her a new one. But then he does the unthinkable. He drops to his knees before her. "Have I gotten myself into trouble?" he asks, feigning innocence. "Or did I seriously offend my girlfriend?" He surrenders completely, begging her to spare his life, but she's not buying the victim act, reminding him she had it much worse. He admits he's lucky he didn't see her in the enforcement hall back then, or they'd never have gotten together. He begs her for a chance. He is utterly at her mercy. "You'd accept it even if I wanted to kill you?" she asks, leaning in close. "Yes," he breathes without hesitation. He agrees, asking only for a few last words, telling her he'll leave all his assets to her. He then places a gun in her hand, pressing it to his own head, and tells her to collect his body when she's done. She looks bored. "You finished?" Suddenly, her earpiece buzzes. Her brother is causing chaos again, and she's needed. As she turns to leave, he grabs her arm. "Is this considered as saving my own life?" He's not letting her go that easily. In a flash, our girl flips him onto his back. "Don't get handsy," she says, leaving him with a chilling promise. "I'm not done with you." He lies on the floor, a slow, determined smile spreading across his face. "I'll do it," he decides. Moments later, his men are in a panic. Lu Changu has gone to the enforcement hall and ordered the elders to torture him, just as they did to Useng. They have to hurry. Meanwhile, Goosey is having the time of his life, hacking and destroying billions worth of Red Flame's drones. He doesn't want money, he wants to see how Mr. Lu is going to handle this mess. His friends burst into the law enforcement hall to find a horrifying sight: Chengzhou tied to a cross. He's already beaten and bloodied, but the doctor reports no fatal injuries. "Is this necessary?" his friend pleads. Chengzhou grits his teeth. "She went through all this, I need to let her vent her anger." Continue. They try to argue, reminding him that Goosey's assassins blew up their base. "It's my fault," he growls. "She blows up Red Flame and that's okay." They protest that he didn't know it was her. "Now I do," he roars. With a flick of the whip, the torture continues. His friends can only watch in horror. After half an hour, they bring out a neuro agent. The guard asks what dosage Wuseng received. "Increase it," Chengzhou commands through clenched teeth. The drug floods his system and the agony is unimaginable. His friend screams, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chengzhou finally passes out from the pain. But they aren't done. They douse him with a bucket of cold water, shocking him awake. He forces his eyes open, telling his friend to stay out of it. "Mang was here for 5 days," he gasps. "This is what I deserve, go on." The night stretches on into an eternity of pain. "How many days do you plan to do this?" his friend asks, his voice breaking. The guard warns that the current dose is already the limit. "Continue," Chengzhou whispers, his resolve unbroken. But his body can't take any more. Blood spills from his lips as his system starts to fail. The hall erupts in panic, screaming for a cardiac stimulant and shouting, "Go find Mang quickly." It's been 7 long days since he last came to see her. Our girl, Mang, stares at a box of chocolates, convinced it must finally be over between them. With a heavy heart, she decides it's time to throw away the last reminder of him. Just as the box hits the trash, a frantic knocking echoes through the cabin. It's Lu Changzhu's chaotic friend demanding she come see him immediately, but our girl is ice cold, flatly refusing. "I don't know him." The man is absolutely floored by her savage denial. "The person you claim not to know," he screams, "has been torturing himself in the enforcement hall for the past 7 days. He pounds on the door, his voice cracking with desperation. He reveals Chengzhou was so desperate he had someone inject him with 10 cc of truth serum, a dose so extreme it stopped his heart. Mang's eyes widen in shock. 10 cc? That's insane. As he begs her to save him, her resolve shatters. Where is he? They race through the corridors as panic shouts from the medical bay fill the air. The cardiac stimulant isn't working. Even the defibrillator is failing. His heart is in a state of electrical storm, a highly fatal arrhythmia. Mang storms into the room like a queen taking her throne, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Step aside." She immediately moves to his side, her fingers expertly finding his pulse. After checking his eyes, she commands cardiac stimulant. The doctor protests, saying they've already used it, is now worried about potential side effects, and is requesting a personal checkup from her. She agrees without a fight. This should be interesting. She finds him resting in a private hospital with stimulants. He admits to having slight renal failure. Her response is absolutely savage. With the sweetest smile, she chirps, "Mr. Lu, congratulations, your kidney is failing." The pure, unadulterated joy on her face is terrifying. He pales, utterly horrified. "Renal failure. Are you serious?" he asks, his voice trembling. She calmly confirms, yes. He desperately asks if it can be cured. She just shrugs, saying it depends on his body. She writes a prescription, telling him to get the medicine himself since the hospital doesn't have it. He quickly changes tactics, bringing up her promise to sleep with him. Is she going to go back on her word now? She considers it. Once should be okay, but not for the long term. He sits up, agitated. "You don't care, this is about both of us." She just toys with him, a playful glint in her eyes. "Are you thinking of finding someone else?" That's the last straw. He yanks her onto the bed, shouting her name. She calmly warns him to stay calm, or his illness will only get worse. Then she dismisses him like a child. "Understood, you can go now." He's left completely confused and riddled with self-doubt, while she can barely contain her laughter. She decides to show a little mercy, tucking him back into bed. Leaning in close, she whispers, "Don't be scared, it's just a minor illness. A few prescriptions will fix it." "What do you mean?" he asks. She moves even closer, her lips brushing his ear. "It's not just about one person, I care about it quite a bit too." "Are you playing with me?" he asks, completely under her spell. She smirks, "Not bad." Overwhelmed by her games, he gives in to his desire and pulls her into a passionate kiss. Later, while observing training, one of the soldiers notices a mark on her lip. "Miss, did you and Mr. Lu have a fight?" She shoots him a death glare. "Mind your own business." She sits down, pulling out her phone to ignore him. A message pops up from someone named Chengzhou, a powerful president of a massive corporation, asking for her help as White Fox to decode a conversation. Our girl is intrigued. What kind of encrypted conversation could stump the top tech experts of a financial giant? While on a mission, our girl gets an urgent message. The company's stock market has been impacted by a suspected hacker attack. As a top-tier hacker herself, she gets right to work, but her screen flashes a horrifying message. Crack failed. Even after trying 2 different methods, she can't get through. This firewall is the work of several elite hackers, and she wonders what kind of secret they're protecting so fiercely. Casually asks if Lin Shuang is a hacker, just as our girl gets a victory on her game. She smirks, delivering a savage backhanded compliment. Maybe her brain technology is quite good. He pushes, saying she seems to know Lin Shuang pretty well. That's when our girl decides to flip the script, getting up and leaning over his bed. "We're sleeping in the same bed," she purrs. "Do you know what I do?" He's left completely speechless and flustered, the tension so thick he just wants it done. As the men discuss their plans, our girl tries to dip out. But Chengzhou is not having it. He grabs her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. He reminds her that Lin Shuang has powerful connections. He asks if she thinks Lin Shuang could be connected to the Shadow Alliance or even White Fox, just as our girl's phone starts buzzing. She glances at the screen, clearly annoyed. It's a call from the very people they're trying to hire, but she just hangs up. When he asks who it was, she plays it cool. "Just a spam call, don't worry about it." But before he can question her further, another assistant bursts into the room in a full-blown panic. She says, her voice dripping with ice. She tells him the exchange is too critical to fail and orders him to go to the training ground instead. He can only stare, completely dumbfounded, with a relief, wondering what she could possibly do if their entire tech team failed. The losses climb to 1 billion, and they're losing control of the entire situation. The purple-haired assistant warns her that a brute force attack is useless. He begs her to give the computer back, but Chengzhou stops him with 2 simple words: "Don't disturb her." He watches her, a slow realization dawning on his face. She really is a hacker. Meanwhile, in a dark basement, the culprits are celebrating their victory, bragging about taking down a top 3 IT team. They're already planning to challenge the world's best hacker groups, but their celebration is cut short. Suddenly, one of them screams. The money they just stole is vanishing from their accounts. Their massive score is replaced with a pathetic 250 yuan, and the insulting letters SB flash across their screens. They've been hacked back and completely humiliated. Back in the hospital, the purple-haired guy is losing his mind. Their whole tech team couldn't do it, but Mang traced the hacker's IP address in less than 5 minutes. Chengzhou gives the cold, simple command, "Capture them." His assistant scrambles to send the message, determined not to let them escape. The location is sent and the hunt is on. Our girl closes the laptop, cool as a cucumber. "The cryptocurrencies have all been traced back," she says, adding she left them a little pocket money as a final insult. Chengzhou is speechless. As if that wasn't enough, she adds, "Oh, and while I was at it, I cracked that online conversation too." She shows them the chat log where the hackers were mocking them, arrogantly challenging White Fox himself. The sheer audacity has the room fuming, with the assistant vowing to throw them in international prison. He's still amazed, asking how she possibly traced the funds through so many layers. Our girl drops the final bomb. "Their bank's defense systems and the web shield," she says with a smirk, "I made them." His jaw just about hits the floor. She gives a little wink, admitting she made a good profit off that system. Then she turns to the injured Chengzhou. Silent, it's time for training, let's go. She leaves the room, leaving two completely shell-shocked men in her wake. The assistant finally puts two and two together, wondering if Mang is one of the legendary hackers they've been hearing about. Elsewhere, Lin Shuang is finally leaving her hideout, only to run into the blonde man from the hospital. It's an awkward encounter, but she puffs out her chest, thinking she has Mang to back her up. She lies that she's just going clubbing, and he gives her a thinly veiled threat disguised as concern. She brushes him off with a quick thank you. They part ways, but he's not letting this go. Lin Shuang, he mutters to himself, a dangerous look in his eyes. I'll remember that. His own assistant pulls him away, reminding him they have to see the final assessment from Silent. They gossip about how the training has gotten even more bizarre this year. Another man overhears and shuts them down fast. The silent one is Mang. Keep talking and you won't even know how you die. He then reports that their boss is stuck in the medical room, but Miss Gu already cracked the North Exchange case. They wonder where she is, speculating that her recent ruthless display wasn't personal but part of the training. They'll just have to wait for the results. And with that, the final assessment begins, with our girl Mang front and center, looking ready for war. It's been almost 3 days, and the guys are getting antsy to see how the assessment is going. But a text comes in from our girl inviting them for hot pot, and our poor injured boyfriend can only reply with a sad, okay. By the time Mang arrives, the boys are already waiting, ready to dig it. Of course, our girl's plan is pure chaotic evil. She's eating spicy hot pot right in front of her boyfriend, who's on a strict diet of bland medicinal meals. He stares at his pathetic soup while she enjoys the feast, and she even has the audacity to call him miserable. He seethes, warning her that he'll deal with her later. But she just smirks, challenging him to try. The other two are just loving the free dinner and a show, wondering if they should even be listening to this spicy exchange. To add insult to injury, our girl casually takes off her jacket, revealing a crop top that has her man's eyes glued to her. She pulls her hair up, completely unbothered by the tension she's created, looking like an absolute goddess. He tells her to put her jacket back on, but she just brushes it off, saying it's to avoid getting scalded by the hot pot, a likely story. The peanut gallery knows exactly what's up. He's just jealous and doesn't want anyone else seeing her. The conversation turns to the assessment they're watching on screen. They're worried about her brother, Goosey, thinking he might get eliminated. We see him in the middle of a brutal fight, but Mang isn't worried at all. Just then her walkie-talkie buzzes, the assessment is over. She arrives at the training ground to congratulate the survivors. One of the girls points out the brutal 50% casualty rate, exhausted but proud. Mang comforts her, telling her she did well. Suddenly, her brother Goosey appears, collapsing against her dramatically. I'm so tired and hungry, life is so hard, he wails. She just pats his head, promising that now they can go back and deal with his other matters. 3 days later, they are at a school office. The principal is in shock. Mang wants her brother, who hasn't been in school, to take the college entrance exam. Meanwhile, a silver-haired girl is sneaking around, clearly up to no good. Mang catches her just as she's about to lock a door. The girl, caught red-handed, does a 180 and suddenly acts like a fangirl, asking for an autograph from God. Mang signs it and the girl dashes off, claiming she has an interview. Our girl watches her go, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. At the audition, a girl named Yao Ling is introducing herself when her voice suddenly gives out, turning into a robotic screech. The silver-haired girl rushes to her side, suggesting that someone deliberately drugged her with something that paralyzes the throat. Yao Ling, furious, demands a full investigation and a search of everyone present. The silver-haired girl smirks, her trap is set. The staff searches everyone but finds nothing. Yao Ling refuses to accept it, screaming that her throat was fine before she came to their company. That's when the silver-haired girl oh so helpfully remembers that Mang was also there for an interview. She pressures the staff to search our girl's room, too. They knock on the door and barge in, explaining they need to do a room check. Mang gives them an icy stare, you suspect me. Her friend Hyedu immediately steps in front of her, questioning their authority. But Mang is cool as a cucumber. Search all you want, she says. In surprise, surprise, Yao Ling finds a vial of the supposed drug. The silver-haired girl feigns shock. Oh my god, could it be Mang who drugged her? Yao Ling lunges at our girl, screaming about how wicked she is. But Hyedu catches her wrist before she can land a slap. Do you know who you're trying to hit? He asks coldly. She doesn't care. Mang just smirks, framing me now, are you? Yao Ling threatens to call the police and ruin her reputation. Big mistake. Mang calmly tells Hyedu to get the real culprit under control. He grabs the silver-haired girl, who is stunned. Then our girl rips the autograph in half. Someone like you doesn't deserve my autograph, she says, her voice dripping with ice. She then tells them to call the police. When the staff tries to protest, Hyedu drops the bomb, your company. This is Bai Yi, the boss of your ex-Sheng factory. The staffer's jaw hits the floor. Mang is the legendary Bai Yi. Just then, another handsome man appears, calling Hyedu brother-in-law. Goosey, watching from the car, cackles with glee. While this new rival, Huozhai, is trying to get Gu Mang to go with him, she's on the phone with her actual boyfriend. Hearing another man's voice, the boyfriend gets instantly jealous, muttering that she's in high demand. He warns her that as soon as he's out of bed, he's coming for her. Gu Mang quickly hangs up. She ignores Huozhai, tossing her keys to her brother in the car, and tells the new guy to move his car and get out of the way. She gets into her own vehicle, ready to leave. But Huozhai isn't giving up. He blocks her door, insisting she take a birthday gift. He holds out a small, beautifully wrapped box. It's lipstick. Her brother points out that she doesn't even wear makeup, and then proceeds to roast Huozhai mercilessly. Gu Mang takes the gift, but only to dispose of it for him. And then, in the most savage move ever, she drives past a trash can and casually tosses the gift inside, leaving Huozhai completely stunned. Her brother is dying of laughter in the passenger seat. In the other car, Huozhai's poor assistant explains that lipstick is a symbol of admiration. Huozhai can only grit his teeth and yell, "Shut up." They finally arrive in the capital, where another one of her friends, Mufeng, greets them like she's royalty. He smothers Goosey in a hug, calling him the little ancestor. Gu Mang just looks so done with all of this drama. Mufeng proudly shows off a sports car that Gu Mang won for him in a race, right as the girl she won it from appears, realizing the truth. The girl notes how close Gu Mang and Mufeng are, and wonders if her boyfriend knows she only raced for another man's sake. Ooh, the plot thickens. Mufeng's brother accuses him of trying to sow discord, but our girl's new friend, Yu Zhangjing, is having none of it. She knows her boss is an absolute powerhouse, and there's no way she can be beaten. The brother immediately starts backtracking, stuttering that he didn't mean anything by it. But Jinyang can't help but wonder how a playboy like Mufeng landed such a formidable boss. Gu Mang, ever the queen of cutting through the nonsense, tells them to stop fooling around so they can go eat. Mufeng gives Jinyang a final warning to watch her words, leaving her fuming. As their car speeds away, Jinyang makes a decision. She's going straight to Lu Changu to spill the tea. Meanwhile, Chengzhou's subordinate reports that they have no idea where Gu Mang went after being dropped at the airport. Chengzhou muses that with her personality, she could be anywhere. Suddenly, Jinyang bursts into the room, calling his name and immediately freezing when she sees the bandages around his neck. She's horrified at how badly he's been injured. But when she asks if it hurts, Chengzhou's response is ice cold. He orders his men to clear the manor and never let unrelated people in again, giving her the ultimate shutdown. As she's being dragged out, Jinyang desperately yells that she has information for him. She blurts out that Gu Mang is in the capital and Yu Mufeng was the one who picked her up. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile plays on Chengzhou's lips. Just then, Gu Mang's phone rings while she's having a meal with her brother. It's Chengzhou, thinking she must have come to the capital to surprise him. He asks where she is, offering to send his driver, and then he drops the bomb, "Gu Mang, I've missed you." Our girl, cool as ever, agrees to send her address but tasks him with handling her brother's school errands first. She hands the job off to Mufeng, much to her brother's annoyance. Later that night, the inevitable reunion happens. Gu Mang finds Chengzhou in his bedroom and asks who's supposed to be taking care of him. He gives her a pointed look, reminding her that she's his personal doctor, paid for a full year in advance. Our girl internally panics, realizing she almost got away with taking the money and running. She sighs in defeat, agreeing to take care of him after she showers. "Wait for me," she says, leaving him in anticipation. She returns wearing his shirt, a classic power move, and sits on his bed. He immediately gets down to business, asking if she had lunch with someone else. His hand covers hers as he casually asks if she's known Yu Zhangjing for long. But our girl sees right through him. "You're really asking about Yu Mufeng, aren't you?" She teases, calling him out on his jealousy. He coughs, completely flustered, as she tells him to close his eyes. But as she starts to clean his face, he finds this kind of care almost impossible to bear. She decides to poke the bear, casually asking how Yu Mufeng is doing. "That's it," he snaps, grabbing her hand. "I'm not blind," he says, his voice dangerously low. The air crackles with unspoken tension. He's so flustered he wonders if he's being carried by his looks. She ignores his inner turmoil and asks for his hand to clean it. He gives it to her and she begins wiping it down. He decides to turn the tables with a smirk, "Help me take off my clothes." To his shock, she just says, "Oh." She proceeds to untie his robe, revealing a chest that could grate cheese. He's stunned, speechless. "Are you going to take off your pants too?" she asks with a deadpan expression. "Patients aren't distinguished by gender," she adds coolly, "I don't mind." He is absolutely losing his mind. She then playfully pokes his abs and he grits his teeth, telling her to stop testing his patience. He's blushing furiously, admitting he can't take it anymore. But just as things are about to escalate, his phone rings, killing the mood instantly. It's Grandma. He tries to play it cool while she asks about his injuries. Then Grandma brings up the rumor that Gu Mang doesn't have to take the college entrance exams. He confirms it and quickly shuts down Grandma's request to speak with Gu Mang, claiming she's busy. Grandma is not happy, but he hangs up on her anyway. He turns back to our girl who has been watching this entire chaotic exchange. She offers him a piece of nougat. How do you want to be fed? He asks with a sly grin. Before she can answer, he pulls her into a kiss, teaching her exactly how. This way is better, he murmurs against her lips. Our girl is unfazed, simply agreeing before they dive back in. She even comments not bad while he's completely lost in the moment. He starts to say something important, but she cuts him off, telling him his only job is to rest and recover. He promises to trust her to take care of him, but in the next second she's already pulled away and is playing games on her phone, telling him not to disturb her. The whiplash is real. All he can do is sigh and rest his head in her lap while she plays. The next day, Mufeng is at a high-rise building watching a live stream. He's marveling at the popularity of a variety show and the talent of a legendary voice actor called Teacher Bai Yi. Suddenly, he hears footsteps and turns to see our girl approaching. "Little ancestor," he exclaims, rushing over with a document that needs a signature from a higher-up. He confesses his dad wants to use her connection to Lu Changu for a favor. Mufeng begs for her help, admitting he doesn't have the clout. She agrees, and somewhere in the city, a Chibai Chengzhou sneezes. He then asks what she's doing here, and she casually replies that her company is hiring. Mufeng's jaw hits the floor when he realizes this massive, leading voice acting company is hers. She confirms it, and the final puzzle piece clicks into place for him. "Wait, are you Teacher Bai Yi? Is there a problem?" she asks, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. Mufeng immediately transforms into a starstruck fanboy, begging to get a tour of her company. She grants his wish with a cool whatever. Inside, her manager, Zui, is thrilled to see her. He's the only one there who knows she's the boss, and he tells her that thanks to her popularity, the company's stock is soaring and applicants are flooding in. He has a tough script he needs help with, and of course, our girl is happy to oblige. She steps into the recording booth and nails it in one take, leaving him in awe of her talent. Just then, an assistant reports a technical issue at the auditions. Zui tells Mang to go rest in her office. As she walks through the waiting area, she's mobbed by fans who recognize her as God. They can't believe a celebrity of her stature would be there to audition. But in the corner, two jealous rivals are seething. They assume Mang is just there for a backdoor favor. One of them, Jinyu, scoffs that she can't stand people who use connections. Her friend warns her that the competition is stiff, with a top university student also in the running. But Jinyu is confident her own popularity is unmatched. Just then, the university prodigy, Yao Ling, walks in, her pleasant voice turning heads. Even Jinyu's friend has to admit the girl has talent. As the interviews are about to begin, Jinyu excuses herself to the restroom. She's fuming that her path to victory is being blocked by so much competition. Seeing Mang head down the same hallway, a wicked plan forms in her mind. What if Yao Ling suddenly lost her voice? And Mang was the one to take the blame. Pulling out a small vial, she grins maliciously. With this, she can eliminate both her rivals in one fell swoop. With a devious smirk, our new villainess sneaks into the break room, ready to cause some trouble for Mang. But just as she reaches for the door, she's caught red-handed by none other than our girl herself. Startled, the girl does a complete 180, suddenly transforming into a starstruck fan asking for an autograph. The sheer audacity is almost impressive. Mang, ever the cool cucumber, just signs it, and the wannabe actress scurries away, claiming she needs to prepare for her interview. But our girl knows something is up, watching her with eyes that miss nothing. Moments later, in the audition room, a poor girl named Yao Ling is mid-performance when her voice suddenly shorts out like a broken robot. Backstage, the silver-haired snake comforts Yao Ling, planting the idea that she was deliberately drugged with something that paralyzes vocal cords. Furious, Yao Ling storms off to report the incident, demanding an investigation. The silver-haired girl smirks, her trap perfectly set. She thinks there's no way Mang can escape this. But her plan hits a snag when the staff announces they've searched everyone and found nothing. Yao Ling refuses to believe it, screaming that the company can't escape responsibility. That's when the snake chimes in, helpfully suggesting they haven't checked everyone. She points the finger directly at Mang. She insists that even if the company protects Mang, she needs to be searched for fairness. The staff reluctantly knocks on the door to the lounge where our girl is relaxing. They barge in with the two accusers, demanding to perform a room check. Mang doesn't even flinch, just holding her phone with an air of total boredom. Her companion is annoyed, but the staff insists they have to check everyone who isn't an employee. With a chillingly calm expression, Mang agrees, "Search all you want." As they search, a staff member suddenly finds a small vial planted in the room. Yao Ling immediately points at it, while the silver-haired girl puts on a show, gasping, "Oh my god, could it be Mang who drugged Yao Ling?" The pink-haired girl loses it, screaming at Mang for being so wicked. She lunges to slap our girl, but a strong hand intercepts her wrist. Her companion shoves her away as she screams that the evidence has been found. Mang finally cracks a smile, a dangerous knowing smirk. "Framing me now, are you?" Yao Ling threatens to call the police, yelling that this will destroy Mang's reputation. Our girl simply glances at her companion. Get that person under control. The guards grab the silver-haired schema who shrieks in protest. Mang then savagely rips up the autograph she just signed. Someone like you doesn't deserve my autograph. She then orders them to call the police, ignoring the staff's pleas to settle this quietly. Her companion steps forward, challenging the staff. An incident occurs in our company and you allow police to come without our consent? Then he drops the bomb. This is Bai Yi, the boss of your ex-Sheng factory. The room goes silent. Mang is the legendary Bai Yi, it's impossible. The staff starts whispering amongst themselves, remembering rumors that the boss might visit. But the silver-haired girl just laughs, calling it the biggest joke she's ever heard. She argues that Mang is far too young to be the godlike Bai Yi and accuses her of being a scammer. Just as she demands they call the police on this impersonator, a man in a suit walks in, asking about the commotion. One of the staff members tattles, but the newcomer shuts him down instantly. You don't need to come in tomorrow. He then turns and bows a full 90 degrees to Mang. Boss, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates. He then makes the formal introduction, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. This is Mang, the founder of Voice Factory, my boss. The two accusers are absolutely horrified. The real CEO just confirmed it himself. The first guy gives the silver-haired girl a look of pity. Using an interview as a guise to frame the boss of the company, you're really something. The truth dawns on Yao Ling. So it was you who drugged me. The girl tries to deny it, but the jig is up. Mang has had enough, save it for the police station. The silver-haired girl Xinyu isn't scared. She pulls out her phone, ready to use her family's clout to crush them. At the station, the interrogating officer is losing his patience with Mang's cool demeanor. But the second Xinyu arrives, he turns into a bootlicking suck-up, fawning over her and her powerful cousin. Xinyu plays the victim, and the officer promises to take care of everything for her. He declares that since Mang won't confess, he'll just detain her for 48 hours. But right on cue, young Master Yu strolls in, calling out the commander's blatant power trip. I've been with Mang the whole time and can vouch she didn't drug anyone. The officer starts sweating, realizing he's caught between two powerful families. Young Master Yu calls out the fair investigation and demands Mang be released. The commander tries to smooth things over, suggesting a private settlement. But Mang isn't interested in compensation. She wants a thorough investigation, and young Master Yu echoes her demand for a public resolution. He spells it out for the trembling officer. Someone tried to harm and frame the boss in her own company. This will be handled by the book. Xinyu tries to feign ignorance, claiming the drugs have nothing to do with her and that she's tired and wants to leave. But Mang's eyes flash with a dangerous light as she stands up. The screech of her chair makes Xinyu jump. I haven't even used my evidence yet, our girl says, holding up a tiny object. She blocks Xinyu's path. The matter isn't resolved. Where do you think you're going? When Mang presents her evidence, Xinyu hysterically calls it a fake, but young Master Yu just begs his little ancestor not to tear down the police station. Again, Mang plays the video. It's from a pinhole camera, clearly showing Xinyu planting the drugs in the office. She's caught. Young Master Yu smirks. The crucial evidence is here, Chief Yang. Let's handle this by the book. As an officer moves to arrest her, Xinyu panics and makes a desperate call to her cousin. Mang just watches, an icy smile on her face. The main event is about to begin. Half an hour later, Xinyu's cousin arrives, but he looks absolutely terrified. Xinyu runs to him, crying about how she was bullied. He shoves her away, hissing, "Shut up." She doesn't get it, whining that their family is powerful enough to crush this mere company CEO. He slaps her clean across the face. A company CEO. Do you realize who you've provoked? Someone from the Lu family. Just then, Lu Changu himself appears, asking, Mang, what are you doing at the police station? Our girl just gestures to the mess. You'd have to ask Ms. Zin that. The officer looks like he's about to have a heart attack. The big shot from the He family is here, but he's clearly not on Xinyu's side. Lu Changu calmly asks for the full story. He listens, his face growing colder as he learns that Mang is the legendary Bai Yi. The verdict is swift. Xinyu is charged with intentional injury and unlawful detention, and she'll compensate the company for all losses. She begs to just pay money, pleading that she doesn't want to go to jail. Young Master Yu scoffs, you think my family's little ancestor is short of your money? Lu Changu gives her a death glare. Try saying one more word. The onlookers finally get it. This Mang is on a whole other level. Her work done, our girl stands to leave, delegating the cleanup to young Master Yu. She walks out without a single glance back, leaving chaos in her wake. Lu Changju's friend starts teasing him mercilessly. He pulls up a photo of a man who crossed Mang before, offering to help his bro pick out a nice cemetery plot for his inevitable future. With a flick of his chopsticks, Lu Changju offers our girl a piece of food. She accepts it without hesitation, savoring the bite. Why are you back so early? She asks. He casually explains that a problem at work escalated all the way to the police station, so he just didn't feel like staying. She raises an eyebrow, asking why he didn't call her, but he says a few others were already there. He inwardly smirks, realizing that someone from Hiyudu's family must have annoyed her. His phone buzzes with news about a famous voice actor, and he puts two and two together. "The sound workshop is yours too, Bai Yi?" he asks. Impressed, he marvels at her hidden identities. From now on, he declares, "Let me listen to your dubbing." Our girl just shrugs, telling him to listen to her old stuff. But oh no, he's not interested in the past. He leans in closer, his voice a low whisper, "I want to listen to the future ones." He captures her hand, and the sudden intimacy makes her speechless. The air crackles with tension as he gazes at her, completely captivated. Seeing him so serious, she decides to have a little fun, suddenly switching to a sweet, high-pitched Lolita voice that makes him blush instantly. Then she shifts to a cool, aloof professional tone, followed by a seductive, provocative whisper that leaves him utterly flustered. Leaning in, she purrs, "Which of my voices do you like?" He grabs her hand, completely overwhelmed. Then in the smoothest move ever, he brings her knuckles to his lips. "As long as it's yours, I like all of them," he says, making our hearts swoon. She just tells him to stop being cheesy so she can change his dressing. He pouts like a kicked puppy. As she unwraps the bandage, her expression turns serious, her eyes fixed on the scars across his chest. A wave of insecurity washes over him. Does she dislike my scars? He wonders frantically. He's convinced they're too ugly for her to accept and admits he's already scheduled plastic surgery. "It will recover just like before," he promises, desperate for her approval. Our girl grabs his shirt. "Why are you panicking?" He confesses he's afraid she'll leave him now that his beauty has faded. She smirks, her hand boldly tracing his abs. "The feel is still okay," she deadpans, "not a big problem." The poor guy turns 50 shades of red, totally speechless. She just gives him a knowing look, saying she's used to this kind of situation. He can only sigh in defeat, thinking to himself that he has no choice but to spoil his own wife. Suddenly, her phone rings, shattering the moment. It's her uncle, ordering her to bring Goosey back to their hometown for the Ming festival to sweep her parents' graves. She simply replies, "Got it." After she hangs up, Lu Changu asks if it was her uncle. "Yes," she says, and he can immediately sense her annoyance. "He's too long-winded," she complains with a sigh. Lu Changu teases her, asking if she's superstitious. He brings up an old saying about not getting a haircut during the first lunar month, or else your uncle will. "Well, you know." She just smirks, finding the idea quite tempting. The scene shifts to the Ming festival, where she and her brother stand before their parents' graves. She silently vows to uncover the truth behind their deaths. She turns to her brother, telling him to stay strong and not let anyone see his weakness. He quickly wipes his tears and nods. But as they turn to leave, they're ambushed by their greedy relatives. The uncle immediately starts with the backhanded compliments, suggesting she should be tutoring her cousin instead of wasting her days away. The whole family chimes in, pressuring her to use her talents for their benefit. Our girl just smiles a dangerous smile. "Grandpa, are you really sure you want me tutoring my cousin?" She then coolly lists her other skills: fighting, skipping class, and getting expelled. The whole family is left speechless by her savage honesty. Her grandpa, furious, declares she's unfit to be Goosey's guardian and that he'll give custody to her uncle. Also, he can get his hands on the inheritance. Goosey tries to protest, but his words fall on deaf ears. The grandpa steamrolls over him, ordering the uncle to take custody immediately. Mang's eyes turn to ice. It seems not getting that promotion didn't teach you a lesson. The uncle freezes, realizing with horror that she was the one who tanked his career. The grandpa loses it, swinging his cane right at her head. But she catches it with one hand, not even flinching. "You little beast," he screams, enraged that she sabotaged her uncle. She looks at them with pure contempt. "I've told you all before, don't mess with me." Her brother, ever the protector, jumps in front of her. Goosey bravely shields his sister from their grandfather's wrath. The old man tries to use Goosey against her, but Mang is having none of it. "But if I want to," she says with a chilling calm, "who among you could stop me?" She gives her uncle one last, terrifying warning. The grandpa continues to rage, calling her a beast, right before clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. While the family panics, Mang is completely unfazed, telling her brother it's time to go. The uncle grabs her arm, blaming her for everything. She just twists his wrist until it breaks with a sickening crack. As he howls in pain, she reminds him not to ask for trouble. She grabs Goosey's hand and walks away without a second glance. The boy worries if his grandpa will die, but our girl coldly replies no. Just then, another, kinder uncle rushes over, revealing the real reason for the drama. Their grandpa had sold their late parents' villa. Goosey is livid. Not only did they leech off his parents, but now they've sold their home. Mang calmly asks who was behind it. The answer, her grandfather. She immediately pulls out her phone. Her voice is pure ice as she gives the order. "Get the villa back and make the Lei family pay back every single cent they ever took." Later at the airport, she and Goosey say goodbye to their good uncle. He fusses over them, but Mang drops a bomb. Goosey is taking the college entrance exams this year. The uncle's jaw hits the floor. A 7-year-old taking the exam was one thing, but now her brother too? What kind of genius siblings are they? She asks him to look after her parents' graves, and he readily agrees. Then she sends him a bank transfer that makes his eyes pop out, 10 million. She waves it off as a little money and tells him to use it to get his daughter into a better school. She even hands him a business card, saying the powerful Minister Lu will personally help him buy a house. The uncle is left completely shell-shocked. Just what kind of connections does his niece have? Mang simply confirms it and says her goodbyes. As they head for their flight, her phone rings. It's Lu Changu. She tells him she's at the airport heading back. He's clearly happy to hear her voice. And then he drops the ultimate question. If you're free tomorrow, how about you come home with me to meet the parents? Our girl is stunned silent. Meet the parents. He casually tells her not to be shy, as if this is just another Tuesday. Grandma Lu is an absolute sweetheart from the get-go, immediately telling our girl to just call her grandma and come sit down. But Lu Changu, ever the troll, cuts in, teasing his own grandmother about asking for such familiarity without even giving a meeting gift. He lays it on thick, sighing about how hard life is, as if our girl is some poor peasant. Grandma is having none of his nonsense, declaring that of course Mang gets a gift. She then reveals she's a total stan, knowing our girl is the chief designer for the Lanting project and that she designed the very clothes Grandma is wearing. She happily pulls Mang over to sit with her. Lu Changu just tells her to go, while Grandma gushes over how lovable she is. And for the first time, our girl actually defends him, saying he's good-looking too, which completely catches him off guard. Grandma just keeps roasting her grandson, calling him unworthy and saying it's a disgrace for Mang to be with him. But our girl smoothly defends him again, calling him a good boy, which makes Grandma beam. She hands over a fat red envelope and a beautiful bracelet. Mang hesitates, thinking this is way too much. But Grandma insists, saying it's for her future granddaughter-in-law. Lu Changu smugly agrees, confirming she's destined to be the future lady of the Lu estate. He drapes an arm over her, looking ridiculously pleased with himself. Later that night, Mang inspects the gift. It's a card for 100 million in one. She thinks it's a bit much, but Lu Changu brushes it off as a simple meeting gift. He then brings up the bracelet, explaining it's a bridal heirloom that's been passed down for generations. He gently slides the gorgeous gold piece onto her wrist. But our girl, with a deadpan expression, looks at the mountain of gifts and asks, just this? The absolute audacity. Lu Changu leans in, a dangerous glint in his eye, and asks if she wants to add him to the pile. She tries to escape by saying she's sleepy, but he grabs her arm, not letting her go. He finds her behavior strange, questioning why she's being so well-behaved and not fighting back. She claims she's just tired, but he presses her, wondering if she's unsatisfied with him. She finally relents, admitting he's pretty good. He closes the distance, whispering, "Where's good?" Everywhere, she mutters, but he's not done. "But there are places you haven't even seen," he purrs, his intentions becoming crystal clear. He pulls her into his arms, demanding she tell him what she likes. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He starts listing off options, his voice a low growl as he maps out her body with his words. Fed up, she finally snaps, telling him to get out if he's not going to sleep. But he just smirks, tilting her chin up. "Don't rush," he says, "I'll sleep now." And then he crashes his lips against hers. In one swift move, he has her pinned to the bed. He leans in close, asking if she's satisfied with the product. She's a blushing mess, forced to admit he's even more than she imagined. Quite satisfied, she whispers, begging to sleep, but he just laughs, "Nice dream." This chaotic man is not finished yet. Mang, he says, his voice dropping an octave, "You've provoked me for 3 months. It's time to pay your debts." And with that, the night truly begins. Later, he's lounging in bed looking utterly content while our girl has to go clean up. As she's washing her hands, she looks so cute that he can't resist. He sneaks up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and helping her wash her hands. He leans in, whispering that he'll let her off this time since she's still young. A few days later, the college entrance exams end, and the media swarms a silver-haired boy. It's Goosey, who casually tells reporters he's only 8 and the exam was so easy he took a nap and still finished first. The crowd is speechless. The news explodes online. Not only is the 8-year-old genius Mang's brother, but all of her secret identities start getting exposed one by one. Her friends are having a field day, teasing Lu Changu about his sister-in-law's insane list of accomplishments. But Lu Changu is radiating pure fury. His terrified friend immediately begs Mang for help, and like the big shot she is, she agrees to take down the trending topics. Meanwhile, the villains are already spinning their own narrative, claiming Mang used her unschooled brother for fame. Soon it's time for the exam scores to be officially released. One family nervously gathers around their computer. The son got 566. He's thrilled he can finally go to the police academy. His parents are crying with joy, knowing it's all thanks to Mang's tutoring. Next up is Year, who scores a whopping 723, ranking 5th in the province. Her dad is bursting with pride. Year then checks the scores for her friend Jinyang. 734, Jinyang is second in the entire province. They all wonder who could have possibly beaten that score. Back at Gu Mang's place, they're checking Goosey's results, half joking about another perfect score. And it's 749, full marks in everything except for one single point deducted in English. This kid is a monster. They can't believe it. Why lose 1 point on purpose? Goosey, cool as a cucumber, explains, the first place is my sister's. Why would I want to break her record? He declares that even a tie is unacceptable. His sister must be the one and only. Our girl looks on beyond proud. Lu Changu lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding, realizing the kid even went easy on him regarding their secret identities. At the Lane family household, the mood is less celebratory. The father sees the news about Goosey's results and the online praise for the divine siblings. His son rushes in, panicking about what they are supposed to do now. The father finally admits defeat. They were wrong about Gu Mang and Goosey, and he's done meddling. It's all been a mistake, he says, turning his back on his son. He walks away, leaving the boy to face the consequences alone. Elsewhere, Gu Mang is catching up with Jinyang, teasing her for gaining weight. Jinyang is excited about her plans to intern at a law firm. She promises that when she starts making money, it'll all go to Gu Mang. Jinyang insists on paying her back for everything. And then Gu Mang drops the most savage proposal ever. I don't want it unless you agree to marry me. The guy is over here, and Qin Fang can only marvel at how the little sister-in-law has it all. Lu Changu just smirks, looking like the proudest boyfriend in the world. He thinks to himself that he needs to be more careful, just as someone suggests a big celebration banquet. As they make plans, Gu Mang's phone rings. She steps away to take the call. It's Lin Shuang. Her friends want to come celebrate, and apparently Yun Ling is desperate to finally meet her in person. Gu Mang tells them to come to the party at Tangxia residence, but she gives them one final, critical warning. Lu Chengzhou and his powerful friends are there, so they absolutely cannot expose their identities from the Shadow Alliance. The celebratory banquet is in full swing, but the mood is anything but festive. Yun Ling complains that they flew halfway around the globe for this, only to be met with a table full of long faces. Her companion, Jiang Shenyuan, whines dramatically that this meal is meant to choke him to death. He Chen, ever the gentleman, tells Yun Ling not to worry, he'll take care of her tonight, which only seems to annoy her more. Meanwhile, a petty war breaks out as Lu Yang passes all the food he hates onto Jiang Shenyuan's plate, payback for being called a noob. While the two couples bicker amongst themselves, our main duo couldn't be more unbothered, until Lu Chengzhou finally tells the chaotic children to stop it. Like scolded puppies, they immediately pipe down. Chengzhou, ever the magnanimous host, offers to cover all their expenses at a luxury club and even arrange a private cruise home. But Yun Ling isn't impressed, demanding to know in what capacity he's making these grand offers. And with a look that could melt steel, Chengzhou drops the bomb as a boyfriend. Jiang Shenyuan scoffs, pointing out that our girl hasn't even said anything yet. But Gu Mang, cool as a cucumber, casually confirms he is before taking a bite. Chengzhou gently warns her not to get drunk. She just smirks, saying she's in a good mood and will drink as she pleases. Leaning in dangerously close, she purrs, "What's the matter? If I get drunk, you'll take me back, right?" He agrees without hesitation, leaving their friends absolutely stunned. They've never seen our girl act this way before. Yun Ling gets catty, snapping at Yi Chen for staring at her friend. She's suddenly flustered, realizing he's been watching her this whole time. Later in the parking garage, Gu Mang and Chengzhou walk hand in hand. She tells him she's incredibly happy, but when he asks why, she just dodges the question. He leans in, the air crackling with tension, just to fasten her seatbelt for her. But our girl is feeling playful and clicks it in herself with a grin. Drunk, he teases. Nope, she insists, I'm just truly very happy today. And he can't help but think how unbelievably cute she is when she's like this. Back at his place, he tells her to go take a bath while he makes her some honey water. She just repeats again that she's happy. He corners her, his voice a low rumble. That's the third time, tell me, what are you so happy about? She brushes it off, saying she just wants to celebrate with him. When he asks how, her eyes glint with mischief. How about, she whispers, after being well fed and warmed up, we contemplate other desires. He's taken aback but amused. Feeling brave, are we? Is it the alcohol? He asks, but she fires right back, I didn't start the flirting, it's you who'll be begging me. And just like that, our poor boy is a blushing, flustered mess. Her hand slowly trails up to his tie, a silent promise in her eyes. I'm in a good mood, she purrs, I might just satisfy you. He tries to regain control, telling her she stinks of alcohol and needs a shower. But she's not letting him escape that easily. Then after the shower, she begins, but he cuts her off. After the shower, go to bed. He tries to look stern, but our girl is not impressed. Is this guy impotent or what? She wonders, completely savage. He tries to pull his hand away, but she holds on. She holds on tight, not letting go. He huffs that he's sobered up and lost interest, but she sees right through him. I'm protecting you and you don't appreciate it, he says, trying to sound noble. She suddenly remembers her cover story, claiming she forgot she was still young. He plays along, suggesting other ways for the young to satisfy him, like using her hand. But she's already over it, saying she's not in a good mood anymore. Fine then, she says, turning away, you can take care of it yourself. But oh, he is not letting her go that easily. He yanks her back into a powerful hug. She tells him to let go, but he whispers that he has a girlfriend for a reason. Sorry, your girlfriend wants a shower, she retorts coolly. Deal with it yourself. He leans in, his voice dropping an octave. So you're saying you absolutely have to have me tonight? Before she can answer, he kisses her, murmuring that she's still 18 and needs to wait 2 more years. But our girl pulls back with a bombshell confession. The age was a lie. She gives him the green light, telling him there's no need to hold back. A wicked grin spreads across his face. These are your words. He doesn't need to be told twice. He sweeps her into his arms, their lips crashing together in a fiery kiss. He drags her towards the bed, never breaking the kiss. The night is just getting started. He presses her into the mattress. She boldly reaches for his tie and unties it. It falls away, and so do his inhibitions. He takes over, shrugging off his own shirt, his face flushed with desire. Her fingers immediately find their way to his chest. She trails them down his sculpted abs, and he asks one last time, Mang, are you really ready? With a single breathless yes, she seals her fate. Then as you wish, he growls before giving her a final warning. When you wake up tomorrow, don't you dare regret it. The next morning, she wakes up sore but with a smirk, remembering every detail. Chengzhou appears like the perfect boyfriend, bringing her a glass of water. She sips it and collapses back into bed, exhausted. He asks if she wants to shower, but she's too tired. I'll carry you, he says softly. He scoops her up and carries her to the bathroom, joining her in the tub. She notices his injuries from their wild night and asks innocently, why is it so swollen? He just gives her a knowing look. She complains that he was a beast who almost killed her, and he promises to put medicine on her later. He insists it's his responsibility to take care of her. Later, he's gently applying medicine to her leg while she silently fumes, wanting to hit someone. He cheekily reminds her she started it and has to take responsibility, but she tries to placate him with a kiss. He leans in for it, completely smitten. Just be a person, will you? She groans, half annoyed, half flustered. He asks why she's looking at him like he's a beast. Aren't you one? She shoots back. He smirks, warning her that he learned a few things just for her, and this is how he'll be from now on. If you don't like it, he whispers, just tell me what you do like and I'll learn that too. Our girl is speechless. It seems she's finally met her match. Just then his phone rings. It's his grandma. She's calling to let him know that the powerful Qin family patriarch has personally invited Mang to his birthday banquet. Meanwhile, a new rival has entered the chat. This mysterious blue-haired man is told his people failed to deliver a gift to Goosey. He's determined to win her over, believing his sincerity will break through her cold exterior. His subordinate informs him that Mang will be at the Qin family banquet with young Master Gu. That's all he needs to hear. The man decides he'll attend as well. I actually want to meet this Lu Changu, he declares, and you just know the drama is about to be dialed up to 11. Our power couple arrives at the opulent Sky Royal Hotel, immediately turning heads. Just as they step in, a young woman rushes towards them, throwing herself at Mang in a chaotic hug. Her grandfather quickly scolds her, but Yai is just too excited, introducing our girl as the miracle worker who cured her illness. The old man, Elder Qin, is overcome with gratitude, promising that the entire Qin family is at her beck and call. After sending the excited granddaughter away, he tells the two to enjoy the party. But of course, the peace can't last for more than 5 seconds because another woman, Yu Shu, sashays over, looking down her nose at Mang. She starts running her mouth, loudly questioning why Lu Chengzhou would bring another woman when everyone knows she is his intended future wife. The whispers immediately start, with harpies calling our girl a shameless mistress. Chengzhou leans in, calmly telling our girl it's all a misunderstanding and he'll handle it. He turns to the delusional Yu Shu with ice in his eyes. Future wife, who said that? She tries to play it off, listing all the times he's supposedly taken care of her and bought her things. But Chengzhou delivers a savage takedown, clarifying that his assistant did all those things, and it has absolutely nothing to do with him. Then, for the whole room to hear, he declares his one and only future wife is Mang. He wraps a possessive arm around our girl, and the crowd gasps as they realize Yu Shu was just living in her own little fantasy world. Fuming and utterly humiliated, Yu Shu tries to flee the scene. But Chengzhou isn't done with her. Wait, he commands, his voice dripping with authority. Apologize. Left with no choice, she bows her head and forces out an apology to Mang. As she scurries away in shame, the guests start murmuring again because another big shot has just arrived. And who else could it be but the silver-haired, red-eyed rival Mr. Huo? Elder Qin rushes to greet him, but Huo waves him off, his eyes scanning the room for someone. His gaze locks on a Mang, and he starts walking towards her. But Lu Chengzhou is faster, stepping in to block his path. Huo demands he move, saying he's here for Mang. Chengzhou's smile is pure poison. May I ask, Mr. Huo, what do you need with my future wife? The two alpha males are about to throw down right there in the lobby when our girl finally steps in, telling them it's enough. She calms Chengzhou down, assuring him it's fine. Mr. Huo asks to speak with her outside, and to Chengzhou's dismay, she agrees. He tries to pull her back, his hand gripping hers tightly, but she just gives him a reassuring look and promises she'll be right back. From the car, a very unhappy Chengzhou watches as Mr. Huo tries to sweet-talk our girl. Huo wants her to come back to the extreme territory, telling her she's the destined young master of the Gu family. He warns her about the coming turmoil between the great families and offers his protection, but our girl is having none of it, shutting him down with a cold no need. When he tries to threaten her by mentioning her brother, she doesn't even flinch. If you have the guts, she dares him, then take him away. With that mic drop, she returns to the car. Chengzhou opens the door for her and they leave Mr. Huo standing alone in their dust. A silent storm brewing in his eyes. They drive off into the city night. In the car, the silence is thick with tension. Mang is quiet, her arms crossed. Chengzhou finally breaks, asking what she wants. He tells her to stop giving him the silent treatment, but she just says she's tired. He's not buying it. Or is it just because of your fiancé? He prods. Ugh, he just had to bring it up. Our girl was trying so hard not to care, but the thought of that delusional woman irks her to no end. She finally snaps, admitting that it was annoying seeing all those women fawning over him. Can you at least show some marital fidelity? She demands. She points at his shirt, button up, stop flirting around outside. A slow, amused smile spreads across his face, flirting around. He obediently buttons his shirt, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Marital fidelity, okay, I get it, he says, his voice a low purr. He pulls her into his arms. Are we good now? She teases him, calling him charming and admitting he could probably seduce her. He plays along, feigning fear. Now that you say that, I'm quite scared, he murmurs, noting how many people seem to have their eyes on him. She calls him thick-skinned, but he just leans in closer. I've given you my body, you better protect me well. He gently caresses her face, his touch sending shivers down her spine. I only ever wanted to seduce you, young lady, he whispers, and just like that, our girl melts. Resting against his chest, blushing furiously, she tells him she hopes he keeps his word. The tender moment is sealed with a soft kiss. He then brings up her starting university, mentioning he's already arranged an apartment for her and cheekily asks if he can come stay. But our girl shuts that down immediately, telling him she's already decided to stay in the dorms. A little disappointed, he says he'll keep the apartment ready for her anyway, for sneaking around in the future. Then he plays the victim card, pouting that she's upset him and needs to make it up to him. Giving in, she leans forward and playfully bites his chin. Sometime later, after another argument, Chengzhou does the only thing he knows to appease his furious girlfriend. He heads to the enforcement hall to accept punishment. As he starts to undress, his friend panics. He begs Mang to stop him, but our girl strides in with a predatory look in her eyes. Everyone leave, she commands. Since he wants to be punished, I'll fulfill his wish personally. Chengzhou stands ready, telling her to just get it over with so they can move on. But our girl has other plans. She yanks his tie off. Your gaze will distract me, she says coolly. Cover your eyes. She ties it around his head like a blindfold, his cheeks flushing a deep red. He's completely at her mercy. She confesses that she hates how he always hurts himself to apologize, as if trying to guilt trip her. He tries to object, to say that's not what he meant, but she rips his shirt open with a savage hush. I have to teach you a good lesson. My way, she declares, and he can only sit there blindfolded and vulnerable. She silences him with a finger to his lips, and then pulls out a leather harness, wolf ears, and a fluffy tail. This device will monitor your mental state, she explains, strapping him in. You better behave yourself. He's completely stunned, now dressed in the most chaotic punishment outfit ever. What exactly is she doing? He wonders, feeling something is very off. Our girl leans over him, a dominant smirk on her face. He hisses as she adjusts the straps, and she just tells him to shut up. She runs a hand down his back, and to his horror, the tail curls up in response. He stammers her name, completely flustered. She keeps exploring, clearly enjoying his reaction. She leans in close, her voice a seductive whisper. You look much more pleasing right now, she purrs in his ear. She silences his protests one last time. I'm going to start your punishment, are you ready? And then she pulls out a whip. With a sharp crack, the punishment begins. With a sharp clap, our girl reveals her punishment for Lu Changu. Decked out in a leather harness, complete with wolf ears and a tail, he looks absolutely mortified. But Mang just smirks, whip in hand, ready to play. He groans, clearly flustered by this whole chaotic situation. Shut up, she orders, her voice low and teasing. He tries to protest, but she's already straddling him, completely in control. Be good, she purrs, leaning in close. Then she switches tactics, offering him a peace treaty in the form of strawberry cake. He's suspicious, asking if she really bought it for him. Yes, she confirms, a playful glint in her eyes. And that means it's mine to do with as I please, she declares, popping a piece of the strawberry into his mouth. Keep it in your mouth, she commands, don't bite through it. He's utterly confused by her strange request. But he obeys, holding the sweet treat delicately between his lips. Then she leans in, stealing the strawberry from his mouth with a searing kiss that leaves him breathless and blushing. He can only gasp in response, completely at her mercy. She pulls back with a wicked smile, declaring that he's been a bad boy and should be punished. The sound of the whip cracks again and he turns, looking both terrified and maybe just a little bit thrilled. She throws the whip aside, seeing him trying to suppress his reaction. "Aren't we continuing?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper, a little disappointed the fun is over. "Considering you've behaved quite well," she says, grabbing his chin, "let's call it even." And she rewards him with another deep, passionate kiss. He melts into it, thanking her for the punishment. "I love it," he admits, a smitten smile spreading across his face. The very next day, it's the first day of college. As the new roommates introduce themselves, one girl, Tangzhou Xiao, is already gushing over how Mang could easily be the campus belle, while the pink-haired Su Jianying seethes with jealousy. Jianying scoffs that no matter how good-looking Mang is, her cheap clothes make her look poor. Just then, their major's counselor arrives to speak with Mang. She explains that there's military training tomorrow and a student representative needs to give a speech. Jianying immediately tries to claim the spot, but the teacher coldly shuts her down. Instead, the teacher announces that Mang, who entered the school with perfect scores, will be the one giving the speech, leaving Jianying absolutely floored. But our lazy queen, ever so allergic to public speaking, immediately asks, "Can we change to someone else?" The teacher refuses, explaining how important this event is and that Mang is the only one qualified. She even tries to sweeten the deal by telling her the speech is already written for her. Mang reluctantly agrees, while her roommate squeals about the honors that come with performing well. But Jianying is plotting her revenge, furious that Mang snatched her spot. At the training grounds, the students are assembled. And who should be supervising but Lu Changu himself, thinking that if his girl wants to be here, he has no choice but to spoil her. All the other girls are swooning over the handsome instructor, but Mang just glances over, completely unimpressed. "Yeah, not bad." The counselor arrives to lead our girl to the stage. As she tells Mang not to be nervous, our girl opens the folder, only to find it filled with completely blank pages. The speech has been switched. The teacher panics, realizing this will be a disaster for both Mang and the school's reputation, and tries to cancel the speech. In the crowd, Su Jianying smirks, thinking she's won. But our girl is an absolute queen of chaos. "No need," she says calmly, "I'll go up." She strides confidently onto the stage, not a hint of fear in her eyes. Taking the microphone, she introduces herself and begins her speech as if nothing is wrong. The teacher is in disbelief. Did she memorize the entire speech after just one look? Lu Changu watches, a proud smile on his face, wondering just how many more incredible abilities his girl is hiding. Mang flawlessly finishes the speech and thanks the audience. Everyone is stunned by her amazing impromptu performance. But just as they think it's over, she leans back into the mic. "I have a few more words to say." And then she drops the bomb, announcing to the entire school that her speech was maliciously swapped with blank papers. The crowd goes wild, she's settling the score right here on stage. With a chilling look, she promises to investigate the matter thoroughly, putting the culprit on blast. Later, the teacher confronts the girls, and Su Jianying has the audacity to accuse Mang of framing her. Her little lackey chimes in, but the teacher reveals the missing speech was found under Jianying's bed. "Busted." Jianying frantically denies it, claiming she was set up. She's trying to play the victim, but it's not working. Mang just smirks, "You want evidence? Fine." Right on cue, Lu Changu appears with a report. Mang presents the fingerprint verification report, proving Jianying's prints are all over the evidence. "You might as well drop out," she says coldly. But Jianying's friend isn't giving up, trying to argue the paper means nothing. Jianying smugly reveals she's the granddaughter of a medical titan, thinking her status makes her untouchable. "Let's see who ends up with egg on their face," she sneers. Mang's smile is pure ice. "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson." Jianying is stunned by her audacity. She completely loses her cool. She lunges to slap Mang, but our girl catches her wrist in a flash. With a thud, she slams Jianying against the wall. "Are you out of your mind?" Jianying shrieks. Her friend screams for Mang to let her go, warning her about the powerful Bai family. "Shut up," Mang snaps, her gaze never leaving Jianying's terrified face. "You want to fight me?" she asks, her voice dangerously low. The lackey threatens to run to the principal. "I'll be waiting," Mang replies with a savage grin, even when the teacher tries to de-escalate, pulling at her arm. Our girl simply brushes her off, "Mind your own business." After the confrontation, Lu Changu finds her and offers to step in. But she turns to him with that signature confident smirk. "Don't worry, I have an idea." Mr. Bai tries to downplay his granddaughter's sabotage, acting like it's no big deal since the conference went fine. He then has the absolute audacity to offer Mang a spot as his disciple, if she just apologizes to the little snake who wronged her. He thinks he's giving her a golden opportunity, a choice between offending his powerful family or bowing at his feet. But the principal, an absolute king, tells him to take his granddaughter and get lost. Mr. Bai storms out, vowing to see what becomes of the student the principal is protecting so fiercely. The principal leaves him with one chilling piece of advice: don't provoke Mang. The air crackles with unspoken threats. The moment Mr. Bai steps out, his phone rings. A major company is severing all ties with his family. Then another call comes in, all his suppliers have stopped shipments and are threatening to sue. The cold, hard realization dawns on him. He's messed with someone he can't afford to. Meanwhile, as military training ends for the day, the students rush off to the showers. Our girl Mang is walking alone when she hears a noise. She turns around, cautiously asking who's there. Suddenly, a hand grabs her wrist. It's Lu Changu, looking far too handsome in his military uniform. He pulls her into the shadows and whispers, "Would you prefer to be robbed of your belongings or your virtue?" Our girl, completely unbothered, deadpans, "I don't have money." He smirks, his eyes glinting dangerously, "So you prefer the latter, huh?" She shoots back that her virtue is already taken, and he leans in closer, demanding to know by whom. He gets a wicked look in his eye, purring that he'll help her satisfy her curiosity. She stares, momentarily flustered by his shamelessness. She calls him inhumane, reminding him of his own words from before. He just watches her, completely entertained by their chaotic banter. Finally, she caves. "Fine, you win, what do you want?" He leans in, his voice a low rumble. "If my girlfriend wants to have an affair, I'll have to satisfy her." She scoffs, calling him innocent for thinking this counts as an affair. He then has the nerve to suggest they take this affair into the woods for better ambience. She calls him a beast, but he just throws her previous teasing back at her. "What goes around comes around," he whispers, leaning. Our girl says his full name, a clear warning. He reaches for her, but she's too quick. She launches a swift kick, but he blocks it with his knee, barely flinching. He traps her against the wall, his voice dropping an octave. "This is your belonging too, do you really want to destroy it?" She can't believe his strength or his sheer audacity. Out of options, she sinks her teeth into his shoulder. He just chuckles, telling her biting there is no fun. "Come on," he murmurs against her ear, "I'll teach you how to bite lips." And then he kisses her, hard and demanding. To his surprise, she kisses him back, her arms wrapping around his neck. He lifts her effortlessly into his arms, telling her this position is more comfortable. He carries her off, their kiss deepening under the moonlight. The night is filled with nothing but their passionate embrace. Back at the dorm, her friend Xiao is worried sick. When Mang finally walks in, she's relieved, but then she spots our girl's swollen, red lips. Mang smoothly lies that it's just from the heat of the shower. She quickly changes the subject, noticing her friend's injured foot. Xiao explains she sprained her ankle and can't compete tomorrow, and their team has no substitutes. Without a second of hesitation, Mang says, "I'll substitute for you." Her friend is doubtful, reminding her of her terrible scores. "You've been last in every event," she frets, but Mang just gives a confident smirk. "No problem, watch me." She is ready to dominate. On game day, the entire university is buzzing. The other students can't believe the traditional Chinese medicine department is sending Mang, the girl with consistently failing scores, to compete in a live broadcasted event. They mock her, saying the school will have to edit her out to avoid embarrassment. They're all convinced she's just going to drag her team down. Xiao is trembling, terrified our girl is about to become a national laughingstock. But Mang just pats her shoulder. "Don't be nervous," she says with a dazzling smile. "I'll get you guys a first place." She takes her place at the starting line, the other students already writing her off. The starting gun fires and Mang explodes off the block. Everyone's jaw drops. She's running a long-distance weighted run at the speed of a sprinter. Her rivals sneer, assuming she'll burn out and get carried off the field. One girl, a friend of the expelled Jinyang, glares with hatred, vowing to make Mang lose face. But as the laps go on, the haters fall silent. Mang is on her third lap and hasn't slowed down at all. As she overtakes her main rival, she coolly mutters, "Too slow." "Sorry," she calls over her shoulder, "but I'll be taking the first place title." She crosses the finish line in a blur. The screen flashes her time, a jaw-dropping 8 minutes and 51 seconds. Her class erupts in cheers. She got first place. Mang gives a sassy little point to the stands, a clear message to her doubters. Up in the bleachers, Lu Changu smiles proudly. "This young lady always manages to surprise me." Xiao runs to the instructor, screaming that Mang didn't just win, she shattered the entire base record. The rival team is furious, immediately accusing her of doping. Their class leader confronts the instructor, demanding an explanation. But the instructor shuts him down cold. "If you don't have evidence, don't make wild accusations." The sore loser accuses the school of covering for her, but the instructor dismisses him as an amateur. "If you can't accept defeat, then prepare for the next competition," he says, ending the conversation. The rivals regroup, convinced they'll crush her in the shooting event. They boast about their star shooter, Chengzhou, who never misses a bullseye. Xiao starts to worry again, but our girl just smirks. "Don't worry, I'll lead you to victory." A wicked glint appears in her eyes. "I just love slapping faces." And oh, there are so many more faces that need slapping. The second event is the 10-meter air rifle shooting, and the competition starts now. Chengzhou, the ace of the law department, takes her position, her eyes fixed on the prize. With the first bang, the crowd is already gossiping, certain that our girl Mang doesn't stand a chance against Chengzhou's skills. The scores are already climbing, and the peanut gallery is convinced it's going to be a crushing victory for the Department of Law. Chengzhou is on fire, landing every single shot in the 10 rings in just over 4 minutes, basically securing first place before anyone else has a real chance. Her friends swoon over her performance, but even as Chengzhou plays humble, someone notices something odd. Why hasn't Mang fired a single shot? And there's our girl just standing there with her arms crossed, looking like she's waiting for a bus. The haters immediately start whispering, assuming she gave up because she was too scared to compete and lose face. One of her classmates starts to panic, seeing their department is in dead last. Instructor, what do we do? Did she really give up? But the instructor keeps his cool, his faith unwavering. Wait for Mang's result, he says grimly. As the other competitors are asked to clear the field, our girl finally makes her move, her voice cutting through the tension. Is everyone done? She turns to the instructor with an unnerving calm. Thank you for your hard work, instructor. Bring the stuff over. The crowd gasps in shock. She's not just shooting, she's going to shoot a moving target. That gives a 20% score bonus, but the risk is insane. She puts on her shooting glasses, looking like a stone-cold killer. Increase the moving speed, she says nonchalantly. Save time. The crowd is losing it, thinking she's way too overconfident and is about to humiliate the entire school. But our girl is on another level. As the instructor gives the okay, she doubles down. Double the moving speed, thank you. In a flash, she fires off shot after shot, a rapid succession of bangs echoing across the field as each bullet finds its mark. She's a machine, her focus absolute. Not a single wasted movement. And just like that, she stands up, it's over. She casually places the rifle down as the scoreboard flashes a perfect 10-9. The announcer is screaming into the mic 10 consecutive shots, all in the 10-9 rings, it's unbelievable. Chengzhou can't believe her eyes. This is the same girl who used to barely hit the target. The scoreboard updates and Mang's name rockets to first place, taking her entire department with her. Even the instructors are speechless. The target was moving so fast they could barely see it. Not only did she hit it, she hit the exact same spot with all 10 shots, piercing a hole straight through the target. Who said she's a black hole in shooting? She's a goddamn legend. Someone screams, she didn't just win, she broke the base's shooting record. Suddenly, everyone is her biggest fan. Big shot, why do you pretend to have poor scores when you're so awesome? You've just broken 2 records at the base, what do you think about it? They ask, crowding around her. Our queen adjusts her glasses with a smirk. Oh, I don't like breaking records. The corner of her mouth quirks up. I like creating records. Just watch as I continue to lead the way. And with that, she walks off, leaving everyone completely stunned. She proceeds to absolutely dominate every event. First place in the obstacle race, breaking another record. First place in the triathlon, where she didn't just beat the women's records, she crushed the men's. Her classmates are literally weeping with joy, cheering for their new goddess. Later, back at Lu's house, her military training finally over, Lu Changu congratulates her. Lately, everyone at the base has been impressed by your performance. He pulls her into a back hug, his voice a low growl in her ear. The way they look at you, I'll be jealous. Our girl just scoffs, calling him a smooth talker. He then leads her to a stunning white grand piano. He explains he bought it for his grandma, then asks slyly, don't tell me you can play the piano. She's captivated. He's in awe, he's seen her dance, but this is far beyond a little bit. He recognizes the piece as a favorite of the piano maestro, said to be composed for a student he desperately wanted to mentor. But that student famously turned the master down. The butler's eyes widen. Could Miss Gu be that legendary student? Lu Chengzhou suggests she perform at the upcoming welcome party, but she waves it off as too much trouble. I'll just choreograph a dance to this piece to get it over with. And so we arrive at the Jing University welcome party, where the jealous haters are already gossiping, eager to see Mang fail. The host takes the stage, announcing the opening dance by the medical department, choreographed by none other than their academic big shot, Mang, and the crowd goes wild. The lights dim as magical particles float through the air. A figure appears on stage, shrouded in light. It's our girl looking absolutely ethereal, but as the music starts, her evil stepsister's friend gasps. Wait, Yin, isn't this your original composition? Yin, sitting next to the famous Master Bai, puts on a pained expression. The host said the dance was choreographed by my sister. Maybe she had a recording of mine. Her friend is instantly enraged. She's using your piece without your permission, that's stealing. Yin plays the benevolent sister, it's no big deal. The audience is fawning over Mang's talent, but Yin's friend is seeing red. She still has the face to brag about this piece. I must make her look bad tonight. Despite Yin's fake protests, her friend leaps to her feet and screams, Mang, have you no shame? This piece is clearly written by Yin. She points an accusing finger, stopping the entire show. You're suspected of plagiarizing the original composition of Master Hua's most talented student. The crowd erupts in whispers, could it be true? Mang, cool as ever, simply asks, do you have any evidence? Master Bai then proposes a piano duel to settle the matter, and our girl readily agrees. All right, let's compete then. She crosses her arms, a confident smirk on her face. Yin is smug, thinking there's no way she can lose to someone without professional training. Master Bai instructs Guyin to play the piece flawlessly to prove her ownership. Guyin takes her seat, her performance impeccable, just as expected from a disciple of a master. The audience is convinced only the true creator could play with such familiarity. Guyin smirks internally, confident in her victory after practicing the piece for so long. Meanwhile, Mang is just chilling, tapping on her phone. She glances at Guyin and says, "Impressive, you've learned it well." The ultimate backhanded compliment. "You've been practicing this piece all year, haven't you?" Master Bai, completely fooled, scolds Mang for her jealousy and demands she admit to plagiarism. But our girl has one simple question. "May I ask if you can produce the original manuscript?" Guyin falters, "No. I wrote it casually," Mang says with a shrug. "Music is just a hobby, there's no manuscript." Master Bai jumps on this, "So you have no evidence." A dangerous glint enters our girl's eyes. But no one has ever dared to claim my work so confidently before." She takes her seat at the second piano. She plays the piece perfectly, but the crowd murmurs that it's just a well-rehearsed imitation. But then she smirks. "Actually, the piece you've all heard isn't complete, there's another section." And she begins to play a breathtakingly complex second movement that no one has ever heard before. The audience is stunned. This new section is the true soul of the piece. Then, with ultimate chaotic energy, she says, "Since you like stealing, let me gift you another one," and composes a whole new masterpiece on the spot. The crowd loses their minds, composing on the spot. Her friends are living for this epic takedown. At that moment, a man rushes in. "Sorry, Teacher Gu, I'm late." It's the president of the International Association of Composers. She asks him if Sisak still has the video she sent them. He assures her they do and heads to the control room on her command. He comes back and announces that while Master Bai heard the piece 2 years ago, he has video proof of Mang composing it on the spot when she was only 13. The video plays, showing a tiny, prodigy version of our girl at the piano. The president recalls asking when she wrote the piece. Her answer, "Just now." With the president's official testimony, the truth is out. Guyin didn't just plagiarize, she stole from her own sister and lied to everyone. Guyin's so-called best friend is horrified, realizing she's been manipulated. "Shut up, get out," she screams, shoving Guyin away. "You're no longer welcome in the presidential residence." Master Bai is furious and publicly disowns her as his disciple. Guyin's world shatters, her reputation, her connections, it's all gone. She stumbles over to Mang, her face a mask of rage and despair. "Are you satisfied now?" Our girl looks at her with utter indifference. It was okay. Guyin completely loses it, screaming about her ruined dreams and trying to slap her, but Mang catches her wrist with a sharp clap. Her eyes are ice. "If it weren't for our parents' sake," she says, her voice dangerously low, "what would be shattered today isn't just your dream." With an icy good luck, Mang leaves her latest victim sobbing on the floor. The poor girl can only tremble, utterly defeated by our chaotic queen. Outside, Lu Changu is waiting for her, looking like a snack as always. He asks what she wants for her birthday tonight, and our girl is shocked he even knew. He sweetly explains he got all the info from her grandma, proving once again he's the most attentive boyfriend ever. Mang says she'd rather just have a quiet night in and cook for him because she's just that cool. But he leans in close, whispering that it's perfectly fine for him to cook for her. The man is determined to pamper his girl. Their romantic plans are immediately interrupted by another couple, who announce both men somehow roped into cooking duty. Lu Changu shoos Mang away, telling her to go rest while he handles the meal. The silver-haired man tells his date to go rest with her, leaving the two rivals alone in the kitchen. He immediately starts grilling Lu Changu about Mang trending online for humiliating the Piano Association. He's worried about the powerful Bai family coming after her. Lu Changu just smirks, hitting back with a savage, "And am I easy to trifle with?" The man then asks how long he's known her, clearly digging for information. Lu Changu reveals he met her when she was just 6 years old. He shares a glimpse into her dark past, an emotional control disorder, a 2-year disappearance, and a wild temper, but notes that with him, she's different, more patient. Lu Changu gets surprisingly vulnerable, admitting he feels jealous of everyone who knew her back then. Just as the mood gets heavy, the doorbell rings. It's the birthday cake he ordered for her. He tells her he picked one that wasn't too sweet, just how she likes it, and our girl swoons. The four of them enjoy a lovely meal, toasting to the birthday boy. The silver-haired man says he'll leave after they cut the cake. But Lu Changu is already over it, calling him a personal item and basically telling him to get lost. As Mang and her friend get ready to leave, he says he's very ceremonial and will help her fulfill her wish as he lights the candles on his 26th birthday cake. He closes his eyes and makes his wish. "I want to try out the bathroom tonight." She's completely baffled, but he just pulls her close, huskily asking her to help him fulfill his wish. He leans in, wishing her a soft good night. But then he wraps his arms around her waist from behind. "Can you run away?" he whispers. He asks why she's always so short-tempered with him. She tries to brush him off, claiming she's sleepy. Bad move, he immediately sweeps her into his arms. I'm suddenly not sleepy anymore, he says with a devilish grin. He carries her down the hallway like a prize and kicks the door open with a bang. He sets her down on the bathroom counter, trapping her completely. Mang, I would like to. I'll wish you a happy birthday. Let's bathe together, okay? He murmurs, and the temperature in the room skyrockets. Our girl simply replies, okay, and he scoops her right back up. And the curtains close on a very steamy scene. Later, she cheekily asks, are you a beast? He smirks back, I am. Are you satisfied with my service? The absolute nerve of this man. He looks so proud of himself. She's completely knocked out, but her hair is still wet. He holds her tenderly, and like the perfect man he is, he starts blow-drying her hair for her while she sleeps on his lap. While resting, she gets a text about a lecture but turns it down. At that exact moment, Lu Changu gets a call from Qin Fang about the same lecture. He tells Mang it's a lecture by Song Zai, a leading figure in forensic DNA technology. Her ears perk up at the name. He encourages her to go with him. It's a rare opportunity after all. She looks at him, considering it, and finally agrees. At the lecture hall, Qin Fang is busy bragging about his connections getting them in. After the session, Lu Changu suggests they go say hello to the speaker. Mang agrees and they head towards the stage. Lu Changu looks way too smug about this. The old professor gets grumpy the second he sees him. When I call, you don't come, someone else calls and you show up. Qin Fang is absolutely floored. Who is this old man scolding the great Lu Changu? And then the ultimate plot twist. Mang steps forward and greets the professor with a simple master. Qin Fang's soul leaves his body. He was just bragging to his sister-in-law in front of her own legendary master. The embarrassment is crippling. The master eyes Lu Changu suspiciously and asks who he is. Mang introduces him as her boyfriend. The master's internal thought is pure gold. My precious cabbage has been snagged by a pig. Just then, his phone rings. It's the police with a tricky case, and he immediately demands Mang come with him. Next thing you know, they are at the police station. The master tells Mang she's performing the autopsy today, no ifs, ands, or buts. Lu Changu tells her he'll wait while she works her magic. The case is a sudden death with no obvious wounds. Mang is all business, ready to get to the bottom of it. The other medical examiner steps aside to let the master's student take over. Another officer scoffs at a young girl doing an autopsy, but our girl is unfazed. She ties up her hair, looking like a total boss ready to get her hands dirty. As she examines the body, she spots something the others missed. It's an acupuncture needle expertly hidden. The room goes silent. She holds up the tiny piece of evidence. She explains that a single needle in a fatal acupoint can kill, and that the killer had to be a man. How did she know? The angle, the force, the skin's reaction, it all points to a man's strength. The physical differences between men and women cannot be erased. That's it, done, she says, having solved the case in minutes. The police officer is dumbfounded. Who is this girl? He asks, completely in awe. The other examiner puffs out her chest with pride. She's our forensic science department's chief female medical examiner, Mang. With the police business wrapped up, Lu Changu asks if all the checks are done. Our girl confirms, and the officer thanks her for the breakthrough on the case, but she and Lu Changu are already heading out for a little walk. As they leave, the cops can't help but admire her, with her own professor noting that his apprentice is just too outstanding to be confined to one place. He knows she's destined for greater things. Just then, her phone buzzes. It's her bestie Jinyang asking to grab a meal together, and of course, our girl agrees. But when they arrive on campus, they're met by Jinyang and a whole welcome wagon of drama. A silver-haired girl named Chengzhou is busy sucking up to Professor Shenyuan, trying to snag a volunteer spot for a big mock court competition. She lays it on thick, bragging about her good performance and acting like the spot is rightfully hers. But the professor shuts her down cold, revealing the spot has already gone to the top student of their grade, Ming Jinyang. Oh, the absolute fury on Chengzhou's face. She can't believe she lost to Jinyang over entrance grades, and her so-called friends immediately start stirring the pot, pointing out Jinyang's connection to Mang. Chengzhou is practically vibrating with jealousy, convinced the only reason Jinyang gets special treatment is because of her powerful friends. But then one of the girls drops a bomb, loudly pointing out that Jinyang is the very same girl from Professor Jiang's tragic case years ago. The group goes silent, remembering the horrible tragedy that befell Jinyang when she was just 5 years old. Mang subtly grabs Lu Chengzhou's arm, her protective instincts on high alert, as the gossipy friend offers a fake apology for bringing up such a painful memory. Jinyang, ever the sweetheart, tries to brush it off, but the traumatic memory is already triggered, flashing through her mind like a nightmare. Mang has seen enough. With a flick of her wrist, she sends a bottle of water flying. She glares at the instigator and snaps, "Who do you think you're fooling?" Chengzhou, who gets caught in the splash zone, shrieks, "Are you sick?" Jinyang tries to play peacemaker, but Mang isn't backing down. "Dare to repeat what you just said?" she challenges. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Mang gets right in Chengzhou's face, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "I don't think you need me to teach you what should and shouldn't be said." She wraps a protective arm around her friend. "Let's go," she says, leading Jinyang away from the mess. Sang-Zoo's friends warn her not to mess with Gu Mang's crew, but she's not listening. "Our Sang family is not to be trifled with," she sneers, her mind already plotting. If she can't beat Jinyang, she'll just have to destroy her support system. Later, Sang-Zoo shows up at Jinyang's dorm, putting on a sickeningly sweet act and apologizing for the earlier incident. She even brings a glass of special foreign milk, claiming it's to help Jinyang recuperate. But as our poor Jinyang reaches for the glass, her hand trembles from the stress of the day and it slips, shattering on the floor. Sang-Zoo's nice girl facade instantly vanishes. "What are you doing?" she screams, accusing Jinyang of smashing her cup on purpose. She wails that it was a precious, limited edition cup and demands to know how Jinyang could possibly afford to compensate for it. With a cruel smirk, she leans in. "So what do you want me to do? Tell me a solution." Our poor heroine is distraught, determined to handle this herself and not bother Gu Mang. "A solution, you said it," Sang-Zoo taunts before snatching Jinyang's student ID. Jinyang begs her to stop, but it's too late. With a vicious snap, Sang-Zoo breaks the card in two. "It's just a water glass, is it really that important?" she mocks. But her reign of terror isn't over. "Is it too much? It's not over yet," she snarls. She spots a small jade pendant on the desk. "This was given to you by Gu Mang, right? So annoying." And then she delivers a sharp, brutal slap across Jinyang's face. Jinyang stumbles back, hitting the floor hard. A red handprint blooms on her cheek as her roommates rush to her side. They try to get her to the infirmary, but Sang-Zoo isn't finished. She holds up the jade, sneering, the thing she cares about most. What a piece of junk. And then she smashes it to pieces on the floor. Downstairs, Gu Mang's getting worried. Her call isn't being answered. Suddenly, she hears a scream about blood. She looks up to see Jinyang being carried out by her roommates, looking pale and injured. Jinyang tries to insist she's fine, but Gu Mang knows better. Without a second's hesitation, she's on the phone with Lu Changu. Jinyang is hurt. Her voice is pure ice as she requests 2 cars and her red scorpion men. Lu Changu is ready to move heaven and earth, but Gu Mang stops him. She's been holding back her temper for far too long. This time, she says, her eyes glinting with terrifying promise, "I can't hold it back." Shenyuan arrives just as Jinyang is being put into a car. He asks what happened and the roommates spill everything. It was Sang-Zoo. Gu Mang's eyes darken when she hears the jade was smashed too. She's asking for it. A text comes through with Sang-Zoo's location and Gu Mang's expression turns lethal. She gets in her jeep, a woman on a warpath. Even her own men are stunned, noting that she drives more fiercely than any of them. A convoy of jeeps descends upon the Sang family villa. Gu Mang gives the order, "Guard the place, allow entry but no exit." Then she kicks the front door clean off its hinges. She storms in like a goddess of vengeance. "Hand over Sang-Zoo," she commands, her aura crackling with rage. The family is stunned, demanding to know who she is. Gu Mang has no time for pleasantries. "Search," she orders her men. Sang-Zoo's father starts blustering, trying to use his family's name to intimidate her. Gu Mang responds by kicking the coffee table so hard it goes flying. The message is received loud and clear. "Shut up." Her men drag a screaming Sang-Zoo into the room. "I finally found you," Gu Mang says, her voice chillingly calm. Sang-Zoo screeches, "Gu Mang, are you crazy?" But our girl just tells her to shut up. Then a brutal kick connects with Sang-Zoo's knee. The bully collapses, her family screaming in horror. "You dared to lay hands on Meng Jinyang, huh?" Gu Mang asks, her voice devoid of any warmth. She grabs Sang-Zoo by the chin, forcing her to look up. "I've warned you before, I don't hold back when I hit." She yanks Sang-Zoo's head back by her hair and slams her face into the wreckage of the table. Sang-Zoo is left unconscious in a heap on the floor. Even the battle-hardened Red Scorpion members are trembling, admitting they've never witnessed such ferocity. "Enough, I'm done, take her away," Gu Mang says, dusting off her hands as Sang-Zoo's grandmother weeps. Sang-Zoo's mother threatens to call the police, but Gu Mang just walks away, completely unfazed. Panicked, the parents decide their only hope is to appeal to the second young master of the Lu family. In the car, her subordinate asks where to take the girl. "To the police station, make sure she's watched." Then she makes another call. "How's the Sang Corporation doing?" On the other end is Jiang Sui, one of the Killer Alliance's 5 gods. He reports that the Sang family's business is thriving. Gu Mang's response is simple and utterly terrifying. "If the prospects are good, then let's swallow it up." This is not just a beatdown, this is total annihilation. Jiang Sui tries to warn her that it won't be easy, but Gu Mang cuts him off. "Bankrupt them, swallow them up, don't make me say it twice." At the hospital, Gu Mang stands over Jinyang's bed, asking for the diagnosis. Shenyun explains that the attack aggravated her old liver issues and caused a severe head injury. It's bad. He knows Gu Mang well enough to know she didn't just knock Sang-Zoo out. He promises to handle the aftermath, gently watching over Jinyang. Our girl can only look on, her heart heavy with worry. Meanwhile, Sang-Zoo's father is crying crocodile tears to the Lu family's second master, spinning a tale of being bullied by Gu Mang. The second master sees an opportunity. He frames it as a little unpleasantness between girls, a perfect excuse to go after Gu Mang. He eagerly tells the father to call the police, promising to pull some strings. The moment the father is gone, he makes the call. Issue an arrest warrant for a freshman named Mang. He smirks, thinking he's just been handed the perfect chance to take down both Mang and his rival Lu Changu. At the hospital, one of her allies hands our girl a file, filled with every last dirty secret of the Sang family. She takes the folder, her expression cool and confident. She's got this. But just as she's reviewing the intel, the door creaks open and a group of cops barge in, asking for Mang. Without even flinching, she confirms her identity. They storm over, shoving an arrest warrant in her face for intentional injury. But her friend isn't having it, stepping in to demand what right they have to arrest someone without all the facts. The lead cop just scoffs, telling him to back off and let the police do their job. But then a chilling voice cuts through the tension. Sending her to your police station is me restraining myself from crippling someone. It's Lu Changu, and he looks absolutely furious. Our girl just smirks, enjoying the chaos as the cop stupidly orders his men to take them all away. As the officers move in, they have no idea who they are messing with. Lu Changu stops one of them cold, casually stepping right on his hand. A total power move. The cops freeze, their faces draining of color as they recognize him. Mr. Lu, they stammer, completely shocked. With eyes blazing with cold fury, he declares, I want to see who dares to touch her, before calmly ordering his assistant to get a cup of hot water. He gently drapes his own coat over our girl's shoulders, a silent promise of protection. He hands her the warm cup, his intense gaze never leaving her face. Then he snatches the handcuffs right out of the cop's hand with a look of pure disdain. You've outdone yourself, he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The terrified cop tries to explain they're just following orders, pathetically adding that Miss Gu isn't cooperating. He's sweating bullets, realizing he's offended someone he absolutely shouldn't have. But just then our girl speaks up. Who told you I'm not going to the police station? Rocking her boyfriend's coat like a queen, she coolly announces, let's go. The officer can only watch her walk away, realizing that with Mr. Lu backing her, this is going to be an absolute nightmare. Her loyal friends decide they are all going to the station to back her up. On the way, our girl makes a quick phone call. Uncle Lu, she says with a sly smile, here's a chance for promotion. She tells him she's sent over the documents and will see him at the station. This is a full-blown counterattack. On the other end of the line, Uncle Lu assures her he's got her back and will handle everything perfectly. Meanwhile, at the police station, the chief tries to smooth things over, suggesting a private settlement, but President Sang isn't having it. He slams his hand on the table, screaming that Mang must pay the price for potentially disfiguring his precious daughter. Her lawyer reads out the serious injuries, a fractured patella and a cranial fracture. But our girl just leans back, looking bored. As for me, she says with a smirk, I don't think I was that hard on her. The absolute nerve. President Sang completely loses it, demanding she be sued and sentenced to 10 years in prison for her lack of remorse. He rants and raves, demanding an apology, compensation, and jail time. But her lawyer cuts him off with a calm, not one less. He then slaps down a different medical report, the one for Meng Jinyang, the girl Chengzhou brutally beat. The lawsuit has been declared, he announces. President Sang is absolutely stunned. He reads the report, his face turning pale as he sees how severe Jinyang's injuries really are. His own lawyer warns him that now his daughter won't be able to escape detention. He begins to panic, realizing his plan is falling apart. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and in walks Mr. Yi. The police chief's face lights up, thinking reinforcements have arrived to put Mang in her place. He smugly thinks he's about to see our girl's tough act crumble. But Mang just smirks, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The show is about to start. Oh, she is more than ready for this. It's Lu Chengzhou's uncle, and he's here to support the Sang family. He tries to act chummy with Chengzhou, but our boy isn't interested in playing nice. The battle lines are drawn. President Sang immediately tries to dismiss the other girl's injuries, ridiculously claiming she has a coagulation disorder and is just trying to blackmail them. Mang just watches this pathetic display, looking like a goddess of vengeance. Second uncle tries to pull rank, offering to pay compensation if Mang apologizes, threatening to tattle to the family matriarch. But our girl just looks at him with disgust and asks, are you sickening me? The uncle is enraged by her audacity, demanding to know if she wants to take this public. He furiously warns her that the madam will not let her get away with this. Mang doesn't even blink. Okay, she says, we'll wait for the formal court session. But Lu Chengzhou isn't finished. He casually asks his lawyer about the unsettled accounts with the Sang family. The lawyer opens a massive folder, revealing a whole new set of charges. Turns out Chengzhou also smashed a piece of jade worth a whopping 60 million. President Sang scoffs, accusing them of extortion. Yeah, I can't afford it, Mang admits with a shrug. But young Master Lu can's the ultimate power move. The lawyer adds that destroying property of that value carries a sentence of 3 to 7 years. Then Mang lands the final blow. The Sang family of the past might have been able to afford it, but the current one, I'm afraid not. President Sang turns red, demanding to know what she means. And just like that, the door opens again. It's Director Lu from the prosecutor's office, flanked by men in black. They're here to arrest President Sang for bribery and tax evasion. As the cuffs click shut, the director informs him that all his assets have been frozen. The man starts screaming that it's all slander. But the director coldly presents the irrefutable evidence, the falsified accounts and bribery receipts. There's no escaping this. And who was the informant? The director turns and thanks Miss Gu for providing the evidence that just took down an entire corrupt family. The realization hits President Sang like a truck. It was a trap. They were all in it together and he walked right into it. His entire world comes crashing down. The director then gives second uncle a stern warning to think carefully about his associations, lest he be dragged down too. The uncle's face goes pale. He can't believe it. He came here to take down Mang and ended up witnessing the complete destruction of the Sang family. Lu Changu places a heavy hand on his uncle's shoulder, delivering a chilling warning to think twice before tattling to his grandmother again. The uncle storms out, utterly defeated. President Sang collapses to his knees, his empire turned to dust. It's completely, utterly over. With the trash taken out, our girls' team celebrates their victory. The director assures them that Sang Kixing will be spending the rest of his life behind bars. Justice is served. Our girl, ever the cool customer, simply tells them not to take too long with the results. Back home, Chengzhou asks if she wants to shower or sleep, his voice soft as he notices her ice-cold hands. He pulls her into a tight, warm hug, whispering, "Don't worry, I'm here." He leans in for a tender kiss, his mind filled with worry. Should I not have let her go to school? He wonders. He questions if she would have been safer hidden away at the sanatorium, away from all this trouble. But Mang tells him no. At school, she's finally opened up, made friends, and started to truly live. He looks at her, the love and pride evident in his eyes, and knows she's right. "You are doing a great job," he says gently, urging her to go take a warm bath. The moment she's gone, he's on the phone, arranging to find the rare sleeping jade on the black market to replace the one that was broken. He's even in the kitchen, cooking for her while handling business. Find a man who can do both. Later, he gets a call from his father. Chengzhou asks what his grandmother's reaction was to second uncle's tattling. His father chuckles, explaining that the madam scolded the uncle and kicked him out of her courtyard. He tells Chengzhou that the madam is completely on his side. As he hangs up, he tells Mang the good news, but just then his phone buzzes again. It's a call from the hospital. Sang Zhu has woken up. A dangerous smile plays on our girl's lips. I've been waiting for her to wake up for a long time. At the hospital, Sang Zhu's grandfather is screaming at her. "It's you who brought this disaster to the whole Sang family," he bellows. Her mother tries to intervene, but he's relentless, demanding she get up and apologize immediately. He points furiously toward the door. Sang Zhu looks over, confused. Standing in the doorway are Mang and Lu Changu, looking like the king and queen of revenge. Sang Zhu's eyes widen in absolute terror. "Mr. Lu, Miss Gu, what are you doing here?" Just as the old man tries to play peacemaker, our girl and her man arrive on the scene, and the girl in the bed is not happy to see them. Sang Zhu absolutely loses it, chucking a pillow right at Lu Changzhu's head while screaming for them to get out. The old man, her grandfather, immediately scolds her, demanding she apologize to Miss Gu right now. But Sang Zhu refuses, crying that someone else broke her things, so why should she take the blame? Our girl just smirks, coolly reminding her that she has no idea how much this little tantrum is going to cost her. Sang Zhu scoffs, acting like a broken piece of jade is no big deal for her family. But her mother isn't so sure and orders her to apologize, only for Sang Zhu to whine about her mom not standing up for her. That's when mom has had enough and delivers a solid slap across her daughter's face, leaving the brat stunned. The mother trembles, realizing the gravity of the situation. The family's assets are frozen, and if they can't pay the 60 million, Sang Zhu is going to prison. Finally faced with consequences, Sang Zhu chokes out a pathetic "I'm sorry." The grandfather tries to beg for leniency, claiming Sang Zhu was impulsive and accidentally damaged her own favorite thing. But Mang raises an eyebrow, her favorite thing. The mother quickly explains that her daughter treasured that autographed cup. That's when Mang delivers the most savage checkmate, as Lu Changzhou reveals a perfectly intact autographed cup. "Do you mean this one?" The whole room goes silent, their jaws on the floor as they wonder how on earth she has it. Turns out, our girl is always 10 steps ahead, having personally gotten an autograph from the untouchable chairman Bai Yang just for this occasion. She told him it was something to show off, and boy was she right. Mang leans in, her voice dripping with ice, pointing out how easily she got it compared to Sang Zhu's efforts. "As for me, I don't like to owe anyone anything," she says. She shoves the new cup into Sang Zhu's hands, which the girl is too shocked to hold. "I broke your cup, so I'm compensating you. Hold onto it well," Mang purrs, "and remember today's incident." Sang Zhu finally snaps, yelling that she already apologized. But Lu Changzhou steps in, his voice dangerously low. "Apologizing is your business. Whether Mang pursues it or not has nothing to do with you." He then coolly reaches out to our girl. He places a document in her hand and declares, "See you in court." Oh, the drama is just getting started. Chengzhou is horrified, realizing he's actually going to sue her to defend Jinyang. Later, after leaving the hospital, Lu Changu hands the precious sleeping jade to his assistant, telling him to give it to Jinyang. He has a meeting at the blood bank to attend. He tells Mang he'll see her at home tonight, and they share a sweet, quiet moment before he leaves. That evening, while they're relaxing, our girl's phone starts ringing. It's from Huozhai, and she lets out a sigh, not wanting to answer. Lu Chengju notices her expression and asks if the call is annoying. She admits it is, and that this is just the beginning of more annoyances to come. He pulls her close, his voice soft. Give me a little more time, I want to help you resolve any concerns you might have. Our girl is taken aback by his sudden tenderness, wondering what he's been up to lately. He just smiles and offers to warm up some milk for her. While he's busy, she gets a text message. It's a warning from Huozhai, chiding her for impulsively taking down the Sang Corporation and asking who the elders will target next. The message continues, stating that the elders will not tolerate another confrontation from her. The threat is so jarring that the phone slips from her hand with a bang. Lu Chengzhu immediately turns around. He asks what's wrong, but she quickly covers, saying her hand just slipped. Ever the doting boyfriend, he offers to buy her a new one tomorrow. She insists the phone is durable and still works. Trying to change the subject, she says she's going to take a shower. But she stops, admitting that actually she's not feeling too good. Without a second of hesitation, he opens his arms and asks, then how about a hug? Our girl can't resist and agrees. He wraps her in a warm, comforting embrace. He leans in and whispers cheekily, are you trying to get me to take a bath with you? She playfully pushes him away, saying no. But he just smirks, sweeping her off her feet into a princess carry. You bumped into me first, he murmurs. Don't think about running away tonight, before carrying her up the stairs. The next day, Mang gets another call from Huozhai, warning her that a dangerous woman named Leng Xuan has arrived in the capital. Her phone buzzes again with a different call. It's her ally who's just finished training and also heard the news about Leng Xuan. He recalls a horrifying childhood memory of Leng Xuan cruelly experimenting on him while he was still alive. The trauma is still fresh. He declares his intent for revenge. Mang, I want to mess with her. Our girl is all for it. Sure, take Jiang with you. He promises to make this trip a living nightmare for Leng Xuan. Meanwhile, we meet the woman herself, Leng Xuan, a Leng family elder. She's meeting with Lu Chengzhu's people. She's already heard about him causing trouble for the Elder Council and plans to find his weaknesses. Her assistant introduces herself, but Lu Chengzhu's introduction is short and cold, his disinterest palpable. As the meeting begins, the contracts are prepared. The signing goes smoothly, but then Leng Xuan's associate gets a little too friendly. He asks Lu Chengzhu to take her on a tour of a local museum. Lu Chengzhu hits him with a savage comeback. Don't you have long legs or eyes? Can't you go yourself? And with that, he turns and walks away, leaving the woman utterly humiliated. After the disastrous meeting, Leng Xuan isn't bothered. She instructs her assistant to go keep an eye on a particularly precious batch of herbs arriving at the airport. But that night, things take a chaotic turn. A massive explosion engulfs the plane's cargo hold. Someone screams fire as the precious herbs go up in flames. Watching from a distance is Mang's ally, who calmly tosses the detonator aside. He reports to our girl, I've taken care of my side, it's your turn now. Mang knows that with her most valuable herbs destroyed, Leng Xuan is going to be absolutely furious. As predicted, Leng Xuan's assistant is in a full-blown panic, unable to reach her boss on the phone. That's because Leng Xuan is a little tied up at the moment, literally, and a mysterious masked man is there, promising to show her something exciting. Looks like the real party is just getting started. The masked man taunts the helpless elder Leng, filming her humiliation for the whole world to see. After sending a quick text to his partner in crime, he knows his part of the chaotic plan is complete. His accomplices rush in, pretending to be heroes coming to save the very woman they set up. With a final smug farewell, the masked man makes his exit, pleased with the night's work. He makes a dramatic leap, vanishing into the night like a phantom. Meanwhile, Leng Xuan's assistant is in full-blown panic mode, demanding they find the culprit behind this mess. Just then, her phone buzzes with a new notification. Her face drains of all color as she realizes the video has already gone viral, threatening to bring shame upon the entire Leng family. But their tech team hits a dead end. The surveillance has been hacked and the video is locked behind a virus impossible to delete. She trembles, wondering who could possess such terrifying power. And right on cue, a silver-haired boy smirks from behind his screen, having delivered his little gift to Leng Xuan. He's a keyboard warrior of the highest order, a digital ghost causing chaos. The news reaches Leng Xuan, who immediately realizes she's messed with the wrong people, Goosey and our girl, Mang. Her eyes narrow with fury as she picks up the phone. Oh no, she is not about to let this go. The real battle has just begun. In a completely different scene, our girl Mang hands over some papers for the upcoming international physiology competition. The professor in charge nearly has a heart attack when he sees her name on the final list. He frantically calls the organizers, insisting there's been a mistake. He argues that they can't just add someone at the last minute, especially an untrained student like Mang. But the person on the other end is ice cold, stating that if Mang doesn't compete, the entire university's score will be tanked by her automatic 0. The professor is left sweating bullets, trapped between a rock and a hard place. Of course, our girl is already one step ahead, casually on the phone asking who was foolish enough to add her to the list. It's none other than Lu Changu, who reveals that Lang Xuan, a special judge, is the one behind the scheme. He warns our girl not to be rash, but he knows she's already plotting her revenge, and that defiant look in her eyes says it all. The professor tries to talk to her, but she cuts him off, confirming she'll participate. He offers her study materials, but our queen simply says no, absolutely savage. She doesn't need to study for a test she could write herself. Later, she's chilling with her crew. Lu Changu approaches and she casually twirls a knife, asking if it's time to kill. Goosey tries to intervene, telling her not to dirty her hands, but our girl shuts him down with a single glare. He immediately shrinks back, remembering his place as just a bodyguard. Lu Changu smirks, telling her if she wants to play, he'll play right along with them. He wraps a protective arm around her, the ultimate power couple ready to burn the world down. At the airport, the professor tries to be optimistic, saying her participation is better than nothing. But her teammates are already seething, blaming her for ruining their chances at the competition. They see her playing a game on her phone and scoff, disgusted by her lack of preparation. They decide to just let her fail, thinking the public humiliation will be hers alone. On competition day, the gossip is already flying. Everyone knows the student from Capital University came unprepared. A girl walks in, an aura of pure confidence around her, completely ignoring the haters who see her as an easy win. The announcer kicks things off and the drawing for opponents begins. The tension in the room is thick. He pulls the first few teams. Then he draws Capital University, and their opponent is the formidable Imperial College, one of last year's top teams. The crowd gasps, this is going to be a bloodbath. But our girl just smirks, knowing this is all part of the plan. Ling Xuan watches from the crowd, her face a mask of smug satisfaction, eager to see Mang fail spectacularly. The exam starts, and the other students are already sweating over the impossible questions. But just 29 minutes in, our girl puts down her pencil. She's done. She walks up and hands in her paper, leaving the entire room speechless. They all assume she gave up. The professor meets her outside and asks how it went. Not bad, she replies coolly. He tries to console her for their inevitable loss, but he has no idea what's coming. He sighs, telling her they'll just have to wait for the results. In the scoring room, Lang Xuan's minion is scanning the papers. When she freezes, a perfect score, 100, it's unheard of. Lang Xuan calls, demanding to know Mang's score. The assistant panics and lies, saying the lowest score of 69 must be hers. Lang Xuan sneers, amused that Mang even guessed that high. But her assistant can't hold it in and screams, wait, something's not right, Mang scored perfect. Lang Xuan is livid. She immediately orders her lackey to sabotage the surveillance cameras and change Mang's score to a failing 59. The assistant smashes the camera with a nearby vase. She changes the score but frets about Mang demanding to see her paper. Lang Xuan has it covered. She'll have someone forge a new test paper in Mang's handwriting. She's confident her plan is absolutely foolproof. But they missed one tiny detail. A hidden recording device blinking under the desk, capturing every single treacherous word. The next day, her clueless teammates find her relaxing in the hallway. One of them sneers, asking if she plans on making everyone wait for her on the way home, too. Our girl fires back with a smirk, who told you we're going back to the capital? They mock her for still hoping for a miracle, but she's just texting her team, confirming the evidence is ready to drop on her command. Just wait and see, she says, a promise of the chaos to come. At the results announcement, the host builds the suspense. She goes through the first few groups. The scores are displayed. Finally, it's time for Capital University versus Imperial College. The results flash on screen. Imperial College wins and Mang's score is a dismal 59. Her teammates explode with rage, screaming that she dragged them all down. They can't believe she brought such shame to their school. One of them gets right in her face, yelling that they would have one if it wasn't for her. But Mang just smiles, I knew it. Meanwhile, Lang Xuan gives the order to send in the press for a humiliating interview with the loser. She's going to ruin Mang's reputation for good. She thinks she's won, wondering if the Lu family will still want such a notorious fiancé. A girl, however, is on the phone, cool as a cucumber. The professors are shaking hands, conceding defeat. Her teammate is still yelling at her for being so calm. And the crowd whispers, wondering what she's planning. The announcer tries to intervene, asking if there's a problem. And then it happens, a recording blasts through the auditorium speakers. It's Lang Xuan's voice, ordering her assistant to change Mang's score to 59. The room falls into a stunned silence as Lang Xuan begins to panic. The entire diabolical plan is exposed for everyone to hear. The score change, the forged paper, everything. The crowd is in an uproar. Gu Mang got a perfect score and a judge cheated. They demand an investigation, their faith in the competition shattered. An aide rushes to deliver the disastrous news to the higher-ups, while Lu Changu watches the chaos he helped orchestrate, not even batting an eye. His superior is furious, blaming him for the embarrassment Gu Mang has caused. But Lu Changu calmly turns the tables, saying that this can all go away if Judge Lang Xuan apologizes. And if our girl is in a good enough mood to accept it, he gives a wicked little smirk. Checkmate. The head of the Lu family lays down the law. If they dare to offend Gu Mang, the Lang family is finished. Lu Chengzhou, looking absolutely lethal, tells him to make Lang Xuan smarten up, because this is not up for discussion. He reminds the terrified man that extreme continent still has Goosey, and if Gu Mang insists on making a fuss, the Lang family won't get off easy. With a chilling smile, he scoffs, "You guys won't listen even when we ask you to cherish your lives." His parting shot is a promise, just wait for Gu Mang to deal with you. And with that, he walks out, leaving the man to stew in his impending doom. Meanwhile, in another room, the fallout has already begun. An assistant shows Elder Lang a tiny listening device they found. Elder Lang immediately recognizes it as a new high-tech model from the intelligence agency. She realizes with dawning horror that she has severely underestimated our girl. She absolutely loses it, slamming her fists on the table and screaming at her useless subordinate. The assistant is practically vibrating with fear, stammering that they need to figure out how to explain the recording that's been leaked. But it's too late, a knock echoes through the room. It's Professor Yang and his team, and they are not here for a friendly chat. They demand an explanation about the scores. The assistant tries to play hostess, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. They all take their seats, with our girl Gu Mang sitting there looking completely unbothered. The professor gets straight to the point, demanding to know what's going on. Elder Lang tries to bluff her way out, claiming extreme continent is always fair and that the recording must be a fake. She smugly suggests that Gu Mang is just a bitter student trying to slander them. Are you saying Gu Mang faked a recording just because she didn't want to admit her scores? The professor presses, his face darkening. Elder Lang just scoffs, acting as if she's above dealing with a mere student. She claims it's obvious Gu Mang got the lowest score and this is just a tantrum. Seeing an opportunity, another professor tries to strike a deal. He proposes that Capital University will admit Gu Mang forged the recording, in exchange for 6 guaranteed spots at the prestigious Extreme Continent Academy. They even offer one place every year in the future. The man is clearly wavering, tempted by the offer. Elder Lang smirks, thinking she's got them right where she wants them. She's confident they'll cave for a few measly placements. All this time, our girl has been silently scrolling on her phone, not a care in the world. Her teammate gets anxious, telling her to stop being selfish and dragging the team down. He begs her to think about the bigger picture and what's important. He's convinced she's ruined everything. Elder Lang is ready to sign the deal, confident in her victory. But just as her assistant prepares the agreement, Gu Mang finally speaks. "Wait, I request to check the test papers to verify the scores." The room erupts. "Why do you have to go against the grain when the conditions are so good?" her teammate yells. He's absolutely furious at her defiance. Elder Lang, however, looks amused. She tells them to bring Gu Mang's test paper and let the editor-in-chief check it himself. She's so sure of herself. The editor-in-chief examines the paper and confirms the score, 59 points. Professor Yang shouts impossible, while Elder Lang looks on smugly. She turns to him, gloating that even her own students can't get a perfect score, so how could Gu Mang? Her teammate turns on our girl. "Are you satisfied now? You've dragged the whole school down with you." But Gu Mang just calmly states, "The paper isn't mine." Oh, the plot thickens. Elder Lang challenges her, asking how she can prove it. The professor has to admit the handwriting on the paper is unmistakably Gu Mang's. It's her flamboyant, recognizable script. Elder Lang smirks. "Can't prove it? Then where is this perfect paper you claim to have?" The confidence is just dripping off her. Our girl just gives a little smile. "With a brain like that, you want to play with me?" She looks at Elder Lang with pure disdain. "I thought you guys could come up with something new." And then she pulls out a folded paper from her pocket. "This is my test paper." Elder Lang's face goes pale. Impossible, she disposed of that paper herself. Gu Mang coolly tells them to take it easy. The truth is about to be revealed. She hands the paper over, and Elder Lang looks like she's about to have a heart attack. The editor-in-chief reluctantly takes the new paper. He looks at the score and his eyes go wide. He stammers that it's a perfect score. Professor Yang is ecstatic. Gu Mang is the first person in the history of the competition to get a perfect score on the written test. The other side is fuming, accusing them of faking the test paper as well. But Gu Mang is always 3 steps ahead. "Fake? I remember that all the paper in the Elders Association has a special invisible watermark." She challenges them to check it. Elder Lang is speechless. Her little minions start to panic. How does Gu Mang know so much about the inner workings of their association? Gu Mang just keeps dropping bombs. "You can forge recordings, black out a broadcasting room. Is it really that hard for you to get the special paper we supply to the Arctic?" She claps her hands together, a savage glint in her eyes. You guys really refresh my definition of stupid. And for the final blow, she has one more little reminder. I have a habit of drawing foxes on the back of my test papers. And just to rub salt in the wound, sorry I hacked your exam surveillance system as well. The video will clearly show the fox on the back of the paper she handed in. She points to the fake paper they're holding. This paper doesn't seem to have one. The professor is livid, realizing they have all the evidence they need. Mang crosses her arms, looking completely in control. Enough hammering. She repeats her earlier sentiment. I just said with your brains you want to play with me. The professor's student tries to leave but finds the door locked. He touches the handle and gets a nasty shock. There's electricity on the door, we're locked in. Elder Lang tries one last desperate move. She claims that since Mang has hacked their system and planted bugs, she must be a spy and they should all be taken to the security bureau. She's trying to flip the script, turning this into a matter of national security. The professor can't believe her audacity. The security bureau is on its way. Mang just laughs in her face. Let me remember this is the Arctic, who do you think you are messing with? And right on cue, the locked door is kicked clean off its hinges. In walks Lu Changu, flanked by heavily armed guards. Elder Lang is wrong to say that, he declares, as his men effortlessly take down her security. The room watches in stunned silence. He adjusts his collar, completely unfazed. I'm afraid you can't arrest the Lu family. Mang just waves a dismissive hand. Boring, I'm not playing with them anymore, just send it. Elder Lang is practically shaking with rage. How can someone of Mang's background be standing with the heir of the Lu family? Lu Chengzhou pulls our girl close and shuts her down with two simple words. You talk too much? Elder Lang starts laughing like a maniac, threatening them with the power of the Lang family. But her rant is cut short by the arrival of a new powerful figure. It's Elder Bai. Elder Lang is stunned. Elder Bai, why are you here? Old Master Bai rarely makes public appearances. He looks at her with cold eyes. I'm afraid that my granddaughter won't even have anyone to support her. Granddaughter, the room goes silent. Our girl walks over to the old man's. Grandpa, why are you here? He pats her arm gently, asking if it's true someone changed her scores. She confirms it. He asks what evidence they have. Lu Chengzhou hands him the folder. Grandpa Bai announces he will take the evidence to the council and the media. If they don't deal with this, they're going against the Bai family. Elder Lang points a trembling finger. Do you dare? Oh, he dares. He lays into her for abusing her power and bullying his granddaughter just because she thought she was alone. He is not holding back. Another elder quickly tries to play peacemaker, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. He warns that if the evidence gets out, it will damage the reputation of the entire Polar Region Medical Association. He tries to get Mang to back down. But she just stands up, completely unimpressed. Really, but what does that have to do with me? He desperately proposes a deal. They claim it was a statistical error, Elder Lang will apologize, and they'll offer compensation to make this all go away quietly. He begs them to just end the matter here. Just sweep it all under the rug. Mang looks at her phone and it hears. A wicked little smile plays on her lips. Sorry you're a little late, the old man starts to sweat. What do you mean? He asks. She holds up her phone. I just sent the video and recording to media outlets around the world. Oh, and to the Polar Region's media as well. The ultimate checkmate. Phones all around the room start buzzing with the news alert. Lang Xuan fakes academic scores is trending globally. It's over. Even Goosey sees the news, scoffing that Lang Xuan hasn't gotten any smarter over the years. The internet is on fire, with people demanding justice and calling Lang Xuan shameless. The crowd outside the building is getting restless, demanding an explanation. The situation is spiraling out of control. Elder Lang collapses to the floor, phone in hand, realizing her entire world has just come crashing down. Later that night, the chaos has subsided. Grandpa Bai demands an explanation from Elder Lang as soon as possible. Mang and Lu Chengzhou are finally alone. She's drying her hair, the stress of the day finally showing. She challenges him to a game. He agrees instantly. After he scores a victory, she sighs and he knows it's time. Ask me anything you want to know. He looks at her gently. I don't want to force you. She finally opens up just a little. She explains that her mom was from the Bai family, but she doesn't know the history between them and the Gu family. She admits that she's so reckless because she doesn't care about her own life, and that's why people in the Polar region are afraid of her. He gently takes the towel from her, his voice soft but firm. I care about your life, don't do anything stupid. The moment is tender and full of unspoken emotion. He kneels before her, taking her hand. Mang, are you willing to tell me about your past? Our girl drops a bombshell question, asking him to choose between his life and the life of a loved one. Lu Chengzhou tightens his grip on her hand, revealing the Gu family and the elders had already made that choice for him. They chose his life over her brother's. The memories flood back, a time when her brother Goosey was taken away at birth, and she was only allowed to see him once every few months. He was a prodigy, especially with numbers, even at just 1 year old. Lu Changu explains that the elders saw Goosey's potential and while our girl was away, sent the poor boy to a research base. The mere thought makes Gu Mang's blood boil. They let that monster Lang Xuan perform live anatomical experiments on him. She remembers the day the Bai family sacrificed everything just to get that information to her, begging her to save the young master. But when she arrived, it was Goosey himself who tried to stop her from entering that hell. She didn't listen, kicking down the door to the lab. The sight was horrific, a younger, blood-splattered Gu Mang standing amidst the chaos, finding her little brother strapped to an operating table. All she remembers from that day is being covered in the blood of her enemies. Lu Changu gently cuts her off, not wanting her to relive the trauma. He covers her mouth, knowing that for someone so unafraid of death, she must have been completely unhinged that day. Then our girl begins her own confession. She admits she approached the Lu family with a purpose from the very beginning. She used Lu Shangjian to get her brother into the beast camp, setting him on the path to becoming Red Scorpion. It was then she noticed Lu Changzhou seemed interested in her, so she let him get close, using him for her own plans. But now things have spiraled out of her control, and with a sudden kiss, she wonders if this is what it means to be blinded by lust. Meanwhile, at the council building, the Grand Elder is absolutely losing it. Lu just smirks, telling him he warned him not to mess with Gu Mang. The Elder demands that Bai Zun publicly apologize for tampering with the results. But Bai Zun tearfully refuses, suggesting they use Lang Yun as a scapegoat instead. Lu just watches, thinking Bai Zun is digging her own grave. And just like that, a scapegoat appears, confessing to faking the results out of a personal grudge. She even claims to have synthesized the recording to frame Elder Lang. Gu Mang watches the news on her phone, her expression unreadable. The internet is a chaotic mess, with netizens demanding our girl apologize to the wronged elder. Lu Changju asks what her next move is, and she asks him for the surveillance footage from the conference room. With a savage smirk, she declares, "Let's make them cry over their own graves." And our girl delivers. The internet narrative flips, Lang Ningxiang is ruined, Xuan apologizes, and Capital University takes home the gold. During the celebration dinner, Gu Mang gets a call. It's her grandfather. He invites her to dinner and casually mentions he's bringing Xiao Lu, her boyfriend. Oh no, this is an ambush, a meet the parents ambush. They arrive at the grand estate and are led inside. Our girl greets her grandfather politely, though she's probably screaming internally. Lu Chengzhou, ever the smooth operator, presents Grandpa with a gift. It's ridiculously expensive, top-tier tea, of course. Grandpa is suitably impressed by his generosity and they sit down to a magnificent feast. The interrogation begins. Grandpa asks how her brother Goosey is doing. Lu Changju fields the question perfectly, assuring him Goosey is safe with him. Grandpa then starts reminiscing about 17-year-old Gu Mang wanting to send her brother to Red Scorpion. Our girl quickly puts more food on his plate, trying to shut him up. If he keeps talking, her entire cover is going to be blown. The gears start turning in Lu Changju's head, so that's why she approached him back then. It was all part of a plan. He smirks, wondering who really seduced whom. Grandpa tells him to be patient with Gu Mang's bad temper. But Lu Changju says her temper is fine. It means she won't let herself be bullied. The mood turns somber as Grandpa mentions her parents' accident, but Lu Changju firmly promises to take good care of her. The dinner ends with a toast, with Grandpa finally happy to have someone to drink with. Afterward, Grandpa pulls Gu Mang aside to his study. She gives him an update on the medicine she's synthesizing for him, remembering her team just had a breakthrough. Grandpa is worried. His health relied on medicine from Lang Xuan, who they've now thoroughly offended. He fears the Elders Association will now target Gu Mang directly and asks if Lu Chengzhu knows about her troubles. She insists he doesn't, but Grandpa is doubtful. He then drops a bomb of his own. In recent months, Lu Chengzhu has violently taken over most of the black market, giving the Elders Association a massive headache. At first, Grandpa thought he was doing it all for her, but now he suspects Lu Chengzhu has his own agenda. He warns her to be careful, even with her own boyfriend. Later in the car, a drunk Lu Chengzhu conveniently slumps on her shoulder. Our girl notes this is the first time she's ever seen him drunk. He just mumbles that he's sleepy and wants to lean on her. He then teases her for working, calling her a disastrous beauty who distracts him from his duties, and he finds it quite fulfilling. She calls him shameless for his flirting, and he just thanks his girlfriend for the compliment. The man is absolutely shameless, but the cute moment is interrupted by a ding from her phone. She picks it up, and her face instantly darkens. It's a message. Her people have clashed with Lu Chengzhu's people at the black market. She immediately texts back, telling them to stand down and that she's on her way. He asks what's wrong, and she decides to come clean. He's silent for a beat, then simply says, "I'll go with you." They arrive to find a tense standoff between her guy, Huo Zhai, and an assassin named Yinglong. Guns and knives are out, and things are about to get bloody. The two are posturing and ready to lunge. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Stop," and Lu Chengzhu steps in to break up the fight. Huo Zhai is surprised to see them, but Yinglong just scoffs, mocking them for calling backup and bragging that his fifth brother is on the way to crush them all. Gu Mang's eyes narrow. She recognizes Yinglong from the assassin organization and wonders about this so-called fifth brother. The two idiots are still arguing about who's going to make who call them daddy. Our girl has had enough. She adjusts her cap, her aura turning deadly. She tells Huozhai to take their people and the goods and leave. As Yinglong continues to run his mouth, she pulls out her phone, opens a group chat named Five Gods Group, and sends a simple message. Yinglong's phone buzzes, he looks down and his face goes pale. Fifth brother, he stammers, looking at Gu Mang in disbelief. Huozhai is floored. His sister is Shenji, one of the legendary five gods of the Assassin League. Lu Changu just looks amused, thinking his girl is full of surprises. The standoff quickly turns into a very awkward negotiation. Huozhai is dying of embarrassment, remembering his daddy comment. Yinglong is just confused, since his fifth brother and Red Flame are supposed to be rivals. He stammers, asking how old she is. Turning 19 soon, she replies coolly, and he internally combusts. She joined the league 3 years ago. What a twisted turn of events. Huozhai and Yinglong quickly apologize to each other and shake hands. With the situation handled, Lu Chengzhou announces their departure, taking our girl's hand as they leave. Once they're alone, he gives her a sly look. So, keeping more identities from me, Shenji, he teases. She just confirms it, unfazed. He playfully runs a finger along her skin, making her squirm. That's ticklish, she says. So he grabs her hand instead. Still ticklish, he asks with a smirk. Not bad, she admits, and he rests his head on her shoulder again, claiming the alcohol still hasn't worn off. He leans in close and whispers, "What should I do? I think I'm falling for you more and more." Lu Chengzhou sits alone in the lavish room, looking like a lonely prince waiting for his queen. He glances at his reflection, a lollipop in hand, the silence stretching on for far too long. Why has it been so long? He mutters, his patience wearing thin. Finally fed up, he tosses the lollipop stick and stands, just as the bathroom door slides open. And there she is, dripping wet and wrapped in a towel, calling his name. He's completely frozen, his eyes drinking in the sight of her. Our girl clutches her towel tighter, demanding to know how he even got in. But instead of answering, he gently cups her face, his touch sending shivers down her spine. "You made me wait for a long time," he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion. "I couldn't take it anymore." Before she can process his words, his lips are on hers, and all she can taste is sweet, strawberry-flavored candy. She's completely bewildered by this aggressive, passionate side of him as he pins her against the wall. The steam from the shower fogs up the glass, but the heat between them is even hotter. He deepens the kiss, a storm of pent-up longing finally unleashed. Pulling back just enough to speak, he whispers, "Gu Mang, who exactly are you? Shen Jai wa Sheng Lan Ting Bai Yi? Which one is the real you?" She looks him dead in the eye and says, "I'm just Gu Mang, the Gu Mang you're most familiar with." That's all the answer he needs. "Okay," he breathes and pulls her in again. The world outside ceases to exist as they are lost in each other. Our girl just brushes it off, saying she had some things to deal with. Understatement of the century. As they walk, they hear students gossiping about all the major families showing up for the medical competition, including the Gu family. A pristine white car pulls up and a chauffeur opens the door. Out steps a familiar, unwelcome face. Of course, it's Gu Yin. She approaches with a fake smile, announcing that their grandfather wants Gu Mang to return to the Gu Manor. Gu Yin's friends start whispering about how Gu Mang must be so lucky to have connections to all these powerful families. But our girl just looks at her with utter disdain and drops a savage bomb. "Can you fancy the things that I consider trash?" Gu Yin is left sputtering in shock as Gu Mang simply says she's leaving and walks away. She gives them a cool wave goodbye, not even bothering to look back. Gu Yin is practically vibrating with rage, absolutely humiliated. Meanwhile, at the opulent Gu family estate, Gu Yin reports back to her grandfather, relaying Gu Mang's disrespectful words. The old man just sips his wine, confident that she'll eventually realize the Gu family is her best and only choice. He then gives a sinister order, "Go, invite that person over." In his study, the grandfather meets with a mysterious silver-haired man. The man confirms he's met with Gu Mang, but not without difficulty. He complains she was hostile and nearly started a brawl, then questions why the old man is letting her stay with Lu Chengzhou. The grandfather simply writes quiet on his scroll, silencing him. The man presses on, pointing out her identity is now public knowledge. What if she returns to the capital after the competition? He asks. The grandfather's reply is chilling, she has to be able to return. He asks if their people can stop her. The old man smirks, if they can't, there are always other methods. He's made up his mind. Since she's come to the capital, it won't be so easy for her to leave. He ominously adds that things have not been peaceful lately. Back with our lovebirds, Gu Mang is engrossed in a game while Lu Chengzhou watches her. He asks if she's eaten, and she offers to treat him to a nice meal now that the competition is over. "Finish this round and we'll go," he says, his eyes full of adoration. But just then his phone buzzes, it's a call from his dad. "The news is dire. Your grandmother just entered the emergency room," his father says, his voice strained. "Hurry back to the capital with Gu Mang." Lu Chengzhou hangs up and tells her the devastating news. Our girl is in disbelief. How could this happen so suddenly when a top doctor was watching over her? Without a moment's hesitation, they rush to the airport. But as they walk across the tarmac to their private jet, Mang gets a bad feeling. Everything is going too smoothly. It's suspiciously quiet. They walk towards the plane, an unsettling feeling hanging in the air. Suddenly, the airfield is flooded with bright lights. They're surrounded, armed guards emerge from the shadows. It's the Gu family's men and their leader steps forward. Mang, I've come to take you back. The man smirks, radiating smug confidence. He sneers at Lu Changu, questioning his chances against the might of the Gu family and the senior council. You've already processed your departure, he says menacingly. Any accidents that happen now would be unrelated to the capital. But our girl isn't intimidated. Well then, let's see who leaves first, me or whether you all die first. The man just laughs. You think the two of you are enough? The people on our side haven't all arrived yet. On cue, more footsteps approach. It's the silver-haired man, looking as arrogant as ever. Our couple stands united, their hands clasped tightly. The silver-haired man makes his offer. Stay and I guarantee the safety of everyone else. Additionally, he adds with a smirk, you must give medical treatment to Mrs. Lu, no conditions attached. Our girl's eyes narrow. What if I refuse? The man simply gestures to his armed men. Then nobody leaves, he declares, let's get started. The Gu family's man chimes in, Mang, stop struggling and come back with us. The silver-haired man gestures for her to follow him. He plays his trump card. Tomorrow, I'll send people to Minju Island. Mr. Lu, remember to release Goosey. But Lu Changu just smirks. You really thought I came here unprepared? A deafening rumble fills the air as a helicopter descends from the night sky. His backup has arrived and they look absolutely chaotic. A new crew of heavily armed men steps off the chopper. The Gu family's men are stunned. How did these desperate goons show up? The silver-haired man is equally shocked. It's the Assassins' Alliance, and he demands to know why they are interfering. The leader of the Assassins, a man with striking pinkish hair, just grins. Boss Qian personally placed the order. He turns to Mang. You're fast, thanks. He tells our couple to go. His team will handle the mess. Stop them, the assassin orders his men. With a chilling smile, he challenges anyone to take on the Alliance. The Gu family and their goons immediately put their hands up in surrender. They know fighting these guys is a death sentence. The assassin leader turns back to the silver-haired man, acknowledging his tempting offer before walking away as our couple boards their chopper. The helicopter lifts off, leaving their enemies in the dust. The silver-haired man watches them go, while the assassin leader puts a friendly hand on his shoulder. Heard about your heiress, he teases. An angry girl can be quite frightening, and Lu Changu isn't someone to mess with either. They share a tense look as the chopper disappears into the night. The Gu family's man is furious. They actually hired the Assassins' Alliance. A woman storms up to the silver-haired man, livid. After all that commotion, you still let them go. She tells him they're gone, and it's his choice whether to follow them. So many people and you let them go. She scolds before ordering her own private jet to the capital. Safely in the air, the assassin leader video calls Lu Changu to settle the bill. Brother-in-law, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. He demands a batch of goods and 2 gambling dens on Minju Island for the trouble. Lu Changu agrees without hesitation, very generous. Our girl overhears and is flabbergasted. 2 gambling dens? That's a huge chunk of her brother's territory, but Lu Changu just pulls her into his lap, asking for a hug as a reward. He looks so pleased with himself, and our girl, completely smitten, happily obliges. On the other end of the call, her brother chokes on his wine, getting an eyeful of their lovey-dovey moment. Cut the video, he yells, his face beet red. The family stands in a tense vigil outside the emergency room. As the elevator doors open, Lu Changu storms out, his face a mask of worry. Dad, how is grandma? He asks, but his father just snaps, demanding to know when Mang will finally show up. Just then, a doctor bursts out of the ER doors, looking completely panicked. Mang has arrived, he announces, ushering her in. Lu Changu grabs his father, demanding to know why grandma's condition suddenly tanked when they were told she'd be fine. The previous doctor is world-renowned. His judgments are never wrong. Something feels off, and Lu Changu orders his man to check the ward for anything unusual. Yes, his subordinate replies, rushing off. But his uncle couldn't care less, instead asking when the oh-so-important Miss Lang will arrive. Lu Changu gives him a look that could freeze hell over. His aunt then starts her verbal assault, blaming him for not calling the obviously superior Lang Xuan instead of relying on our girl. Lu Changju's patience has evaporated. He unleashes a savage retort, asking his uncle if he's hoping for grandma's death so he can finally inherit the Lu family fortune. The uncle sputters in rage, but Lu Changu hits him with the cold, hard truth. When have I not been rightful? The uncle's brother tries to calm him down, insisting he trusts Mang's medical skills. Just then, the subordinate returns. The ward is clean, and the nurses are all from their own trusted Red Scorpion team. He adds that the madam was taking Mang's medicine, and the previous doctor, Yu Zhangjing, also seems to have a deep connection with our girl. The uncle practically drools at the new angle of attack. His wife chimes in with a sickly sweet voice, suggesting they investigate Gu Mang for brain problems since they're already at a neurology hospital. The sheer audacity. But their petty scheming is cut short by the arrival of an elegant woman and her entourage. This must be the famous Miss Lang Xuan. Miss Lang, the father says, greeting her with relief. He immediately orders all unrelated personnel to clear out. The air is thick with tension. Miss Lang's team formally dismisses the hospital's doctors, announcing the Extreme Zone team is taking over. But the head doctor looks grim. I'm afraid it is a bit late. The words hit Lu Changu like a physical blow. He stumbles into the room to see his beloved grandmother lying still under the sheets. Tears stream down his face as the crushing reality sets in. The room fills with cries of grief. He can only stare heartbroken. In a flashback, we see our girl was there at the end, holding the old woman's hand as she passed. Back in the present, Lu Changu pulls a devastated Gu Mang into his arms. She trembles, whispering, "Grandma, I'm sorry." He comforts her gently, telling her she's not a god and she did her absolute best. It's not her fault. Overwhelmed, our girl complains of a headache. He tells her to get some rest, promising to have Louis send her back. Meanwhile, in the Gu family study, two men are plotting. One scoffs that Gu Mang is useless. He belittles her skills, saying she's nothing compared to Xuan. This time, he declares, "I must have Gu Mang return." Back at the hospital, the doctor presents the death certificate. But just as the nurses move to cover the body, Lang Xuan shouts, "Wait." She pulls on a sterile glove, noting that the madam's complexion looks off. After a brief examination, she drops a bombshell. The cause of death isn't natural, it's a new type of toxin from the extreme region. It was poison. The room erupts in chaos. Who could have possibly poisoned her under their watch? The uncle immediately suggests it had to be a doctor. Dr. Yu's team fires back, arguing they'd have no access to such a rare poison. Lu Chengzhou's father turns the suspicion right back on Lang Xuan. "Since it's a toxin from the extreme region, aren't you obliged to give us an explanation?" Xuan coolly explains that only people from the extreme region can obtain the toxin. Then she asks the million-dollar question, "Mr. Lu, where is the eldest miss?" The family is stunned. She's talking about Gu Mang, the eldest miss of the extreme region's Gu family. The implication is damning. Gu Mang had access. The uncle piles on, pointing out that Gu Mang provided the medicine and was present during the emergency. She had the perfect opportunity. As if on cue, Lu Chengzhou gets a call. It's his subordinate. "Mr. Lu, Miss Ming has left." She ditched her ride, hopped in a taxi, and disappeared. It looks like she's on the run. The uncle demands to know how Lu Chengzhou will resolve this. But Lu Chengzhou is remembering something. He asks the doctor if his grandmother said anything to Gu Mang before she passed. The doctor confirms she did, but they couldn't hear the words. Dr. Yu's eyes narrow. It was a setup, all of it designed to force Gu Mang to return to the extreme region. Not falling for the trap, Lu Chengzhou issues a chilling order. "Search all major entry and exit points. Turn the capital upside down if we have to, but find Gu Mang." "Yes," his subordinate confirms. We cut to the Blood Research Institute. And there she is, our girl Gu Mang, sitting alone on a curb, looking completely broken. A voice calls her name. She looks up to see her master, who asks why she looks so pitiful. He gently chides her for smoking, stamping out her cigarette. "Have some candy," he says, offering her a sweet. He asks if Lu Chengzhou bullied her, but our girl has more pressing questions. "Master, is Lu Chengzhou conducting research on my blood with you?" In a flashback, we see Lu Chengzhou's men asking the master to keep the institute a secret from Gu Mang. Busted, the master nervously admits Lu Chengzhou never asked for her blood samples. He confesses that the samples were delivered directly by Lu Chengzhou's people. And here's the twist. They've been researching the blood to find a cure for Gu Mang and her brother's health issues, but the samples they have matched neither of them. The shocking truth dawns on our girl. Could Lu Chengzhou be researching his own blood? She asks her master to keep her visit a secret. With a new grim purpose, she heads back toward the institute. A quick call confirms her associate has wiped all the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, some other woman frets about Gu Mang inheriting a throne. Bang, our girl makes a dramatic entrance, shattering a window. No more playing nice, she's done being a pawn. She knows she has to clear up these secrets before she can face him again. She remembers her grandmother's dying wish. "Go check out the Blood Institute, you'll find a lot of secrets." Hacking into the mainframe, she's determined to find out what Lu Chengzhou has been hiding. The files reveal the research began 14 years ago and that he, like her, relies on medication to survive. The project was abandoned 8 years ago due to lack of progress. So why, she wonders, has it suddenly been restarted? She makes a call. "Hello, Mrs. Yi, I am Gu Mang." Our girl meets with a stunning woman in a green dress. It's none other than Lu Chengzhou's mother, Yi Junsai. Gu Mang cuts right to the chase, demanding to know what's going on with her son's health and the failed project. His mother lights a cigarette, her expression unreadable. She reveals that after the research failed, her son became reckless, not caring about his own life. Until about 2 months ago, when he restarted the project with a feverish intensity. And the reason, the words hit Gu Mang like a ton of bricks. He values your life more than his own. It was all for her, all of it. The memories come flooding back, reframed in this new heartbreaking light. The deals, the risks, all to protect her. The weight of it all is crushing, even his grandmother's poisoning. It was all because of her. His mother asks what she'll do about the Gu family. Our girl's eyes are filled with cold fire. Just this life if they dare to come for it. You don't care about your own life, his mother says softly, but someone else does. The love, the sacrifice, it's almost too much to bear. Mrs. E reassures her that Chengzhou will protect her no matter the cost. But Gu Mang has to know, what did he do? The answer is devastating. He made a deal. If the research fails and he dies, all of his medicine goes to her asterisk. He never made contingency plans for himself, but for her, he planned the way forward and the way back. Shaking, Gu Mang dials his number. I have things to take care of. Wait for me at Jingzhou Apartments in an hour. I'll tell you everything. From his end, a simple, trusting, okay. Just then, the uncle barges in, screaming about the elders' council blowing up his phone. He shrieks at Lu Changu for arresting Xuan and making an enemy of the extreme state. Lu Changzhu's reply is lethally calm. Since you're so eager to see her, I'll send you to meet her. Send her to maximum security prison, he orders. Release her on the day of Grandma's funeral. The uncle is dragged away as Lu Changzhou reclaims his power with absolute authority. A jeep screeches to a halt outside. Gu Mang is waiting. A man gets out carrying a silver briefcase. Mang hears the thing you asked for. She takes the case. Inside lies a syringe and vials, the antidote. She snaps the case shut, her resolve hardened. It's time to end this. Go to the Red Scorpion. Jiang Sui gives our girl a worried look, asking if she's really going to walk into the lion's den. But Gu Mang isn't listening. She slams her foot on the accelerator, her expression colder than ice. The car tears through the night, a black bullet under the pale moon. Poor Jiang Sui is holding on for dear life, thinking he's never seen our girl this chaotic and praying for someone to save him. They screech to a halt at the infamous Red Scorpion headquarters, where guards immediately swarm the vehicle, demanding to know who has a death wish. As a heavily armed guard approaches, our girl simply says, "Open the door." She doesn't even flinch, just flashes a top-level pass that has the guard's jaw on the floor. He immediately bows his head in submission. Gu Mang steps out, radiating pure boss energy. She confronts the man in charge and makes her demand clear, "Bring Xuan to me." But he refuses, claiming Xuan is a suspect in the madam's death and can't be taken away. The poor guy looks like he's about to wet his pants. Our girl just smirks, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Who told you I'm taking her away?" Meanwhile, in a dark cell, Xuan is getting her hopes up. She hears the door unlocking and thinks she's finally being released. She turns around, a smug look already forming on her face, only to see the one person she never wanted to see again. "Why is it you?" she shrieks, but Gu Mang ignores her, ordering the guards to unlock her cuffs. Xuan, ever the fool, starts running her mouth, thinking Gu Mang is just reluctantly following orders from the elders. As soon as her hands are free, she starts taunting our girl, sneering about how she has to obey the family. "I thought you were capable of more," she sneers, but she doesn't even get to finish her sentence before Gu Mang snaps, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her against the stone wall. Xuan starts screaming for help, but no one dares to move. Gu Mang's grip is like iron as she leans in, her voice a venomous whisper, "This is all the capability I have." She calls for Jiang Sui, who's been waiting for his cue. He steps forward with a medical kit in hand. Our girl pulls out a syringe, her smile absolutely terrifying. "You like playing with toxins? Then I'll gift you one." Xuan's face turns pale with horror. With a swift, merciless move, Gu Mang injects the mysterious substance right into her neck. Xuan collapses to the floor, completely neutralized. Jiang Sui can only watch in awe, thinking how the great elder of the extreme state continent was just reduced to nothing in seconds. Gu Mang crouches down to her fallen rival. "Let's play fair," she says. "Let's see who has the tougher luck." Xuan can only gasp, "What did you inject me with?" But our girl is already walking away, leaving Xuan screaming in her wake. Before leaving, she tosses a vial to the man in charge. "Administer the antidote in 1 hour," she commands. As guards rush to the groaning Xuan, she writhes in agony on the floor. "Damn it, what poison did she use on me?" one of them shouts. Outside, Jiang Sui asks what's next. With a heavy heart, Gu Mang says she wants to go back to the apartment. She needs to see Lu Chengzhou. The mission is over, but her battle is just beginning. Back in the silence of the luxury apartment, our poor heroine sits alone in the dark, looking smaller than ever. The door clicks open. It's Lu Chengzhou, he's here. He quietly flips on the lights, his eyes finding her immediately. He walks over, his expression softening as he asks if she's eaten since last night. He gently takes her hand, his voice a soothing balm as he promises to make her food and reassures her that none of this is her fault. "I'm here," he says. "I'll take care of everything." He repeats his promise, telling her to rest while he handles it all. He pulls her into a warm, safe embrace, and finally the walls she built so high come crumbling down. Our girl begins to cry. He's stunned, holding her as she sobs. Mang, you're crying. Overwhelmed, she surges forward, silencing him with a desperate, hungry kiss. She wraps her arms around him, pulling him closer. But he gently catches her hand, stopping her advance. Mang, not yet, he whispers, his voice thick with concern, don't rush. She shakes her head, refusing to stop. He worries he might hurt her in her fragile state. I insist, she whispers against his lips, her voice trembling. I don't just want comfort, as I want you. And with that, he gives in, scooping her up into his arms. He carries her bridal style, murmuring that he's already asked Lu Yi to bring them dinner. Thirsty, she whispers, he immediately offers to get her some water. He hands her his phone, telling her to order whatever she wants to eat through Lu Yi. But our girl has other plans. With his phone in her hand, she sends a secret text, take Goosey to the capital airport. Then she deletes the evidence, so savage. She sets the phone down just as he returns. He comes back with a glass of water. She's already lying on the bed, waiting. As he helps her drink, he notices a faint mark on her neck and gently touches it. Does it hurt? Did I go too far? She turns the tables on him. What about you? Does it hurt? He's taken aback. She never asks him things like that. A slow, wicked smile spreads across his face. He loves this. He teases her an apartment prepared for an affair, and it actually caught one. Then he softens, apologizing and promising it won't happen again. No, he says, his eyes glinting with amusement. I like it when you initiate, but don't be too forward. I might not be able to handle it. He even suggests that maybe *E* should take the lead next time so she doesn't wear herself out. The absolute audacity of this man. He leans in for another kiss. He then playfully mentions the bite mark she left on him, joking that a few more and he won't need a tattoo. A dangerous idea sparks in our girl's eyes. How about I give you a tattoo right now? He's surprised now. He remembers mentioning it once, even offering to pay her. He never expected her to remember something so casual. He can't resist a final taunt. The fact that you can still get out of bed, it robs me of my sense of achievement. She glares at him and tells him to shut his mouth. He just smirks, completely pleased with himself. She retrieves her professional tattoo kit. She preps the equipment, all business. It might hurt a bit near the bone, she warns. She positions the gun, ready to begin. He looks at her, his voice suddenly serious. Then I'll experience the pain for you, he says, referring to her own suffering. Shut your mouth, she mutters, but her hands are steady. She begins, and he lets out a sharp hiss of pain. Are you all right? She asks, her focus unwavering. Just focus, he grits out. This pain is nothing. 20 minutes pass in intense silence. He starts getting restless. Lu Yi is being inefficient today. He still hasn't delivered dinner. He wants to stop so he can call his assistant. He even starts telling her she's too thin and needs to eat more. But then his body goes slack and he suddenly collapses onto the couch. What's going on? He groans. I feel so weak. Mang looks down at him, her expression unreadable. Neurotoxin. His eyes widen in disbelief. She explains that mixed with the tattoo ink, the poison acts slower, numbing the body over time. He lies there paralyzed and betrayed. She knows he must be furious with her. Just calm down and let me explain, he pleads. Calm down, he seethes. How can I calm down when my girlfriend sets me up, seduces me, and then poisons me with tattoo ink? He demands to know what she did with his phone, realizing she never called Lu Yi. Undeterred, she continues her work on his skin. I told Lu Yi to bring Goosey to the airport, she confesses. He asks the question he's been dreading. You want to return to the extreme zone. He asks if this whole seduction was a pre-planned trap. You've been sensitive these past few days, she admits. I had to use special means to get you to lie down here. You're quite honest, he says, a hint of admiration in his anger. He tries to warn her of the danger outside. He can't tell if she's laughing or crying. Mang, you can't leave, he insists. The lockdown is still in effect. She scoffs, if I want to leave, your men can't stop me. She holds up a phone, showing him the finished tattoo on his chest. I haven't done this in a year, but my skills are still good. He sighs in defeat. So you're leaving, but you still wanted to leave your mark on me. She leans down, her face inches from his. After all, I'm yours. She gives him one last, breathtaking kiss. As she pulls away, she whispers, I need to prove ownership to others. Our girl waits, looking as cool as a cucumber. But inside, Chengzhou is breaking. Lying in bed with his shirt half open, he pleads, didn't we agree that you'd leave everything to me? He pulls her close, his voice filled with anguish, demanding to know why she interfered and gave him medicine. She calmly explains that she met his mother, Yiwu Ren, at the Blood Institute earlier that day. The bombshell drops. She reveals that she needs the same experimental medication he does, and that's the real reason she has to return to Chengzhou. Chengzhou is absolutely floored, realizing she's about to sacrifice herself for his sake. He feels like a burden, but she quickly shuts that down, stating that she needs to be safe too, so this is for both of them. He insists he wants to solve her problems, that he doesn't want her taking risks for him, but our girl hits back with a savage reply. To me, my life is pretty valuable. Then she twists the knife, revealing her own parents died because they didn't want her and Goosey to go back to that place. But she's not afraid. To her, every day she's lived since then has been a bonus. That's the last straw for Chengzhou. He pulls her down onto the sofa, his eyes desperate. I want you to live properly, me, you, and little C together. He begs her not to go, but her will is iron. I can't stop you and you can't stop me either. If you can go back to Jinyang, then I can go too, she declares, her resolve unshakable. He finally relents, resting his head on her lap as she says, fine, that's the spirit. But then her tone shifts. What time is it and you're still in the mood for banter? He asks if her brain has finally slowed down, completely unaware of the trap she's laid. He's confused, wondering what she's planning now. Our girl gives a wicked little smirk. Turns out she's pretty good with hypnosis. Just forget about me for a while, she whispers, her voice like a siren's call. He dares her to try, completely underestimating her power. In his last moments of clarity, he realizes with horror, she planned to erase his memory all along. With a gentle yet devastating touch to his face, she puts him under. Tusk, she thinks, Lu Changu probably hasn't been beaten this bad in his life. Our girl is absolutely chaotic. She quickly jots down a note and leaves it beside a vial of antidotes. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she walks out of his life without a single backward glance. And just like that, she's on a plane, leaving a memory-wiped Chengzhou behind. Elsewhere, her brother Goosey is being escorted to a private jet. He boards and immediately demands to know where's Mang. The imposing Huo Zhai simply gestures towards the resting room. Goosey rushes in, only to be met with a hand shoved in his face. Piss off, our girl growls, thinking it's an enemy. Mang, it's me, he says gently. She finally lowers her hand, and he immediately asks why they're going back. She explains that Chengzhou now knows they both need the medicine from Jinyang. She reveals the Blood Institute's entire $10 billion research project was all about finding them. Goosey is stunned. They're trying to develop a detox agent for you. Then his eyes land on her phone and he sees their group chat name, 1,000 Ways to Scheme and Murder for Money. He breaks into a cold sweat. While Lu Changu is trying to save his sister, they are literally plotting murder for profit. The irony is staggering. Suddenly, the plane is surrounded. A man gives the order, surround the entire plane, no one is getting away. Uh-oh, it's Chengzhou's friends and they look furious. One of them tells Huo Zhai that Goosey is one of their people and he's not going anywhere. Goosey rushes out to see what the commotion is. He checks on the guy they were trying to take. The guy says he's fine and thanks his friend Qian for taking care of him. But Qian looks uneasy. The group spots Mang and immediately asks where Chengzhou is. Our girl just vaguely points, he's over there. They press her, asking if Chengzhou actually agreed to let her go back to the polar region. His friend Yidu looks deeply concerned. She coldly tells them to go ask him themselves, but adds, please take good care of him for me. That's all they need to hear. They panic and bolt. They know Chengzhou must be in a bad state, so they race to the apartment. They burst into the room and find their worst fears realized. Chengzhou is unconscious on the couch. A doctor on the scene delivers the shocking news. Mr. Lu has been poisoned with a paralytic neurotoxin. The friends can't believe the drama. Only two big shots can trap each other. They desperately ask how long it'll take for him to wake up. The doctor explains that since the antidote was administered, he should be awake soon, but they can't be sure of any other injuries. Just then, a finger twitches, he's waking up. Chengzhou groggily opens his eyes and asks why they're all staring at him. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, but Yidu notices something is terribly wrong. Chengzhou hasn't asked about Mang, not once. Instead, he's all business, immediately asking about the arrangements for his grandmother's funeral. He then kicks them out, telling them to go home. As they leave, the friends whisper about how strange he's acting, like he's reverted to the cold man he was before he met Mang. After they're gone, Chengzhou gets ready to head to the Lu residence, leaving his own assistant completely baffled. The doctor has no answers either. Then the most dreadful possibility dawns on them. Do you think it's possible that Chengzhou has forgotten the little sister-in-law? Back in the apartment, Chengzhou feels a strange tingling on his neck. His fingers trace the spot where our girl worked her magic. His assistant hands him the note they found. It seems related to Mang. His friend reads it aloud, utterly confused. Apply to high school to repeat grade 12. Chengzhou takes the note, his face unreadable as he looks at the chemical formula written on it. His other friend does a quick search and announces that the formula is a nerdy way of confessing one's feelings. It's confirmed the amnesia is real, he really forgot her. Chengzhou just dismisses them and prepares to leave. He leaves the confession note on the table as the doorbell rings. He opens the door. 10 minutes later, he calmly pockets the note, his expression a cold, empty mask. Meanwhile, on the Arctic continent, our girl and her brother have arrived. A car pulls up to greet them, but as they're getting in, a furious voice screams Mang's name. It's Yiwu Ren, Chengzhou's mother, and she is livid. What toxin did you inject me with? Mang gives her a look that could freeze hell over. If you don't want to die, get out. Yiwu Ren threatens to drag them down with her if she dies. But Huo Zhai casually mentions that another elder has been hanging from a rooftop for hours. She spins around, realizing it was Goosey's doing. Goosey just smirks, calling her an idiot for thinking his sister would ever fall for such a basic threat. Huozhai shoves Gu Mang into the car. He tells the driver to go, leaving a sputtering Yiwu Ren in their dust. He stands as a shield between the two women. Last reminder, he says coolly, don't mess with her. Yiwu Ren screeches that she'll have Gu Mang arrested by the council. Huozhai just laughs in her face, telling her to use her own medical skills to figure out the toxin. She trembles with rage. Her special body is resistant to most poisons, but whatever Gu Mang used caused her an hour of pure agony. She vows revenge, but it's too late. A guard announces that Gu Mang and Goosey have already arrived at the main house. They've walked right into the lion's den. Her grandfather greets them with a cold reprimand for not calling him grandpa. He cuts to the chase, who laid hands on Lady Lu. He ushers them inside to talk. Once they're seated, he demands to know what's going on with her and Lu Changu. Our girl fires right back. What are you afraid Red Flame will come after the Arctic continent? The old man smirks, lecturing her that marriages must be between equals. He belittles her, saying she and her little assets are nothing compared to the Lu family's power. Then he drops the hammer. She's the young mistress of the Gu family now, and she is already betrothed to someone else. Our girl just scoffs. A betrothal, did I agree to it? She savagely points out that her parents are dead, so their orders are a little hard to come by. He warns her to know her place, but she is done playing nice. Isn't this what you wanted, begging me to come back? Don't be surprised I have no respect for my elders. The grandfather, seething, changes the subject back to Lu Changu. You all handled it so well, she says with dripping sarcasm. The Lu family issued 3 red wanted notices in one day. He admits it was all a ploy to force her to return. He then asks if she was behind old Madame Lu's death, revealing the old woman was betrayed by her own son. A man enters, addressing the grandfather as my lord. In a flash, our girl has a gun pointed straight at his head. The grandfather doesn't even blink as a gunshot echoes through the estate. The shot wasn't in the room, but outside, a warning of the power she now faces. The standoff is interrupted by the old man himself, who calmly takes a drag from his cigarette and says, not bad. Lu Changu watches, his expression unreadable. But before anyone can react, a gun is pressed to the old man's head, and a deafening bang echoes through the room. He breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing the bullet whizzed right past his ear. And who's the chaotic queen holding the smoking gun? None other than our girl, Gu Mang. Lu Changu yells for her to stop, his heart pounding as he recalls the chilling, murderous intent he felt from her. The old man, her so-called father, is seething. No one has ever dared to point a gun at me. He growls, warning her that she knows the consequences of her actions. His goons immediately point their guns back at her, screaming, don't move. But our girl is unbothered. She simply turns her back on the chaos, her expression as cold as ice. With a flick of her gaze, she orders the man holding her brother piss off. Her eyes are pure fire as she commands, let him go. But her father tries to pull rank, Goosey, you stay. Goosey, however, is a loyal little brother. Sorry, but I only listen to my sister. And with a sassy flick of his hand, he follows Gu Mang out. Lu Changu explains to his own father that forcing Gu Mang back was a bad idea, but he'll handle it. The plan is set, let her cool off for a few days, then bring her to old Lady Lu's funeral. Lu Changu simply agrees. As they leave the tense family reunion, they drive off into the sunset. But of course they're being followed, so annoying. Goosey glances back at the persistent tail. They soon arrive at a ridiculously high-tech villa, where the gate scans and approves their entry. Lu Changu and his assistant are floored. When did our girl get a fortress in the extreme zone? Lu Changu just smirks, he'd expect nothing less from her. He's more puzzled about why her parents were so against her returning and why she suddenly agreed. His assistant drops a bomb Lu Changu seems to have forgotten about, Mrs. Gu. He immediately wonders if Gu Mang somehow messed with his memory. His assistant finds that hard to believe, given Lu Changju's intense mental training. It's a mystery, but Lu Changu feels that the upcoming funeral might hold the key. The day of the funeral arrives, a somber affair for the powerful Lu family. Relatives and business partners gather to pay their respects. Suddenly, there's a murmur through the crowd, Gu Mang really came. The gossips are in a frenzy, hoping her presence doesn't trigger Lu Changu and cause a massive scene. One of the guys looks like he's about to have a heart attack. I'm screwed, they're here, he panics. Huozhai is here too. And indeed he is, paying his respects in person, a rare move for someone of his stature. He looks devastatingly handsome, of course. Just then Lu Changu arrives with Goosey, but our girl is nowhere in sight, confusing everyone. The onlookers speculate that this is all part of a bigger plan to keep her away from Chengzhou. Lu Changu walks up to his rival, Huozhai, and offers his condolences. He extends a hand. The crowd holds its breath, thinking Chengzhou must have remembered everything. This is going to be dramatic. But Lu Changu just gives a polite thank you. Then he drops a casual question, has Mr. Huo already married? Goosey is utterly bewildered by this whole interaction. Huozhai, ever the master of chaos, introduces Goosey as his prospective sister-in-law's brother. Lu Changu raises an eyebrow, really? Huozhai then smoothly invites him to the wedding, the absolute nerve. Mr. Lu Sr. steps in to de-escalate, ushering Huozhai away. But Goosey isn't having it. My sister never agreed to any engagement, stop spreading rumors. Lu Chengzhou finds this hilarious. What you'd rather call *me brother-in-law. Goosey is about to throw hands, you think I don't have the guts. Before he can start a brawl at a funeral, Lu Chengzhou clamps a hand over his mouth. You're here for your sister, he warns, stop causing trouble. Just as the tension peaks, the family lawyer Mr. Jinyang makes a grand entrance. He announces that the late madam instructed him to read her will right here, right now. The greedy relatives immediately start buzzing. They think this public announcement means everyone's getting a piece of the pie, maybe even them. One observer shrewdly notes that if the heir is present, a public reading usually means the inheritance isn't for him. The lawyer then asks, where is Miss Gu Meng? The room falls silent, why on earth would they need her? The will can only be read if Miss Gu Meng is present, he declares. Mr. Lu informs him that she hasn't come. Goosey pipes up, stating the will has nothing to do with his sister and there will be no video calls. The lawyer relents, agreeing to announce it anyway and pulling out a USB. This is a video, the madam's last will and testament. The video plays and the late madam appears on screen, looking frail but determined. Then comes the bombshell. All of my properties and the Lu Military Industrial Group are all to be in the name of Gu Mang. Chaos, the entire room erupts, all to Gu Mang, even Goosey is in disbelief. Everyone demands to know what this means. The relatives lose their minds, screaming that it's impossible for an outsider to inherit everything. They mob the lawyer, accusing the madam of being senile and refusing to accept the will. Mr. Jiang calmly shuts them down, stating that numerous doctors confirmed her sanity and he can provide the reports. He then instructs his team to prepare the legal documents for Gu Mang to sign. Goosey wastes no time, frantically texting his sister. OMG Mang, Grandma Lu left all her fortunes to you. The military-industrial conglomerate, it's all for you. Our girl receives the text while chilling with a friend, her expression completely unfazed. Her friend is curious about the message. Gu Mang casually replies, she left all her properties to me, including the Lu's military-industrial conglomerate. Her friend literally spits out her wine. Half of the century-old Lu family's estate just given to you. Back at the funeral, the relatives are still screeching. One woman is furious, ranting about how Gu Mang has no right, especially since she's engaged to Huozhai. Huozhai raises an eyebrow while Lu Chengzhou perks up at the word fiancé. And then our amnesiac ML speaks, his voice dripping with ice. Miss Gu is my fiancé, where did this rumor come from? The onlookers are stunned, he really truly forgot about her. You broke up, someone ventures. The greedy relatives insist there was no breakup, and that they absolutely cannot let Gu Mang get her hands on the assets. They start plotting, deciding they'll talk to Gu Mang and convince her to return what is rightfully theirs. They accuse her of using underhanded methods, their greed on full display. Goosey tries to defend his sister, but it's useless. Then Lu Chengzhou silences them all with a single sentence. The decision of the grandmother is not subject to interference by anyone. He ignores their sputtering rage and orders the lawyer to proceed with the handover. When a relative cries about the potential losses to the family, Lu Chengzhou delivers the most savage comeback, I don't know. He warns them all to behave, making it clear he won't tolerate disrespect at his grandmother's funeral, and his men stand ready to enforce his will. The message is received loud and clear. Meanwhile, the lawyer has arrived at Gu Mang's villa. Her friend is still reeling from the news, but our girl pushes the mountain of documents back. I don't want this, take it to Lu Chengzhou. The lawyer tries to reason with her, reminding her she needs money. Her friend asks why the madam would do this, but the lawyer simply states he's just carrying out his client's final wish. Gu Mang's friend then asks a brilliant question. What did the madam's will say a year ago when she was also on her deathbed? The lawyer's eyes flicker. He confirms that a year ago, the will was completely different with the assets divided among the family. Now it all belongs to you, Gu Mang. But our heroine is firm. Handle it for me just according to the will from the previous year. I don't want a single part of this inheritance. The lawyer smiles, the old madam knew she'd say that. That's why she left one final trick up her sleeve. The old madam left a video for you alone. He plugs the USB into a laptop. With a deep breath, our girl prepares to watch. She presses play. The lawyer tells her that if she still refuses the inheritance after watching, he will honor her wishes. He gives her some privacy. She starts the video. Grandma Lu appears, her voice gentle. Mang, I knew you'd probably not want any of it. But today, I wish to tell you some of our Lu family's long-buried secrets. Gu Mang leans in, her expression serious. The madam's voice concludes, when the time comes whether or not to accept the inheritance, I trust you'll make your own judgment. A man on the phone tries to reason with Gu Mang, telling her to undergo training for the upcoming assessment. But our girl is having none of it, calling it a complete waste of time. He warns her that she might fail, but she just smirks, saying she likes to court death. This chaotic energy is everything. He threatens to revoke her access to the assessment system, but she's completely unfazed. She drops the towel she was using to dry her hair, completely done with this conversation. Is that so? She challenges, wait and see. Before he can even process the comeback, she hangs up on him, leaving him fuming. He turns to an older man, likely his father, to vent. The father reveals that all the elders have approved a test specifically for Mang. He tells his son not to worry. The son, however, is certain she won't make it through. The father agrees, admitting he doesn't think much of Mang compared to Lang Xuan. He advises his son that it's time to take the edge off our girl's arrogance. He adds that it's not even certain she can win first place in the medical competition. It seems everyone is just waiting to see Mang make a fool of herself. Suddenly, Mang has a visitor. It's her grandfather. He immediately starts lecturing her, unhappy that she skipped the training process and is diving straight into the assessment. The talk among the major families has apparently been unpleasant, but our girl just sips her drink unbothered, saying it doesn't matter. Her grandfather sighs, explaining that the Bai family has selected 2 people to assist her. He gestures to the 2 individuals who have arrived. He introduces them as Bai Sui and Bai Jingking, both experts in their fields. They greet their new messiah. He explains he's also arranged for a girl to take care of her needs. But Mang cuts right to the chase, telling her new assistants they'll be following her to a competition tomorrow. They dutifully agree. The next day, they arrive at the academic pavilion. Mang and her crew walk in, ready for whatever's coming. The screen flashes the matchup, Jing University versus M University. The crowd murmurs in shock. M University's team is the seeded favorite. The other students are terrified, remembering how M University swept their opponents last time without even needing their famous genius girl to show up. Someone tries to be optimistic, pointing out that they have Mang, who placed first in the written exam. But a hater immediately shuts them down, scoffing that the written exam means nothing in the oral part. He points out that M University has the genius girl Minnie on their side. Another student adds that Minnie's experience from traveling with medical aid teams speaks for itself. Meanwhile, M University's professor is giving Minnie her instructions, telling her to take the 1st and 4th matches. Minnie, the so-called genius girl, looks confident. She calmly agrees to the plan. Her professor reassures her, saying there's no one from Jing University who can challenge her. What about Mang? Minnie asks, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The professor scoffs, dismissing our girl as too young and inexperienced. Minnie seems to buy it, chalking up Mang's abilities to her school's resources. On the other side, Mang's professor asks who's going up first. Her teammate nervously clutches her arm. Our girl looks as calm as ever. Her professor makes the call, you're up for the 1st and 4th matches. Mang simply replies, yes. Her white-haired teammate smirks, realizing she's going head-to-head with the prodigy girl in all matches. An announcement calls the competitors for the 1st match to the stage. Mang stands up, let's go. The host explains the rules. Each team has 3 questions to answer in 30 minutes and team discussions are allowed. The professors in the audience know this is going to be brutal. It's a knockout round and the questions are impossibly difficult. One of Mang's teammates asks if the question is hard. His senior nods grimly. He explains it's super hard, the answers must be in English, and there are way too many knowledge points to cover in time. This is looking bad. The 1st match officially begins, and Mang's teammates start discussing frantically. But one of them is already fuming, thinking he's stuck with a teammate who's holding them back. The professors watching start to worry, wondering if Mang has anything to add at all. They were counting on her to lead, but it's not looking good. I don't know, one of them says, seeing M University already doing well. They look at the time, there are only 15 minutes left, and it's too late for Mang to start now. But her own professor still has a sliver of hope, silently cheering her on. Her teammates are losing it. You haven't said a word, don't you forget this is a team competition? One of them snaps. The other one tells him to stop talking, but the first guy is on a roll, shouting that she should have refused if she was just going to drag them down. He's absolutely livid, pointing out that 90 minutes have passed without a single contribution from her. Have you finished writing? She suddenly asks her senior. He looks at her stunned. Write as much as you know, he tells her, while his teammate complains that they're going to get eliminated. He wishes they had sent someone else for the 1st match. With only 9 minutes left, the professors are sure it's over. They're about to lose the 1st match just like that. But then one of the professors shouts, wait, what's that? He can't believe his eyes. What's Mang writing? What kind of formula is that? I've never seen it before. Another professor admits he hasn't seen it either. A third one realizes it's a formula consisting of abbreviations from hemodynamics, but he can't understand it at all. They'd rather lose than see her make a joke of the answer. Did she summarize this herself? A judge wonders aloud. It seems impossible for a freshman to do that without a vast knowledge base. Another judge scoffs, thinking she must be making it up. But then they look closer. The framework is incredibly professional, connecting all the pieces of knowledge. It's clarifying ambiguous areas in medicine. Watching her is like attending a masterclass. Then with a quiet confidence, our girl looks up. It's done. The room explodes in shock. She only took 4 minutes. Her teammates are flabbergasted. Her structural diagrams are worlds apart from their lengthy texts, summarizing hundreds of pages into a single diagram. Everyone thought the questions were difficult, but Gu Mang's answers went even beyond the scope of the competition. Even the other team's assistant is stunned. She wonders why Gu Mang wrote so much. Her white-haired companion muses, maybe she was afraid others wouldn't understand the formula, so she wrote everything. The assistant is speechless. All that concern about not finishing, and our girl had time to spare and delivered beyond syllabus answers. What terrifying strength. The competition ends and the judges are reviewing the answers. They gather around the monitors, completely stumped. What do you think? One asks. Another points out that a formula needs extensive verification, but Gu Mang came up with 9 of them on the spot. They all know how hard it is to confirm even one formula, let alone use a new one in an international competition. It's a huge risk. One judge is furious, declaring that competitions are not a place for showing off and her paper isn't up to par. But another disagrees, arguing they can't give her 0 just because they don't understand it. The head judge scoffs, do you really believe a first-year student can write 9 vital signs formulas? He turns to his fellows for their opinion. After a moment of tense silence, he makes his call, bring Gu Mang here. Gu Mang is brought before the judges. The editor-in-chief immediately confronts her about the formulas. I summarized them myself, our girl states calmly. He asks if she's sure. Yes, she confirms, pulling on her cap with an air of absolute defiance. The judge slams his hand on the table, enraged by her audacity. He launches into a tirade, asking if she thinks her questionable formulas are more accurate than authoritative books. He accuses her of challenging authority and reminds her that competitions are not a joke. It's just about proving it wrong, she says with a shrug. He scoffs, how are we supposed to acknowledge your disproof when we don't even know how you derived them? He reminds her that in medicine, the margin for error is 0 and calls for security to take her away. He declares that her scores are now void. But just as they move to grab her, her assistant, Jinyang, speaks up. Aren't you the ones who want data system support? Just make an algorithm program, put the database in it, and use the formulas to get the results. She's a programmer. Our girl smirks, not surprised at all by the person her grandfather picked. Jinyang continues, if all the data yields results with no deviation from your database, then these formulas should be eligible for naming by the International Union of Medical Science. The arrogance, the judges are livid. The head judge sees an opportunity to humiliate them. All right, he says with a smug grin, we'll provide the database from our medical organization. He taunts her, saying with her status, she should be able to get technical staff to create a program, right? He's convinced her formulas will be exposed as riddled with errors when run against their massive database. Miss, can you write the program? Jinyang asks our girl. Without a word, Gu Mang sits down at the computer. She takes off her cap, her expression focused. Her fingers become a blur, flying across the keyboard as lines of code cascade down the screen. In a flash, she's created a full-blown algorithm program, looking like a coding goddess surrounded by a digital aura. The results pop up on the screen, data match 100%, data consistent. She actually proved it. The judges are in utter disbelief. They've spent years on this research, and Gu Mang just simplified it with math. The head judge is horrified. That's amazing. Gu Mang, you're a great contributor in the history of our medical science, one of his colleagues exclaims. The head judge realizes with dawning horror that he, himself, used his own organization's database to prove all of Gu Mang's formulas. This is the ultimate slap in the face. The program confirms the 100% data match again. Gu Mang leans back in her chair, a victorious smirk playing on her lips. The results are out, she says, her voice dripping with cool satisfaction. Does anyone have any questions? Our girl dares the thugs to even try it, and it turns out they really shouldn't have. She might be one woman against a squad of armed goons, but that's what we call an even fight. While she's single-handedly taking out the trash, the van they were in crashes spectacularly. The young miss she was protecting can only watch in horror. In the blink of an eye, the attackers are neutralized, one guy looking like a human pincushion. Our girl stands victorious but not unscathed. Her hand is bleeding from the brawl. The miss freaks out, promising to call a doctor immediately. On the phone, she tearfully takes the blame, saying her bodyguard's injuries are her own dereliction of duty. Just then, a sleek white sports car screeches to a halt beside them. A handsome man rushes out, but his concern isn't for the miss, it's for our girl. She grits her teeth, realizing this whole ambush was aimed directly at her. The man offers her a handkerchief for her wound, but she coldly refuses, saying she'll handle it herself. He insists, and she finally takes it. She wraps her bleeding hand, her eyes burning with cold fury. The miss tells the driver to take our hero into the hospital and deal with the thugs. But our girl has one final chilling order, leave one alive. The miss is stunned by her sheer ruthlessness. With a major competition tomorrow, this hand injury couldn't have come at a worse time. As they drive off, our girl's face is a mask of cold determination. Meanwhile, two of her friends are getting worried. It's almost 10 p.m. and she hasn't returned from her lesson. Her brother Goosey decides to call and find out what's going on. The moment he hears the news, his face darkens and he shoots to his feet. His eyes are practically glowing with rage. He snarls that someone has a death wish for messing with his sister, especially after she's been dominating the news with her medical competition wins. Elsewhere, another group of friends are discussing the news. One of them gets a call, asking what kind of trouble Mang has gotten into this time. His friend casually dismisses it, saying her being first is hardly news anymore. But his expression shifts from calm to pure shock. "What's wrong?" his friend asks, suddenly concerned. "The news is devastating. Mang was attacked and her hand is severely injured. The attackers were mercenaries, and our girl took them all down, leaving only a single driver alive for questioning. They debate telling Chengzhou but decide against it since she can't remember him anyway, only to find Chengzhou standing right behind them, having heard everything. They are speechless. He doesn't even wait for an explanation. Grabbing his coat, he storms out without a word. The mastermind behind the attack, a woman named Xuan, gets the report. Her elite mercenaries were completely wiped out. The leader's hand is so badly fractured he'll be out of commission for at least a month. This means he's out of the finals. A wicked smile spreads across her face. Finally, she purrs, I don't have to keep playing along with her. She looks absolutely thrilled with her little scheme. But she's about to learn you don't mess with Mang's family. Goosey and his crew pull up to the Lang residence in a freaking jeep. They blow past the guards and smash right through the front gate. The alarm is raised about dangerous intruders, but they're already out of the vehicle and on the moves. The boys march into the mansion with a vengeance. They're immediately surrounded by armed guards, who demand to know who they are. Goosey, radiating pure chaotic energy, ignores them and screams for Xuan to get out there. He is absolutely livid. The head guard tries to mock him for the dramatic entrance, but Goosey is not in the mood for games. I'll say it one last time, he seethes, bring Xuan out here. Just then, Xuan appears at the top of the stairs calling his name. She taunts him, asking if he really thinks she's afraid of him. Goosey's reply is bone-chilling, fine, then let's die together. The boy has officially snapped. One of his friends opens a canister and begins dousing the entire lobby in gasoline. Goosey pulls out a lighter and flicks it on with a smirk. The guards panic, and Xuan looks on in terror. Goosey, what are you trying to do? She screams. He just smiles and drops the lighter. The room erupts in flames. As the mansion burns, Goosey screams at Xuan, get the hell down here. She's trapped by the fire. And to make matters worse, one of the boys soaks her in gasoline too. She is completely drenched. And just when you think it can't get any crazier, Goosey pulls out a literal flamethrower. Run, try running one more time, he screams, looking absolutely unhinged. But just as he's about to barbecue her, Chengzhou appears, ordering him to stop. He demands the weapon and lighter. Goosey explodes at him, are you sick? Is this how you like my sister? My sister is lying in a hospital and this idiot won't die, but she will have her skin peeled off. Chengzhou calmly holds up a hand, trying to de-escalate the situation. He reminds his driver that he's supposed to protect Goosey too, not let him go on a rampage. Goosey's friend steps up, ready to throw down with the driver. Chengzhou ignores them and gives Xuan an ultimatum, 10 seconds to get down here. But Goosey starts his own countdown, aiming the flamethrower right at her. Xuan is frozen in fear. Chengzhou tries to reason with Goosey, telling him not to drag his sister into this mess. He promises Xuan will apologize and tells Goosey to go be with Mang. But Goosey isn't buying it. Do you really think I'm brainless? Chengzhou asks, his patience wearing thin. I said today Xuan won't die, but she will lose a layer of skin, Goosey declares. He makes his demand clear, she can survive, but I want both her hands. Xuan laughs, thinking he wouldn't dare, and threatens to make them all pay. Big mistake. Goosey's face is ice cold as he prepares to drop the lighter again. His friends shout to run, but just as the lighter falls, Chengzhou kicks it away. Goosey gives him one last chance. For the last time, I want Xuan's pair of hands, you have 3 seconds. He stands ready with the flamethrower. Chengzhou looks at him, then at Xuan and starts counting. 3, 2, 1. At the last second, he concedes. Fine, I agree. Xuan and her assistant are horrified. The assistant pleads that Xuan's hands are crucial for her research. But Chengzhou ignores her, grabbing Xuan's arm. He slams her onto the table and holds her hand down. Xuan screams, questioning who he thinks he is to decide her fate. Goosey approaches with a knife, his eyes filled with rage, and presses the cold steel against her skin. The boy is about to do the unthinkable. A scream echoes through the night, but then the knife clatters to the floor. Goosey orders his men to retreat, his eyes flashing with a storm of emotions before he turns away. He flicks his lighter one last time, a final silent threat, and then he's gone. Later at the hospital, Chengzhou sits by Mang's bedside. He gently brushes a strand of hair from her sleeping face, his own face a portrait of sorrow and deep affection. He just watches over our poor heroine, a silent guardian in the night. Our girl is all business, even with her arm in a sling, ordering her team to fix the system while she handles the incoming machinery. Her friend tries to get her to take her medicine and rest, but our girl is already on to the next thing. A visitor is announced, but Mang's mind is elsewhere, plotting her revenge. She thinks to herself that just disabling Xuan's hands was far too merciful. Meanwhile, her backup has arrived. One of her crew greets her with a cheeky little ancestor. He's brought the stuff she wanted, a high-tech piece of equipment. He confirms it's the latest generation, a custom job made in collaboration with the legendary Red Scorpion. And yes, he's already tested it. Mang coolly orders the machine moved to the lab for her to try out. Her boys jump to it, ready to help. But as one of them, the green-haired doctor, bypasses her, there's a flicker of tension. His friend immediately notices the cold shoulder. Bro, did you piss off Mang or something? She seems really pissed at you. Doctor Bai sighs, explaining he had to invoke his own name just to get the stubborn girl to take her medicine. His buddy is impressed, but then the gravity of the situation hits him. Someone dared to threaten their Mang? Unacceptable. Later in the lab, another one of her guys, the sweet silver-haired one, tells her it's time to change her wound dressing. Mang tries to wave him off, saying she'll get the medicine box herself. But just as he leaves, she looks up to see a figure blocking her path. It's Dr. Bai holding the medicine box. He's already brought it for her. Missy, he says softly. As he stands there, a strange thought crosses Mang's mind. This Dr. Bai, he feels so familiar, but she can't place why. Before he can react, she makes her moves. With a savage rip, she tears his shirt wide open. Buttons go flying as she exposes his chest, looking for something. But there's no mole on his collarbone. Her love, Lu Changu, has a mole there. This can't be him. A girl lets out a frustrated curse. The entire room falls silent as the silver-haired boy walks in on the chaotic scene. Mang and a shirtless, stunned Dr. Bai are frozen in place. The poor boy's mind is absolutely breaking. Mang and Dr. Bai, what's? He ages about 50 years on the spot from pure shock. Dr. Bai, bless his heart, is just confused. Mang snatches the first aid kit from his hands and slams the door right in their faces. Outside, Dr. Bai tries to explain that she can't change the dressing by herself. Still holding the buttons, she ripped off his shirt. But the silver-haired brother is not having it. He refuses to believe his sister is over her man and is now seducing this doctor. I already have a brother-in-law, don't you dare try anything. It all clicks into place for him. No wonder he always felt something was off with Dr. Bai. He's convinced the doctor has improper thoughts toward his sister. He warns him again to back off. When Dr. Bai asks about the supposed brother-in-law Huaji, the boy scoffs. He's not worthy. He puffs out his chest. Do you know who the boss of Qian is? That's my brother-in-law. They're very close, he declares, so don't get any ideas. Dr. Bai just smirks to himself, finding the whole thing amusing. Very close, hum. He walks away, lost in thought. He touches his torn shirt, a little smile playing on his lips. So she was just trying to tear a man's clothes. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the villainous Xuan is not having a good time. She demands to know if her hand can be saved. The doctor tries to calm her down, but she's not having it. She flies into a rage, screaming that the elder council better give her an explanation and lock Goosey in prison for life. She wails about her body being 50% burned, all because of Mang and Goosey. She's a portrait of pure, unadulterated fury. The doctor calls her out for going rogue. She spits back that Mang only got a small injury while all her people are dead. She just keeps screaming for Goosey to be locked up forever. The doctor finally loses his patience. How many times have you failed against Mang? What has made you lose all reason? He hits a nerve. Is it because of Lu Changu? He lays it out cold. If you want to steal a man, be cleaner about it. Your family's losses are your own problem. He warns her to leave Mang alone and reminds her that the medical competition finals are tomorrow. A wicked smile spreads across Xuan's face. Mang is injured too. If our girl doesn't get first place, the assessment opportunity for base 102 will be hers for the taking. The next day, the competition is abuzz with gossip. Everyone is wondering why Mang is even competing with her right hand completely out of commission. The announcer welcomes the finalists, and our girl stands stoically with her team. They are all led into the clinical laboratory. The head judge explains that this final round is all about practical skills and results. He then asks if anyone has questions. All eyes turn to Mang. She calmly speaks up, since my hand is inconvenient, may I apply for the use of tools? One of the judges scoffs, asking why she's even there then. But the head judge is intrigued. Yes, he says, what tools do you need? Mang thanks him politely. Then she drops the bomb, wheel it in. And in comes a state-of-the-art robotic surgery arm. The entire room explodes in chaos. The judges are flabbergasted, shouting that this is beyond the scope of the competition and costs over 10 million. How could a mere student get access to this? But our girl just stands there with a confident smirk. She is the storm. The other contestants are whispering furiously. They say only a PhD can operate this and the joystick requires 2 hands. What kind of joke is she playing? They sneer. They get impatient, complaining that she's wasting precious time. Mang remains unbothered. Even the judges are sweating, worried this is going to be a total embarrassment. The tension is thick enough to cut with a scalpel. Her own teammate is panicking, but Mang just puts on her mask. Okay, she says coolly, you can start now. She schools her nervous teammates, reminding them of the consequences of a single tremor in a medical experiment. Their hands are shaking uncontrollably. Her teammate starts to freak out. The other teams are already on the 4th task. But then the scoreboard updates the 5th task. While other teams are completely stumped, Mang is blazing through the problems at an impossible speed. Her teammate stares in disbelief. Her completion rates are a perfect 100%. The 6th task flashes on screen, she has already overtaken them. And again, a 100% completion rate. The 7th task, it's over, the judge's voice rings out. The champion of this competition is from our university in the capital. The news spreads like wildfire. An assistant bursts in to inform the elder leader that not only did Capital University win, but Miss Gu took 1st place in the individual event. The leader is in disbelief. Wasn't her hand injured? How is that possible? Elder Bai smugly points out that her 1st place finish is all the proof of skill they need. The leader quickly backpedals, claiming he's just happy for her. But his true feelings are clear when he immediately demands to see the exam footage. The assistant pulls up the video on a tablet. Elder Bai insists they all watch it together. The video starts to play. On screen, they see Mang, one-handed, masterfully operating the complex robotic arm. It moves with a precision and grace that is simply breathtaking. The leader explodes. Where did she get that machine? The assistant has the answer. The machine was brought in by Yu Zhongjing's son through the Killer Association's channels. The leader's face darkens. Another elder brings up the real issue. Now that Mang has won, what are their thoughts on the base 102 assessment? But before they can even discuss it, another man interrupts. Forget the base assessment, there's a problem with public opinion online. Our girl sits at the head of the table, looking completely unbothered, while the professors beside her soak in the praise. A reporter gushes about how the team from Capital's University became the dark horse of the competition, crushing every round to take 1st place. One professor gives a heartfelt speech about their 1st championship and the future of medicine, while the other chimes in about the younger generation being the backbone of the field. But then the reporter turns her attention to our girl, Gu Mang, and goes completely off script. The professors are instantly on edge. This wasn't one of the pre-approved questions. This journalist is trying to stir up trouble. The reporter asks what made Gu Mang, who originally had no plans to join, suddenly participate. But our girl doesn't even flinch. Someone intentionally added my name to the competition team list, she says, dropping a casual bomb that sends shockwaves through the room. The internet immediately explodes with speculation, and everyone's pointing their fingers at one person. Xuan, the same woman who tried to sabotage our girl's grades. The congratulations start pouring in from every major player in the medical and design world. The public finally gets it. Their biggest mistake was thinking this living legend was just a freshman, and they start demanding justice for Elder Xuan's dirty tricks. The calls for Xuan to be expelled from the Elder Council are deafening, and a certain silver-haired man is watching the chaos unfold with a smirk. In a tense board meeting, one of the elders is losing his mind over the journalist's rogue question. He slams his fist, demanding to know what's going on. But Lu Changu just coolly asks the room for their brilliant ideas on how to solve this little PR disaster. The room falls dead silent. Fine, Lu Changu says, taking control. Then I will. He announces that Xuan will be immediately relieved of all her duties and expelled from the Elder Council. But one elder objects, worried about who will manage Section 102. Who could possibly replace Xuan? Lu Changu gives them a name, Guzian. The room erupts. Another man leaps up, screaming, "Impossible, have you forgotten how many people died because of him?" Lu Changu icily shuts him down, stating it's only temporary until Gu Mang passes her assessment and takes over base 102 herself. Guzian can be released from maximum security prison, he declares, but the elder argues that Gu Mang needs a month to recover from her injury. The chief elder, however, has already decided. The assessment will be in 15 days. If she passes, Xuan is out. If she fails, they'll train her brother Goosey instead. It's a blatant setup and everyone knows it. The elders are furious, but the chief elder is smug, telling them it's already been decided. Later, our girl's family and friends arrive to discuss the situation. She sits there, arm in a cast, looking as cool as ever. They've come to talk about the assessment for base 102. When the elder confirms the assessment is in just 15 days, her brother Goosey explodes. A fracture? You want her to recover from a fracture in 15 days? He's absolutely livid. Lu Changu advises her to focus on healing, but our girl cuts straight to the point. What if I don't go through with it? The elder lays out the options. She can delay, but then the takeover is postponed indefinitely. Or she can pass the assessment, get rid of Xuan, and take over base 102 with her brother. And what if she can't pass? Goosey snarls, his eyes burning with rage. The elder delivers the final, cruel blow. If she fails, Goosey will have to undergo the horrific experiment he never finished. The traumatic memory flashes before his eyes. Goosey completely snaps, hurling a cup at the elder's head and screaming, "You're dead." The cup shatters on the floor as Louis holds him back. The elder just smiles, urging our girl to consider the offer carefully. He even dangles another carrot. If she passes, they'll hand over all the power that originally belonged to her family. Kinyeaji watches in horror, realizing it's a trap. They're dangling an irresistible prize, knowing she's injured and likely to fail. She silently pleads with Gu Mang not to agree. The tension is thick as everyone waits for her answer. "But this is Gu Mang we're talking about. Prepare the agreement," she says, her voice steady. "I will sign it." Lu Changu can only watch, his expression tight with concern. The snake-like elder immediately produces the papers, practically salivating. Our girl signs her name without a moment's hesitation and later sits down for a quiet meal. Just then her grandpa storms in. "Gu Mang, I've heard all about it." She greets him calmly and invites him to eat. He sits down trying to keep his cool. But he can't hold it in. "Gu Mang's you." "It's too late," she says simply. "I've already signed." He scolds her for being impulsive, knowing what a death trap base 102 is. He knows it's like seeking death, a tiger's lair she might never escape. Our girl just keeps eating. "I don't have much time," she says, her words chilling everyone to the bone. Grandpa argues she had half a year, but she drops another bombshell. "That was a mistake. The countdown is much, much shorter." Grandpa is left speechless. He pulls out a wooden box, filled with special, fast-acting medications for her hand, warning her about the side effects. She thanks him graciously. He pats her head, promising to leave people to protect her before taking his leave. Meanwhile, our girl's enemies are plotting. Xuan, recovering in a hospital bed, learns that the elders only agreed to the deal because they're certain Gu Mang will fail. But Xuan isn't taking any chances. She knows the head elder is fickle and could easily side with the new prodigy. She needs to prepare, ordering her subordinate to find a connection to the legendary divine doctor through the Shadow Alliance. "I will never give Gu Mang any chance to surpass me," she vows, her eyes filled with venom. Back at the airport, Gu Mang is saying her goodbyes when a man approaches and drapes his coat over her shoulders. Goosey and Lu Yi are floored. Gu Mang actually accepted something from this guy, Bai Sui, when just days ago she wouldn't even look at him. His friend immediately starts warning him. "Bro, if Lu Changzhou finds out you're making moves on his girl, you're dead meat." He reminds him that Lu Changzhou is the boss. "Don't fantasize," he says, trying to talk some sense into him. "She was probably just cold." "Cherish your life," he pleads. "You don't stand a chance." Even with amnesia, Lu Changzhou is still Lu Changzhou. Bai Sui looks down, defeated. Was he really that obvious? Later, it's time for Gu Mang to get her stitches removed. The boys are buzzing with energy, planning to find a rare sleeping jade for her insomnia. Lu Yi teases Goosey for so easily calling Lu Changzhou brother-in-law now. Goosey just puffs out his chest, declaring that times have changed. They playfully bicker about how much money Lu Changzhou owes Goosey for all the brother-in-law mentions. They knock on her door, ready to help. They fuss over her, offering scar removal cream and a hypnotist. But Gu Mang flatly refuses the cream. Goosey is bewildered. His sister has always hated scars. Then Lu Yi hands her the special medicine from her grandpa. She refuses water, takes the pills in glass, and then, to their utter shock, dumps the pills straight into the water. "I won't take these," she says coldly. "If Grandpa asks, just say I did." The boys are panicking. Her recovery will be so slow without them. Goosey asks why she's suddenly so against taking medicine, and she savagely shuts him down for talking too much. They're left completely stunned. "Just do as I say and get out," she commands. They scramble out of the room, totally confused by her strange behavior. Refusing scar cream is weird, but refusing the medicine that will heal her hand, it makes no sense. Then a thought hits Goosey like a lightning bolt. Can't take medicine. Lu Yi's face goes pale with a sudden dawning horror. He bursts back into the room. "Little ancestor," he whispers, his eyes wide with realization. "You." Her silence says everything. She can't take the medicine because she's pregnant. Goosey rushes in, grabbing his brother's arm with pure panic in his eyes. What happened to Mang? He tries to reason it out, saying Mang's a doctor and would know if she were sick, but Muk Feng isn't listening, just screaming Lu Chengzhou's name in a rage. Meanwhile, our girl sits across the room, the very picture of unbothered elegance. Muk Feng is absolutely losing it, demanding to know why Goosey is bringing up his brother-in-law while internally cursing him out. But Goosey is just confused, wondering why he's cursing a man who isn't even here. He then pulls the most savage, smug little face, leaving his brother completely speechless. Mang, ever the Ice Queen, cuts through the chaos to ask if Lu Chengzhou has been sending money behind her back. The argument continues, with Muk Feng suddenly changing tracks to ask if Mang took her anti-inflammatory meds. Our girl quietly warns him, "Don't tell anyone outside." But he insists she can't hide it forever, especially with something called Test 102 looming. Mang just shrugs, saying whether it sees Lu Chengzhou or not is up to fate, leaving Goosey even more confused. Mukfeng finally decides to drop the bomb, telling Goosey to brace himself. He leans in and whispers the chaotic truth, it's Mang, she's pregnant. The words hit Goosey like a bolt of lightning, his entire world shattering in an instant. Elsewhere, a stoic man with dark green hair calmly makes a cup of coffee. Suddenly, Goosey is on his feet and bolting for the door as his name is screamed behind him. The coffee-making man, Bai Sui, turns just in time to see the young master making a run for it. He moves in a flash to intercept him just as Mukfeng yells, Bai Sui, stop him. Bai Sui grabs Goosey, but the young master is consumed by a furious energy. Let go, Goosey snarls, his hair practically glowing with a blue, chaotic aura. He is absolutely livid, his face flushed with rage. With a powerful shove, he throws Bai Sui's hand off him, and then lands a solid punch right in his gut. Mukfeng makes a desperate leap over the furniture to stop the fight. Bai Sui recovers quickly, grabbing the raging young master from behind and trying to restrain him. Mukfeng arrives, completely bewildered. What happened to the young master? Bai Sui, ever the cool-headed liar, smoothly explains, he got cursed at while playing a game and wants to challenge the person to a duel. Mukfeng can't believe it. This is Goosey we're talking about, he's usually the one doing the cursing. Bai Sui turns to Goosey, you're going to challenge him to a duel. Goosey is all in, duel, I'm gonna slaughter him. Bai Sui immediately offers to go with him, much to Mukfeng's dismay. But Goosey's rage has no limits. He thinks to himself that Bai Sui also has eyes for Mang and needs to be dealt with too. Bai Sui, playing along, orders the helicopter to be prepped for a trip to Minju Island. He turns to Goosey and asks who exactly they are going to slaughter. With a terrifyingly sweet smile, Goosey answers, Lu Chengzhou. Bai Sui is left utterly speechless. Goosey taunts him, a vicious glint in his eyes, afraid to go. He scoffs, declaring that he may have been blind to call Lu Chengzhou his brother-in-law before, but not anymore. Bai Sui is left reeling, wondering what on earth Lu Chengzhou did to provoke this level of fury. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Mukfeng tries to calm him down, but Goosey shouts no, refusing to listen to reason. He shoves his brother away, yelling that he's done playing games. What exactly happened, he demands, but before anyone can answer. A girl appears at the top of the stairs. Heard you want to go to Qian. She coolly informs him she's sending him there as a trainee and that he's not to come back. Goosey immediately starts sweating bullets, trying to take it all back. He stammers out the worst lie ever, claiming he was just going out to buy her some midnight snacks. Mang offers to take him out for a nice meal instead, but Goosey knows it's a trap and quickly refuses. She puts a reassuring arm around him. Relax, just a meal, I won't send you away. She tells him to bring the others along, and an attendant immediately asks if she wants hot pot. Mang ruffles his hair, deciding they'll stay at the villa instead. But Bai Sui isn't so easily placated, warning her not to use his grandpa to pressure him again. Our girl's response is a single chilling yes. The group heads out, the tension following them. At the restaurant, Goosey is practically vibrating with excitement. Mang, am I about to move up a generation? She asks if he's happy. He confirms he is, thrilled that someone will soon call him uncle. But she quickly dashes his hopes. You're celebrating too early. Goosey's protective instincts flare up. Who dares to touch my precious baby? He declares. Mang just calmly asks him what the plan is. Mukfeng points out the harsh reality. Huozhai and the Elders' Council are watching her every move. They all agree they need a plan, but Mang casually dismisses them. No plans, just let it be. She then takes a nonchalant sip of her drink, leaving them all stunned. Let it be, they echo in disbelief. She just tells them to eat their food. The meal is unbelievably tense, with everyone trying to read our girl's unreadable expression. Goosey, ever observant, asks her, Mang, did you eat sleeping pills? She just gives him a cryptic smile and says, guess. Goosey pouts, frustrated that his sister is keeping secrets from him again. He knows she's hiding something big. Later that night, Mang is relaxing in her room when an unexpected visitor arrives. It's the stunning Lin Shuang. You miss me? She purrs. Mang, unimpressed, asks, why are you here? Lin Shuang explains the Shadow Alliance heard about her bet and sent her to check in. She eyes Mang's injury with concern. I've never seen you injured like this before, she says, offering her something. It's a single, elegant cigarette. Mang waves it away. Quit it if you want to smoke, go to the balcony. Lin Shuang is shocked, realizing Mang has actually quit. A sly smile spreads across her face. She leans in, her voice a low murmur. You won't let me smoke around you? Are you worried about affecting someone? The question hangs in the air. When was it discovered? Mang admits she only got the confirmation results a few days ago. You've got some nerve, Lin Shuang says, impressed. Mang fires back that she needs nerve to face Jai Jingzhu. Lin Shuang pleads with her to find Lu Chengzhou, insisting she shouldn't be betting with two lives. Mang's voice is laced with a deep, chilling loneliness. Do you know what it feels like to walk to the end of the underworld alone? Lin Shuang reminds her that she's not alone anymore. But for Mang, it's not the same. I never expect anyone to pity me, she says. I put myself on the peak, and if the sky falls, I hold it up myself. If one day I really can't hold up, she finishes, it's just death. The heartbreak is palpable. Lin Shuang argues that it's different now. Lu Chengzhou stands taller than me, Mang admits softly. He is carrying it for me. Then shutting down emotionally, she closes her book. I'm sleepy, time for bed. Lin Shuang takes the hint, changing the subject to the Bai family trying to get friendly with the Shadow Alliance. They probably don't know that you are White Fox, she smirks. Mang just tells her to let Yunling handle it. The next morning, Mang and Lin Shuang descend the stairs, ready for another day of battle. They look like two queens surveying their domain. The boys, including the mysterious Huo Zhai, are waiting at the dining table. Huo Zhai asks about her injury, his expression unreadable. Goosey immediately explodes. Are you blind or deaf? She got 7 stitches. He then calls Huo Zhai a coward for his inaction. Huo Zhai doesn't even flinch. I've already crippled her hands and burnt down the Leng's house. What can you do to me? Absolutely savage. As Lin Shuang chuckles, Huo Zhai informs Mang she has 10 days before entering room 102. Bai Sui watches the exchange, his face a mask of neutrality. The tension is thick, but our girl is unimpressed. Since when do I need you to arrange what I need? He promises to see her that night, but she shuts him down with ice in her veins. Don't ever come back here again. She then proceeds to ignore him completely, taking a bite of her food. That night, as promised, Huo Zhai shows up only to be blocked by the staff. Mr. Huo, our Miss Manga says she doesn't want to see you. But before Huo Zhai can react, Lu Chengzhou's man appears out of nowhere and kicks the staff member for daring to stand in their way. The man goes down hard. Just then, Lu Chengzhou's phone rings. The news is bad, go to the general hospital, Xuan had an accident. His subordinate glares at Huo Zhai's man. Wait, I will return this kick tenfold. And with that, they're gone. Back inside, the group gossips about the insane display of power. Lin Shuang cuts to the chase, asking Mang, is Bai Sui the person who forced you to take the medicine? Mang gives a simple, damning yes. He has bad intentions towards you, Lin Shuang states. Our girl feigns ignorance, really. It's pretty obvious, Lin Shuang replies, and Mang's slight blush is all the confirmation she needs. She definitely noticed. Over at the general hospital, the situation is dire. Lu Chengzhou arrives to a grim report. Elder Lang's skin graft failed, and the resulting infection is worse than the original burns. An older man explodes in anger, unable to believe a minor surgery could go so wrong. The doctor defends his team, calling it a rare adverse reaction, but the old man isn't buying it. Useless. The doctor mutters that this reaction is impossible unless someone interfered with the surgery. The old man immediately rounds on Lu Chengzhou, accusing him of taking revenge for what happened to Mang. Lu Chengzhou denies it, but the old man presses, asking who else has the power to meddle in the general hospital. Lu Chengzhou's expression darkens. He orders his subordinate to interrogate every single doctor who was in contact with Xuan for the past 2 weeks. The investigation begins. Meanwhile, in a dark control room, someone is watching everything unfold. A man playfully chides Director Lu for practically living at the hospital. You're just short of writing "I love overtime" on your forehead, he jokes. Director Lu ignores him and prepares to leave. He takes a call, confirming to a powerful voice on the other end that the task is complete. Well done, the voice says. The group gets some shocking news. The Elder Council is seeking out Mang to save Xuan. The rest of the crew is absolutely floored by this development. One of them points out that Xuan is a powerful figure, so how come her own people can't save her? It turns out they got desperate and contacted the Shadow Alliance, never expecting the legendary divine doctor they hired would be our girl, and our heroine, ever the businesswoman, cuts right to the chase. How much are they offering? Her friend figures it must be a hefty sum given Xuan's status. The price, a cool 10 million, he asks if she's taking the job. But our girl is a savage. She doesn't just want money, she wants 2 of the Leng family's ports as well. Her friends can only stare in disbelief. This girl never misses a chance to cash in. The sheer audacity is off the charts. 3 days before the big exam, everyone's worried about Mang's injured hand. The doctor confirms that while her recovery is fast, she still can't make any big movements, which is terrible news since her assessment is just days away. He promises to ramp up her therapy. Just then, a maid knocks to announce dinner. In the hall, one of the guys asks what's for dinner, getting a list of dishes requested by the young miss and young master. Suddenly, our girl and the ML appear together. Out of nowhere, Mang turns to him and asks, "Am I pretty?" The sudden question sends her friends into a state of chaotic confusion. The ML is momentarily stunned looking at her. He then replies with a single breathy word, "Beautiful." Our girl, never one to be flustered, just smirks back. You look pretty good too." Now it's the ML's turn to be completely thrown for a loop. The peanut gallery is about to have a collective aneurysm trying to figure out what just happened. A day before the exam, an unexpected guest arrives. It's Gu Ziyan, Mang's uncle, who was supposed to be rotting in a maximum security prison. He claims he's just there to see his niece and nephew. Jiang Sui is having none of it and explodes, telling him to get the hell out. But our girl calmly places a hand on his arm, telling him to chill. She then invites the snake into her home. Her uncle tries to justify himself, claiming he had no choice but to work with Xuan to get released. Mang cuts him off with an ice-cold glare. I let you in not to listen to your nonsense. She immediately starts grilling him for information about her father and the upcoming assessment. He reveals that her father was his twin and the original chosen successor of Base 102. But tragically, he gave up when he was just one step away from his goal. He explains that the extreme continent and Base 102 are seats of immense power, which is why Xuan will never let them go. Our girl just looks at him completely unbothered, so he warns her the assessment's difficulty has been increased and she can only bring one person, offering himself up. Mang agrees, telling him he'll come with her tomorrow. Jiang immediately grabs his bags, ready to be her +1, but the ML steps in, confidently stating that his skills are far superior. So Mang asks, unimpressed. The ML offers to fight Jiang right then and there to prove it. Jiang just scoffs, calling him a newbie. The ML holds his ground, insisting he'll be the one to go, while their friends try to de-escalate the situation. Mang shuts them all down with a simple okay. Jiang is absolutely betrayed. He can't believe she'd choose the ML over him. Later, another guy shows up, complaining about people always arriving at mealtime. It's the silver-haired pretty boy and he looks concerned. He walks in to find Mang eating. He gets straight to the point, asking if her uncle came to see her. He asks if she knows the elder chief secretly made the assessment even harder. He then offers her an out, telling her it's not too late to forfeit and he can handle the fallout. But our girl just gives him a sly smile. Why is everyone so nervous? I'm just going for fun. He's clearly worried about her bravado. He warns her not to push her injured left hand, but she hits him with the most chaotic comeback ever. I told them to use one hand too. Stunned into silence, all he can do is agree. But as she takes a bite of food, a wave of nausea hits her. She suddenly feels sick and vomits, shocking everyone at the table. The whole room freezes. Her friends panic, thinking her secret is about to be exposed, and one of them quickly tries to cover for her, blaming the fish. Mang just covers her mouth, trying to compose herself. She takes another bite, but the silver-haired man is watching her with suspicion in his eyes. He can't shake the feeling that something is off. He leaves the dining room, his mind racing. He barges into her room without knocking. He finds Mang and her friend chatting. He confronts them, threateningly asking if they really think he won't hurt them. He gives a half-hearted apology for not knocking, just as Mang subtly pops a pill into her mouth. She glares at him, telling him to say what he came to say and get out. He tells her he'll be at the assessment tomorrow, giving her one last chance to back out. Get lost, she says, her voice dripping with ice. He smirks, wishes her a good rest, and finally leaves. Her friend is in awe of her sharp tongue. Mang explains that the pill she just took should throw him off her trail for now. Her friend then asks about her plan for the assessment, warning her not to be a loser like Lu Changu. The friend wonders if she can even communicate with him, but she's more interested in the gossip. Why is the big shot Lu Changu a loser? Only our girl would dare talk about him like that. Mang just smiles mysteriously. You'll know it. Meanwhile, the ML is on the phone, getting a report that Mang hasn't been eating well. The maid mentions that Mang found the fish unappetizing. She can't understand why Mang would suddenly feel like vomiting over it. The ML recalls that Mang can be picky sometimes, but he also notes that she, a notorious carnivore, ate more vegetables tonight, which is highly unusual. He instructs the maid to accompany Mang to the assessment and report anything suspicious immediately. The maid acknowledges the order with a bow. The ML is certain Mang is definitely hiding something. The next day, they arrive at the helipads. Jiang is still salty about being left behind. He questions her choice, but Mang shuts him down. You can't beat him. Jiang grumbles that they haven't even fought yet, but he knows it's a losing battle. Mang gives him new orders. Take her brother to their grandfather, who will be watching the assessment with the other family heads. Her brother, Goosey, pleads with her to be careful, but she just ruffles his hair and tells him to go on ahead. He agrees, promising to wait for her. The ML reassures the worried boy that his sister will be fine. Goosey gives him a grateful nod. A guide from the institute arrives to escort Mang and the ML to Base 102. After a series of intense security checks, they finally make it inside. The ML goes ahead to scout the area. As they walk, they see someone with the rank A001 pass by, realizing that everyone here is ranked according to their strength. The guards whisper that there are less than 10 people in the entire continent who can reach the legendary A level. They walk through the high-tech facility. The director tells Mang to select 3 opponents from a list. In a move that stuns everyone, our girl doesn't even look at the list. You guys can come up any way you want. Taking this as a challenge, 3 people, the deputy directors, step forward to volunteer. One of them is especially bitter, blaming Mang for her father's public humiliation. She fumes that the A001 ranked guy should have dealt with Mang long ago. In the observation room, the spectators are buzzing. They think Mang is admitting defeat since she's up against 3 powerful deputy directors, especially with her hand injury. Even the elders are surprised by this turn of events. But Goosey knows better. While Jiangsu bets it'll take her 40 seconds, Goosey scoffs. The only one who affects my sister's speed is Lu Changu. Jiangsu is still stuck on the 40-second mark. Goosey places his own bet. 30 seconds, all 10 systems broken, and those 3 people will be traumatized. The others think he's dreaming. 3 deputy directors attacking at once is almost unheard of. Winning is practically impossible. Back in the assessment room, the director asks if the opponents are ready. Mang confirms, then adds a savage little comment, quite slow. With a smirk that could kill, she cracks her knuckles and places her fingers on the keyboard. Then I'll start. Seething with rage, Deputy Director Bai slams her keyboard, furious that her opponent is still standing. The audience is shocked. Bai Ying broke the rules and launched a surprise attack, determined to crush Gu Mang before she even had a chance to fight back. But just as she gloats about kicking our girl out, her screen goes haywire. Suddenly, Bai Ying is the one in a panic. Her entire system has been hacked and she can't do a thing to stop it. Her eyes dart across the room, and she sees our girl, Gu Mang, looking completely unbothered. It was her. Gu Mang is controlling everything. A massive red alert flashes on Bai Ying's monitor as she realizes the horrifying truth. Gu Mang didn't just hack her, she used Bai Ying's own system to launch an attack on 10 other major systems. The crowd is speechless. Deputy Director Bai, one of the most powerful people in the base, was rendered completely helpless in seconds. Standing behind our girl, Lu Changu smirks with pride. He leans in and whispers, "Congratulations, miss." Our girl just glances at him, unfazed by the chaos she just caused. "Congratulations," she repeats almost mockingly. He simply tells her it's time for the next game. In the stands, her brother Goosey is losing his mind. Damn, my sister is so cool. Even the pros are stunned, realizing the big boss had been holding back this whole time. The higher-ups are fuming. Bai Ying had guaranteed them Gu Mang wouldn't even pass the first level. One of them clenches his fist, deciding he absolutely cannot let her win again. Back in the arena, the announcer tells Gu Mang it's time to choose her next opponent. The options are displayed, including the infamous king of the arena, Lang Chu. Lang Chu and Bai Ying watch from their seats, already plotting. He gives a sinister smirk, confident in his victory. After all, his hands were crippled by our girl's brother, Goosey, and he's been itching for revenge on their family. He scoffs at the idea of fighting Gu Mang, calling her a half-disabled person because of her rumored hand injury, while Bai Ying eagerly encourages him to use Gu Mang as a stepping stone to fame. They think it's an easy win. But then the announcement comes and everyone freezes. Gu Mang didn't choose an easy opponent. She chose the fatal one, a fight where blood is expected to be shed. Without a word, our girl ties back her long hair, her expression deadly serious. She is ready for war. Lu Changu warns her to be careful with her wrist, but she just flashes him a smirk. "Don't be nervous, I'm just going there for fun." The confidence is just radiating off of her. An attendant brings out a tray of weapons for the match. Her opponent, Lang Chu, grabs a vicious-looking dagger, but our girl simply says no. She stands with her arms crossed, refusing to take a weapon. The attendant stammers, "You mean without weapons?" Lang Chu is absolutely enraged, thinking she's mocking him. He violently kicks the attendant away, screaming for him to get lost. "Don't stop us from playing," he roars, pointing the blade at Gu Mang. The crowd erupts, thinking she's completely insane for fighting the deadly Lang Chu unarmed. Lu Changu, however, just watches with an unreadable expression. "I'm going to make you bleed to death today," Lang Chu screams as he charges. He swings the blade with killing intent. But in a flash, our girl catches his wrist with her bare hand. He freezes, completely stunned. He screams in agony as she applies pressure, his bones groaning under her grip. "I want you to die," he shrieks, but our girl just looks bored. She is not even breaking a sweat. In one fluid motion, she twists his arm, turning his own dagger against him. The blade is now pressed against his own throat. "You lose," she states coldly before kicking him to the ground. He hits the floor with a thud. The entire stadium is silent for a moment. It took less than 3 seconds, someone gasps. Goosey is a savage, mocking Lang Chu's weakness, while Bai Ying looks like she's seen a ghost. The poor announcer can barely get the words out. "Miss Gu wins," he declares, completely flabbergasted. Our girl calmly dusts off her hands while Lang Chu lies on the floor, utterly defeated and humiliated. As he wallows in his failure, Lu Changu simply congratulates our girl again. But suddenly his eyes narrow. Another fighter, Bai Sui, lunges from the crowd. Not at Gu Mang, but at Lu Changu. He's a distraction. Gu Mang sees the real threat instantly. She drops into a breakdance-style kick, knocking a hidden poison dart out of the air just before it hits its mark. The crowd panics at the sound of a gunshot. Goosey leaps to his feet, roaring, "You dare pull a gun on my sister." Behind the scenes, the old man and Bai Ying smirk, their trap now fully sprung. They look on with smug satisfaction. Goosey is furious, pounding on the glass separating him from the arena. He's completely helpless. Down below, a recovered Lang Chu holds a pistol, a crazed look in his eyes. Let's see what's faster, Gu Mang, he snarls. Your movements are my bullets. Go to hell, he screams, and pulls the trigger. But our girl is faster. She launches a lightning-fast kick, hitting the gun with such force that it shatters into pieces in midair. Ling Chu cries out, clutching his now broken hand. She looks down on him, her power absolute. Less nonsense, she says, her voice dripping with ice. In a last-ditch effort, he lunges with his knife again. She sidesteps, blocks his arm, and delivers a brutal kick to his stomach. He gasps, you dare kick me. She doesn't answer. Instead, she grabs him by the throat and lifts him off the ground. He chokes, clawing at her hand, begging for his life. Her eyes glow with a terrifying light. You are looking for death, she whispers. Her killing intent is so strong it's almost visible. Her allies panic, realizing she's about to cross a line, but Lu Changu is there in an instant, grabbing her arm. Miss, he says, his voice the only thing that can reach her. He pulls her back, holding her tight. She finally releases her grip, and Ling Chu collapses to the floor, gasping for. He coughs, muttering about her supposedly injured hand. Our girl simply places her foot on his shattered hand, pressing down. She picks up his dagger, and with a deafening crash, slams it into the stage, inches from his face. Everyone is frozen in shock and terror. The blade didn't just stick, it cracked the century-old arena floor. The crowd realizes with a chill that if she hadn't shown mercy, Ling Chu would be a dead man. Our girl leans down, a terrifyingly beautiful smile on her face. Sorry, my hand has healed a long time ago. The announcer finally understands her A001 ranking, no one can match her. You should be glad, she tells the trembling man on the floor, that I don't want to see blood today. She turns and walks back to Lu Changu, who looks at her with an intense, possessive gaze. He drapes his coat over her shoulders, pulling her into his protective embrace. Don't look back, he whispers, shielding her from the scene. But he's not finished. He turns and casually tosses a small object toward the defeated fighter. It lands on the stage and erupts in a massive explosion. Bai Sui screams in horror as smoke fills the arena. Lu Chengzhou simply places a cap on our girl's head, hiding her face, and declares, next game. And with that, the ultimate power couple walks away, leaving nothing but chaos and destruction in their wake. Our girl is finally trying to get a moment of peace, thinking she can take a well-deserved break. But just as she steps out of the shower, her moment of zen is shattered. Because of course, Lu Changzhu is just chilling in her room like he owns the place. She is absolutely not amused by this home invasion. He, on the other hand, smirks, thinking this is the perfect opportunity. He stands up holding a glass of water and has the audacity to say, Miss, I'm here to serve you. Our girl is speechless as he approaches and offers to dry her hair. She's too stunned to move as he gets right into her personal space. He gently starts wiping her wet hair with a fluffy towel. The silence is thick with tension as she tries to ignore him by scrolling on her phone. He immediately picks up on her cold shoulder, realizing she hasn't said a single word to him. He starts to get a little pouty, thinking, are you treating me like air? Look at this sad, abandoned puppy. But our girl remains unbothered, her eyes glued to her phone. So he changes his shirt, coming back looking like an absolute snack, hoping to get her attention. But the silent treatment continues. He finally gets it, she's ignoring him on purpose, and his ego is bruised. He's had enough of being ignored. In one swift move, he snatches her phone and pushes her onto the bed. He pins her down, trapping her beneath him. He leans in for a kiss, but our girl is not having it. When he presses on, she bites his lip. That's our savage queen. He pulls back, demanding to know why she's giving him the cold shoulder after a month apart, then smoothly says he can help her get familiar with him again. He has the nerve to be mad at her, asking why she's upset with him for coming here when he's not even mad about her hypnotizing him. I don't, she says coldly, but he presses on, demanding to know why she's ignoring him. He looks down at her with that intense, possessive gaze. He then tries to flip the script, claiming it was her idea to act distant and he was just playing along. The sheer nerve of this man, trying to make it her fault. She calls his bluff, asking if he's not afraid she'll trick him again. He just smirks. Do you think I'd fall for the same trick twice? He knows she was trying to push him away for his own good, and he calls her out on it. Our girl challenges him, are you angry? Do you want to fight? And he immediately agrees. Okay, let's go to the yard, he says, getting up. But just as she thinks they're actually going to fight, he pushes her right back down onto the beds. His hands start to wander, and this is clearly not the fight she had in mind. Our girl is completely bewildered by his chaotic behavior. You can fight me if you want, he purrs, but I choose the place. Leaning in, he whispers that the room is a much better spot for their fight. He tries to control himself, but the temptation is just too much. He gives in completely, crashing his lips against hers. The kiss deepens and she can't help but clutch his shirt. Things are escalating and his hands start exploring. She tries to push him away, weakly saying her friend will be back soon. But he just smirks, revealing he already sent her friend away. This man planned everything. She's shocked. He really thought this through, didn't he? Don't you miss me? He whispers, his voice low and dangerous. She tells him to stop, but it only fuels him. He gets insecure, asking if she's losing interest in him. I'm not, she says, completely flustered. It's okay if you're not. Just be good and I won't be angry, he bargains before diving back in. He peppers her neck with kisses. The atmosphere is charged with electricity. He continues his assault on her senses. But just as he's about to go further, she shoves him back. Lu Changu, not in the first 3 months, she says, her voice trembling slightly. He freezes, the words echoing in his mind. Suddenly, it all clicks. The kick, her disappearing act, the pregnancy. It all finally makes sense. He realizes contraception isn't foolproof and that he messed up. Our girl is baffled by his sudden calm demeanor. She just sits on the floor, trying to process his weirdly subdued reaction. He gently wraps a thick coat around her shivering shoulders. Then, to her utter shock, he kneels down and puts his slippers on for her. He immediately gets on the phone, telling someone to prepare for an abortion, making sure it's the procedure that will cause her the least amount of harm. Our poor girl overhears and her heart drops. She can't believe what she's hearing. He's on the phone with Qin Fang, completely serious. Qin Fang is understandably freaking out on the other end. Lu Changu orders him to bring people to the villa immediately to drag her back to the capital. Our girl has had enough of this nonsense. She snatches the phone right out of his hand. He turns, surprised by her sudden move. She calmly tells Qin Fang that Lu Changu is just overstimulated and to stay put, but he warns her, "Don't force me to tie you up." The power play is real. "Let's see who he listens to," she says, and immediately Qin Fang is on the line begging her to calm his brother down. She hangs up, leaving Lu Changu speechless. "Let's chat," she says coolly. He softens, asking her to sit down first. He kneels before her, explaining that her body isn't suited for pregnancy and it's better to end it sooner to minimize the damage. He takes all the blame, saying it's his fault. He rests his head on her lap, looking absolutely broken. She looks down at him, her expression a mystery. He promises to do whatever she wants, but they need to go to the hospital. She reminds him that he also forced her to take medicine. He kisses her hand, whispering sorry. He offers to take her back to the city, but she drops a massive bomb. "I vomited all the medicine." He looks up in shock. "I didn't take any of it." She stands, a triumphant smirk on her face. "If I couldn't even tell what was happening with my own body," she scoffs, "my reputation as a miracle doctor would be destroyed." His eyes widen as he asks if she also threw away the sleeping pills. She admits it was all a trick because taking action directly is easier. He looks at her and she confirms his suspicions. She caresses his face, her touch gentle. "Return it to you," she whispers with a sly grin. And then she pulls him in, initiating the kiss this time. Oh, how the tables have turned. She's completely in control now. The kiss is full of passion and pent-up emotion. He pulls back, flustered, asking to discuss things. She complains that her sitting position is uncomfortable. Like a nervous chibai, he begs her to please sit down so they can talk. She readjusts herself, looking at him expectantly. "What do you want to discuss?" He sits beside her, ready to talk, but she wraps her arms around him from behind, promising to never hide anything from him again. He turns in her embrace, his anger melting away. "You provoked me like this," he says with a soft smile. "How can I be angry?" She announces she's leaving for Beijing tomorrow. He simply offers to get the hairdryer. The fight is over, replaced by a quiet domesticity. He gently dries her long, dark hair. Later, they are curled up in bed together. He holds her tight, finally feeling some peace. He thinks about how she made it all sound so easy, but he knows she must have suffered so much on her own. She was so injured she couldn't even take medicine for the pain, all because of the baby. The room is abuzz as the elders recognize the newcomer. It's Lu Changu, the young master of the powerful Lu family from Beijing, but he shouldn't be here in Jinyang. Just as the confusion mounts, another man waltzes in, apologizing for being late. The old elder is not having it, snapping that non-Presbyterian members have no right to attend a meeting of this level. But then our girl speaks up, cool as a cucumber. "I brought him here," she says, and the room gasps again, recognizing the missing elder of the family, Junsai. Our heroine, Madame Yi, remains completely unfazed by the chaos she's causing. The elder warns her to get rid of the outsiders or risk bringing trouble to the Yi family. But Madame Yi just smirks. "Outsiders aren't allowed, fine, but my son can at least come in." Another man pipes up, formally introducing the young master of their family, Lu Changu. The entire room goes into shock, and there he is, the silver-haired prince himself, looking every bit the powerful. The latecomer, Mr. Huo, tries to grab him, asking if he's here for the engagement party, but misses completely. Meanwhile, Mang is standing beside the towering figure of Lu Changu, who simply says, "No way." Mang then drops the bomb, introducing Lu Changu as her fiancé, and the audience is living for this juicy drama. The elders can only watch, stunned. Mr. Huo quickly clarifies, "I'm not here for any party, I'm here to clear my name." The silver-haired man's eyes narrow with intensity. Her ex-fiancé's father loses it, screaming at Mang for talking nonsense. But our girl is on a roll. She announces she has already accepted the Lu military industry group and all of Madame Lu's assets as a betrothal gift. She then twists the knife, asking the fuming man, "Who doesn't know this? Don't you want it too?" She dismisses them all, saying they've wasted their time worrying about her marriage. The crowd is absolutely floored. The head elder is practically sweating with stress. He turns to the other man, furious that his granddaughter has become such an unpredictable threat. He makes a decision, let's prepare to train Goosey. Across the room, the silver-haired man warns the elder not to interfere with base 102, adding that Jinyang is already chaotic enough. His voice softens as he says, I just want her to be safe, nothing else matters. With that, he turns and leaves. The furious father glares after him, declaring, Guman cannot stay. The elder sighs, lamenting what a waste of a good seedling A001 is. After the explosive meeting, Mr. Huo gently leads Gumang away, telling her to go rest. She gives him a knowing look, her eyes glinting. As she disappears into her room, he waits patiently outside. But he's not alone. The silver-haired man is there, pouting like a child who didn't get his way. He huffs dramatically, leaving Mr. Huo speechless. Suddenly, Mr. Huo has had enough and grabs him by the collar. Lu, the boy, sputters, clearly outmatched. A third man appears, casually stating, well, I was the one who stopped the person. The room fills with confused chibai faces as the pieces start to click together. The person from before asterisk was asterisk Lu Changu. The new man wonders aloud about the connection between Bai Sui and Lu Changu. And then it dawns on them, Bai Sui was Lu Changu in disguise the whole time. No wonder Sister Mang was so fond of him. Mr. Huo, ever the pragmatist, decides to buy the kid's silence. 10 million isn't enough, then 20 million. The silver-haired boy's eyes light up, immediately asking for his WeChat. He whips out his phone, ready for the transaction. A moment later, Mr. Huo's phone pings with a notification. He's been added as brother-in-law. The kid grins, shamelessly thanking his new brother-in-law for the 20 million. This boy is going to be prosperous indeed. Back in her room, Gumang accidentally knocks over a box from her shelf. As she picks up the contents, she notices a strange mechanical watch. Inside, she finds a tiny piece of paper with a cryptic password written on it. Later, she shows it to Mr. Huo, explaining it's the only thing her parents left her and she's always felt it was important. She points to a line of strange symbols she's never seen before. Mr. Huo pulls out a magnifying glass, ready to play detective. Do you know what this is? He asks. She replies confidently, how could I not recognize my own? He looks at her, a realization dawning on him. Don't tell me this bank is yours. Our girl's face scrunches up in annoyance. He then reveals the truth. This is the combination to the safe deposit box at Intercontinental Bank. Your parents kept their stuff with me. She immediately demands it back, teasing him. You're the boss of the Shadow Alliance. Why are you richer than me? She throws her hands up dramatically. I'm really poor. My ex squandered all my money. He just chuckles and gently pats her head. Coincidentally, I'm also poor, so poor that only money is left, he says with a devastatingly smooth smile. We are a perfect match. She blushes, telling him to get lost or she'll help him. He leans in, covering her eyes with his hand. Close your eyes and count, he whispers into her ear. She's a flustered, blushing mess. I'm just going to get your things back now, he says, his voice low and reassuring. I'll be back as soon as possible. Call me if you need anything. You're so verbose, she mutters, but her expression is soft. He just smiles at her fondly. Then he leans in, capturing her lips in a soft kiss. You little bastard, he murmurs against her mouth, wait for me to come back. With his promise lingering in the air, he heads out. Go to the vault, he commands his men. They arrive at a massive, high-security facility lined with endless safe deposit boxes. He opens a briefcase and his subordinate gawks at the contents, asking what he's being so cautious about. Mr. Huo's expression is grim and determined. His man gives a report. They've mapped 85% of the location, but the rest is a forbidden zone. Worse, the black network has been compromised and is now refusing all jobs related to Base 102. The situation is more complicated than they thought. Mr. Huo pivots, asking about any recent activity in the underground mall. He learns of an annual auction held by the infamous Blue Shark. A new plan forms in his mind. Go buy the ticket, he orders. I'm going to the auction to meet Blue Shark. A sleek black car pulls up under the cover of night. A man with intense, glowing red eyes steps out, his expression grim under the full moon. He walks with purpose towards the sprawling villa, his posture radiating pure authority. He's immediately stopped by one of the house staff, who asks who he's looking for. The man's associate steps forward, announcing, My master is looking for Miss Gu Mang. The staff member, realizing this is someone important, quickly ushers them inside. He knows he can't neglect a guest with this kind of powerful aura. The man, Mr. Lan, takes a seat in the lavish living room just as our girl, Gu Mang, makes her grand entrance. She descends the stairs, a vision of casual elegance, asking who's looking for her, only to stop dead in her tracks. Godfather, she says, her voice filled with surprise. He gives her a small, knowing smile. It's rare that you still recognize me, he says, reminding her that he taught her about computers when she was just a child. He explains he heard she became the director of Jinyang and came to see her, complimenting how beautiful she's become. Our girl maintains her composure, politely pouring him a cup of tea. He takes a sip, musing that he has finally returned to the Jinyang continent. He then playfully teases her about some past mischief, though she's not in a playful mood. She cuts right to the chase, telling him it's fine if he wants to leave again. He softens, telling her she looks exactly like her mother, a woman he clearly admired. Mang takes this opportunity to get down to business, informing him that she's passed the assessment for base 102 and needs to go there in person. Her godfather immediately offers his help, saying he has a way to get her in but will need a week to make the arrangements. As he gets up to leave, he casually invites her to an auction he's holding in a couple of days. "It's getting late, I'm leaving first," he says, but not before dropping a casual bombshell. "I'll send someone to pick you up in 3 days. You can also bring your fiancé to me." Our girl simply agrees to ask him what he thinks. Later, she's back with her actual fiancé, the one and only Lu Changu, asking if he got the stuff. He confirms he has the black box, offering to help unlock it since the combination looks tricky. He presents her with a stunningly intricate green box, but our girl is a genius and she confidently tells him she can handle it. With a few clicks, the box opens, revealing her parents' old work ID, a full map, and most importantly, an access card for base 102. This makes things much easier. Just then, Lu Chengzhou asks if she's free in 3 days. Our poor heroine is conflicted. It turns out he has to be at the annual underground market auction because he's secretly the infamous Blue Shark, and he needs to make arrangements. She explains that her godfather invited her to an auction on the same day, and she was planning to take him along. They agree it's okay and he'll just send a gift in his place, completely oblivious that they're talking about the exact same event. She just nods, unaware of the chaotic storm brewing. 3 days later, at a luxurious portside venue, a masked Lu Chengzhou arrives with his entourage ready for business. He immediately asks for the location of Blue Shark. His subordinate reports that their insider saw a young woman visiting Blue Shark earlier, and that the guest was received personally. Another subordinate mutters that this guest has terrible timing. Lu Chengzhou smirks, agreeing that it's quite unlucky, hoping his negotiations go smoothly. Meanwhile, at the very same auction, our girl sits with her godfather, who generously offers to buy her anything she likes. But item after item is snatched up by the mysterious buyer No. 9. Her godfather gets annoyed that this buyer No. 9 is buying everything, but Mang says she's not interested in any of it. She's just scrolling on her phone until the auctioneer announces the next item, the legendary sleeping jade pillow. Her godfather asks if she wants it. Her eyes light up. Yes, the Institute of Medical Sciences needs it. But just as she's about to bid, the auctioneer announces a staggering bid of 100 million from none other than buyer No. 9. At that exact moment in another room, an aide gets an urgent message for Lu Chengzhou's team. The news is that Mr. Blue Shark, Mang's godfather, has declared he will triple any bid made for the pillow. The price skyrockets to 300 million. With a slam of the gavel, the pillow is sold to Blue Shark. Having won, Mang excuses herself to the restroom, a classic "I'm about to wreck your plans" move. Her godfather sends a subordinate to show her the way. As she leaves, an aide informs her godfather that the guest in room 9, the head of the Beijing Stock Exchange, wants to see him. The godfather's response is ice-cold Nazi. He knows they're here for him. In Lu Chengzhou's room, his men report that Blue Shark has suddenly gone missing. He instantly deduces that Blue Shark figured out who was behind the order. His men are confused, wondering why he'd run after they've been so polite. "What should we do?" they ask. Lu Chengzhou's eyes narrow. "Get started," he commands. His men burst through the doors of the 3rd floor, taking the guards by complete surprise. They try to block the way, but it's useless. Lu Chengzhou's elite team makes quick work of them, leaving them unconscious on the floor. An alarm is raised about the break-in, but it's too late. On command, the main power switch is flipped, plunging the entire building into darkness. In the chaos, Lu Chengzhou's men neutralize the remaining guards with chilling efficiency. When the lights flicker back on, they have already breached the inner sanctum, coming face to face with the man in charge. "Our brother Cheng wants to talk to Mr. Land," they announce. The two powerful men finally sit opposite each other. Lu Chengzhou cuts to the chase. "Do you want to accept the order from base 102 or not?" Mr. Lan flatly refuses. Lu Chengzhou presses, pointing out that Mr. Lan has been running this place for 20 years, clearly guarding it for someone important. Then comes the ultimatum. "I give you 2 choices," Lu Chengzhou says, his voice dangerously low. "Either you accept the order, or I'll give the underground market a new lease of life." The threat hangs heavy in the air. But Mr. Lan is completely unfazed. "Threaten me," he scoffs. He mocks the idea that they can just waltz in and out of his territory. Lu Chengzhou meets his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. "You can try it." Meanwhile, in the restroom, Mang is washing her hands when the power goes out. She instantly knows something is wrong. Her mind races. People are targeting base 102. There's a power outage. Her godfather is in danger. She rushes out of the restroom and runs smack into Qinfang and Hyidu, Lu Chengzhou's loyal friends. She freezes, connecting the dots in an instant. "Damn it, it's Lu Chengzhou," she curses under her breath. Hearing a sound, her friends decide to investigate and knock out whoever is there. As they round the corner, Mang steps out from the shadows. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" she asks, her voice dripping with ice. Her friends are utterly stunned. "Sister Mang, why are you here?" She storms past them and into the room, where the tense standoff is still happening. She looks at Lu Changu and tells him to think carefully. She's blushing furiously, calling him an idiot in her mind. Lu Changu is completely bewildered to see her. He tries to be the hero, telling her he can handle this and she doesn't have to rush over from her godfather's place, still not getting it. She puts a hand on her hip, looking utterly done with him. That's when her godfather asks, "Mang, do you know these people?" Lu Changu's brain short-circuits. Mang and Blue Shark know each other. His friends are having a full-blown panic attack. This is the Blue Shark from the underground market. Our poor girl takes a deep breath and makes the most awkward introduction in history. Godfather, he is my boyfriend." She points to Lu Changu. Lu Changu's eyes widen in shock. "Father," he stammers. Mang clarifies, "Yes, he's my godfather." The room falls into a deathly silence. Feng and Yidu are about to have a heart attack. They brought a team to threaten their sister-in-law's godfather. It's over for them. They're already planning Lu Changu's funeral, mourning the man who destroyed his future father-in-law's home before he even got married. Quiet, Lu Changu hisses, but the damage is done. The internal panic continues. If Blue Shark finds out she's pregnant, he'll tear their brother to pieces. The godfather leans over to Mang. "What good things did you do behind my back?" he whispers, clearly enjoying the chaos. Lu Changu tries to salvage the situation with a ridiculously charming smile. "If I say I'm here to have a cup of tea with my godfather, would you believe me?" he asks sweetly. Her godfather isn't buying it for a second. He throws Lu Changu's own words back at him. "Isn't Mr. Lu here to give my underground market a new lease of life?" He leans back, a dangerous glint in his eye. "So, are we still going to fight?" Lu Changu tries to speak, but the godfather puts a hand up, cutting him off completely. His eyes are cold as ice as he stares down our poor male lead. "Don't call me that," he says with a voice full of steel. "I only acknowledge Mang as my goddaughter." The secondhand embarrassment is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Realizing this is a family spat they want no part of, the boys make a swift and silent exit. The tension in the room is absolutely suffocating. Our girl is internally panicking, wondering how on earth she's going to calm down her furious godfather. Lu Changu leans in, whispering about the men outside. They didn't move, they just fainted. She immediately jumps to his defense, telling her godfather that Lu Changu only came to help her get into the base. But the godfather is having none of it, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You're not even married and you're already defending him?" Our girl nervously backpedals, insisting it's all just a big misunderstanding. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's buying it. His angry complaint hangs in the air and Mang knows he is truly livid. She tries to reason with him, but he cuts her off, saying once is more than enough. Then he drops the ultimate bomb. "I do not agree with this marriage, break up with him right now." Lu Changu bows deeply, offering a formal apology. But the godfather just scoffs. "You think you can make amends with a cup of tea?" He pointedly ignores the offering, his disapproval radiating off him in waves. The rejection is a physical blow, but our girl is a master strategist. She steps in with some light satire. "Brother Cheng, I've never admired anyone in my life, but you're the first." She then turns to her godfather with wide, innocent eyes. "I just found out about this recently. Are you blaming me?" He can only grit out, "I dare not." Lu Changu finally asks the million-dollar question, "Why do you always have a problem with me?" He pulls Mang closer, a silent show of support as she contemplates their next move. He then presents the gifts she asked for, a clear peace offering. But the godfather is unmoved, ordering him to take his things and leave. "I won't calm down," he declares. "Goodbye." Just as things hit rock bottom, our girl suddenly feels a wave of nausea and covers her mouth. The sudden sound makes her godfather stop in his tracks. His anger instantly vanishes, replaced by pure concern. "What's wrong?" he asks. She calmly explains, "It's okay, it's a normal symptom in early pregnancy." The word pregnancy hangs in the air and both men freeze. The godfather's eyes are as wide as saucers. He stammers, asking if she's okay. She reassures him, but the damage is done. The godfather's entire world just tilted on its axis. Pregnant with Lu Changu's child. The game has officially changed. He turns his glare back to Lu Changu. "Your father is Lu Zhan, the Red Scorpion commander, right? If the son isn't taught well, it's the father's fault. I'll settle the score with him." He's so flustered he's blushing. Our girl can't believe it. Is he seriously resorting to calling the parents? Lu Changu tries to assert himself. "Godfather, I am 26 years old and can decide my own marriage." But the godfather just roasts him. "You still know you're 26. Do you know how old Mang is?" Lu Changu can only hang his head and admit, "It was my fault." The godfather starts to curse him out, but Mang feels sick again, cutting him off. Lu Changu immediately bows, "Sorry, godfather." He gently helps her sit down to rest. Seeing her chance, our girl changes the subject. "Godfather, let's discuss entering the 102nd base first." She takes a sip of tea, trying to project an aura of calm she definitely doesn't feel. The two men stare each other down, the air still crackling with tension. Lu Changu gently offers her the cup, telling her to just have a sip. After she drinks, she turns and offers the cup to her godfather. He finally relents, saying, "I have a big appetite," a grudging acceptance for his goddaughter's sake. Seeing his chance, Lu Changu vows he's always been on her side to protect her. At last, the godfather's expression softens. It seems this boy really does love Mang. With the family drama temporarily paused, they get down to business. The godfather asks Lu Changu if he agrees with Mang's dangerous plan, and he says he does. They discuss the new alliance between the Chief Elder and the Shadow Alliance and the ongoing mystery of the White Fox. The godfather asks if they have a plan. "Don't worry," Lu Changu says, "the Shadow Alliance is on our side." The godfather is confused. Our girl leans forward and drops the biggest bombshell of the night. "Godfather, the Shadow Alliance is mine." The man is utterly speechless. He thought his goddaughter hacking a security bureau at 14 was impressive. But this is next level. A slow smile spreads across his face. "So it's yours? Then Godfather won't worry anymore." Later that night, during the chaos of preparing for Mang's succession ceremony, several Black Network orders were shipped to Base 102. At a windy airfield, the godfather gives Mang one last warning: "Be careful after you go in, it's full of experts." She just nods, "I know, don't worry." But he can't help but worries, not with her temper and a baby on the way. Lu Changu steps up, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Godfather, I'm here." The godfather can only grumble to himself about how smoothly this guy calls him Godfather now. An aide confirms that everything is ready. With a final nod, the godfather sends them on their way. After a quick tender moment, they board the choppers. The helicopters lift off, flying towards the heavily fortified base looming in the distance. The delivery is made without a hitch, and the contact says he'll call when the goods are moved. The team waves them off. Our couple slips away, using a keycard to access a high-tech corridor. The door slides shut behind them, sealing them inside. Elsewhere, their backup team watches a wall of security monitors, knowing there's no room for error. The stakes are impossibly high. Now disguised in lab coats and masks, they blend in perfectly. But of course, someone spots them. "Aren't you two from our lab?" a researcher asks. "What are you doing here?" Thinking fast, Mang says, "Doctor, Lang sent them for some information." The researcher's attitude immediately changes. "It was Elder Lang himself who gave the order. You two must be very important." He offers to fetch the info for them, but she insists they go themselves. He quickly lets them pass, not wanting to delay Elder Lang. They finally arrive at their destination, a heavily restricted door. A security camera swivels towards them, demanding identity verification. Their team back at the van disables the camera, but now they have to crack the password on their own. Mang observes that there are 5 different verification locks, way more security than last time. She turns to Lu Changu, "I need 3 minutes, please help me buy time." Just then, the nosy researcher from before shows up again. Lu Changu smoothly intercepts him, keeping him distracted with a clipboard. While he stalls, Mang works her magic, and just in the nick of time, she announces, "I got it done." The massive, futuristic vault door hisses open. Inside is a state-of-the-art laboratory. But before they can even take a step, a furious voice echoes through the room. "Mang, Lu Changu, how dare you two come to Base 102? The scientist sneers, knowing the Chief Elder will be furious that Mang has infiltrated Base 102. She decides she has to snitch, vowing that once our heroes are inside, they can never leave. But before she can make a move, a masked man smashes a glass case right beside her. He doesn't even flinch. He grabs the snitch by her hair and slams her into the console, taking her out of commission with pure chaotic energy. He calmly walks away from the destruction, telling our girl to keep an eye on the download progress. Mang gives a quick and uses her access card to get into the archives. She strides into a room filled with confidential files, ready to uncover some dark secrets. Her eyes land on a shelf packed with old rolled-up scrolls. She notices a peculiar card slot on one of the containers and realizes it perfectly matches her own ID card. She inserts the card, and a hidden compartment pops open, revealing a stack of top-secret files. Lu Changu appears behind her, asking if she plans on hauling all of this out. "I'm not stupid," our girl retorts, dropping the files on a table. "How could we carry so many? Did you copy the data?" He tells her there's too much. It'll take at least 10 minutes. But for our girl, 10 minutes is more than enough time to memorize every single word. He just nods, completely trusting her photographic memory. Mang, look at this, he says, pointing to a particularly disturbing file. It's the record of a 9-year-old child, subjected to embryo genetic modification and radiation. The details are horrifying. The side effects were catastrophic: premature aging, leukemia, cancer. Their entire lives were left to a cruel game of chance. It hits her like a ton of bricks. All those missing children from powerful families were brought here to die as lab rats. Lu Changu sees her tremble and gently takes her hand. He warns her they're running out of time. They only have 5 minutes left before the goods are moved. "Let's go," he says, and our girl agrees, clutching the damning evidence. She finally understands. Her parents found out her mother was pregnant with her right before they were supposed to attack this very base. They couldn't stand the thought of their own child being subjected to these inhumane experiments, so they abandoned their mission and fled. Lu Changu tries to console her, reminding her of all the people she's saved and the incredible research she's provided to the world. Mang, he says, his eyes full of sincerity, your hands are never dirty. His words hit her hard, but she's not ready to back down. That's true, but Lu Changu, I don't want to leave like this. Suddenly, a panicked voice screams from their earpiece, Mang, you forgot what you promised. Get out now, Lan Sen can't hold on any longer. Outside, the base leader is doing a head count. He's confused, why are there 2 people missing? His subordinate is just as baffled, no alarms were triggered and they're nowhere to be found. A chill runs down the leader's spine, something is very, very wrong. He bolts towards the control room, but it's too late. The night sky suddenly fills with the roar of helicopters. The man looks up in disbelief. Why are there so many helicopters? Miles away, the chief elder sits smugly in his office, confident his little problem is being handled. But his peace is shattered when an aide bursts in. The news is devastating. Mang and Lu Changu have broadcast all of the core laboratory's secrets to the heads of every major family. The elder explodes with rage, slamming his fist on the table. This beast. Back at the base, our heroes finally emerge from the facility. They're met by their team, safe for now. Their friend gives a little cheer, clearly not praising her for her recklessness. Let's go back, Mang says, ready to get out of this hellhole. Lu Changu puts a steadying arm around her and they prepare to leave. But their path is blocked by a crowd of devastated parents who just received the data. A woman collapses in grief, realizing her son was a victim. The parents are completely broken, screaming that they trusted these monsters who turned their children into guinea pigs. Madame steps forward, her face grim. She tells them to focus on rescuing the children still inside and to deal with their feud later. The families agree, ready to storm the base. Just then, soldiers begin rappelling from the helicopters. The chief elder has arrived in person. His face is a mask of cold fury. Lang Xuan, the snake from the lab, blocks Madame's paths. Do you think you can leave today? But she's immediately swarmed by a grieving mother. Lang Xuan, I want you to pay for my son's life, she shrieks, grabbing her. The other families surge forward, ready to tear her apart. But Lang Xuan is a true villainess. Do you want to rebel? She asks coolly. Why worry about the dead when you should be worried about the living? Her threat hits home. The families freeze, remembering that Lang Xuan controls the medicine they all need to survive. The chief elder smirks, seeing his control restored. He mocks Mang, sneering that while she and Lu Changu play hero, everyone else will always choose their own lives over justice. One by one, the family heads bow, thanking Mang for the truth but admitting they want to live. They begin to turn their backs on our heroes. Wait, Lu Changu calls out. He's not about to let them surrender. Even if they want to continue kneeling, I can pull them up. Lang Xuan struts over to Mang, smugly admitting she underestimated her. But our girl delivers a savage comeback. With your brain, there are so many things you can't think of. Lang Xuan trembles with rage. What do you want to do? Mang just pulls out her phone, a smirk playing on her lips. She glances at Lu Changu. As agreed, you control yourself. He gives a subtle nod, ready for whatever she has planned. The head of the Bai family makes a bold declaration, expelling themselves from the major families and vowing to make Lang Xuan pay. Lang Xuan's eyes turn to ice. Since the Bai family wants to die, I will help you. She gives them 1 minute to surrender or be buried alongside Mang. The Bai family doesn't flinch. Madame sighs, seeing that the chief elder is determined to kill Mang. She turns to our girl with fake pity. I'm sorry, Mang, we can't defeat him. I have to consider the overall situation. Madame is a smart person, Lang Xuan praises. She then tries to tempt her. Don't you need to take Mr. Lu with you? I only want Mang's life today, she announces, trying to drive a wedge between them. Madame plays along, saying she can't control her son. What a snake. Lang Xuan turns her manipulative gaze on Lu Changu. It's not worth sacrificing everything for Mang, am I right? Their teammates gasp. Can't you see Lang Xuan has a crush on him? Mang just smirks unbothered. Lu Changu gently touches her face and scoffs. What a joke. Lang Xuan is seething. I gave you many chances. She screams before offering a reward. Whoever captures Mang will replace the Bai family. The head of the Bai family just calmly checks his watch. Our girl's confidence is unshakable. I never do anything that I am not sure of. Do you think I'm here to play with you? She asks Lang Xuan. Then comes the bombshell. Sorry, I have the medicine. My brother couldn't open the lab, so I decided to open it. Everyone is stunned into silence. Madame can't believe it. You're struggling to the death, she sputters. Lu Changu turns to his mother with a cold smile. Did the blood lab really develop the medicine? She confirms it and he praises her great performance. Then he asks if she would ever truly care about the people in base 102. Before she can answer, he grabs her, taking his own mother hostage. The entire scene descends into absolute chaos. But just as things are about to explode, another helicopter lands. And out steps a man who leaves everyone speechless. Yu Zhongjing, the legendary famous doctor, why is he here? A man in a lab coat rushes to our girl's side, calling her master. He confirms he's brought the item she requested. With a cool gaze, she simply tells him to open it. He flips the latches, revealing a case full of vials containing a mysterious red liquid, identical to the ones their enemies use. Leng Xuan, the rival scientist, stares in absolute shock. How could Gu Mang possibly know about the sleeping jade? Our girl smirks, holding out the case. If you don't believe it, you can come and try it. One of the captive men bravely rolls up his sleeve, ready to test her claim. The moment the medicine is administered, the reaction is instantaneous and identical. The men erupt in cheers, realizing Gu Mang has truly saved them. Leng Xuan trembles with rage and disbelief. All her secrets, all her control over these people for 10 years have been utterly destroyed by Gu Mang in a single night. But our girl isn't done. She casually drops another bomb. The repair chamber that can completely cure blood diseases is already in clinical trials. The men are speechless, no more life-prolonging medicine, a real cure. Overcome with emotion, they drop to their knees in gratitude. Director Gu, we kneel before you, they cry, apologizing for their earlier doubts. But as Gu Mang tells them to rise, one of the newly freed men lunges for Leng Xuan, screaming, "You killed my family, I will make you pay with your life." An angry mob follows, chanting kill, while the old man orders his own troops to take out Gu Mang. Elite soldiers immediately surround our heroine, cutting her off. One of our girl's allies starts to panic, stammering that he's a computer nerd, not a fighter. But he has nothing to worry about. Lu Changu is already there, his arm protectively around our girl. Elsewhere, a woman furiously confronts Huo Zhai, calling him useless for letting his fiancée get kidnapped. He violently grabs her, reminding her that Gu Mang was in a terrible mental state when she first arrived, and he was the one who cured her. He shoves her away, snarling, "FCK your thanks." Suddenly, a gunshot rings through the night. Someone is trying to silence the man attacking Leng Xuan. But Gu Mang is a blur of motions. She dodges, twists, and disarms the shooter with terrifying speed. She follows up with a savage kick to the stomach, and then a brutal slap across the face. The attacker, Meng Jinyang's sister, loses her mind, screaming that she's going to kill Gu Mang. But our girl easily catches her flailing arm. And then she drops the most chaotic plot twist of the night: "You are pregnant." The world stops, the attacker collapses, utterly broken. The other woman realizes the disaster. Gu Mang's pregnancy, her biggest weakness, is now exposed to everyone. Huo Zhai's opponent is stunned, realizing he was completely deceived by her. The chief elder, however, looks delighted. A pregnant test subject is far more valuable for his twisted experiments. Leng Xuan is just as shocked, her mind racing. She's pregnant, whose child is it? Lu Chengzhou's. Before the sister can say another word, she's knocked unconscious. Lu Chengzhou immediately pulls Gu Mang close, his eyes scanning her for any injuries. Seeing this, the chief elder completely loses it. "Leng Xuan, kill them for me," he roars. But Leng Xuan is spiraling. All her life, she got everything she wanted. But Lu Chengzhou was the one thing she could never have, and now she's ready to destroy him so no one else can have him either. She raises her walkie-talkie with a crazed look in her eyes. Base 102 only obeys her orders. "What's going on?" she screams into the device. "Why aren't the snipers taking any action?" She panics, realizing the impossible has happened. How did Kai Yan's people get into base 102? Meanwhile, Lu Chengzhou gently places his coat over our girl and puts a cap on her head. He stands before their enemies, completely unfazed. His men move to surround the enemy forces. He gives a simple, cold command: "Deal with them." The elder scoffs, but Lu Chengzhou just gives a chilling smile. "Do you think that you are prepared and I am not?" Right on cue, the sky fills with helicopters. The Shadow Alliance has arrived, and they've already captured all of the elder's men. A man known as Black Hawk steps forward. "Mr. Black Hawk, let's completely resolve the grudge between Kai Yan and Base 102, he says. The elder dares him to try and leave. But then another man approaches our girl, bowing his head. "Boss, you go back and rest first, leave this to us." Everyone freezes. Black Hawk is calling someone boss. He's a veteran of the Shadow Alliance, the only one he would call bosses. The legendary leader, White Fox. Black Hawk just smirks, confirming their fears. "Boss, don't worry about me doing the job." The final, mind-blowing truth is revealed. The Shadow Alliance, this massive, powerful organization, belongs to Gu Mang. Our girl pulls her coat tighter. "Let's do it." Her forces move in, ready to end it all. Leng Xuan finally understands. "You're the miracle doctor too," she whispers in horror. Our girl just looks at her. Leng Xuan realizes just how badly she messed up. She'd mocked a living legend to her face, sealing her own doom from the very beginning. The man who fought Huo Zhai slumps to the ground, crushed by the realization that he knew nothing about the hell she'd been through. He struggles to his feet, but it's too late. Lu Chengzhou turns our girl away from the chaos. "Let's go." They walk away as their helicopters fill the sky, leaving their enemies to face the music. But just as they're about to have a moment, a helicopter descends and a familiar, imposing figure steps out. It's Lu Changju's father and he does not look pleased, demanding to know what they were doing. Our ML puts a protective arm around Mang, but his father just gives them a chilling smirk. "Do you think I'm late?" he asks as his own fleet of helicopters takes off behind him. The man knows how to make a dramatic exit. He then lays on the guilt trip, scolding his son for neglecting his own father now that he has a wife. With that chaotic encounter over, they finally get into their own helicopter to head home. Our poor girl is completely drained, falling asleep on Lu Changju's shoulder. He watches her tenderly, thinking she needs a break from all this madness. He gently scoops her up into his arms to carry her. But as he lifts her, his eyes widen in horror. A dark crimson stain is spreading across his pants. It's blood, her blood. Panic seizes him as he screams at the pilot, "Quick, to the hospital." He clutches her tightly, his voice trembling as he begs her not to be afraid. Tears stream down his face, absolutely terrified of losing her and their child. Meanwhile, her brother Goosey runs out to greet them, seeing the helicopter land. But his joy turns to confusion as it immediately takes off again. "Why are you leaving?" he quickly calls to find out what's going on. The news is grim. His sister has a health problem and they're rushing to Fudao Hospital. The color drains from Goosey's face. He understands immediately and races to the hospital. He bursts through the doors, his heart pounding in his chest. When he finds Lu Changju, he grabs him by the shirt, demanding to know what happened to his sister. He's so frantic he can barely get the words out, stammering Lu's brother-in-law. An assistant explains that Miss Gu was in a fight at base 102 and was seen bleeding. "A fight? Who's going to fight my sister?" Goosey roars. The culprits Ling Xuan and Leng Yun, the Leng family again. A murderous rage fills Goosey's eyes. "I should have slaughtered them all long ago," he seethes. The minutes tick by like hours as they wait outside the surgery room. The in-surgery light feels like a death sentence. Finally, the light turns off and the door opens. Lu Changju lunges forward. "How is she?" The doctor looks exhausted. She reports that the fetus is saved, but there were signs of a miscarriage. "Our girl needs complete rest." But Lu Changju grabs her arm, his voice desperate. "Where is she? How is she?" The doctor is taken aback. Usually families only ask about the baby. This man truly loves the mother. She reassures him that Mang is in good condition, just needing observation. He bows his head, weak with relief. Our girl is wheeled out, still unconscious, and he rushes to her side. Holding her hand, he whispers, "Great, you're okay," but the doctor isn't quite finished. "Oh, there's one more thing." She gives him a very serious look. "Don't be nervous, just a reminder, no sex for the first 3 months and the last 3 months. Lu Changju freezes, utterly speechless. Goosey just rolls his eyes in the background. What an absolute mood. Just then, another group arrives, including Jiang and her entourage. Goosey greets them. She asks after his sister, and he explains she's out of danger, but her brother-in-law is with her. The man with Jiang is shocked. Even Goosey acknowledges Lu Changju. Jiang scoffs internally, so much for their irreconcilable relationship. Money really does talk. Their friend suggests they wait in the lounge since Sister Mang is fine now. Inside the room, Lu Changju watches over our girl, his expression somber. Goosey peeks in. "Is my sister awake?" Lu Changju quietly says no. He then gently pats the boy's head, reassuring him that she just needs to rest. Outside, the real power plays begin. Jiang orders her men to lock down all news of the incident, but Lu Changju has gone full mafia boss. He gives a chilling command: raid the chief elder's mansion and the Bai family, all of them. He's not done. "Spread the word. If anyone dares to interfere, I will wipe out their entire family, and find some reporters, make it look good." His friends are stunned, remembering the ruthless predator hiding beneath the gentle lover. He even orders the entire kitchen moved to the hospital, along with a personal chef and nutritionist. Nothing is too much for his queen. Later in the souped-up hospital lounge, his friends try to get him to eat. But he refuses, saying he has no appetite until Mang wakes up. The others start gossiping about who the real winner in life is. Is it Boss Gu who has the beauty and the kingdom, or is it Brother Cheng? One of them bets on our girl, joking that calling the MLA beauty would get him beaten, but calling our girl one might get him a reward. Jiang throws some savage shade. "You know so much, yet you're still single." When he points out they are all single, she drops a bomb. "No, I have a fiancé." The whole room goes silent. "What?" She just shrugs. "Just remember to prepare a wedding gift." This woman is chaotic energy personified. Back in the room, our girl's eyes finally flutter open. Lu Changju, who had dozed off at her bedside, is awake in an instant. "Mang, are you awake?" She gives a small hum. He immediately helps her up and gives her a glass of water. She asks what time it is, and he tells her it's almost 9. He gently asks if she's uncomfortable anywhere. "I'm a little hungry," she says. A warm smile spreads across his face. "Yes, I asked Louis to move the kitchen here. I can make anything for you." Our girl smirks, getting used to his doting. "Is there anything spicy?" she teases. He immediately shuts her down, suggesting sweet porridge instead. But our girl is a villainess at heart. She pulls him close, her voice a seductive whisper. "I want something spicy, did you understand, Cheng?" He turns beet red, warning her not to mess with him or he'll go wild. She just smiles, that's fine. She traces her lips, is this place good or? Here, she purrs, touching her neck. He's about to short circuit, remembering their previous spicy conversations. He groans, I really brought this upon myself. I won't teach you these things anymore. He gives her a quick peck and practically flees. I'll get you some porridge. He scurries out of the room, completely flustered. The moment he's gone, her playful expression vanishes. She quickly checks her own pulse, then places a hand on her stomach, sighing in relief. Great, the child is fine. She curls into herself, the weight of the world back on her shoulders. But the door clicks open, he's back. She looks up, caught red-handed. He walks over, his expression unreadable. Then he pulls her into a firm hug. You sent me away just to check your own pulse. He knew all along, he knew her flirting was just an act. Why is my little girl so sneaky? He murmurs into her hair. Is it so hard to break this habit of carrying everything on your own? Or do you think I'm too fragile to handle this? She looks up, her tough facade finally cracking. He tells her she's in a fragile state, but she snaps back, who tortured me? With a sigh, she admits me. He's speechless at her frankness. She confesses she was afraid he'd blame himself for her going to base 102. His heart aches. I will only ever blame myself for not protecting you well, he says, his voice thick with emotion. She teases him, telling him to be a good boy next time. He holds her face, making a promise. If you have anything to say, tell me in person. As long as nothing happens to you, I won't be vulnerable, understand? Then with a playful glint in his eye, he asks, so, can I eat spicy food? He lays down the law, stating she can only have chestnut porridge and questioning if she, a doctor, forgot that spicy food is a no-go. Our girl can only pout in defeat as he pulls her into a gentle embrace, telling her to be good and eat it later. He suggests they go for a walk downstairs to stretch her legs after sleeping for so long. She meekly agrees and he helps her out of bed. They head downstairs only to find the whole crew just chilling, with her silver-haired brother completely absorbed in his phone. He finally looks up when he senses her approach. His eyes go wide and he jumps to his feet, exclaiming, Sister, you're awake. Our girl just gives his head a little pat, telling him to get back to his game. But he's all fired up now, offering to carry her to victory in the game since he's in such a good mood. Just then, another woman calls out, begging our girl for pointers because some idiot keeps beating her and she's already lost a fortune. The ML, ever the caretaker, tells them he's going to get her some porridge. She nods in agreement and he heads off. Our girl takes a seat at the mahjong table, ready to cause some chaos. The guy with glasses confidently plays his tile, only for our girl to immediately shout that she's won her first game of the night. The table erupts as her victory sinks in, but when the ML returns, he sees the commotion and does not look pleased. She quickly explains that they decided to eat in their room because the others were being too noisy. Without a word, he grabs her arm and starts leading her away. Their friends are left completely bewildered, asking if they're ditching them for some alone time. One of them even dramatically yells, is this a place for people to stay? Back in the quiet of their room, our girl eats her porridge while scrolling through her phone, realizing that he must have orchestrated everything to keep things calm for her. But the peace is shattered when the door bursts open. A man announces that Mr. Blue Shark is here. It's her godfather and he immediately asks how she's feeling. She assures him she's much better. He launches into a lecture, reminding her how dangerous her stunt at base 102 was and that she'd promised not to be reckless. He then turns his stern gaze on the ML, warning him that he can't just indulge her every whim. Our girl tries to smooth things over, touching her nose sheepishly. It's all over now, she says quietly. Her godfather's expression softens, agreeing that her parents can finally rest in peace. A heavy silence falls over the room. Then, without warning, our girl gets up and kneels on the floor. The ML immediately follows suit, kneeling right beside her. Her godfather is shocked, urging them to get up. But she bows deeply, thanking him for risking his life to help her parents over the years when everyone else was too afraid. He explains that her father was his savior, so helping was the only natural thing to do. After helping them up, he asks what her plans are now that the mess at base 102 is finished. She stands, her demeanor shifting back to business. She announces that the core laboratory is sealed off and the base will now be semi-open. She clarifies that the old elitist selection process is gone. Now, anyone who passes the internal review can join the training base. With the corrupt elders removed, their entire management style is getting a complete overhaul. But her godfather isn't done. He says there's one more big thing to discuss. And then he drops the ultimate question, when are you planning to have your wedding? Our girl is completely flustered, trying to dodge the question by saying there's too much going on to even think about it. The ML tries to back her up, talking about all the vacancies they need to fill in the Elders' Council. But her godfather is not buying their excuses. No time to get married, he asks pointedly. She just rubs her head, insisting her schedule for the next month is completely full. The ML's face falls, looking like a kicked puppy. Seeing he's getting nowhere, the godfather decides to leave, telling them to figure it out themselves. He gives a final wave and tells them to go back. Once he's gone, the ML turns to her, his voice laced with disappointment. Is your schedule really that full? She starts talking about promotions, but he's not listening. She hands him a tablet, see for yourself. He scrolls through the endless list of tasks and his whole body droops. So I'm not even qualified to cut in line? He asks, his voice trembling. He calls himself a sad little guy, and our girl is just stunned into silence. But this sad little guy is also a smooth operator because he suddenly leans in and plants a kiss on her, whispering, I'll give you a little reward to coax you first. The next day, it's back to business. Our girl is discharged and goes straight into a board meeting. For the next half a month, she's an absolute whirlwind of meetings, interviews, and paperwork. She works relentlessly, bringing the entire organization back from the brink of chaos. She also ensures the remains of the children from Base 102 are returned to their families for proper funerals. Finally finishing her work early one day, she declares she's taking everyone out for a nice meal. The whole gang celebrates her victory, chanting her name. After a lavish dinner, they all crash at a 7-star hotel. The next morning, her little brother wakes up in a panic. He's relieved to find he's still in the same villa. He just had a terrifying nightmare that his sister abandoned him. As if on cue, his door slams open. 2 intimidating men in suits barge in. What are you doing? I'm sleeping, he yells, pulling the covers over his head. They calmly inform him it's time for his meeting, and they've brought him a suit ready to dress him. The butler then delivers the crushing news. Our girl has appointed him the next director of the continent, and his training starts today. The poor kid has a full-blown meltdown, realizing the nice meal was just a ploy to ditch him and force him into child labor. Where is my sister now? He demands. The butler informs him she's already on a special plane back to Beijing. They try to console him by saying ancient emperors started working when they were only 100 days old. He is absolutely not consoled. Meanwhile, across the country, a ridiculously romantic scene is being prepared. His friends are gawking at the 3 million roses, calling the display outrageous. But they have to admit it's absolutely beautiful. Someone asks the ML how long he's been planning this. 9 days, he says, cool as a cucumber. They wonder why he's going through the trouble of proposing when she's already pregnant. But he's a true romantic, explaining that every step matters. His little girl deserves the full ceremony. His friends can only shake their heads at this display of sickeningly sweet romance. At that moment, our girl arrives at the airport and her phone rings. It's her brother, and he is furious. I will never trust you to take me out for a good meal again, he screams into the phone. She just laughs it off, telling him she scammed his brother-in-law out of a ton of money for him to spend. He wails about the immense pressure he's under at his tender age. But she cuts him short, saying his brother-in-law is calling, and hangs up. Her poor brother is left heartbroken. On the other call, the ML asks if she's gotten off the plane. He smiles slyly, telling her he'll be back later with a surprise. Soon, she arrives at a massive building. A giant heart of roses greets her with the message, welcome home, Mang. She figures Lu Changu must be on the top floor. Her friend meets her at the entrance, but when our girl asks what's going on, she just gets a mischievous smile and is told it's a surprise. Our girl assumes it's just an elaborate welcome ceremony as she's led towards a balcony dripping with flowers. She walks out onto a path of petals, surrounded by a sea of roses, and calls his name. The entire rooftop is a glittering wonderland of lights and flowers. And there he stands at the end of the path, holding a massive bouquet. She's completely taken aback. This isn't a welcome party, it's a proposal. And for the first time, she sees him looking genuinely nervous. He starts to speak but fumbles his words, admitting he's so nervous he forgot what he was going to say. With ultimate boss energy, she just tells him, you kneel down. He doesn't hesitate for a second, dropping to one knee and presenting the ring. Their friends are watching in disbelief. He didn't even say anything. But our girl is unfazed. Put it on me, she commands as he opens the box to reveal a rock the size of a small planet. He takes her hand, sliding the ring on her finger. I promise to marry you, she says, pulling him into a deep kiss. He's still reeling that the proposal went so smoothly, but our girl is just tired and sleepy from her flight. He gets to his feet. Let's go down and rest, he says, wrapping an arm around her. They walk off, leaving their friends utterly flabbergasted. They can't believe they just witnessed the world's most anticlimactic proposal, lamenting all the effort he put into booking the city's electronic screens. But then one of them realizes this chaotic, straight-to-the-point proposal is perfectly suited to our girl's personality. As they look out at the city skyline, they see his grand romantic gesture displayed on every building. All of Beijing is lit up with his message. But just as they're admiring it, the text on the screen suddenly changes. It wasn't him. It was our girl. She hacked all the displays herself. He made a high-profile proposal, and she responded with an even more high-profile acceptance. These two are truly a match made in chaotic, tech-savvy heaven. After pulling an all-nighter, our girl is finally done with her work at the ridiculously fancy Imperial Garden Apartments. She closes her laptop, ready for some well-deserved rest, but her moment of peace is shattered when he appears. And boy, does he look intense. She quickly assures him she hasn't been slacking off, promising she remembers every detail of the proposal scene she's designing for him. She looks him dead in the eye and says, I promise you. He holds her to it, a smug look on his face. You can't blame me for your poor performance, he teases. You even forgot the lyrics, I saved the scene. Oh, the nerve, our girl gets flustered, defending herself. It was my first time, you didn't even give me a chance to calm down. But he's not listening to her excuses. He grabs her hand and she tries to make a run for it, claiming she needs a shower. Not so fast, little lady, he is not letting her go that easily. He pulls her into a tight back hug, his voice suddenly soft. Why are you leaving? Let me hold you for a while, I miss you. He buries his face in her hair, whispering, we finally got engaged. The atmosphere instantly shifts and she can only manage a soft as they lock eyes. And then he leans in for a tender kiss. The kiss quickly turns passionate and he lifts her into his arms, carrying her away. Straight to the bedroom they go. Our girl, blushing furiously, tries one last protest. I haven't showered yet. But he just whispers in her ear, no rush. And then he drops the smoothest line ever, let's wash together later. Defeated but clearly not complaining, she agrees and the scene fades to the bed. Meanwhile, the capital is in absolute chaos. The airport is flooded with VIPs from aristocratic families, and everyone is wondering what major event is happening. Royal families, politicians, business tycoons, they're not here for a summit. It turns out they're all flocking to the city for a massive wedding. The entire city is buzzing, connecting two of the most luxurious villas in the city. The scale of this is just insane. The guest list is a who's who of the global elite. Inside, the bride's makeup is finally complete. Her friends can't help but gush over how stunning she looks. And there she is, our girl Mang, the bride, looking absolutely breathtaking in her wedding gown, casually scrolling on her phone like it's just another Tuesday. The bridesmaids are in a frenzy. The groom will be there in 5 minutes and it's time for the traditional games. First up, hiding the bride's shoes. They confidently declare that the groom's party will never find them. They've even prepared a whole binder full of difficult questions to stump the groom. Even Grandpa is in on it, advising them to keep the door shut and demand more red envelopes. Suddenly a shout goes up, here they come, the groom is here to pick up the bride. And there he is, our handsome groom, Lu Changu, looking like a prince straight out of a fairy tale. He knocks on the door, only to be met with a chorus of red envelope, no red envelope, no entry. But our groom came prepared. He passes over a stack of red envelopes so thick it looks like a brick. The bridesmaids grab them, their eyes widening in shock. Wait a minute, this isn't cash, it's a real estate title certificate and it has their names on it. The girls are absolutely losing their minds. This is a whole new level of bribery. One of them whispers, completely flabbergasted, the red envelope contained a property deed with our names on it. Well, that shuts them up. The groomsman smirks, okay, you can ask your questions now. Lu Changu just smiles, explaining he wanted his wife's friends to have a place nearby so they can visit her often. What a savage move. The bridesmaids practically throw the door open. Oh my god, gentlemen, please come in. So much for their grand plan. He finally enters the room and our beautiful bride looks up, a soft smile on her face. You came. He braces himself for the next challenge, but the bridesmaid just meekly hands him the shoes. He takes the box, slightly bewildered, and just says thanks. Her brother and friend are gobsmacked. Just like that, it's over. Money is indeed powerful. He kneels before his bride like a true prince and gently puts the shoe on her foot. Let's go, he says. And of course, he sweeps her off her feet, carrying her out like the treasure she is. A procession of ridiculously expensive cars waits for them. Helicopters fly overhead with banners celebrating their union. They've changed into stunning traditional red outfits for the main ceremony. The parents and honored guests take their seats. The ceremony begins. First, they bow to heaven and earth. Then a solemn bow to honor their deceased parents. And finally, the couple bows to each other, sealing their vows. With the ceremony over, her godfather places her hand in his. I'll leave Mang to you, take good care of her. Lu Changu promises, don't worry, godfather. Later that night, they're finally alone in their wedding chamber. He gently dries her hair, asking softly, are you tired? She leans into his touch, exhausted, but one look at his eyes tells her the night is far from over. He leans down, his intentions crystal clear. It's time for our wedding night, he murmurs. Our girl tries to fend him off. Lu Changu, calm down, I'm very tired. His expression softens just for a moment, but then he just leans over her, his presence intoxicating. She thinks she's won. I knew you felt sorry for me. Oh, how wrong she is. In the next second, he gently pushes her down onto the bed. His touch sends shivers down her spine. He whispers, I heard that pregnancy is more sensitive. And with that, he captures her lips. She's completely lost in the moment. His grip tightens, a silent promise of the passion to come. Her breath hitches, her body on fire. He pulls back just for a second, his eyes burning with a desperate need. The world outside fades away, leaving only the two of them. He trails kisses down her neck, and she can't help but let out a soft moan. The heat between them is undeniable. He intertwines their fingers, a possessive and yet tender gesture. Every inch of her skin he touches feels like it's on fire. He pulls his robe off, revealing a perfectly sculpted chest. He smirks, teasing her, so even your S side misses me now, huh? She tries to deny it, but he leans in close, his voice a low growl. don't force me to curse you on your wedding night. Their hands are clasped tightly together. He asks again, his voice husky, do you feel it? You miss me very much. But our stubborn girl still manages to gasp out a no. He grabs her chin, his eyes dark with longing. Madam, I endured it. And I can't endure it any longer. He crashes his lips onto hers. She's breathless, completely overwhelmed by his passion. He continues to kiss her, leaving no room for protests. The night is just getting started. A triumphant smirk plays on his lips. And then he whispers, I'll give you the initiative. You were pretty into it last time, weren't you? Our poor girl is flustered and breathless, her robe barely hanging on. But Lu Changu is far from finished, his eyes burning with a possessive fire. She tries to cover up a blushing mess under his intense gaze. His hand slides down, claiming her, and the whole room feels like it's on fire. Our girl is completely overwhelmed, whispering that she's so tired and sleepy. But her new husband is having none of it, pulling her closer and growling, You're telling me to stop now? Are you trying to kill me? He holds her tight, the heat between them absolutely scorching. They lock eyes, a silent battle of wills playing out. She weakly protests with a single no. But he just leans in, his voice a husky command against her ear, Yell nicely. You know what I want to hear, my madam. She trembles, admitting she can't say it out loud, but he just smirks, promising to keep going until she does. Finally, defeated and breathless, she whispers the one word he wants to hear, husband. A satisfied smile graces his lips as he murmurs good and claims her completely. The night deepens into a haze of passion. Later, she clings to him, begging him not to let go. His hand rests gently on her, a silent promise. He holds her tenderly, whispering sweet congratulations on their wedding, calling her the unexpected joy of his life. It's a moment of pure, unwavering love. Meanwhile, outside the bridal chamber, the boys' club is getting restless, wondering why it's so quiet. They decide to head out to a private club instead. There, a man named Yidu watches two old rivals playing mahjong together, finding the whole situation magical. He's sitting near Lin Shuang, our girl's best friend and bridesmaid, who looks royally ticked off. She lets out an exasperated sigh. Yidu, ever the observer, asks, What happened? Did you have a fight with your fiancé? Lin Shuang freezes, shocked that he'd bring up her fiancé. Just then, her phone rings and she excuses herself to answer it. Yidu analyzes the situation like a detective, concluding that since she's willing to answer the call after an argument, the relationship must be solid. Another man joins him, asking about this supposed fiancé. The friend warns Yidu not to mess with Lin Shuang because her bestie Gu Mang would absolutely demolish him. Yidu asks if Gu Mang told him, but it turns out the boss didn't say a word. He asks if there's a restroom nearby. Lin Shuang is outside on the balcony, fuming into her phone. Yidu follows her out, casually mentioning the private room's restroom is broken. She's in the middle of a heated argument, yelling that she'll never go back, not even if they ask 100 times. The person on the other end delivers a savage comeback, reminding her she doesn't have the power to provoke the likes of Lu Changu and Gu Mang. That's the last straw, she screams, Don't bother me anymore, and hangs up. Yidu watches her, his mind racing, recalling the strange look the president of Country D gave her at the wedding. Lin Shuang just stands there, stewing in her anger. Yidu approaches, asking why she's standing in the cold with such thin clothes, and gently drapes his jacket over her shoulders. She snaps back that she has a volcano inside her, so she's not cold. She mutters under her breath that men are so annoying. The frustration is practically rolling off her in waves. Yidu, ever the gentleman, tries to piece things together, convinced she's not the type to get involved with a married man. He offers to take her out to relax. She asks where, but he just smiles mysteriously and says she'll find out when they get there. He takes her to a high-end shopping district. She smirks, realizing he knows her all too well. He hands her a black card, telling her it has an unlimited overdraft and to swipe away. His logic, she's upset and spending someone else's money is a guaranteed mood booster. But then he just gives her the card and starts to walk away. Our girl is baffled. What the hell, shouldn't you be accompanying me shopping? She calls him a gentleman, then changes her mind about shopping. Instead, she offers to treat him to a drink at a humble roadside stall, promising it won't damage his reputation. He's surprised but agrees, and she leads the way. Poor Yidu looks completely out of his element, but he follows her anyway. At the stall, he can't help but think that Lin Shuang is truly a worthy friend for someone like Gu Mang. She pops open a beer, all business. She tells him to just drink if he doesn't want to eat. She points out he doesn't seem like the type for this kind of place, and he just tells her to eat less junk food. She rolls her eyes, knowing it's junk food but digging in anyway. She then looks him dead in the eye and asks, Scumbag. Clearly testing him. He just looks at her unfazed and calmly says, okay. After they've downed several bottles, she cheerfully calls for the check. But Yidu, ever the gentleman, insists on paying. He handles the bill without a fuss. He asks if she's feeling better now. She's definitely a bit tipsy as they leave. They walk through a quiet plaza, and she agrees that she feels better. He just listens patiently. She looks at him, thinking he's the only one in their circle who's still a decent human being. As a thank you, she offers to help his company with any future projects, free of charge. He smiles to himself, thinking Gu Mang's faith in him as a gentleman wasn't misplaced. She downs another can of beer, adding it to the growing pile on the ground. The alcohol hits her and she stumbles with a laugh. Yidu instantly catches her, telling her to be careful. He then offers to clean up the trash for her. He straightens the jacket on her shoulders, then kneels down to pick up all the empty cans. She watches him, a soft, genuinely touched expression on her face. Once he's done, he stands up. He offers to take her home, but then brings up the elephant in the room. What happened to your fiancé? She waves it off, explaining it was an arranged thing from childhood and she can't even remember his face. She then starts drunkenly counting the years since they've actually seen each other. She declares that she doesn't want to get married, but she knows someone else does and she's not about to make room for her. Yidu is stunned into silence, repeating her words, you don't want to get married. The car pulls up to a swanky hotel, but our girl is in no state to be checking in on her own. Inside, she's already getting handsy, but not with who you'd think. She's looking absolutely wasted, but with a mischievous smile on her face. The poor driver Yidu is utterly confused by her behavior. He mutters to himself, do you think I'm the driver? Sir, at this point you're her babysitter. He thought she and her fiancé had a good thing going, but clearly he's seeing a whole new side to her tonight. Beside him sits her handbag, the source of all the upcoming chaos. Suddenly his phone rings. It's Lin Shuang, our girl, calling him from her own phone that he has. He answers with her name, asking who's on the line. It's our drunk heroine, trying and failing to get into a random hotel room. She fumbles with the door handle, completely lost. A hotel employee steps in, asking for her room card, and she just stammers, completely busted. But just in the nick of time, her knight in a slightly annoyed suit arrives, telling the employee there's no need. He smoothly holds up her purse, claiming he's just looking for her room card. He begins to rummage through her bag, putting on a whole performance. Look, he says, brandishing the key card and dismissing the very confused employee. Our girl is still in her own little world, just staring at her phone. Yidu sighs, realizing she is absolutely hammered. He taps the card, opens the door, and ushers the stumbling girl inside. Once she's safely on the bed, he brings her a glass of honey water, ever the gentleman. She gulps it down as he gently scolds her for drinking too much. For a moment, it's a cute, quiet scene. But the peace is shattered when she suddenly declares, I want to vomit. She lunges forward and he instinctively catches her. She clamps her hands over her mouth, trying desperately to hold it in. Without a second thought, he scoops her up into his arms. Hold it in, he warns. If you vomit on me tonight, I will. Too late, a rainbow of regret covers his very expensive suit. His face says it all. Moments later, a defeated Yidu is in the shower, trying to wash away the sins of the night. When he comes out, she's awake, sober, and ready for answers. Tell me about it, she demands. She asks for some water, still feeling the effects of her wild night. He tells her to go to sleep, promising to see himself out. But as he turns to leave, he feels a tug on his robe. Our girl is not letting him go that easily. Yidu, she begins, her voice low and seductive, do you know how good I am in bed? He freezes, completely stunned, as she propositioning him. He sits back down on the bed, playing along. Awesome, he asks, the air thick with tension. I can play with my phone and lie in bed all day without eating or drinking, she boasts proudly. The silence is deafening, she looks at him confused. So am I awesome, why are you silent? Oh honey, the disappointment on this man's face. With all desire officially quenched, we cut to our actual main couple. Gu Mang is waking up in a luxurious red bed. She tries to slip away, but her husband isn't having it. He pulls her back into his arms, telling her not to move. He whispers that he's made all the arrangements for their trip and they'll be leaving at 10. And just like that, they're on the tarmac, about to board a private jet. Gu Mang, her brother, and her godfather walk towards the plane as her phone buzzes nonstop. It's an endless stream of messages from her fans and business associates, proving she's a woman in high demand. Once on the plane, the interrogation begins. Lu Changu offers her some fruit, casually asking, are there things you haven't finished telling me? He gets straight to the point, asking just how many secret identities or vests she has. But our girl is a master of deflection. She flips the question, asking about his own hidden assets. Her brother's ears practically perk up, desperate for the tea. Lu Changu smirks, claiming he has no property to his name, a likely story. Gu Mang just gives a deadpan oh. He teases her, asking if she really believes him, but she's not biting. He brings up a past memory of bribing her with chocolate, and she admits she was just messing with him when she requested an absurdly expensive brand. I see, he says with a dramatic sigh. You and I have no destiny, it's all thanks to my money. The peanut gallery, aka her brother and godfather, listen in with mixed emotions. The brother starts panicking internally, wondering what will happen if his ridiculously rich brother-in-law is actually broke. Gu Mang, however, is completely unfazed, just scrolling through her phone. Her brother can only stare in awe. Only his sister would dare speak to the head of the Lu family with such casual disregard. But she truly didn't understand what he meant by we won't have money, as their first stop is a cemetery. They've come to a quiet, sun-drenched field of gravestones. Carrying fruit and flowers, they approach two specific graves. Together, the three of them kneel down to pay their respects. Mang begins to pull weeds from her parents' gravesite, but Lu Changu gently stops her hand, insisting, "I'll do it." She quietly agrees. The two men respectfully clean the headstones. Lu Changu then bows his head. "Father, mother," he begins, "I am Lu Changu. Please rest assured that you are entrusting your daughter to me." He promises to dedicate his life to protecting and loving her, and her godfather looks on, his heart full. After leaving a beautiful bouquet of flowers, they begin to walk away. Her brother Goosey announces he'll be returning to the extreme continent soon. He promises to visit on his next vacation, looking a little sad to leave. Mang simply nods, okay. Goosey then turns to Lu Changu with a serious request. "Make sure to keep an eye on my sister and my baby for me." Mang asks her godfather if he's returning to Sojima, but he reveals he's retiring and plans to settle down here. In fact, he's planning to build a villa right next to her house. Mang isn't surprised, knowing the unspoken history between him and her parents. "Godfather, there's no need to build," she says, holding out a key. "I'll give you the keys to my house." He's taken aback for a moment, then smiles warmly and accepts. Later that night, back at home, Mang is craving spicy food. Lu Chengzhou, ever the doting husband, promises to make her spicy shrimp and fish tomorrow. He then strokes her cheek, teasing, "What if your daughter has the same temper as you?" When she looks confused, he explains the old wives' tale. Cravings for sour mean a boy and spicy means a girl. "Do you prefer boys or girls?" he asks. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper. "What know you among the choices?" This man is dangerously smooth. She just rolls her eyes. Smooth talker, go take a shower. After her own shower, she finds him waiting. "Busy tonight?" she asks, a hint of a challenge in her voice. He takes her hand and leads her to the couch. He presents her with a thick folder. "These are all yours." She's completely baffled. "Mine." She opens it and her jaw drops. It's property certificates. He wasn't joking. He transferred all his assets to her name, and he did it asterisk before asterisk the wedding. "Yes, I'm broke now," he says, pulling her tie. "So please don't abandon me after taking advantage of me." He then reveals his absolutely unhinged plan to have her spend their wedding night counting her new wealth until she passed out. She's speechless. This man's brain is an enigma. He calls himself a hypocrite, and honestly, she can't even argue. He just pinches her cheek playfully. "I couldn't help myself." She changes the subject, telling him she's going back to school to work on a new medical project. He immediately agrees to move them to be closer. He pulls her into a tight embrace, a perfect end to their chaotic day. Yeaji is absolutely fuming, ranting to her friends about how they could possibly ruin her favorite novel, The Black Sea. But our girl Mang is just chilling, offering her other friend a bowl of strawberries. While Yeaji continues her tirade, her friend casually scrolls on her phone. She offers Yeaji a strawberry, telling her to cool down. But Yeaji is on a roll, gushing about how the villain Jiang Zhao is her white moonlight, and that the author Dark is a genius for writing intelligent, villainous female leads. The butler overhears, surprised that young girls are into these kinds of dark and suspenseful shows. Yeaji lights up, exclaiming that Dark's works are masterpieces and that she even managed to get autographed copies from Lu Xiao's study. The butler is impressed, but Yeaji is already back to being angry. She just can't believe it. She starts ranting about the actress they cast, some nobody named Zhao Xinren. The butler, ever the reasonable one, assumes that for such a high-caliber work, the leads must have won numerous awards. Yeaji scoffs, revealing that Zhao Xinren is just the daughter of the CEO of Donghuang Entertainment. She has no looks, no skills, and no character. There's definitely something fishy going on. The only thing she and the character have in common is that they are both rich girls. But then Mang drops a casual bomb because she herself was poor. Yeaji is stunned into silence. She completely loses it, shouting that Dark has won countless literary awards and topped the list of richest writers for 3 consecutive years. How could he possibly be poor? Her rant ends on a sad note, as she mentions the online rumors that the talented author committed suicide due to depression. Mang just listens, her face an unreadable mask. Just then, Lu Chengzhou returns from the study, and he comes bearing gifts, stir-fried rice cakes and spicy hot pot, our girl's favorites. He smirks, noting that she has a keen sense of smell. Mang's inner fox awakens, tail wagging in delight for the food. He sets down the glorious spicy hot pot, but before she can dig in, he pulls her into a kiss, pouting that his status has been relegated to after food. "Do you still see me?" he asks, needing some attention. She gives a simple yes. He calls her attitude perfunctory and chides her for eating so much in the evening. Unfazed, she just offers him some. He gets that teasing glint in his eye, saying it's rare she remembers him. "I'll eat if you feed me," he demands. And our girl, ever the pragmatist when food is on the line, actually does it. "So good, huh?" she asks, feeding him a rice cake. He takes a bite, satisfied. She pops one in her own mouth, finally getting to eat. "Are you being good?" she asks him playfully. His eyes darken with intent. In one swift, chaotic move, he leans in and steals the food right out of her mouth. He smirks, pleased with himself. It turns out the lady likes this method, even more obedient. She glares at him, telling him not to act innocent when he's clearly gotten a good deal. They finally settle down to eat, a moment of domestic bliss. He then notices the book she was reading, Black Sea, and comments that the whole series is pretty good. He picks it up, looking at the cover. He sees the author's name, Dark, and notes that this copy isn't one of his. Our girl replies with maximum sass. Any random pseudonym can make someone a god at the pinnacle of the industry. Lu Changu stops sipping his drink, his eyes fixed on her. He looks at her dead serious. "Why did you suddenly stop writing?" he asks, cutting straight to the point. She looks away, simply stating that she doesn't want to write in that style anymore. His mind flashes back to how her work was described: extreme, dark, and suffocating. He realizes she must have been living in that state of mind. She confesses that she wrote to vent, but she doesn't need to anymore. She thought her brother had cured her, but she'd only learned to pretend. It was Lu Chengzhou who made her feel like a normal person. He silently unwraps a lollipop for her, telling her they won't need to do that anymore. No longer writing, he asks gently. She corrects him, saying she just doesn't want to write in that asterisk-style asterisk anymore. Besides, casting for Black Sea is underway and she's got work to do. Her schedule is packed with fashion shows and new projects at the Medical Research Institute. He takes the lollipop from her, informing her he's already called Lu Kai to handle things. She glances at him, intrigued. Meanwhile, in a sterile office, a manager is laying down the law with one of her actors. "The company can make you famous," she threatens, "but they can also make you disappear." She dismisses him, telling him to go think it over. The actor looks utterly defeated as he walks out, but he turns back one last time. "Aren't you afraid Dark will use his veto power?" he asks. The manager scoffs. "You don't really think a nobody author can change a company's decisions, do you?" A smirk plays on the actor's lips. He'd love to see what kind of trouble this nobody author can stir up. Back at the apartment, Mang is scrolling through her messages. A text from the Dongwang staff confirms the worst. Zhao Xinren is now the lead actress, and the poster must be adjusted to highlight her. At a studio, Zhao Xinren's manager is explaining that the script dictates Jiang Zhao should have equal billing, but a slight change would make everyone think she's the lead. The spoiled actress doesn't even flinch. "Tell him this is the production company's requirement. We're informing him, not asking for consent." The poor assistant knows this is a terrible idea, protesting that Dark is a top-tier author who's basically a living legend. But the manager screams at him, telling him to just do it. The assistant has no choice but to comply. Mang receives another text. The price of the poster has doubled and Jiang Zhao must be in the center. She just stares at her phone, completely unfazed. The assistant desperately tries to reason with the actress, warning that offending Dark and his massive fan base will be career suicide. But she savagely throws it back in his face, blaming his incompetence. She dismisses Dark as a has-been who hasn't written in 2 years, but her manager reminds her he still holds the film rights to 2 other works. She couldn't care less and just waves for her makeup artist to continue. Her plan is simple. Once the copyright is finalized, they'll kick Dark to the curb like a used tool. The next morning, Lu Chengzhou is leaving on a trip and can't resist teasing a sleepy Mang. She squirms, muttering that it's itchy. He whispers for her to be good in Beijing while he's gone. He asks how many days he'll be gone, and she teases back, "Can't bear to part with me." He just says he was asking. He leans in close, telling her it's okay to admit it since they are an old married couple. She shoots back, "You're old." He gets that mischievous glint in his eye. "Therefore, I love the young, you should also respect the elderly." She falls silent, and he immediately asks what's wrong. He tells her to get up for breakfast. As she walks away, he thinks to himself how sweet she is for wanting to have one last meal with him before he leaves. A few days later, Zhao Xinren's manager is on the phone, receiving some absolutely earth-shattering news. Dark sold all his adaptation rights over half a year ago and has been completely unreachable ever since. He freezes. If Dark is unreachable, then who was the person they contacted just a few days ago? He relays the disaster to Zhao Xinren. They've been dealing with an imposter, and the real Dark sold the rights months ago. But this villainess sees it as an opportunity. "This is much easier to handle," she says with a chilling smile. "Tomorrow, let's stir up some rumors and find evidence to prove that Dark is dead." She believes that if news of his death breaks, nostalgia will drive fans to the cinema, making Black Sea a massive success as his final work. The internet is absolutely exploding over the controversy surrounding the Black Sea movie adaptation. But while fans are in an uproar, the sleazy executives at Dongwang Entertainment are practically salivating over the free publicity. One of them smirks as his colleague announces their stock has already hit its daily limit. "Come on, let's celebrate," he cheers, raising a glass of wine. The whole boardroom toasts to their chaotic success. A young man smugly thanks his father, revealing the family connection behind this whole mess. Meanwhile, our girl Mang descends the stairs, looking as unbothered as ever. Her friend rushes over, absolutely frantic with the news that the author Dark really did commit suicide. She's completely enraged, explaining how they tried to boycott the casting and use Dark's veto power, but it was useless now that he was gone. They even mocked me, she fumes, saying they'd make Dark crawl out of his coffin to use his power. But as Mang coolly picks up her phone, a sudden, earth-shattering realization dawns on her friend's face. Wait a minute, Sister Mang, you're Dark. The gears are turning at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Mang must have been in a terrible mental state, writing her book and taking care of a friend who was going insane at the same time. Mang just raises an eyebrow, asking what she's thinking about. Her friend is too stunned to speak. Now filled with righteous fury, she grabs our girl's arm, but Mang just gives a little smirk. Didn't I already tell you? The online comments are still mocking the idea that she could be the legendary author. Oh, you sweet summer children. At the Black Sea opening ceremony, Zhao Zinren stands beside her brother. He leans in and whispers the terrible truth. Listen, she is Dark, and Zinren's world comes crashing down. She immediately gets a frantic phone call. It's her father demanding she post on Weibo and withdraw from the production immediately. But she's defiant, whining about how it's already been announced. Her father is absolutely livid on the other end of the line. She screams back, arguing that the company spent 70 million on the copyright and Mang has no right to interfere. Her brother knows she just signed her own death warrant. Her father's voice is ice cold. You're not going to send it? Fine, I'll have it sent. Zinren can only cry out in protest. A second later, an official announcement from Dongwang Entertainment pops up on her phone. The role of Jiang Zhao is being recast. She trembles with fury, finally realizing they provoked someone they should have never, ever crossed. Defeated, she and her manager get into the car. They sit in silence, the air thick with failure. The manager is losing her mind when Zinren's phone suddenly rings. It's her aunt. Zinren picks up, immediately launching into a tirade about her father trying to play the good guy now that she's lost all face. She's practically screaming into the phone, her career in shambles. Her aunt listens on the other end, her own expression filled with panic. Zinren is still ranting, unable to comprehend Mang's power. She's the chief professor, what makes her so special? Her aunt just looks more and more stressed. Elsewhere, Lu Changju's friends are gossiping about the news. They're laughing about how fans are calling our girl mothers. Lu Changju just puffs out his cheeks, adorably annoyed by their teasing. But then his friend's expression changes as he scrolls through his phone. He's found another trending topic: traditional Chinese medicine experimental class. Lu Changju's head snaps up. He grabs his phone and sees the news. Mang has been appointed chief professor with a world-renowned medical luminary as her deputy. The internet is losing its mind. His brother just scoffs, saying this is probably the least impressive award his sister-in-law has ever received. The casual flex is just iconic. His friends start to worry, mentioning the $3 billion bounty on the miracle doctor's head. Lu Changju just smirks, that's really troublesome. But he's not talking about the bounty. He texts Mang, you eat first, I'll take care of it. He then explains the real problem to his clueless friends. There's no danger, but anyone who dares to touch my people should try. His eyes are glowing with menace. Don't poke the sleeping dragon, people. His friend worries about how this will affect Mang's reputation, but Lu Changju's response is simple and terrifying. I'll handle it. He scrolls through the nasty comments targeting our girl, his expression turning colder by the second. Back with the villains, Zinren's aunt is being questioned by her brother. She swears she didn't leak the documents herself. Don't worry, she says, I'm not that stupid. She confidently explains that she paid someone $1 million and that there's no way it can be traced back to her. She orders Zinren to just go home and lay low. Her brother asks if she's sure she did it willingly. The aunt starts to panic, praying this disaster won't implicate their family. Her brother promises to wipe away the traces. But it's too late. An assistant bursts in, shouting that Weibo is in an uproar. Lu Changju's friends are watching the chaos unfold. Our boy Lu Changju steeples his fingers, a plan already in motion. What did he do, you ask? He updated his Weibo status to, I am currently in labor, do not disturb. His friends are left utterly speechless at this legendary, chaotic power move. Suddenly, a car carrying Zinren is screeching down the street. She's staring at her phone, trembling in disbelief. The car is cut off and a police officer taps on the window. MS, Zhao Zinren, he says, holding up a warrant. Someone has reported you for illegally disclosing private information. Please come with us. Back at the Zhao family headquarters, the phone is ringing off the hook. The news is delivered. Zinren has been taken away by the police. Her father is stunned. Just then, two men in suits, representing the powerful Qin and Jiang families, walk into his office. The color drains from his face, they're coming for Dongwang. A lawyer coldly lists their crimes, hiring trolls, spreading rumors, and insulting Mang. Lawsuits have been filed. It's over, the Zhao family is completely finished. Later, Mang chills with her friend, who sighs that having too many aliases is a problem. Our girl just gives a simple in agreement. Her friend announces she's leaving for Country D to handle some business. She tells Mang to call if she needs anything. Mang asks what Lu Changu did to make her smile like that. Her friend confesses, "It's nothing, I just suddenly realized I kind of like him." But then her expression hardens. People who can control their emotions like this are too dangerous. If we don't get rid of them, they'll cause trouble in the future. She crushes her drink can. "I don't want to experience the bitterness of love, I only want to enjoy the pleasure of money," a true queen. Meanwhile, a certain blonde man tries to text his ex, Lin Shuang, but his messages won't go through, he's been blocked. The poor guy looks absolutely heartbroken. At the institute, Lu Chengzhou gets cornered by an older researcher about Mang. The man gushes about how everyone in the lab says our girl is a genius with drones and computer tech. He marvels that she excels at everything she learns, but then brings up a valid point, her infamous bad temper. Lu Chengzhou doesn't even try to defend her, bluntly stating her temper is not very good. The old man's eyes light up, seeing this as his chance to poach her for the 14th Institute. Internally, Lu Chengzhou is already plotting how to tell these vultures to get lost. The researcher, however, is lost in his own world, confused by the sudden cold shoulder. Nearby, another colleague rolls his eyes, annoyed at how much Lu Chengzhou is showing off his relationship with Mang. But the old man is unstoppable, already daydreaming about the super genius baby our power couple would create. He gets way too excited, telling Lu Chengzhou to send their future child to the institute at the ripe old age of 2. He even promises to create special prenatal education videos for Mang, declaring he'll hand over the entire school to their heir. The colleague is just baffled by this level of chaotic planning. Meanwhile, Yidu is trying to get in touch with Lin Shuang, but she isn't picking up. His friend asks what he did, but Yidu is just as clueless. He messages our girl Mang, who casually drops a bomb. Lin Shuang is on a flight back to Country D to get married. Without a second thought, Yidu texts his brother in bolts. His friend is left shouting after him, completely bewildered. Yidu's only thought, hijacking. He floors it, racing to the airport like a man possessed. Next thing we know, he's in a car with Lin Shuang, having successfully intercepted her. He smoothly offers her the support of the Red Scorpions branch in Country D. Our girl is immediately suspicious, demanding to know how he knew she'd be in trouble. He sheepishly admits he overheard a little of her conversation. She warns him to keep his mouth shut, and he meekly agrees. She says her goodbyes, leaving him looking utterly stressed out. He watches her walk away, his heart in his throat. On the plane, he sends a cryptic text, "Lin Shuang, you did a great job. This was all a test." Aboard her own flight, Lin Shuang scrolls through a chaotic group chat where her allies are fighting over a young prince. They are about to start a full-blown war. Suddenly, Yidu drops a bombshell in the chat, announcing to everyone that he's willing to marry Lin Shuang for the sake of their friendship. The group chat absolutely explodes in confusion. As the plane prepares for takeoff, Lin Shuang wonders what on earth has gotten into him. She dismisses it as a moment of madness. But just then, the cabin door is thrown open with a loud crash. It's Yidu forcing his way onto the plane. Lin Shuang is completely stunned. He stands before her, his eyes blazing. "Finally found you," he says, grabbing her as she tries to hide her face in shame. "Come with me." He yanks her out of her seat. He coolly informs the flight attendant they won't be leaving, as the other passengers whisper about the dramatic CEO runaway wife scene unfolding before them. He shoves her into his car, the speedometer quickly climbing to a terrifying 160 kilometers per hour. She hangs on for dear life, begging him to slow down because she hasn't finished spending all her money yet. He ignores her, his jaw set as they pull up to a sleek modern villa. He drags her inside. He loosens his tie, his gaze intense. Our poor girl's heart trembles, damn it, he's so handsome. He corners her, his voice low, "Before I wanted to pursue you.